Once a multi-millionaire, my girlfriend used to fawn over me endlessly. After going bankrupt overnight, she threw me the most useless black iron level beast and sneered, "This is my breakup compensation for you." But she didn't know I carried 1,000,000 evolution points. This chicken could evolve in the next second into a forbidden existence that would make the world tremble. My name is Jiang Feng, a rich second-generation heir worth tens of millions, who became penniless overnight. After my family's fortunes declined, I lived in a cheap rental apartment, surviving on instant noodles so frugal I couldn't even afford to add a sausage. At this moment, the phone rang. It was my father calling. His voice was anxious yet filled with anticipation as he asked me what profession I had awakened to. When I uttered the words Beast Tamer, it was as if he had been struck by lightning on the other end of the line. After a long sigh, he hung up the phone. Beast Tamers are notoriously expensive to maintain. With the Jiang family now bankrupt and my father himself hiding from creditors, there was no way he could support me any further. After hanging up, he immediately dialed the police and turned himself in. After finishing my instant noodles, I looked at the system panel in front of me. It had been loading all morning and finally finished displaying. Ding! Congratulations host for binding with the Divine Beast Taming System. The system binding gift package has been issued. Open it now? Open it right away. I can't wait to rub my hands together, brimming with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained 1,000,000 beast taming evolution points. 1,000,000 evolution points? I was ecstatic. The rank of beast pets ranges from black iron to divine, and each level up brings a world of difference in strength. Even an ordinary bronze tier beast pet on the market costs at least 100,000 Federation credits, which is simply unaffordable for the average family. With these 1,000,000 evolution points, I'm practically set for takeoff. Host, Jiang Feng occupation, Beast Tamer level, LV1 strength, 5 constitution, 8 speed, 7 spirit. Combat power, 8 skills, pact magic, summoning tamed beasts, none evolution points, 1,000,000. Just as I was getting all fired up, there was a knock at the door. My heart tightened, thinking it might be debt collectors. But soon, a calm and cool female voice spoke up. Jiang Feng, I know you live here. Today, there's something I must discuss with you face to face. Opening the door, it was Liu Yunxi, the girl I had once chased after with all my heart. She glanced at my shabby rented room and the lingering smell of instant noodles, a flicker of undisguised disdain flashing in her eyes. Jiang Feng, I heard your family has gone bankrupt, and you've awakened as a beast tamer, a profession that burns through money. She said coldly that there was destined to be an irreparable chasm between us. Here are 10,000 federal dollars and a black iron tier iron claw chicken. Consider it my parting compensation to you. I hope you won't bother me anymore in the future. I let out a cold laugh, picked my nose, and looked utterly disdainful. She used to flatter me in every way when I had money, but now that the Jiang family has fallen on hard times, she immediately cuts ties. The original owner bought several houses for her parents, worth millions. Now she's trying to brush me off with just 20,000 federal dollars and the lowest level tamed beast. Leave the stuff, and you can get lost. I can't be bothered to argue with her any longer. Upon hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Liu Yunxi's face. She seemed to want to see through my facade of forced strength, but I didn't give her the chance. Slap! I directly slapped her across the face, leaving a bright red handprint. If you keep disgusting me, don't blame me for posting your scandalous photos online. Thinking of all those private photos she had sent to the original body in an attempt to seduce him, I threatened her without mercy. Slapped into a daze and hearing my threat to expose the photos, a flicker of panic flashed in Liu Yunxi's eyes. But it was quickly masked. She left with a resentful parting shot. If you dare expose them, don't blame me for coming after you. Although Liu Yunxi was heartless, the iron claw chicken she left behind became my opportunity to contract my first spirit beast. I released the iron claw chicken from its cage and performed the contract spell. As a mysterious talisman entered the iron claw chicken's body, the contract was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the first spirit beast. Contract reward is being sent, divine-grade spirit beast space. I was momentarily stunned, and after checking its effects, I couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Ordinary beastmasters have a space only the size of a classroom, while my beastmaster space is actually a vast island. Beasts here can also clear any negative effects. I checked the Iron Claw Chicken's info panel. Beast, Iron Claw Chicken tier, black iron level, LV1 strength, 9 constitution, 15 agility, 20 spirit, 11 skills, none evolution points required. 3,000 points. The attributes at the black iron level are indeed quite ordinary, so I didn't hesitate to allocate points for evolution. The Iron Claw Chicken's body instantly glowed, its size growing to that of a wolf, its feathers turning red like flames. Ding! Evolution successful. The black iron level Iron Claw Chicken has evolved into a silver level solar flare chicken. I nodded in satisfaction. Its base attributes had increased by dozens of times. I continued to spend 50,000 evolution points to make the blazing sun chicken evolve once more. Ding! Evolution successful. The silver tier tamed beast Iron Claw Chicken has evolved into a gold tier flame feather goldenite chicken. The flame feather goldenite chicken grew even larger in size, almost too big for the rented room. I quickly stored it away in the tamed beast space. Next evolution requires 100,000 points? Stroking my chin, my eyes gleamed with thought. At this rate, even 1,000,000 evolution points won't be enough. Ding, system notification. Host can obtain system points by killing beasts in the secret realm. My eyes once again blazed with ecstasy. Entering the secret realm to sweep through it not only increases beast taming levels but also earns evolution points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding, evolution successful. The golden-grade fire-feathered golden-eyed chicken has evolved into an amethyst-grade crimson-flame golden-clawed avian. The crimson-flame golden-claw avian's body grew immensely large, its wings spreading hundreds-zhang wide, blotting out the sky and sun. It exuded a terrifying aura. However, if it wanted to evolve again, it needed to consume the expensive evolution fruit. I checked the information of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird, tamed beast, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird grade, amethyst power. 14291 Constitution, 18640 Agility, 11044 Spirit, 7845 Combat Power, 24567 Skills, Golden Claw Flame Slash, Blazing Wings. Holy smokes, my eyelids are twitching. Even a boss in a beginner's dungeon only has a combat power of a little over 100, but my amethyst tier tamed beast's combat power is over 20,000. Entering that beginner's dungeon would be a total stomp. Thinking about it, my breath quickened, and my eyes burned with excitement. I can't wait to find out how many evolution points I'll get for instantly clearing a beginner's dungeon. I took a car to the nearest Twilight Cloud secret realm. This secret realm has a recommended entry level of 1 to 15, with guards stationed at the entrance to prevent high-level players from farming low-level areas. I swiped the info card and passed through smoothly. As soon as I entered the secret realm, a stretch of mountainous forests unfolded before my eyes, with the sky forever bathed in twilight hues. A man saw that I was alone, came up to talk to me, and wanted me to join their team to be responsible for picking up equipment. I shook my head with a smile and urged him and his teammates to leave quickly. The man looked puzzled, but the sight before him soon left him utterly stunned. I raised my hand and summoned the sky-obscuring Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird from the beast taming space. The entire secret realm seemed to have an extra sun hanging above it. Everyone in the realm was stunned by the enormous fierce bird before their eyes. I climbed onto the head of the Crimson Flame Golden Clawed Bird, and with a flap of its wings, it stirred up a tremendous hurricane. The people on the ground clung desperately to the trees to avoid being blown away. They watched in horror as I rode the giant bird into the distance. I stood atop the head of the Crimson Flame Golden Clawed Bird, soaring freely through the sky. I commanded it to alternate between the Golden Claw Flame Slash and the Blazing Wings techniques, bombarding the forest below. The explosion was deafening, instantly turning the forest into a sea of flames. The adventurers in the secret realm were terrified. Abandoning their hunt for the fierce beasts, they desperately fled toward the exit. A voice kept echoing in my mind. Congratulations on slaying the level 6 Venomhorn Lizard, you've gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 Yulin Fox and gained 60 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the level 14 Mighty Rhino, earning 120 experience points. My level soared rapidly, my body continuously shimmering with the light of leveling up. Just then, a low roar echoed from the depths of the secret realm. A slumbering level 18 secret realm boss, the Green Forest Tiger, was startled awake. It strode out of the cave with imposing momentum, only to suddenly spot the colossal flaming bird circling in the sky. The Green Forest Tiger, terrified, shuddered in its tiger frame, turned tail, and bolted back the way it came. The Crimson Flame Gold Claw Avian unleashed its Gold Claw Flame Slash, its blazing claw blades tearing through the sky, instantly collapsing the small hill where the Greenwood Tiger was hiding. The earth shook and mountains trembled, with falling debris crushing the Greenwood Tiger to death, while the shockwave even affected the surrounding low-level ferocious beasts. Congratulations! You have defeated the boss Green Forest Tiger and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 11 Tuskhog Badger and gained 90 experience points. Warning, your level has reached 30, the first advancement cap. You will no longer gain experience. Chapter 4, Sweep complete, everyone stunned. A series of notifications kept popping up, and Jiang Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. This feeling of defeating monsters and leveling up was absolutely exhilarating. Sweeping through the entire secret realm. The Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird single skill instantly wiped out a swarm of ferocious beasts. Truly worthy of a purple crystal grade beastmaster, this power is insane. Open the information panel. Jiang Feng commanded the system. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, LV 30. Strength, 184. Constitution, 145. Agility, 137. Spirit, 119. Combat power, 341. Skills, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beast, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird Purple Crystal Grade. Evolution points, 966,000. In less than 20 minutes, he had leveled up to level 30. Such rapid leveling was unattainable even for scions of major clans with dedicated guardians. After all, even if those guardians tied ferocious beasts before their young masters to gain experience by slaying them, They'd still be too exhausted to lift a finger. However, Jiang Feng felt little excitement about his own information panel. The Beastmaster profession itself didn't grant particularly outstanding attributes. Some mages or swordsmen could boast exceptionally high attribute values. But Jiang Feng wasn't discouraged. After all, no matter how powerful they were, could they last even one round against his tamed beasts? Moreover, his evolution points had increased by 120,000. After deducting the costs of his first 3 beast evolutions, he had only around 840,000 points left. Now, his total had surged back to 966,000. All Jiang Feng could think to say was, damn impressive. He then checked the information panel of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. Beast, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. Grade, Amethyst. Strength, 34,291. Stamina, 27,640. Agility, 31,544. Spirit, 17,845. Combat power, 57,365. Skills, Golden Claw Blaze / Wings of Blazing Fire. Next evolution requires 350,000 evolution points and 1 evolution fruit. This guy actually leveled up more than I did, Jiang Feng chuckled, unable to contain his delight. The Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird had reached level 35, and its combat power had once again skyrocketed. After checking the details, Jiang Feng proceeded to collect all the equipment scattered across the ground. Gather! With a light shout, countless pieces of gear flew toward him. They then vanished into his spatial bracelet. He had purchased this spatial bracelet long ago. Fortunately, he had hidden it away, preventing it from being confiscated to settle debts. Otherwise, with so much gear scattered about, he had no idea how long it would take him to pick it all up. However, the dropped gear belonged to him, others couldn't take it within a certain time frame. Most were basic items like plain swords, boots, wands, and beast bones. Only from defeating the Greenwood Tiger boss did he obtain a bronze quality short sword, which he estimated could fetch 10 to 20,000 gold. After Jiang Feng finished tallying his loot, he chose to exit the secret realm. The professionals lying on the ground playing dead or cowering trembling under trees finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they could still see traces of terror lingering in each other's eyes. That monstrous beast was terrifyingly powerful. It swept through the entire dungeon with ease. The most terrifying part is that it's actually someone's tamed beast. To be able to tame or cultivate such a terrifying beast, just imagine how formidable that Beastmaster must be. Hearing this, the group sucked in a sharp breath, the chill nearly rising to the top of their heads. Their bodies tingled with dread. Holy crap, when did Pingcheng get such a terrifying Beastmaster? Whoa, what level of beast is that even supposed to be? No clue, but I'd guess it's probably the legendary diamond tier, right? Not long after Jiang Feng left the secret realm, a luxury car pulled up not far from the secret realm's entrance. A man and a woman stepped out, accompanied by a burly man. The woman was none other than Liu Yunxi, who had previously distanced herself from Jiang Feng. The man beside her was Zhang Lan, who had awakened as a swordsman. Swordsmen and mages were both considered noble professions in this world, ranking among the most revered occupations. Zhang Lan smiled at Liu Yunxi and said, "Yunxi, you've looked so preoccupied all this time. Can't you finally forget that kid Jiang Feng?" Liu Yunxi pursed her lips, saying nothing. It wasn't that she couldn't forget Jiang Feng. Rather, she feared that damn scoundrel might post her photos online. If that happened, her reputation would be utterly ruined. That was why she'd been restless all the way here, desperate to find a chance to retrieve the private photos she'd left with Jiang Feng. Don't worry. With me by your side, that good-for-nothing won't dare bother you. If he does, I'll have someone break his legs. Zhang Lan smiled with confidence. He was the son of the Rock Mountain Guild's leader, and the guild was teeming with powerful fighters. Dispatching men to teach a down-and-out kid a lesson was as easy as pie. Young Master Zhang, it's so good to have you by my side. Liu Yunxi cast aside her worries and replied with a light laugh. Those words instantly lifted Zhang Lan's spirits. The trio arrived at the entrance to the Muyu secret realm, just as they were about to step inside. They were stopped by the guard on duty. The Muyu secret realm instance has been cleared out. Please return in 10 days after it resets. Hearing this, Zhang Lan looked utterly stunned. What? How could the Muyu secret realm have been cleared? After all, the Muyu secret realm was a beginner instance, strictly prohibiting party members above level 22 from entering. Even if a level 22 character managed to enter, they wouldn't possess the strength to completely clear the entire Muyu secret realm. What exactly happened? The burly man beside Zhang Lan frowned and asked. The guard on duty shook his head. Rumor has it a Beastmaster summoned a terrifyingly powerful beast that wiped out the entire Muyu secret realm. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelid, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. A Beastmaster? Zhang Lan was puzzled. He hadn't heard of any young master from the major families of Pingcheng awakening to the Beastmaster profession. Chapter 5, The Second Beast, Hellhound. Inside the Pingcheng exchange, Jiang Feng unloaded all the gear stored in his spatial bracelet for sale. Upon seeing the mountain of gear piled up, the slender young lady at the exchange counter was instantly stunned. While the individual items weren't particularly valuable, the total worth of such a massive quantity easily reached hundreds of thousands, if not millions. After completing the inventory, the exchange clerk handed Jiang Feng a bank card. That's 1,830,000 Federation credits in total. We look forward to doing business with you again. Jiang Feng accepted the bank card and thanked her. Earning over $1 million just from a basic dungeon instance? This money-making speed was unbeatable. Jiang Feng then inquired, do you happen to sell evolution fruits here? Though he only had this million or so now, clearing a few more dungeons would easily cover the cost. Evolution fruits? The young female staff member pondered for a moment before shaking her head and replying. Evolution fruits have always been rare commodities, typically sold only at auctions or obtained through extremely dangerous secret realms. All right. Jiang Feng nodded. It seemed he'd have to delay his plans for now and focus on completing his first tier quest. After awakening a class, there are 9 stages of advancement in total. First transformation at level 30, second at level 60, third at level 90. And so on. However, certain rare classes could surpass the 9 stages. Examples include the Holy Spirit Mage, Necromancer, and Holy Dragon Knight. Check the first advancement quest. Jiang Feng instructed the system in his mind. Current quest, first advancement. Requirements, travel to the Dark Valley dungeon, defeat the Skeleton King boss, and obtain the Skeleton King's primordial power. Time limit, 3 days. Accept now? Note, failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class transition. No subsequent transitions permitted for 3 months. Dark Valley? Jiang Feng froze for a moment. Wow, this sounds like a first-class dungeon, right? The monsters inside range from level 30 to level 60. If an ordinary player got this job change quest, they'd probably have nowhere to cry. Unless they shelled out a fortune to hire someone to carry them through this job change quest, they'd never break through to the first job advancement in their lifetime. But for Jiang Feng, it was no big deal. Let's contract another beast. 2 beasts can clear the dungeon quickly. Jiang Feng's lips curled upward. He still had over 900,000 in used evolution points. After leaving the exchange, Jiang Feng headed to the Beast Pet Pavilion. This was the largest beast pet trading guild in Lin City. Every 20 levels allowed him to contract 1 more beast. Entering the first floor exhibition hall of the Beast Pet Pavilion, hundreds of display cases housing beasts were arranged throughout the space. However, these were all black iron grade beasts. Bronze and silver grade beasts reside on the 2nd floor and above. Jiang Feng casually wandered around the 1st floor before preparing to head to the 2nd or 3rd floor. Ding! Rare beast detected. Host, please proceed to investigate. Hearing the system's voice piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. Approaching a transparent beast enclosure, he spotted a puppy digging at the dirt. The pup was covered in jet black fur, looking as dumb as a brick. Had it not been for the system's alert, he might not have given it a second glance. Digging Earth Dog. Grade, Black Iron. Skill, Digging. Price, 130,000 Federation credits. Jiang Feng pondered briefly before selecting this Earth Digging Hound as his second mount. He picked up the transparent box and walked to the counter to pay. After the transaction was complete, the receptionist returned his bank card. With a polite smile, she added, "Sir, we also offer complimentary contract rooms. Just turn right ahead and you'll find them." Inside the contract room, Jiang Feng set the digging mutt down on the floor. Admiring its endearingly clumsy appearance, he gently tapped its head with a finger. Then he activated his skill, Contract. Mystical runes gathered at Jiang Feng's fingertip, swiftly merging into its body. Being a low-grade beast, the contract process was remarkably swift. In just a few blinks, the contract was complete. Jiang Feng stored it within his beast taming space. Simultaneously, he examined its information. Beast, Digging Earth Dog. Grade, Black Iron Rare. Level, LV1. Strength, 16. Stamina, 12. Agility, 17. Spirit, 5. Combat Power, 35. Skill, Digging. Evolution points required, 10,000. Note, rare quality tamers trigger critical hits upon evolution. Critical effect triggered? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation. He then merged his consciousness into the Beast Tamer's space, preparing to evolve it. Evolve! The moment Jiang Feng uttered the command, suddenly, the earth-digging dog's body underwent a tremendous transformation. Even the entire beast taming space was filled with strange phenomena. A dark cloud of mist swirled in the sky, billowing with demonic energy, intertwined with purple thunderbolts. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Feng couldn't help but inwardly gasp. This damn display was even more extravagant than the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird's evolution. Whoa, was this the critical hit evolution effect the system had mentioned? Simultaneously, the purple thunderbolt struck the earth-digging dog in an instant. Infused with this terrifying power, its body began to swell wildly. Bones cracked and popped, muscles bulging like coiled dragons. Its skull gradually deformed, the frontal bone bulging high. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, resembling two burning hellfires from the depths of the underworld, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Upon its back, a pair of bone wings, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, slowly unfolded, their wingspan stretching dozens of zhang. Immediately, it opened its maw, unleashing a deep, majestic roar that thundered like a great bell, reverberating across the heavens and earth. Screech! Even the crimson-flame golden-clawed birds perched in the distance sensed unease, as if facing a formidable foe. They spread their wings and began circling the sky. Flames blazed fiercely upon their bodies, as if poised to engage in battle at any moment. Fortunately, Jiang Feng promptly calmed the crimson-flamed golden-clawed birds with his mind. Otherwise, these two creatures might have fought to the death. What a terrifying aura! After evolving, this burrowing earth dog seems to have surpassed even the crimson-flame golden clawbirds in rank. Jiang Feng's heartbeat quickened as he swallowed hard. Could this be the critical evolution effect the system mentioned? Let's check its current stats. Beast, Hellhound. Grade, Mingyue. Level, LV1. Strength, 32,140. Stamina, 26,471. Agility, 25,012. Spirit, 19,274. Combat power, 64,340. Skills, Abyssal Soul Devour, Shadow Clone Technique. Evolution requirements, 4 million evolution points and Bloodflame Inferno Fruit. Seeing the information of the colossal hellhound before him, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and shock. He never imagined it would be a moon-tier beastmaster. Its base stats at this level already surpassed those of a level 30 Crimson Flame Golden Claw bird. Truly a legendary tier beastmaster's mount. As far as he knew, even among the top beastmasters in the entire Great Yin Federation, those possessing a Mingyue tier beast could be counted on one hand. Now that I've contracted a second beast, I'll head out tomorrow to complete my first tier mission. Jiang Feng grinned and stepped out of the contract room. He then arrived at a foot massage parlor called the Path of Satisfaction, where he selected 3 female technicians with top-notch skills. As he savored their passionate service, Jiang Feng's face radiated pure bliss. Chapter 6. It was clear that Jiang Feng was now the rule. The next morning, Jiang Feng stepped out the door feeling refreshed and invigorated. He felt light as a feather. Being rich sure feels good, Jiang Feng stretched lazily before hailing a cab to the Dark Valley dungeon. He hadn't slept well the night before, so he dozed off in the cab. When he opened his eyes, the cab had already driven to a desolate area outside the city. Kid, you've reached your final destination. Die right here. Zhao Quan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Last night, young Master Zhang had instructed him that eliminating this kid would net him 500,000 Federation credits. To him, this 500,000 was practically free money. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, yet his face showed not a trace of panic. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Hellhound. The massive Hellhound's mere presence brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing such a ferocious beast appear out of nowhere, Zhao Quan's face turned as white as paper. A foul-smelling liquid flowed from his crotch. He had been scared to death. Though Zhao Quan was a level 50 warrior, before this beast he felt as insignificant as an ant. Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Feng remained seated in the carriage, his composure unshaken as he addressed Zhao Quan. You, how could you possibly contract such a terrifying beast? Zhao Quan stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Had he known this kid possessed such a terrifying beast, he wouldn't have accepted the mission for 50 million, let alone 500 million. Answer my question. Jiang Feng said, his face devoid of emotion. Sir, I'll tell you. That damn Zhang Lan asked me to handle this, promising me 500,000 as payment if I succeeded. Zhao Quan immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Hearing the name Zhang Lan, Jiang Feng's eyebrow twitched. That bastard's father was the head of the Yenshan Guild, and he always acted with utter recklessness. But why would he want to kill me? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Once I complete my first tier quest, I'll go to the Yenshan Guild to demand the person. If they refuse to hand him over, then the Rock Mountain Guild has no reason to exist. With that thought, Jiang Feng flexed his fingers. The Hellhound instantly obliterated Zhao Quan. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Quan was reduced to a skeleton. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the dry bones into a pile of dust. Dark Valley. This was a level 1 instance dungeon, several times more dangerous than the beginner's secret realm. The bosses found in the beginner dungeon would be nothing more than ordinary monsters here. At the entrance to the secret realm, a large number of adventurers had already gathered. Among them were not only second transition adventurers, but even some third transition professionals. Tyrannosaurus Squad needs one more member seeking a support or healer class. Follow my lead, young Master Zhou, and I guarantee we'll steamroll through this. Beauties get priority. A burly, well-fed man decked out in expensive gear swept his gaze around the area with an air of superiority. Entering the Dark Valley required a 5-person party, and his group was still 1 member short. Young Master Zhou is awesome. Our young Master Zhou is a level 65 Beastmaster. After 2 transfers, dealing with those ferocious beasts is as easy as slicing through butter. Hearing his teammates' flattery, Zhou Hao's lips curled into a wide grin. With a thought, he summoned a massive ice wolf. The moment it appeared, it drew the attention of everyone present, their faces lighting up with astonishment. Standing over 2 meters tall, its form was sleek and imposing, its entire body encased in a layer of crystal and ice armor. In the sunlight, it refracted a faint, icy glint. Its deep blue eyes resembled a cold, deep pool, radiating a chilling aura. A single glance felt like being plunged into a frozen wasteland, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet the ice wolf, which had seemed so formidable just moments before, suddenly became timid and withdrawn. As if sensing some dreadful presence. It tucked its tail between its legs and hid directly behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with irritation. How could this stupid wolf turn into such a coward? After all, it was a silver-ranked Beast Tamer. Wasn't it just embarrassing him? Following the ice wolf's gaze, he saw a handsome youth approaching the entrance to the secret realm. But the secret realm's overseer stepped forward to block Jiang Feng's path, his expression impassive as he declared. Professionals who haven't completed their first transformation are not permitted to enter Dark Valley unless they're part of a group. This instance is unique. The western part of Dark Valley connects to a second-tier secret realm. With your current level, you'd be as good as an ant once inside. Hearing this, some nearby figures couldn't help but let out snickers. Most felt the young man was seriously overestimating his abilities. Going in alone with such meager strength? That's practically suicide. Is that so? But I'm actually quite special myself. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the crimson flame golden claw bird from his beast taming space. The crimson flame golden claw bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, letting out a piercing cry filled with overwhelming pressure. Like a blazing sun itself. Even the temperature at the entrance to the secret realm shot up by several dozen degrees. Holy crap, what grade of beast is this? Holy crap, even a diamond-grade beast couldn't possibly radiate such terrifying aura. I heard a terrifying beast appeared in a newbie secret realm yesterday. Could this be it? Help! It's so hot, I'm going to die from the heat. This is terrifying. A group of professionals stared wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Shouts of astonishment echoed continuously, filling the air. Even the dungeon manager wore an expression of utter disbelief, his gaze fixed on the crimson flame golden clawbird as shock rippled through his mind. So, can I go in now? Jiang Feng asked with a calm smile. You can enter, the secret realm administrator replied, wiping sweat from his forehead, his face pale with fear. It was unclear whether the sweat on his forehead stemmed from the scorching heat radiating from the crimson flame golden clawbird or from sheer nervousness and fright. Originally, the secret realm's rules required a 5-person team to enter. But clearly, Jiang Feng was now the rule. The administrator hastily activated the teleportation array, allowing Jiang Feng and his beast to step through. Only after Jiang Feng vanished into the teleportation array's light screen, mounted on the crimson flame golden clawbird, did the others finally breathe a sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that crimson flame golden clawbird was simply too intense. It nearly left them gasping for breath. Even the third transformation experts present still felt a lingering dread. Before that terrifying beast, they felt as insignificant as ants. Just who was that youth? Not far away, Zhou Hao could barely stand, his eyes bulging in shock. As a beastmaster himself, he knew all too well that the terrifying beast they just witnessed was at least purple crystal rank or higher. Not only did Pingcheng lack a single purple crystal grade beastmaster. Even across the entire Great Yin Federation, such beasts were exceedingly rare. Moreover, contracting a purple crystal grade beast was extremely difficult. Without at least a 6th-tier cultivation base, one would never gain the beast's recognition. Yet here was a kid who hadn't even completed his first transformation, managing to contract a purple crystal grade beast. This utterly shattered his worldview. This kid must be some young master from a terrifyingly powerful family. Otherwise, such an achievement would be utterly impossible. Seeing the ice wolf cowering on the ground, trembling and tail tucked between its legs, Zhou Hao finally sensed its profound fear. Chapter 7, Sweeping the Dark Valley. Jiang Feng had no intention of concealing his strength. After all, his tamed beasts were all at least purple crystal tier. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it was impossible. Better to unleash his full might. After all, only by advancing his strength rapidly could he keep the threats perpetually one step behind him. The more he hid his abilities, the more others would assume he was easy prey. Directly revealing his strength, however, would inspire fear and caution in others. The crimson flame golden clawbird's flight speed was extraordinary, reaching the depths of the Dark Valley in just over an hour. For ordinary people, even rushing at full speed would take half a day. Looking down upon the Dark Valley below, it resembled a deep, chilling fissure cleave through its heart. From the high altitude, one could see nearly 10,000 skeletal monsters within the valley, surging like a tidal wave. These skeletal warriors nearly filled every crevice within the valley, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, some adventurers battling the skeleton monsters near the edge of the Dark Valley suddenly felt the air around them grow scorching hot, instantly drenched in sweat. One adventurer wiped his brow when suddenly, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky. He gasped in shock. Holy, look up. A meteor's coming down. Damn, no wonder it suddenly got so hot. Wait, that's a massive firebird. What the hell? There's a person standing on that firebird's head. Is that his mount? The group of professionals stared wide-eyed, especially when they saw Jiang Feng atop a crimson-clawed, golden-feathered bird. Their faces were filled with shock and dread. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the professionals' shocked murmurs, instead scanning the skeletal monsters for their information. Skeleton Warrior. Level, 50. Skills, Bone Slash, Bone Spike. Skeleton Archer. Level, 43. Skills, Shadow Barrage, Bone Arrow Piercing Wind. Skeleton Mage. Level, 48. Skills, Bone Inflammation Curse, Bone Cage Bind. Gu Ming merely glanced briefly to discern the information of these skeletal monsters. Suddenly, countless bone arrows shot out from the valley, assaulting them in a dense barrage. Can't wait to become my experience points, huh? Jiang Feng's lips curled upward as he commanded, show them what you're made of. Screech. The crimson flame golden claw bird let out a piercing cry that rent the heavens. Its wings spread like a fiery cloud obscuring the sky. With a sudden flap, scorching flames plummeted like a meteor shower. The moment the bone arrows touched the flames, they were instantly consumed by the terrifying inferno. Boom! 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 The blazing inferno crashed into the dark valley. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward in concentric rings, obliterating every skeleton creature in its path. 41,021. 39,475. 65,715. The crimson flame golden clawbird unleashed its skill, blazing wings, dealing devastating damage. However, these skeleton monsters simply didn't have that much health to begin with. And after unleashing this skill, they actually owed him tens of thousands in health. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 skeleton warrior. You gained 0 EXP. Congratulations! You have defeated a level 43 skeleton archer. Gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 48 skeleton mage. Gained 0 EXP. Damn it, all that monster experience points just wasted. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a pang of regret over all that wasted experience. So he summoned the Hellhound, sending it down to claim its share of the experience. No sooner had Jiang Feng spoken than the summoning array flared with light. The Hellhound's massive, sinister form materialized in the air. Then it plunged violently toward the valley below. Its massive form stirred up howling winds, causing the very void to tremble. The skeleton warriors sensed the impending danger, but their sluggish movements left them no time to evade. The Hellhound crashed down into the midst of the skeleton warriors. A deep, thunderous crash echoed as the immense impact force erupted like a surging tsunami. The ground caved in, forming a deep crater as cracks spread outward like a spiderweb. The skeletal monsters were crushed outright, their fragile bones reduced to dust by the immense force, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 100-strong skeleton horde was utterly annihilated by the Hellhound's devastating strike from above. Hellhound level up by 10. Hellhound level up 17. Hellhound level up 26. With just one dive strike, the Hellhound reached level 26. Leveling up is much faster when hunting high-level monsters. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird had also surpassed level 40. In no time, the two beasts had whittled the skeleton monsters in Dark Valley down to a mere handful. The experience required for subsequent levels increased exponentially, and these few monsters were nowhere near enough for both of them to share. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng decided to send the Hellhound to hunt monsters elsewhere first. No more competing for experience. Upon receiving Jiang Feng's order, the Hellhound let out a deep snort through its nostrils. Then transformed into a black afterimage too swift for the naked eye to follow, charging off to hunt monsters elsewhere. The adventurers nearly wet themselves upon seeing Jiang Feng summon yet another terrifying beast. The terrifying Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird alone had already left them utterly horrified. Now, with the addition of a Hellhound, such an utterly terrifying beast, they even began to doubt whether they were hallucinating. Chapter 8, The Skeleton King Boss? One-shot kill. Although Jiang Feng couldn't gain experience points now, he could gain massive evolution points from slaying the skeleton monsters, plus the equipment scattered everywhere from their drops. Thus, his mood was exceptionally high at this moment. Based on his understanding of Dark Valley, once most of the skeleton monsters were slain, the Skeleton King would awaken. Now, only scattered, dismembered skeletons remained in the valley. Logically, the Skeleton King should appear soon, right? Jiang Feng guided the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird closer to the valley floor. Instantly, the ground of the Dark Valley cracked and scorched under the bird's crimson flames. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The valley floor shook violently as a Skeleton King over 10 meters tall rose from the earth like a towering spire. Its body was assembled from massive, thick black bones. Its skull resembled a massive black iron ball, with two pools of ghostly blue soul flames burning within its sunken eye sockets. Upon each shoulder, it bore a massive bone blade several zhang in length, with broad blades covered in irregular serrations. Die! The Skeleton King's voice sounded as if it were scraped from countless sharp white bones rubbing together, an excruciatingly piercing sound. Before the words had even finished echoing, its massive body took a single step forward, causing the valley to tremble. Simultaneously, it raised its massive bone blade and swung it straight at Jiang Feng. Screech! The crimson flame golden claw bird let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped, and it burst forward in a flash of light, simultaneously unleashing its skill, golden claw blazing slash. In an instant, a light 100 times more dazzling than the blazing sun erupted, causing even the void itself to tremble. Simultaneously, the Skeleton King's information panel appeared before Jiang Feng's eyes. Skeleton King. Level, 60. Category, Boss. HP, 114,510. Defense, 43,015. Combat Power, 22,781. After reviewing its stats panel, Jiang Feng murmured in astonishment. Over 100,000 HP, and over 40,000 defense points. Although the Skeleton King's combat power isn't high, its health pool was downright absurd, especially paired with such high defense. For an ordinary person to defeat it would be quite challenging, undoubtedly a protracted battle of attrition. The question was how many strikes from the Crimson Flame Golden Claw it could withstand. Sensing the terrifying force approaching, the Skeleton King attempted to raise its bone blade in defense. In an instant, 3 golden claw marks, blazing with intense flames, sliced through the void with unstoppable momentum, carrying immense heat and frenzied power as they shot forward. Boom! The claw marks pierced straight through the Skeleton King's 2 massive bone blades, simultaneously melting its bones at an astonishing speed. 152,103. A terrifying crimson damage value erupted from the Skeleton King's body. This scene astonished Jiang Feng. He hadn't expected a single strike to deal 150,000 damage. And that was against the Skeleton King's astonishing defense and health pool. One skill instantly killed it? This damage output was truly beyond belief. Even a third transition shield warrior might not survive such a blow. Scarlet Flame Golden Claw Bird has been upgraded to level 53. You have slain the Skeleton King and obtained the reward, Skeleton King's Primordial Power. Upon hearing the reward notification, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed. With this primordial power, I can complete my first job advancement and continue leveling up. Scattered across the valley floor, treasures glistened incessantly. Bronze-grade bone armor. Silver-grade skeleton necklace. Bronze-grade bone ring. Silver-grade skeleton staff. Jiang Feng waved his hand, drawing them into his spatial ring. Then there was the bone dagger dropped by the Skeleton King. He hadn't expected it to be gold-grade. After roughly sorting through the loot, Jiang Feng opened his quest panel. Current quest, First Transformation. Quest requirements, travel to the Dark Valley Dungeon, defeat the Skeleton King boss, and obtain the Skeleton King's Primordial Power. Quest status, ready to submit. Submit? Submit. Jiang Feng selected submit without hesitation. Current status updated. Congratulations on defeating a level 30 wild wolf. You have gained 2,365 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 35 swamp poison frog. You have gained 2,765 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 40 stone beast, earning 3,465 EXP. Congratulations! Your level has increased to First Transformation, level 35. Your level has increased to First Transformation, level 42. Your level has increased to First Transformation, level 50. Your level has reached First Reincarnation, level 60. The second reincarnation quest has been issued. You have reached the level cap. Killing monsters will no longer grant experience. A series of notifications rang out, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily stunned. He had just broken through to the First Transformation, yet instantly skyrocketed to level 60? Looks like the Hellhounds are spawning monsters like crazy on the outskirts. Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement. Having more pets was pure bliss. Without lifting a finger, just standing there, his level skyrocketed. First, I'll go collect the dropped items. Can't let them go to waste, right? Jiang Feng grinned, riding his Crimson Flame Golden Clawbird toward the direction of the Hellhound's rampage. Chapter 9, Bring the young miss safely back to the Bai family. Riding the Crimson Flame Golden Clawbird. Picked up items dropped by monsters he'd summoned along the way, while simultaneously checking his information panel. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Beast Master. Level, 61st job advancement. Strength, 1067. Constitution, 1152. Agility, 1374. Spirit, 2371. Combat power, 2465. Skills, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beasts, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird Purple Crystal Grade, Hellhound Mingyue-grade. Evolution points, 1,475,000. Current quest, Second Transformation. Quest requirements, travel to the Xuanjiao Bay Dungeon for second job advancement, defeat the Xuanjiao boss, and obtain the Xuanjiao heart. Acceptance deadline, 3 days. Accept now? Note: failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class advancement. Re-attempting advancement is prohibited for 3 months. Accept quest. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward. After completing the second job advancement quest, he could continue his breakthrough. Then he could contract one more beast. Currently at level 60 with a first tier transformation, he could already contract 3 beasts. He dared not imagine how many terrifying beasts he could contract once his level skyrocketed. Then, just sending any one of them into a dungeon would be enough to clear it with a single click. Beyond the Dark Valley's borders lay a second transformation desert dungeon. The bosses within this second transformation dungeon are monstrous beasts approaching level 90. And now, a fierce battle erupted deep within the desert dungeon. A 5-person party was locked in fierce combat with a swarm of venomous scorpions, each around levels 50 to 60. An elderly man in white robes chanted incantations continuously. As the incantation echoed, several fiery projectiles materialized before him, hurtling toward the venomous scorpions. The fire projectiles exploded with a thunderous roar within the scorpion swarm. The explosive shockwave sent numerous scorpions flying, creating a vast vacuum zone. However, the sheer number of venomous scorpions was overwhelming. Scorpions from the rear swiftly surged forward, relentlessly charging toward the squad. They crawled across the sand at incredible speed, reappearing in less than a second to fill the gaps. A dense swarm of figures surged like a black tide, relentless and unending. Even the third-tier elder wielding the blast of flames found them a formidable challenge. Having absorbed the power of the Shadow Core magic crystal, these venomous scorpions had not only grown stronger collectively but also multiplied to overwhelming numbers. Damn it, these venomous scorpions are impossible to deal with. Elder Mu, should we retreat for now? A knight within the squad spoke with a look of apprehension, fending off the relentless tide of scorpions as he spoke. Just moments ago, a warrior beside him had managed to sever the head of one scorpion. He was still struck by its sharp, deadly tail. Had his armor not been thick enough, that death blow would have pierced his chest. Though the armor had blocked the blow, it had shattered in the process. The stinger had also scraped his chest, drawing a trickle of blood. Soon his blood began turning pitch black and his face grew deathly pale. The venom of the poison-spiked scorpion was rapidly spreading through his body. The young girl, protected within the group, urgently channeled her staff's power to help purge the poison from his system. Only after the scorpion's venom was suppressed did the girl wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her name was Bai Lingyue, the young lady of the Bai group in Pingcheng. She had come here to collect the Dark Core magic crystal essence for her second stage transformation quest. Unexpectedly, they encountered a crisis and were ambushed by a swarm of venomous scorpions. Bai Lingyue looked worriedly at Old Mu and said, "What should we do? Grandpa Mu, maybe we should leave first." Hearing this, Old Mu shook his head, about to speak. A colossal venomous scorpion slowly emerged, resembling a moving hillock. Its body stood over 2 meters tall and stretched several meters in length. Its shell glowed a deep, dark purple-black, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its massive pincers resembled 2 razor-sharp giant sides. As they opened and closed slightly, a chilling glint flashed. Its high-arching tail bore a venomous stinger as thick as an adult's thigh. Poison pooled at the tip. A mere scratch could cause instant death. Damn it, it's the venomous Scorpion King. The knight who had spoken earlier shuddered violently, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at the venomous Scorpion King. This was an 87th level poison stinger Scorpion King. Even Old Mu, who had been hesitating, couldn't help but startle upon seeing this venomous Scorpion King. "Miss, it seems I miscalculated this time." Old Mu sighed deeply. Though he was a level 93 triple transformed fire mage, he couldn't resolve the current predicament. Though the level 87 poison sting Scorpion King was lower level than him, its attributes were doubled, and with so many venomous scorpions present, a single third transformation mage like him simply couldn't turn the tide. "Grandpa Mu, we." Bai Lingyue stood pale-faced behind Old Mu. This time, she was genuinely terrified. Never in her life had she faced such peril. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Mu spoke firmly, "Young lady, rest assured. I'll risk my old bones to get you out of here." The squad members' expressions shifted instantly upon hearing this. "Master Mu, are you going to use that technique?" They knew Old Master Mu possessed a secret technique called the Burning Sacrifice. It involved sacrificing his own life force to temporarily amplify his power. Once Master Mu activated this technique, he himself would likely be left behind. Master Mu was prepared to sacrifice himself to clear a path for them. "No, don't, Grandpa Mu." Bai Lingyue's eyes welled up with tears as she clutched Old Master Mu's arm, desperate to stop his sacrifice. Yet Master Mu wore a serene smile as he said, "Young miss, there's no need to pity me. My time was already running out." As he spoke, the aura around him began to surge violently, and flames already burned upon his body. Bai Lingyue frantically reached out, trying to slap the flames off Old Mu's body. "No, Grandpa Mu, I beg you, don't sacrifice yourself, wha?" Yet these flames were not something she could extinguish. With a solemn expression, Old Master Mu turned to the other 3, handing them a magical ring and instructing them. "Use this artifact to activate the defensive barrier, then rush the young lady out." Remember, you must bring her back to the Bai family safely. Hearing this, the three felt a lump rise in their throats, but they nodded resolutely. Grandfather Mu, rest assured. But Bai Lingyue still clung tightly to the hem of old Master Mu's robe, refusing to let go. Even as flames began scorching her delicate jade-like hands, she clenched her teeth and refused to let go. Grandpa Mu had watched her grow up. How could she bear to let him perish like this? Miss, we must leave now, the knight urged Bai Lingyue. If we linger any longer, none of us will escape. Yet just as they faced utter despair, a colossal beast dog engulfed in ghostly flames suddenly materialized behind the venomous scorpion. With a flash, its bone wings flapped, blazing with ghostly blue flames, propelling it forward in an instant. In an instant, it split into over a dozen duplicates, charging into the venomous scorpion swarm with murderous intent. This was its skill shadow clone technique. Before the Hellhound, the venomous scorpions were as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 10, could that person be the master of this Hellhound? What is that? The scene before them caused the group to unconsciously gape in horror. Even old Mu frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing as he solemnly declared, that is the Hellhound. What? It's the legendary Hellhound? How is this possible? Why would such a terrifying beast appear in this second-tier instance? That venomous scorpion, so formidable moments ago, now lies beneath the Hellhound's feet, as fragile as an ant. The group's expression shifted in shock as they instinctively swallowed hard. If it had only been the venomous scorpion, they might have fought their way out with all their strength. But now, with a legendary beast appearing, they feared they had no hope of escape. The venomous scorpions sensed the Hellhound's abyssal, terrifying aura and instantly went on high alert. They swiftly adjusted their formation, raising their tails high, the deadly green venomous spines gleaming. Then, like a surging tide, they charged toward the Hellhound. The Hellhound suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The venomous scorpions at the forefront were instantly scattered by the immense force, limbs severed and scattered. Next, the Hellhound gently flapped its massive bone wings, unleashing a torrent of ghostly blue hellfire that cascaded down like erupting lava. It instantly engulfed a vast swath of the venomous scorpions, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Even the venomous scorpion king couldn't withstand such a terrifying assault. The desert now resembled the very depths of hell itself. Witnessing this scene, the group's eyelids twitched violently, their breathing becoming painfully labored. In less than 2 minutes, the scorpion tide was decimated, leaving only a few survivors. Suddenly, a clone of the Hellhound charged toward them. Their hearts pounded in terror, and old Mu's robes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He urgently unleashed the Great Flame Explosion spell, directing it toward the Hellhound's clone. Boom! The Great Flame Explosion spell erupted with a thunderous blast. A blinding light flared up like a miniature sun in the spot. The flames spread and expanded at an incredible speed, forming a massive spherical ball of fire several zhang in diameter. The surrounding sand and stones melted instantly under the flame's onslaught, transforming into droplets of scalding lava that flowed slowly. Yet the Hellhound's clone darted out of the raging inferno like a black bolt of lightning, unscathed and unharmed. It's over. Old Mu's pupils contracted violently as a jolt of shock coursed through his heart. Before the Hellhound's clone, he felt as weak and insignificant as an ant. They were already preparing to meet their end. Yet the Hellhound's clone swept past them entirely, charging toward the venomous scorpion lurking behind. What is happening? It didn't even attack us? The group snapped out of their shock, their clothes soaked through with cold sweat. The scene had nearly scared the living daylights out of them. Yet the Hellhound's clone had completely ignored them? They couldn't make heads or tails of it. Regardless, they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, a piercing, shrill cry suddenly echoed from the horizon. 100-foot-tall firebird appeared above them. In that instant, even the air itself seemed to heat up, making them feel a wave of intense heat. Good heavens! Another terrifying beast? What on earth is happening in this dungeon? Grandpa Mu, look! There seems to be someone on that firebird's head. What? Could that blazing bird be his mount? The group gasped in hushed whispers, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. While everyone was still reeling, Jiang Feng had already spotted the scattered remains of the venomous scorpions below and the items they had dropped. Indeed, the loot from monsters in the second-tier map far exceeded that of the first-tier map in value. After dispatching the venomous scorpions, the Hellhound growled softly before retracting its avatar. Its size shrank to that of an ordinary dog, and it looked at Jiang Feng with an obedient expression. Could it be that man is the Hellhound's master? Old Mu, his expression shaken by the Hellhound's sudden transformation, stared blankly for a moment. The others suddenly understood. No wonder the Hellhound had charged at them earlier without harming them. It was the nobleman's beast companion. To possess both a fiery beast of terrifying might and a legendary Hellhound as personal beasts. Just how terrifyingly extraordinary must this master's identity be? The crimson flame golden clawbird descended low, and Jiang Feng leaped down from its head. He stroked the Hellhound's head and praised, "Good job, little one." With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the items scattered across the ground. Particularly the array of items dropped by the venomous Scorpion King. For instance, Scorpion Carapace, Scorpion Venom Blade, Scorpion King Bao. Any single one of these could fetch 100 or 80,000. Young friend, thank you for saving my life. Old Mu hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude toward Jiang Feng. Had this youth's beastmaster not appeared, he would likely have perished in the ritual fire by now. Jiang Feng had not only saved his life but also aided the entire team and ensured Bai Lingyue's safety. We are from the Bai Group. This is Miss Bai Lingyue of the Bai Group. Old Mu introduced to Jiang Feng. You, hello. Thank you for saving us. Bai Lingyue's face flushed slightly as she looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of embarrassment. She had expected the rider atop that fiery beast to be a dignified middle-aged man. Instead, she found a youth who appeared to be her own age. Moreover, he possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance and exuded an air of calm, natural grace. Especially when he stood atop the fiery bird, that youthful vigor and charisma made him utterly captivating. As the heiress of the Bai Group, she had naturally encountered many talented and outstanding young men. Yet compared to Jiang Feng before her, they were like fireflies beside the moon. It was no trouble at all, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile, dismissing the matter. After all, it was during the Hellhound's routine hunt for monsters that he happened to save them. Young friend, here is my Bai Group VIP card. It holds 3 million Federation credits. Please accept this token of our gratitude and repayment for your timely assistance. Old Mu presented the card with utmost respect. On one hand, it was to express gratitude for Jiang Feng's intervention. On the other, it was an attempt to forge closer ties with him. After all, one who could contract two such terrifying beasts must have connections reaching the heavens and extraordinary foundations. In that case, I'd be rude to refuse. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, accepting the VIP card without hesitation. After all, why refuse free money? Chapter 11, Miss, with his support, your benefits are limitless. Seeing Jiang Feng accept his overtures without refusal, Old Mu felt a surge of secret delight. He spoke up. Might I ask for your assistance, young friend? Could you help my young mistress obtain the Core Demon Crystal Essence to complete her second transformation task? Should you assist us, my young lady will surely reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng pondered briefly before temporarily sealing the Earthbound Hound and the Crimson Flame Clawbird within his god-tier beast taming space to rest and recover. The Bai Group was one of Pingqing's 3 major conglomerates, boasting immense wealth and extensive holdings. Originally, Jiang Feng had planned to have his two beasts sweep through this instance as well. While it wouldn't grant him experience points, it would allow both beasts to level up. Plus, there were plenty of drop items to loot. Coming here was purely for restocking and leveling up his beasts. Helping them was merely a side task. If they could offer something he needed, that would be ideal. Then, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed as he inquired, I wonder if your Bai Group happens to have any evolution fruits for sale? Not long ago, the Bai Group did indeed acquire an evolution fruit. We plan to auction it off next month. Old Mu smiled and said, if you desire it, young friend, I'll speak to the young lady and have her gift it to you. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's expression shifted slightly as she tugged at Old Mu's sleeve. She then moved to the other side, hesitation evident on her face as she said, Grandpa Mu, that evolution fruit is incredibly valuable. While its market price is 5 million Federation coins, at an auction, it could easily fetch 10 million. This was clearly beyond her authority to decide as a gift. Moreover, using such a price solely as compensation was simply too extravagant. Old Mu spoke earnestly, Miss, while the evolution fruit is precious, if we can befriend this young friend, it's no exaggeration to say the benefits gained could be worth 1,000 or 10,000 times more than the fruit's value. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue still appeared hesitant. Old Mu could read her thoughts just by looking at her expression. But he was a man of experience, well aware of the importance of winning Jiang Feng's favor. He patiently continued his explanation, Miss, while the evolution fruit is indeed precious, for that young friend, obtaining it is merely a matter of time. But if we extend our sincerity first to build goodwill, it would be an absolutely tremendous opportunity for our Bai Group. And as you know, father is gravely ill now. Though you are his favorite and most cherished daughter. The majority of power within the Bai Group now rests in the hands of the eldest son. He has long regarded you as a thorn in his side. Should anything happen to the master, the eldest son will likely target you first. With this young friend's backing and endorsement, no one within the Bai Group will be able to challenge your position. Hearing Grandfather Mu's words, the hesitation in Bai Lingyue's eyes gradually faded, and she nodded earnestly. The eldest son of the Bai family was her half-brother, born to a different mother. From a young age, he had been flamboyant and dissolute, causing the patriarch to feel frustrated and disappointed in his son. Consequently, the eldest son harbored no affection for his half-sister, indeed, he despised her. He saw her as a threat to his position. Seeing Bai Lingyue's nod, Old Mu finally softened his expression and approached Jiang Feng. Young friend, after discussing it with our young mistress, she has agreed to present you with the evolution fruit as your reward. Very well, Jiang Feng nodded with a smile. If you don't know where the Dark Core Magic Crystal Essence is, I'll help you retrieve it. Bai Lingyue furrowed her beautiful brows and said, the Shadow Core Magic Crystal Essence was snatched by the dungeon boss, the Desert Mad Ape. If we delay any longer, it might be absorbed by it. Old Mu produced an electronic map and handed it to Jiang Feng. When the desert mad ape sees the dark core magic crystal essence, I imprinted a tracking mark upon it. Its current location can be pinpointed on this map. Jiang Feng picked up the digital map and quickly spotted a red dot moving rapidly across the screen. After stowing the map, Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. You two wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he released the Hellhound and the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. After a brief rest within the God-tier Beastmaster realm, the two beasts instantly replenished the energy they had previously expended. Jiang Feng then instructed the Hellhound to continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. In the blink of an eye, the Hellhound vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng mounted the fiery golden-clawed bird's feathered back. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it stirred up a whirlwind of sand and dust, nearly blinding the group. Before the dust could settle, the crimson-flamed golden-clawed bird vanished into the horizon. Cough, cough. Bai Lingyue choked on a mouthful of sand, coughing for a long while before finally clearing her throat. A trace of worry then appeared between her brows. Grandfather Mu, what if we give him the evolution fruit, but he still doesn't wish to befriend us? Old Mu pondered for a moment before asking, Young miss, what do you think of that young friend? What do you mean? Bai Lingyue's face instantly flushed, her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. Her face flushed crimson as she spoke in a soft, sweet voice, he's quite handsome, and there's a confident charm about him. Heh, young lady, you must seize the opportunity with such a promising young talent. If we can cultivate his abilities, he'll be even more inclined to strengthen ties with us. Old Mu stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's cheeks turned the color of ripe apples. She replied shyly. Grandpa Mu, a girl like me. I doubt he'd even notice me. She had always been confident in her looks, but upon meeting Jiang Feng, her heart had grown uneasy. Chapter 12, Special Skill, Life Control. Deep within the boundless desert, the desert mad ape's colossal, mountain-like form stood towering amidst the golden sands. Dozens of adventurers surrounded it, hunting this dungeon boss. The desert mad ape had already absorbed a trace of the core magic crystal essence. A surge of frenzied energy erupted within its body. It let out a deafening roar, its voice like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse and slide. Its already formidable aura surged at a near terrifying rate. Its level skyrocketed by 10 ranks, reaching a staggering 98. Its muscles swelled like steel castings, veins bulging with explosive power. The desert mad ape, which had been about to flee, suddenly turned its vicious gaze toward the pursuing adventurers. Its boulder-like fist, shrouded in sinister black magic light, slammed toward the warrior who had arrived first. Boom! The warrior spat blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Before the others could react, the desert mad ape swung its fist again at the other charging professionals. A fierce gale of wind roared in its wake. Though these warriors and swordsmen were clad in top-tier gear, they proved no match for the desert mad ape's suddenly surging power. They were sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into the yellow sand, feeling as if several bones in their bodies had snapped. Several mages, quick to react, cast protective shields around their comrades while simultaneously launching attacks at the desert mad gorilla. But the gorilla's fist, as massive as a mountain, shattered these shields effortlessly. The spells landed on the beast, causing only a momentary pause. Then it charged even more ferociously toward the rear-line mages, flinging them aside with a single swing. A man whose profession was shadow assassin, wielding a sharp short sword, seized the opportunity to strike from behind. Yet the desert gorilla's senses surpassed his expectations. With a swift backhand grab, it seized the man's body in its claws. With a furious roar, the assassin was crushed alive in its palm, reduced to a pile of flesh. Damn it! This desert gorilla's current strength is simply beyond what we can handle. Just by absorbing a bit of the Shadow Core magic crystal essence, its strength has increased this much. Captain, what do we do now? Our attacks are like tickling it. If this keeps up, we'll all die here. Hold your horses. Everyone, try to distract it while I attempt to contact nearby professional reinforcements. At that very moment, a brilliant streak of flame suddenly streaked across the distant sky, hurtling toward us at breakneck speed. Before the flame's glow drew near, a scorching, overwhelming aura surged forth like a raging tide, causing the already scorching desert heat to surge even higher. Screech! Immediately, a shrill, piercing cry echoed across the sky, causing a stinging pain in the eardrums of everyone present. They looked up in astonishment to see a colossal firebird looming before them. Its entire body was engulfed in raging flames, emanating an aura far more terrifying than that of the desert mad ape. Damn it, why another terrifying flying beast? Damn it, one desert mad ape was already tough enough. Now we've got this terrifying giant bird too? How are we supposed to fight this? We're done for. There's absolutely no hope now. The expressions of the adventurers were filled with terror, their voices trembling with despair. But one sharp-eyed female mage suddenly widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Wait! There seems to be a person standing on that firebird's back?" The other adventurers who caught the sight were equally stunned. What? That terrifying firebird is actually his beast? Good heavens, what level of mount is that? Regardless, we're saved. The desert mad ape, upon seeing the crimson flame golden claw bird, instantly sensed an unprecedented crisis. It let out a roar to the heavens. Without a second glance, it bolted away, kicking up a dust storm across the desert. Just one glance, and the desert dungeon's boss, the desert mad ape, fled in panic. Holy crap, who the hell is this guy? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, then they stared in disbelief at the fleeing desert gorilla. Just moments ago, it had been brimming with savage fury, yet now it scurried away like a timid mouse. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he fixed his gaze on the desert mad ape. Think you can run? Do you really think you can escape? At Jiang Feng's command, the crimson flame golden claw bird sprang into action. Its wings beat fiercely, flames surging wildly around its body, rapidly coalescing into massive fireballs before its chest. Immediately, the fireballs shot toward the desert mad ape like arrows released from a bowstring. The fireballs sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound and trailing long streaks of flame. The desert mad ape sensed the impending danger and tried to dodge, but the fireballs were simply too fast. It could only raise its thick arm to block. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball detonated on the desert gorilla's arm. The immense force of the blast sent its massive body flying backward. The desert gorilla crashed heavily onto a sand dune 100 meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, terror filled its eyes. At that moment, the crimson flame claw bird's flames spiraled upward along its claw blades, coalescing into a fiery blade several meters long. A golden flame slashed down like lightning. With a sharp swoosh, the golden claw blaze slash struck the desert gorilla with pinpoint accuracy, instantly cleaving its massive body in two. As the desert mad gorilla perished, a shower of equipment exploded across the ground. True to its reputation as a second-tier dungeon boss, the rewards were indeed plentiful. Over a dozen multicolored lights rose into the air. Among them was a golden glow, a gold tier item. Giant Ape Gauntlets Gold Grade, when equipped, unleashes a punch with 10 times your own strength. Golden Grade Giant Ape Gauntlets? Jiang Feng pondered silently. These gloves would be perfect for warrior-type adventurers. But for a beast master like himself, they were practically useless. Still, its value was immense, easily worth over 1,000,000 Federation coins. You defeated the dungeon boss Desert Mad Gorilla and obtained a special skill reward, Life Control. Hearing the notification, Jiang Feng immediately checked the skill out of curiosity. Special skill, Life Form Control. Description: the sovereign of all living beings summons creatures from all directions. Upon activation, forcibly controls all living beings within a 300-meter radius for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 3 days. Holy, this is insane. Jiang Feng's heart pounded wildly. This skill was utterly game-changing. For 60 seconds, a full minute, he could command every living being within 300 meters. And this skill's effects extend not only to ferocious beasts but also to humans. How is this any different from having your words become law? Regardless of your status or power. Within those 60 seconds of control. If I tell you to kneel, you kneel. If I tell you to lick, you lick. If I tell you to strip, you strip. Chapter 13, is Jiang Feng the divine son of Great Flame? After collecting the Shadow Core magic crystal essence dropped by the Desert Mad Ape, Jiang Feng swiftly rode the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird to Bai Lingyue's location. Upon seeing the Dark Core crystal essence, Bai Lingyue immediately expressed her sincere gratitude to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng merely smiled faintly in response. It was nothing. The reverence the others already held for Jiang Feng deepened with an added layer of respect. Old Master Mukai smiled and inquired, "By the way, young friend, might I ask your name?" Jiang Feng replied. "Then please join us at the Bai group, young friend Jiang Feng. We shall transfer the evolution fruit to you immediately." Old Mu said with great courtesy. Pingcheng, the city lord's mansion. A stern-faced, square-jawed middle-aged man sat upright in a large chair. His hair was streaked with silver, yet his eyes burned with intensity, radiating an aura of formidable power that sent shivers down the spine. His deep voice spoke slowly as he turned to an aide beside him and asked, "Have you ascertained the identity of that powerful beast master who recently appeared in Pingcheng?" "Yes, Lord Governor," the subordinate nodded and continued his report. "The beast master's name is Jiang Feng. He is 18 years old. His family recently went bankrupt, and his father has turned himself in and is now in prison. However, we still cannot ascertain how he contracted a purple crystal-grade Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird." Hearing this, the city lord's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "It's only natural we couldn't uncover that. Have you heard of Extraordinary Attributes, the Chosen One?" At these words, the subordinate's pupils dilated sharply, his eyes brimming with utter astonishment as he asked, "Are you suggesting Jiang Feng might be a Chosen One?" Divine Chosen possess extraordinary abilities, capable of displaying immense power and innate talent. Those once hailed as Chosen Ones were all unparalleled geniuses in human history, superpowered beings of legendary renown. Commonly known as Divine Sons, they possess terrifying potential and received the highest honors from every nation. Consider this: the Great Yin Federation hasn't seen a divine child emerge in centuries. Other nations, relying on the existence of their own divine sons, have repeatedly bullied the Great Yan and constantly seek opportunities to cause trouble. Their audacity stems from the very fact that Great Yan lacks a divine child. Though the Great Yan has produced countless prodigies, they can only pale in comparison to the divine sons of other nations. After all, the chasm between divine children and prodigies is as vast as the heavens themselves. If Jiang Feng truly is a divine child, it would be the fortune and hope of the entire Great Yan. From that day forward, Great Yan would never again fear the encroachments of other nations. That's correct, though I can only speculate. To confirm, further testing is necessary. City Lord Li Qingzhou nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. For too long, Great Yan had been held in check by other nations. The yearning for a divine son to emerge was overwhelming. His subordinate asked excitedly, "Lord City Master, should we announce Jiang Feng's identity and place him under protection?" Li Qingzhou shook his head, closing his eyes slightly as he replied, "From what I understand, those fellows have already infiltrated Pingcheng. If we rashly reveal Jiang Feng's identity, it could very well lead to his demise before his mission is complete. Our Great Yan cannot withstand such a blow." Hearing this, hesitation flashed across the subordinate's face. But even if we don't reveal Jiang Feng's identity, his formidable beast taming abilities are bound to draw attention. Li Qingzhou waved his hand, retrieving a cloak from his spatial ring. Once worn, this cloak would render the wearer impervious to detection spells. Take this item to Jiang Feng. From this moment onward, seal all records pertaining to Jiang Feng and classify them as top secret. Yes, Lord City Master. The subordinate nodded respectfully. This was the only way they could protect Jiang Feng now. After the subordinate departed, Li Qingzhou sighed, gazing up at the sky gradually darkening with gathering clouds. "Jiang Feng. I wonder if the ultimate fate of Great Yan rests upon your shoulders." Upon arriving at the Bai group, Mingyue led Jiang Feng into a lavishly decorated VIP lounge. A massive crystal chandelier cast bright yet soft light throughout the room. Exquisite tea sets and fresh, expensive spiritual fruits were arranged on the coffee table. Before Mingyue could exchange more than a few words with Jiang Feng, a commotion erupted from outside. "You can guard against everything, but it's truly hard to guard against a traitor within your own home. Old Mu, where do you think you're going with next month's auction evolution fruit? I never imagined that you, Old Mu, who always seemed so honest and trustworthy, would now try to steal from the Bai group?" A slightly harsh and sarcastic male voice rang out, clearly intended to provoke Old Mu. Suppressing his anger, Old Mu replied in a deep voice, "Young master, I'm delivering this item on behalf of the young lady to a distinguished guest." "Oh? I'd be curious to see which esteemed guest of the Bai group this is for." The contempt in the man's voice was unmistakable. Who could possibly be worthy of such a precious gift? A loud thud echoed as the door was kicked open. A young man in an expensive gray suit strode in with a defiant look on his face. His gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Feng, standing beside Mingyue. Jiang Feng was dressed in clothes worth no more than 200 yuan, and he wasn't wearing any valuable accessories. Apart from his somewhat handsome face, he appeared unremarkable. Then, Bai Yuezha, the eldest son of the Bai family, sneered with a mocking expression. "Old Mu, you wouldn't be referring to that pretty boy by her side as your distinguished guest, would you? How laughable. The Bai group is one of Pingcheng's 3 major conglomerates. Since when would a pretty boy be considered a distinguished guest of the Bai family?" Hearing this, Old Mu's expression darkened as he cautioned. "Please watch your words, young master. Jiang Feng is a top-tier beast master. Should he take offense, the entire Bai group could face turmoil." Bai Lingyue's face also flushed with anger. How could she tolerate such an insult to Jiang Feng? She immediately snapped, "Bai Yuezha. He is not only my honored guest, but also a future honored guest of the Bai group. Watch your tone. Oh ho, you little brat's gotten some nerve, speaking to me like that?" Bai Yuezha stared at her with cold derision, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. That damn girl not only constantly opposed him but also dared to scheme to wrest control of the Bai group from him. Once the old man was gone, she'd be the first one kicked out of the family. At that moment, Bai Lingyue showed no sign of flinching, her eyes narrowing coldly. The atmosphere between them instantly turned tense and confrontational. Had she not met Jiang Feng, she might have backed down 3 steps. But now, things were different. "Tieha, throw that brat out. Let him know the Bai group isn't open to just anyone." Bai Yuezha barked the order at a burly man with a scar at the corner of his eye standing beside him. "Yes, young Master Bai." The burly man nodded, then turned to glare coldly at Jiang Feng. He was a triple transformed blade master, his brute strength not to be underestimated. "Tieha, how dare you lay a hand on my guest?" Bai Lingyue's delicate brows furrowed as she sprang to her feet, her voice sharp with rebuke. The man named Tieha merely sneered. "My apologies, Miss Bai. I only follow young Master Bai's orders." Having said that, he reached out to grab Jiang Feng by the collar and pull him up. Yet Jiang Feng remained utterly unruffled throughout, even taking a leisurely sip of hot tea. Just as Taihe's hand reached out, Jiang Feng spoke in a calm tone. "Kneel." The special skill, life control, activated. Tai He and Bai Yuezhe instantly felt as though mountains weighing 10,000 caddies had crushed down upon them. Thud. With a loud thud, both men were forced to their knees. The impact even shattered the marble floor, leaving a spiderweb-like crack in its wake. This. Old Mu and Bai Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Feng had merely spoken a single sentence, and these two had immediately fallen to their knees? What on earth was going on? Chapter 14. This Jiang Feng is truly terrifying. Kid, what did you do to us? Fire nearly blazed from Bai Yuezhe's eyes. He was the esteemed eldest son of the Bai family, the future helmsman of the Bai group. Yet this brat had outmaneuvered him, forcing him to kneel before everyone. For the future head of the Bai group, this was nothing short of a colossal humiliation. Kneel and bang your head on the ground a few times, then slap yourself hard across the face. The moment Jiang Feng's words fell, Bai Yuezhe's veins bulged violently. This brat was practically asking for death. Yet in the next instant, his body moved of its own accord, slamming his forehead hard against the ground several times. His forehead split open, leaving a bloody mark on the ground. Then, as if his arms had a mind of their own, he lashed out at his own face with a series of sharp slaps. Smack! 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 A series of slaps echoed, swelling his own face. Beside him, Tai He possessed even greater strength. His face instantly swelled, the pain feeling like ants gnawing at his skin. Only when the 60 seconds had passed did the two men regain control of their bodies. Who are you? Bai Yuezhe's face lost all trace of his earlier arrogance, replaced by sheer terror as he stared at Jiang Feng. Tai He also stared at Jiang Feng in terror, scrambling backward on all fours. This youth before them was terrifying beyond belief. A single command had forcibly taken control of their bodies. If that youth had ordered him to slit his own throat just now, he would have been utterly powerless to disobey. It was utterly terrifying. The thought sent a deep, bone-chilling shiver through Tai He. Such power even a 6th-tier psionic mage couldn't achieve it. Even if he were beaten to death, he would never have imagined this youth to be such a terrifying existence. Didn't Miss Bai just say so herself? I'm merely her guest. Jiang Feng grinned, then took another leisurely sip of tea. This skill of controlling living beings was simply exhilarating. Too bad it only lasted a minute. I am sorry, sir. I was blind to offend you. I apologize immediately. Forgive me. Fear completely overwhelmed Bai Yuezhe. Trembling with dread, he scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply in apology to Jiang Feng. He dared not show Jiang Feng the slightest disrespect again, not even allowing a trace of hostility to stir within him. Since you know you're in the wrong, get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise. Jiang Feng said with a smile, but the threat underlying his words was clear to anyone. Yes. Bai Yuezhe fled the guest hall with Tai He in tow, as if escaping. He feared that if he lingered even a moment longer, his life would be in jeopardy. Before leaving, he shot Bai Lingyue one last glance. Where on earth had this damn woman found such a terrifying figure to back her up? Jiang Feng observed the stunned expression on Old Mu's face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Old Mu, bring over the evolution fruit. Certainly, please accept it. Old Mu snapped back to his senses, nodding repeatedly with reverence. He hadn't expected that besides his two terrifying beast companions, Jiang Feng also possessed such dreadful abilities. Even as a third-tier mage, he couldn't fathom how Jiang Feng had accomplished what he just witnessed. He then approached, carefully cradling an exquisitely crafted box in both hands. At that moment, Bai Lingyue's mind was also churning with shock, utterly stunned by the techniques Jiang Feng had just displayed. Such power was terrifying as an abyss. Jiang Feng opened the box with eager anticipation. Inside the exquisite box lay a fruit roughly the size of an adult's fist. Its color was a deep, rich purplish red, like a perfectly ripe mulberry. Its overall shape was peculiar, with a smooth, delicate surface that radiated a warm, lustrous texture. It emitted a faint, peculiar aura. So this is the evolution fruit? Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as a surge of delight filled his heart. With this evolution fruit, the crimson flame golden claw bird would undergo another evolution. Its power would ascend to new heights. Jiang Feng closed the box and stored it in his spatial ring, intending to give the evolution fruit to the crimson flame golden claw bird to consume shortly. He then turned to Old Mu and Bai Lingyue, offering a light chuckle as he said, "Thank you, Miss Bai. You've done me a tremendous favor. If you ever need anything, I'll grant you one request." After all, Jiang Feng wasn't one to take advantage of others for free. Her request to obtain the Core magic crystal essence was simply too trivial. Even if they later paid someone to obtain the Shadow Core magic crystal essence, it wouldn't have required sacrificing an evolution fruit. Though Jiang Feng recognized their intent to win him over, this favor was indeed owed. Agreeing to assist them once would serve as repayment for that debt. Hearing this, both Bai Lingyue and Old Mu's expressions brightened. As Old Mu had said earlier, with Jiang Feng's backing, Bai Lingyue's position within the Jiang family would become unshakable. Thank you, Jiang Feng. From now on, you will always be an honored guest of both myself and the Bai group. Bai Lingyue's face beamed with joy as she bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. No need to be so formal, Jiang Feng waved his hand and smiled. I hear the Bai family has numerous businesses. These are items and equipment I obtained from the dungeon realm. I'll leave their sale to you from now on. With that, he pulled a pile of items from his spatial ring. After all, they were useless sitting idle. Better to turn them into a string of warm numbers. Seeing the sheer volume of items, Bai Yueling was secretly startled, but she quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll buy them back at 20% above market price. I'll transfer the settlement funds to your account immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Feng shook his head. No need. Just the standard market price will do. In an office at Bai Group, a secretary was helping Bai Yuexia reduce the swelling on his face and bandage his wounds. Bai Yuexia's face was grim, traces of fear still lingering in the corners of his eyes. Tiaha, do you know how that kid managed to pull that off just now? Bai Yuexia demanded of Tai He, who was treating the swelling on his face. Tai He shook his head, his voice still trembling with fear. Young Master Bai, that man's power is terrifying. With just a single word, he could control our bodies. If he had ordered us to kill ourselves on the spot, we'd likely be corpses by now. Damn it. When did such a terrifying presence emerge in Pingcheng and so young at that? Bai Yuexia gritted his teeth and spat out a low curse. The rage burned within him, he forced himself to suppress it. Send someone to investigate this Jiang Feng. What's his background? If he becomes Bai Lingyue's protector, the entire Bai group will slip completely beyond my control. Tiehan nodded firmly upon hearing this, then walked out. A moment later, he returned, his expression grave. Young Master Bai, I've exhausted every available resource, yet found no trace of Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Bai Yuexia looked puzzled, then furrowed his brow and asked, could it be he's using a fake name? No, young Master Bai, I don't believe that's the case. Tai He shook his head, his expression solemn as he continued. When I first looked into Jiang Feng, I could see his photo and age. But when I tried to dig deeper, it was as if someone deliberately hid the information. In the end, I couldn't even find his name. Hearing this, Bai Yuexia felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It seemed Jiang Feng's background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 15, The Source of Divine Power. Pingcheng, Shanshui Manor. Shanshui Manor was one of Pingcheng's most exclusive and scenic villa communities. Perched atop a small hill, it offered panoramic views of the entire city. A stunningly beautiful real estate agent, with a figure that could be described as perfect, was enthusiastically showing Jiang Feng around a luxurious villa. She wore a form-fitting black business suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her waist was slender enough to fit in one hand. And her long legs appeared even straighter and more alluring beneath the black skirt. The saleswoman said in a sweet voice. Mr. Jiang, as you can see, this villa is unparalleled in Pingcheng both in its prime location and the quality of its construction. As she spoke, she guided Jiang Feng into the villa's interior. The spacious and bright living room featured a soaring ceiling adorned with a massive, ornate crystal chandelier. It does look quite spacious, Jiang Feng murmured with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. This place was far more luxurious than his own home before bankruptcy. And compared to the old, dilapidated rental he'd lived in before, that had been nothing short of a miserable existence. Now that he had money, naturally he'd move into a larger house and hire several attractive maids to attend to his daily needs. That would be the life. Mr. Jiang, I hope you're satisfied with this villa? The beautiful saleswoman asked Jiang Feng with a smile. As she spoke, she slipped off her coat and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A hint of subtle allure flickered in her eyes. Her demeanor stemmed not only from Jiang Feng's striking good looks and well-built physique. More importantly, while attending to him, she needed to verify his personal assets. When she saw the Bai Group VIP card he presented, her eyes lit up. After all, in all of Pingcheng, those who possessed a Bai Group VIP card could be counted on one hand. When she checked the balance on his card, her eyes widened in astonishment. The balance displayed a long string of numbers, leaving her momentarily speechless. If she could close a deal on a villa, even a few percentage points of the commission would amount to hundreds of thousands. Jiang Feng wasn't oblivious, he could easily read the saleswoman's thoughts. A smile touched his lips. This villa looks quite spacious. I wonder how the interior layout is. Alright, I'll take you to see the master bedroom right away. The saleswoman's heart leapt with delight as she hurriedly led Jiang Feng to the master bedroom. The master bedroom featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, Jiang Feng could overlook the entire city of Pingcheng, enjoying an exceptional view. Mr. Jiang, if you're satisfied, why not sign the contract now? The saleswoman reclined on the plush bed, resting a contract against her waist as she spoke with a seductive expression. 1 hour later, Jiang Feng signed the property purchase contract with a firm stroke, then stretched lazily with a look of pure contentment. The profits he'd earned from these two side projects alone totaled tens of millions. Besides, money was merely a number to him. After the beautiful saleswoman left Jiang Feng's villa, beaming with joy as she held the purchase contract, a black sedan pulled up from a distance and stopped in his driveway. Two men stepped out of the car, their imposing presence immediately signaling they were no ordinary individuals. Given Jiang Feng's current capabilities, he naturally had no reason to fear hostile intentions. He immediately offered a polite smile. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Hello, we're from the City Lord's mansion. We've come to deliver a few items to you. One of them, a burly man with a resonant voice, said with a smile. The City Lord's mansion? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and nodded. Please come in. He didn't need to guess they had undoubtedly noticed his situation and come knocking. But Jiang Feng felt no concern. His formidable strength would sweep away any obstacles. My name is Lin Qingzhong, Minister of the Pingcheng Defense Bureau. This is my colleague, Su Tian. The burly man introduced their identities with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and extended his hand amicably. Hello, Director Lin. After the handshake, Lin Qingzhong cut straight to the chase without further pleasantries. Jiang Feng, we've come to you today to share something of utmost importance. In this world, certain practitioners possess attributes and abilities beyond the ordinary. They are known as extraordinary gifted individuals. Those blessed with such extraordinary talents are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The entire Great Yin Federation boasts a population of over 1 billion, yet only a handful possess such extraordinary talents. Yet even these exceptional talents are merely considered quasi-divine sons. Achieving true divine son status is exceedingly difficult. While the Yan's neighboring nations produce a divine child nearly every decade, the Yan has gone nearly 3 centuries without one. For only by fusing with the divine source can one truly become a divine child. Lin Qingzhong's gaze grew profound as he continued, to obtain the divine source, one must ascend to the final level of the Great Yin Divine Tower. Originally, the next opening of the Great Yin Divine Tower was scheduled for 10 years hence. Yet now, the Yen Emperor is advanced in years and gradually unable to maintain parity with the other great nations. The other nations have long coveted the Yan's resources. Without new powerhouses to stabilize the situation, the Yen may face tremendous upheaval. Therefore, the Emperor has decided to open the Great Yin Divine Tower early. The rise and fall of the Great Yen nation's destiny rests entirely on this endeavor. Upon hearing Lin Qingzhong's words, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of astonishment. So they regarded him as some sort of extraordinary being. While Jiang Feng paid little heed to the title of Divine Son, he was deeply intrigued by the so-called Divine Source. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what exactly is the function of this Divine Source? Lin Qingzhong replied, as you know, practitioners in this world can only reach the 9th transformation at most. But after fusing with the Divine Source, one breaks through the level cap, gaining power that surpasses even the 9th transformation. What? Merging it allows one to break through the level cap? Jiang Feng froze, his heart surging with excitement. If he fused with this thing, wouldn't he be able to keep leveling up indefinitely? As a beast master, he possessed advantages others lacked. He could send his beasts into various dungeons and secret realms to level up for him. No wonder it dared to be called the source of divine power. Its effects were truly godlike. Jiang Feng had made up his mind he would obtain this item at all costs. When will the Great Yin Divine Tower open? Jiang Feng asked, his face brimming with excitement. In 3 months, Lin Qingzhong replied simply. Ha! Jiang Feng nearly doubted his own ears. Though he'd heard the Great Yin Divine Tower would open early, he hadn't expected it to be this soon. Chapter 16, Evolution, Crimson Sky Burning Falcon. Alright, after all that talk, I should bring out what the City Lord prepared for you. Lin Qingzhong smiled, then retrieved several items from his spatial ring. First was a black cloak. Once you wear this cloak, practitioners at the 6th transformation tier and below won't be able to detect your information using divination spells or other methods. As for the specifics, you can check them yourself. Jiang Feng picked up the cloak and examined it. Hidden Breath Mystic Robe. Category, Special Item. Description, the wearer will conceal their aura, making their information undetectable, and will lock onto the individual attempting to probe them. Required level, LV10. This item not only prevents detection by practitioners of level 6 and below, but also conceals the wearer's aura. It comes in handy in certain situations. For instance, it can be used to make a quick escape when encountering powerful foes or danger. Though in such situations, it's usually the opponent who ends up fleeing. If he donned this hidden breath robe and activated life control, he'd truly exude the aura of an unparalleled master. Capable of thwarting the detection of 6th-tier practitioners, this cloak of concealment was worth at least several million. Jiang Feng then turned his attention to the other items, his eyes immediately lighting up. Retrospective Talisman. Type, Special Item. Description, absorbs 1 fatal blow for the user and restores them to peak condition. Required level, LV10. Usage count, 3. This item is a life-saving treasure absolutely unparalleled in the marketplace. After all, possessing it is like holding a personal lifesaver. Jiang Feng then turned his gaze to the scroll beside it. His scalp instantly tingled with unease. Resurrection Scroll. Type, Special Item. Description, revives a living being that died within the past 3 minutes. Required level, 30. Uses, 2. With this resurrection scroll, even if your beast is defeated, you can quickly revive it. Absolute Defense. Type, Special Item. Description, grants immunity to all damage for 5 minutes upon use. Required level, 30. Usage count, 3. Even Jiang Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing these items. With these items, he could essentially stop worrying about his safety. But Jiang Feng couldn't help but shoot Lin Xingzhong a strange look. Just how afraid were they that he might bite the dust midway? They'd actually given him so many life-saving items. As if reading his thoughts, Lin Xingzhong offered a light chuckle and explained. As the quasi-divine heir of Great Yen, your safety is naturally our top priority. With that, he produced another token. This is a dungeon access pass. It grants you unrestricted entry to any dungeon realm within Great Yen, including those not open to the public. Should you require it, we can also assign elite guards to protect you personally. Hearing this, Jiang Feng hastily waved his hands. No need. These life-saving items are more than enough for me to guard against danger. Even he, who loved freebies, felt a bit embarrassed accepting more. Lin Xingzhong continued, additionally, your identity and information have been classified as top secret. Only core figures within the Great Yen Empire have the authority to access it. Jiang Feng hadn't expected such formal treatment. Lin Xingzhong added, your father is also under our covert protection. If you wish to see him, just let us know. Hearing this, Jiang Feng hastily waved his hands. That won't be necessary. As long as he's still alive, that's enough. After all, that deadbeat dad had vanished without a trace after the company went bankrupt, abandoning Jiang Feng completely. That left him hunted by debt collectors, nearly losing his life. Understood. Lin Xingzhong nodded, then produced his business card. My number is on this. Should you require anything further, we'll do our utmost to assist and accommodate. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips suddenly curved upward. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? Lin Xingzhong inquired. Earlier, Zhanlan, the son of the Yenshan Guild's leader, hired someone to kill me. I've been too busy to deal with it. Anger flared on Lin Xingzhong's face. That bastard dared to target a quasi-godson of Great Yen. That charge alone is enough to lock him up for life. Rest assured, we'll handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and deliver a satisfactory outcome. After seeing Lin Xingzhong and his companion off, Jiang Feng couldn't stop grinning upon seeing all the treasures in the room. But Jiang Feng didn't forget his main task. After feeding the evolution fruit to the crimson flame golden clawbird within his beast taming space, with a slight shift in his thoughts, its attribute panel appeared before Jiang Feng's eyes. Scarlet flame golden clawbird. Grade, purple crystal. Level, 59. Strength, 53,271. Stamina, 41,257. Agility, 76,547. Spirit, 64,715. Combat power, 104,527. Skills, Golden Claw Blaze / Wings of Blazing Fire. Evolution points required, 350,000 evolution points. Evolve. As Jiang Feng's words fell, the crimson flame golden claw bird's form abruptly transformed. Its form instantly transformed into a blazing inferno, radiating intense light. The searing flames churned and surged like raging ocean waves, spreading outward in relentless, successive waves. Boom! The flames exploded outward, their light stretching for hundreds of feet. A fiery bird of even greater size burst through the clouds, staining the sky crimson. Evolution complete. Scarlet Flame Golden Claw Bird Crimson Sky Incinerator Falcon. Current Beast, Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon. Rank, Starlight. Level, LV 59. Strength, 128,170. Stamina, 103,510. Agility, 153,241. Spirit, 114,527. Combat power, 214,527. Skills, Scorching Skyblaze Wave, Golden Flame Wing / Burning Skyclaw Rip. Evolution points required, 850,000 evolution points and a lava heart. Scarlet Sky Scorching Falcon. Jiang Feng gazed at its form, now even more colossal than before, excitement flickering in his eyes. Especially its post-evolution stats nearly doubled from before. Plus, it gained 3 brand new skills. With its current strength, it could easily match a 5th-tier professional. While I have the time, I'll evolve another beast. Jiang Feng focused his consciousness on a small depression within the Beast Tamer's space, where a lively loach was wriggling about. This was a rare beast he had discovered in the Bai Group's beast warehouse. Based on its species, it should be able to evolve toward the dragon lineage. Little guy, don't let me down. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to expend evolution points to trigger its transformation. Chapter 17, Void Rift, Beast Tide approaches. Current Beast, Swamp Loach. Grade, Black Iron Rare. Level, LV 1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Combat power, 18. Skill, Swift Squeeze. Evolution points required, 10,000. Note, rare beasts trigger a critical hit effect upon their first evolution. Jiang Feng looked at it with eager anticipation. Evolve me. As the words fell, the Swamp Loach's body abruptly transformed. A thick, rolling black mist erupted from its body, surging into the sky and forming a heavy, dark cloud. The once azure sky was instantly obscured by the inky black cloud, turning gloomy and ominous, punctuated by occasional muffled thunderclaps. Faced with this terrifying spectacle and the exaggerated evolution effect, to be honest, Jiang Feng was somewhat immune to it, having grown accustomed to such spectacles. As the dark clouds pressed down upon the city, an immense sense of oppression arose. Boom! The entire sky erupted with lightning and thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour. Blinding purple lightning bolts instantly ripped through the dark sky, illuminating it as bright as day. Roar! Beneath the deafening dragon's roar, Jiang Feng glimpsed a colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, weaving through the black clouds. Its dragon might radiated, its ferocious aura fully revealed. Evolution complete. Swamp Loach Abyssal Black Dragon. Current Beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Grade, Primordial. Level, LV1. Strength, 113,241. Constitution, 112,401. Agility, 133,241. Spirit, 124,527. Combat Power, 213,000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Might, Apocalyptic Dragon Flame, Dark Abyss Dragon Breath. Next evolution requirement, 1 million evolution points plus Chaos Blue Lotus Seed. Holy, a throwback level? Jiang Feng, who had remained composed upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, suddenly became incredibly excited. His eyes widened in utter shock. A critical hit evolution into a regressive tier? At first, Jiang Feng had thought a critical hit evolution to Mingyue tier would already be quite good. Even if it fell slightly short, he could accept that. But he never imagined it would directly evolve into the primitive level. He actually possessed a true dragon as his beast companion. This was something he'd never even dared to imagine before. When he saw the Abyssal Black Dragon's stats, Jiang Feng's face broke into a huge grin. At just level 1, it already possessed over 200,000 combat power. Was this the power of a reversion level mount? Absolutely insane. Now he just wondered if he could experience the luck of a true Euro Royal and instantly obtain a god-tier beast? At this thought, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a crooked grin. Within the beast taming space, under the overwhelming pressure of the Abyssal Black Dragon, both the Sky-Scorching Falcon and the Hellhound were filled with terror. This was the suppression of bloodline. After all, the Dragon Clan stood above all living beings, possessing overwhelming power. However, what gave Jiang Feng a headache were the items required for the Abyssal Black Dragon's evolution. 1 million evolution points? For him, that was merely a matter of clearing a few dungeon instances. But this Chaos Green Lotus Seed? He'd never even heard of it. Right, I should give Minister Lin a call. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled Lin Xingzhong. But just as he was about to make the call, suddenly, woo! A low-pitched alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire city of Pingchang. Jiang Feng's brows immediately furrowed. The alarm that had just sounded signaled a level 1 alert. As far as he knew, the last time it sounded was 100 years ago. It had signaled a city-devastating catastrophe. In that catastrophe, millions of citizens perished or were injured, leaving ruins and debris everywhere. Only through the combined efforts of powerful individuals from several major cities, sacrificing countless lives, was it finally brought under control. Jiang Feng abruptly stood up and looked out the window. Above Pingching's sky, a massive fissure had abruptly appeared. Stretching 1,000-zhang in length, it appeared as though torn open by some inexplicable force. Countless blood-red lights flickered within the fissure, as if gazing greedily downwards. The entire populace of Pingching looked up in horror at the anomaly in the sky. It's over a void fissure. Someone sat down in fear, pointing at the fissure with a terrified expression. What? A void rift has reappeared after a century? Damn it, this time we'll likely relive the horrors of a century ago. People on the streets scrambled frantically toward the underground shelters. Void rift? Jiang Feng murmured, his brows furrowed. Based on prior knowledge, the catastrophe that struck Pingching a century ago was caused by a void rift. Once the void fissure appeared, countless waves of beasts would descend at least in the tens of thousands. Even 5th or 6th tier practitioners would struggle to protect themselves. The city lord's mansion. Li Qingzhou's brow was deeply furrowed, his expression grave. Gathered around him were all the high-ranking officials of Pingcheng, each visibly tense and uneasy. This void rift appeared without warning, clearly the work of those beasts infiltrating from the neighboring nations. Words are useless now. With our current strength, we can't resolve this. We can only wait for reinforcements. Though the alarm has been sounded, Pingcheng's protective barrier can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes? Even if the strongest fighters from nearby cities rush here at top speed, it'll take 20 minutes. 5 minutes is enough to level our entire city. Damn it! What can we possibly use to defend against the void rift? With our current strength, it's like trying to stop a runaway train with our bare hands. The high-ranking officials murmured among themselves, their expressions grim. Enough! Li Qingzhou snapped, slamming his hand on the table to cut off the senior official's discussion. Hear my command, hold Pingqing City at all costs and await reinforcements. His voice was resolute, betraying a determination to fight to the death. The city stands as long as the men stand. When the men fall, the city falls. At that moment, a senior figure spoke up. Isn't there a powerful beast master in Pingqing these days? If we could enlist his help, it might buy us more time to resist. Exactly. With his help, we could buy the maximum amount of time to call for reinforcements. But the moment these words were spoken, Li Qingzhou rejected the idea outright. No. We absolutely cannot rely on him to buy time. While Jiang Feng's beast control was indeed formidable, facing such overwhelming numbers of beasts would only lead to his eventual exhaustion and demise. While his intervention could indeed buy a little more time. But Jiang Feng was a quasi-divine son. Sacrificing his life for this would bring consequences no less devastating than the destruction of the city. Therefore, he absolutely could not risk Jiang Feng's life to buy time. Li Qingzhou resolved not only to prevent Jiang Feng from fighting, but to send men to escort him away. He would rather sacrifice his own life to hold back the beast tide than drag Jiang Feng into this. Enough. Begin preparations to repel the beast tide now. We stand our ground to the death. Li Qingzhou waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. The high-ranking officials looked grim, but ultimately nodded in resignation, preparing to confront the beast tide. Once everyone had departed, Li Qingzhou turned to his trusted aide, Lin Xingzhong, and said, "Go assign men to protect Jiang Feng. Ensure he remains untouched by the beast tide. His safety concerns not only Pingqing but the entire Great Yen." Chapter 18, No need to panic, I'll handle it. At that moment, the rift in the void had reached its limit. Countless ferocious beasts surged forth from the fissure, pouring down upon the mortal realm of Pingqing. The scene was utterly terrifying, like the apocalypse had descended. A dense, overwhelming swarm of ferocious beasts descended toward the city below. Boom! 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 Above Pingqing, a white protective light barrier unfolded, holding the beasts at bay. The beasts, their eyes filled with savage fury, immediately launched a frenzied assault upon the protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered the entire shield. The entire city plunged into darkness and chaos. Oh no, with so many beasts, can Pingqing really survive this? How are we supposed to fight this? Even if the strong ones from nearby cities rush to help now, it'll be too late. Damn it, I don't want to die. At that moment, everyone swarmed toward the entrance of the underground shelter, jostling to get inside. In the blink of an eye, countless stampedes erupted. The surging crowd jammed the shelter entrance shut tight. Even as the official orderlies shouted themselves hoarse, nothing changed. Because everyone was now consumed by fear. At that moment, the Pingqing broadcast sounded. Alert! All level 1 and above professionals in Pingqing, please assist in defense and jointly protect our homeland. Alert! All professionals above level 1 in Pingqing, please assist in defense and jointly protect our home. Alert! Though the broadcast sounded, most professionals were already trembling in fear at the sight. Utterly unable to muster any will to fight. The sheer number of these beasts was overwhelming, beyond belief. Even if they charged forward, it would be like a mayfly shaking a tree, nothing more than suicide. They saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Though fear filled every heart, some still chose to step forward in this moment of crisis. Grandpa Mu, won't you join us in escaping this catastrophe? Bai Lingyue asked anxiously. Old Mu looked up at the dense tide of beasts blanketing the entire sky above Pingqing, but only shook his head and smiled. Heh, young lady, you should go with them into the underground fortress first. I've lived in Pingqing since I was a child. To me, this city is my home. I'm old now. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. I cannot stand by and watch Pingqing be destroyed like this. With that, Old Mu began setting up the formation. The moment the defensive barrier was breached, he launched his counterattack. Damn it, I'll have to fight to the death. Li Qingzhou hovered mid-air, his hair standing on end at the sight of the sky-darkening tide of beasts. Weak spots in the barrier had already allowed some ferocious beasts to slip through. The barrier's light was steadily fading, likely to shatter within 2 minutes at most. Lord Mayor, are we truly prepared to fight to the death against such overwhelming numbers? The accompanying high-ranking officials' voices trembled. Even they had never witnessed such a terrifying void rift before. In this situation, forget about fighting back. A single encounter would likely leave them devoured without a trace. If they fled now, they might still have a chance to save themselves. Yet even in this critical moment, Li Qingzhou gritted his teeth and roared, even an ant can shake the heavens. Kill them. A long sword instantly materialized in his hand, and he swung it directly at the beasts that had breached the defensive barrier. Witnessing this, the others couldn't help but be moved. They were shaken by the city lord's fearless conviction. To draw the sword and face life or death, that is true valor. Gritting their teeth, they unleashed their energy and charged forward. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, gazing up at the tide of ferocious beasts above. Scaled Claw Beast. Level 59. HP 24,574. Combat Power 12112. Wind Mushroom Beast. Level 45. Health 14,574. Combat power 9112. Sacred remains Feng Beast. Level 80. HP 2,014,570. Combat power 158,013. Is this the level of a ferocious beast? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Aren't these creatures here to deliver experience points? Just as Jiang Feng prepared to strike, Lin Xingzhong hurriedly arrived. Jiang Feng, this place is dangerous. You must come with me to a safe location to avoid this catastrophe. After today, I fear the entire city of Pingcheng will be wiped from the map of Great Yen. Hearing this, Jiang Feng merely shook his head and chuckled lightly, no need to panic. I'll handle it. Screech! A piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air. The entire sky instantly burst into a dazzling golden light, as bright as the sun itself. This 10,000-zhang radiance instantly dispelled the darkness and chill enveloping the beast tide. A colossal bird with a wingspan nearing 200-zhang descended into the skies above Pingcheng, stunning everyone present. Could it be that mighty beast master has intervened? The professionals of Pingcheng wore expressions of excitement and relief. With Jiang Feng's intervention, their fears began to dissipate somewhat, and they rallied to fight the ferocious beasts. Even the city's high-ranking officials wore expressions of delight. It seemed they weren't entirely without support. Only Li Qingzhou's expression grew even more somber, devoid of any sign of joy. In his eyes, Jiang Feng's safety outweighed everything in Pingcheng. Pingcheng could be destroyed, everyone could be sacrificed, but Jiang Feng alone must not die. Go! Jiang Feng commanded. Lin Xingzhong, who had just witnessed the crimson sky-scorching falcon appear with his own eyes, froze in shock. He never imagined Jiang Feng's beastmaster could evolve again in such a short time. Could this be what it means to be a beastmaster with transcendent attributes? It was utterly breathtaking. No wonder the city lord held Jiang Feng in such high regard. But he quickly regained his composure, his face once again clouded with gravity as he urgently spoke. Jiang Feng, even if your beast has grown stronger, it still can't withstand such a massive wave of beasts. The reason the Sky Rift has reached city-destroying calamity level is precisely because its numbers are overwhelming. Sending you in now would only mean sacrificing you for nothing. Jiang Feng, you have a much brighter future ahead. You shouldn't perish in this insignificant town of Pingcheng. Jiang Feng gave a non-committal smile. What he said was indeed true. But he didn't know his own current strength. Hellhound, go! Jiang Feng summoned another beast. The Hellhound materialized from the void, unfurling massive skeletal wings and charging forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The appearance of yet another terrifying beast sent shockwaves of awe and excitement through the crowd in Pingcheng. This is great. We're saved. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, we'll be safe. Indeed. That beastmaster is truly our city's savior. The moment the crimson sky-scorching falcon burst through the defensive barrier, countless ferocious beasts launched their attacks. With a flap of its wings, the crimson sky-scorching falcon unleashed a burst of flames, obliterating over 100 beasts in a single strike. Chapter 19, Abyssal Black Dragon, Turning the Tide. They swarmed in like a tidal wave, but before they could draw near, the terrifying flames engulfing the crimson sky-burning sky-falcon instantly incinerated them. Yet the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Though they were swiftly annihilated, the beast tide still surged like a wave, enveloping the crimson sky-burning falcon and drowning its flames. Meanwhile, the Hellhound, having unleashed the shadow clone technique, manifested over a dozen duplicates. Though it slaughtered countless beasts, more poured endlessly from the rift in the void. Witnessing this scene, the joyful expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned grave. Many among them bore severe wounds, nearly everyone marked by fresh scars. Even Li Qingzhou, a fourth-tier cultivator, was now visibly exhausted. His sword-wielding arm had gone numb, and he was gasping for breath. There are simply too many beasts. It seems even those two powerful beast tamers can't hold them back. What should we do? Are we truly unable to defend Pingcheng? Don't lose heart, everyone. That beast master knew the terror of the void rift. He still chose to act boldly. If we give up now, wouldn't we be nothing but a bunch of cowards? Exactly. We may fall, we may perish, but retreat is not an option. Lin Xingzhong was burning with anxiety and urgently said. Jiang Feng, do you see? Your two beasts are powerful, but they're like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Retreating now is still possible. He had come here to fulfill the city lord's orders. That was to escort Jiang Feng to safety. This was the final task the city lord had entrusted to him before embracing certain death. If he failed to bring Jiang Feng to safety, how could he ever show his face in this world again? If I retreat now, Pingcheng's defensive barriers will shatter instantly. Jiang Feng shook his head. Then he murmured softly, emerge, abyssal black dragon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed, shaking the heavens. A colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, surged skyward, radiating terrifying dragon might. That's a black dragon? Wait, this ancestral-level abyssal black dragon is actually the mount of that legendary beastmaster? To command a reversion-grade beastmaster is already the pinnacle of beastmasters in Great Yen. Who exactly is he? Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the black colossus in the sky. An atavistic grade beast master? Even across the entire Great Yen, such masters could be counted on 2 hands. And that mysterious beast master actually possesses a regressed level super beast. At that moment, every person present stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in utter shock. The abyssal black dragon circled in the air, surveying the densely packed wave of beasts surging toward them. Then, with a sudden roar, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching dragonfire upon the horde. Boom! Wherever the abyssal black dragon's breath passed, it swept away all the ferocious beasts in its path. This single strike claimed the lives of nearly 10,000 beasts under the terrifying dragon's breath. Abyssal black dragon level up to 20. Abyssal black dragon level up to 40. Abyssal black dragon level up to 60. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal black dragon's level skyrocketed to 60. Its emergence completely turned the tide of battle. Not only did the present professionals gape in astonishment, even Jiang Feng was shaken to the core. Truly worthy of its ancestral lineage, its power was utterly unearthly. Before Pingqing's defensive barrier could fully shatter, the surging beasts pouring from the void rift were already suppressed. The crimson sky-scorching falcon and the hellhound were no longer held back by the overwhelming numbers of beasts, unleashing their fury across the battlefield. In less than 3 minutes, the beast tide was nearly completely subdued. We did it! We won! We actually won! Yes! Not only did we survive, but Pingqing remains intact, no destruction or damage. That beast master is our absolute hero. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their eyes red with excitement. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. You have slain a level 90 winged beast and earned a special skill reward, symbiosis. Another special skill? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered how incredibly powerful the previous reward, Dominion of Beings, had been. But he had already used that skill yesterday. Otherwise, he could have simply ridden the crimson sky-burning falcon up there and manipulated those ferocious beasts to destroy themselves. Jiang Feng then began examining this skill called symbiosis. Special skill, symbiosis. Description, passive skill. Transfers damage taken by the user to their tamed beast. Holy crap! Upon seeing this skill, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. It could actually transfer the damage he took onto his beast companion. This skill was far more powerful than any survival item. This wave of beasts unleashed by the Void Rift made Jiang Feng the biggest beneficiary. His crimson sky-scorching falcon had now reached level 114, while his hellhound stood at level 121. The abyssal black dragon had even surged to level 134. However, since Jiang Feng hadn't completed his second-class quest, his own experience couldn't increase. Yet this wave of over 100,000 beasts dropped mountains of gear and various items, dazzling the eyes. Estimated value? At least tens of billions. On the other hand, what surprised Jiang Feng was that the experience from over 100,000 fierce beasts only elevated 3 of his tamed beasts above level 100. At that moment, Jiang Feng turned to Lin Xingzhong and inquired. By the way, Minister Lin, have you ever heard of the Chaos Green Lotus Seed? To evolve the abyssal black dragon, you'll need this thing. Lin Xingzhong snapped out of his shock upon hearing this. The abyssal black dragon Jiang Feng had summoned moments ago was truly terrifying. An ancestral-level terrifying beast even the top beast masters of the Great Yen Alliance likely possessed only a handful. Where on earth did Jiang Feng contract it from? Wait a minute. Was this Jiang Feng's extraordinary talent the ability to trigger super-evolution in beasts? As an official of the Great Yen Federation, he naturally knew about some of the extraordinary talents possessed by others. But Jiang Feng's ability was truly beyond the ordinary. It seemed highly likely he would become the next divine son of the Great Yen Federation in centuries. Lin Cheng then pondered for a moment on the Chaos Green Lotus Seed Jiang Feng had mentioned. He searched his mind for quite some time but couldn't figure out what this Chaos Green Lotus Seed was. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm afraid I've never heard of it, but I know of a place where it might exist. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, where? The Great Yen Treasury. Lin Xingzhong replied. The Great Yen Treasury housed countless treasures and artifacts from across the Great Yen Empire. And among them, the Chaos Green Lotus Seed Jiang Feng sought was highly likely to exist. However, to obtain items from the treasury, one must exchange them for merit points. Completing missions assigned by the Great Yen Federation to its professionals would yield the corresponding merit points. Chapter 20, The Great Yen Treasure Vault. As he spoke, Lin Xingzhong handed Jiang Feng another jade token, explaining. This is a merit token. You can connect to it with your psychic energy, and it will display the missions offered by the Great Yen Alliance. You can also view equipment, items, materials, scrolls, and more within the Great Yen Treasury. Typically, merit tokens are only issued to adventurers who have undergone a third transformation and had their identities verified. After all, these were missions issued directly by the Great Yen Alliance, requiring both capable and trustworthy individuals to undertake them. Although Jiang Feng was currently only at the first transformation level, he had just personally demonstrated his capabilities. Thus, granting him the merit token early was both reasonable and compliant. Thank you, Jiang Feng nodded with a smile, then used his mental energy to sense its contents. Soon, an interface resembling a professional's panel appeared before his eyes. Within the system taskbar, the top entry was unmistakably the mission to combat the Void Rift. Mission: suppress the Beast Tide. Mission type: Grand Flame Federation exclusive. Description: repel the Beast Tide unleashed by the Void Rift above Pingcheng. Rewards: kill beasts below level 30 for 10 merit points, kill first transformation beasts for 50 merit points, kill second transformation beasts for 100 merit points, kill third transformation beasts for 1000 merit points, kill fourth transformation beasts for 3000 merit points. Seeing this mission, a flash of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. His 3 tamed beasts had already wiped out so many ferocious beasts earlier, essentially serving as the main force in quelling this beast tide. Didn't that mean his merit points would skyrocket? But as Jiang Feng's gaze drifted to his merit points, he froze in shock. His merit points were barely over 30,000. What's going on? Jiang Feng looked at Lin Xingzhong with confusion. Why are my merit points still under 30,000? Hearing this, Lin Xingzhong couldn't help but flash an awkward smile as he explained. Your merit points only began accumulating after you connected the merit token. Considering Jiang Feng had only just connected the merit token and already gained 30,000 merit points, that was an incredibly rapid rate of increase. Fine. Jiang Feng felt a bit downcast. Had he activated it earlier, he'd have at least several 100,000 merit points by now. What a waste of all those lost merit points. Damn it. Jiang Feng then opened the Great Yen treasury and peered inside. Wanderer's necklace. Type: item. Grade: gold. Suitable classes: mage, priest, beast master. Usable level: LV 60. Attributes: spirit plus 800, agility plus 200. Special effect: when equipped by summoning classes like beast masters, increases summon creatures' combat power by 10%. Required merit points: 3200. Only 3000 merit points to exchange for $1 million gold tier item? Jiang Feng felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't expected merit points to be so valuable. It nearly made his eyes go red. Damn it. This was a huge loss. Jiang Feng continued scrolling down. After all, his goal was to see if the Chaos Green Lotus Seed existed within the Great Yin Treasury. Purple Cloud Soft Armor. Type: armor. Grade: gold. Suitable classes: any class. Available level: LV 50. Attributes: agility plus 500, defense plus 900. Additional effect: reduces 50% of attack damage from beasts below level 60. Required merit points: 4300. Solar Essence. Type: material. Grade: unknown. Description: contains terrifyingly intense heat energy, usable for fire-type beast tamers undergoing tribulation. Merit points required: 200,000. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Beyond evolution and strength enhancement, the only other way for a beast to grow stronger is by undergoing tribulation. If they successfully pass the tribulation, their power will multiply several times over. However, not just any rank of beast can undergo tribulation. At minimum, it must reach the Mingyue tier to endure a tribulation. Should the tribulation fail, the beast would perish instantly, and even the beastmaster would suffer severe backlash. With the aid of tribulation crossing materials, the success rate of the ordeal can be greatly increased. An ancestral level beast can endure 3 trials, like Jiang Feng's abyssal black dragon. An ancient tier beast can endure 6 tribulations. Reaching the stellar tier allows it to endure 9 trials. Facing a stellar grade beast that has endured 9 tribulations, even a dozen top tier 9 transformation practitioners joining forces would be unable to subdue it. That is the true horror of it. Jiang Feng's eyes burned as he stared at the sun essence. I must find a way to obtain this thing. He then glanced at his merit points, which had surged to 50,000. Meanwhile, the beast tide in the sky had gradually subsided. Damn it, is that all there is? Jiang Feng's heart tightened with anxiety, fearing there wouldn't be enough beasts to slay. He immediately ordered the 3 great beast tamers to charge toward the Void Rift, blocking the exit and slaughtering everything in their path. After all, these ferocious beasts are solid merit points. Yet within the Void Rift, only a handful of beasts appeared. This infuriated Jiang Feng. Damn it, weren't you just charging in so fiercely? Steam was practically pouring out of his ears. Now you just stop? Not a single drop left? Abyssal Black Dragon, unleash 2 dragon breaths into the Void Fissure. Jiang Feng commanded the Abyssal Black Dragon. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the Abyssal Black Dragon instantly gathered its power. Then unleashed a torrent of dragonfire into the Void Fissure. Boom! Boom! A torrent of surging dragon's breath erupted, causing the entire Void Fissure to tremble violently. At that moment, Jiang Feng watched his merit points begin to surge rapidly once more. Perfect! So it was hiding and didn't dare come out. A look of delight flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. If possible, he'd gladly send the Abyssal Black Dragon flying in to slaughter to his heart's content. But that was merely a fleeting thought. What lay beyond the Void Rift remained an unanswered mystery. For those who ventured in, not a single one has ever returned alive. It could be said that place was known as the Forbidden Zone for humanity. Some say beyond the Void Fissure lies a domain teeming with countless ferocious beasts, or perhaps the lair of otherworldly creatures. At this moment, the Void Fissure was rapidly closing at a visible pace. Damn it! Jiang Feng cursed in frustration. If he could just get his beasts through the 9 tribulations, he'd have his beasts charge in and slaughter everything in sight. At that moment, powerful warriors from nearby cities were rushing to the scene. A colossal thunderbird was racing toward Pingcheng at breakneck speed. The 3 figures perched upon its feathered back wore solemn expressions. One man frowned deeply and said, "I never imagined Pingcheng would suddenly be struck by a void fissure. I wonder what the situation there is like now." Chapter 21, Second Tier Quest, Here I Come. An elderly man beside him asked in a deep voice, "What is the name of Pingcheng's city lord? What rank of cultivator is he?" "Master, the city lord of Pingcheng is Li Qingzhou, a 4th transition sword cultivator," the man replied. 5 minutes have already passed. Pingcheng is likely on the verge of falling to the beast tide's assault. A middle-aged woman shook her head with her eyes closed, letting out a sigh. Though the lightning bird was swift, it would still take 5 minutes to reach Pingcheng. In those 5 minutes, the entire city would likely be reduced to ruins. This won't do. We must hasten our journey, or it will be too late. The speaker was the elderly man from earlier, his gaze growing grave. He then cast another 7th tier spell upon the thunderbird beneath him, pushing its speed to its absolute limit. Whoosh! The enhanced thunderbird's speed increased tenfold, surpassing its natural limits. It streaked forward like a blur, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The elder, Zhou Yuanhai, was the foremost 5th transformation mage in Tianshui City. The swift flight spell he had just cast greatly increased the thunderbird's speed, but it also placed a significant burden on his own energy reserves. Yet with the situation growing critical, he could no longer afford to hold back. Pingcheng! Ahem! Zhou Yuanshan, momentarily drained from overexertion, cleared his throat. Surprisingly, the rift in the void had already closed. Below, only a few ferocious beasts remained, fleeing in all directions as they were hunted down by the professionals. "Senior Zhou, could it be that reinforcements from other cities have already resolved this crisis?" the man asked, his expression filled with astonishment. Zhou Yuanhai shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. But even I could not have stood against the beast tide unleashed by the void fissure. Moreover, they must have rushed here at full speed to quell the beast tide so swiftly and seal the void fissure. Such feats could only be accomplished by 7th or 8th transformation experts." Just as they were about to seek someone for answers, Li Qingzhou arrived with the high-ranking officials of Pingcheng, approaching them with respectful deference. "Senior, we are deeply grateful for your timely reinforcement." Zhou Yuanhai waved his hand, his expression puzzled as he asked, "Has a 7th transformation expert already been here?" Hearing this, Li Qingzhou shook his head and smiled. "No, you are the first group of powerful individuals to arrive for support." Hearing this, the 3 of them froze, their expressions filled with profound shock. If they were the first to arrive, then who had resolved the spatial fissure in Pingcheng? Zhou Yuanhai's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Qingzhou and the others behind him. Though these individuals bore injuries, the strongest among them was merely Li Qingzhou, a 4th transformation cultivator. "You resolved this void fissure?" Zhou Yuanhai asked, his expression filled with confusion. With only Li Qingzhou and his team of professionals, it was utterly impossible for them to resolve this crisis on their own. They must have deployed some extraordinary trump card. Li Qingzhou shook his head. "No, it was a beastmaster who resolved this trouble for us." "A beastmaster?" Zhou Yuanhai and the 2 behind him all stiffened in shock. To handle the beast tide of over 100,000 creatures unleashed by the void fissure? Even a 6th rank beastmaster couldn't manage that. And to their knowledge, not a single beastmaster had reached the 6th transformation tier within the entire Great Yin Alliance. Even sacrificing every beastmaster under their command at any cost would prove impossible. Much less the single beastmaster Li Qingzhou had mentioned. Indeed. That beastmaster summoned a primordial-level abyssal black dragon, completely turning the tide. Otherwise, our Pingcheng would already be reduced to ruins. Li Qingzhou spoke with grave solemnity. Though he knew Jiang Feng's identity, he couldn't reveal it casually. "What? A reverted-type abyssal black dragon?" Zhou Yuanhai's eyes widened in shock, his own aura nearly slipping out of control. To have contracted a regress-level abyssal black dragon, such power was absolutely formidable. No wonder they could handle this beast tide. It seemed the Great Yin Federation had deployed its trump card, a peak-tier powerhouse, to purge this beast tide. However, Zhou Yuanhai quickly regained his composure and spoke up. The appearance of this void fissure must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. "Have you found the mastermind yet? If we don't uncover them, another crisis may well erupt." Li Qingzhou nodded in agreement. "We're already investigating. They've always operated in the shadows, but if they dare stir up trouble again, we'll pinpoint their location immediately." At that moment, the communication token at Li Qingzhou's waist suddenly vibrated. A message appeared on the token. "Operation Purge commences. The Great Yen realm shall not tolerate foreign foes trampling its soil. Those who dare defy Great Yen shall be utterly annihilated. Simultaneously, the tokens worn by the others also received this message. Upon reading the message, all hearts surged with excitement. Had Great Yen endured foreign oppression for far too long? Was it finally time to cease endurance and strike back with full force? Those who had spilled blood within the Great Yan's borders would pay dearly for their crimes. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng also received this message. Mission: eliminate all invading enemies. Mission briefing: eliminate all marked enemies lurking within the borders of Great Yen. Rewards: 100 merit points for each first-tier invader, 1,000 for second tier, 10,000 for third tier. Seeing this sudden notification, a flicker of delight instantly appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. This was another golden opportunity to earn merit points. However, eradicating these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yen borders was no simple task. The challenge lay in tracking down these rats lurking in the shadows. Ding! Host detected accepting special mission. Upon breaking through to the second transformation, will obtain special skill, True Sight Eye. True Sight Eye perceives the identity, background, profession, and skills of all individuals within a kilometer. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with delight. It was like a dream come true. With True Sight, he could now detect hidden enemies within a kilometer. Looks like my priority now is completing my second transformation quest. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a grin as he opened his second job advancement quest panel. Current quest, second job advancement. Requirements: travel to the second class dungeon, Mystic Serpent Bay, defeat the boss Mystic Serpent, and obtain the Mystic Serpent's heart. Acceptance deadline: 3 days. Accept now? Note: failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class advancement. Reattempting advancement is prohibited for 3 months. Heh, second job advancement quest, I'm here. Jiang Feng immediately pulled out his phone to search for the location of the Xuanjiao Bay secret realm instance. Chapter 22. Do you truly think my Great Yen has no one? Is the Xuanjiao Bay dungeon located in Tianshui City? Jiang Feng found the dungeon's location. The distance to Xuanjiao Bay was too great, taking a vehicle would take over a day. Forget it. Flying to Tianshui City on the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon would be much faster. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng retrieved the concealing robe from his spatial ring and donned it. He then summoned the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon and sped toward the direction of Mountain Sea City. At that moment, a reinforcement squad heading to Pingcheng was ambushed midway. Who are you? Why are you ambushing us? A fourth-tier professional wielding a broadsword barked at the group of black-clad figures surrounding them. The leader, a dark-skinned man, let out a cold, mocking laugh as he looked down on them and declared, "Great Yen professionals, I advise you to cease resistance. Today, you will either die here or surrender to us and become slaves of our Cuckoo Kingdom." As the ancient saying goes in Great Yen, he who recognizes the times is a wise man. Surely you understand this principle, sir? Hearing this, the fourth-tier professional's eyes blazed with fury. You worthless scum! How dare you Cuckoo Nation people come to our Great Yen? Don't you fear our Great Yen's mighty warriors annihilating you? The leader of the black-clad group laughed with utter disdain. Ha! Your Great Yen masters are likely too busy to help you now. After all, the void rift we unleashed in Pingcheng will keep them occupied for quite some time. Their people in Cuckoo created the void rift in Pingcheng precisely to ambush the elite warriors from nearby major cities as they rushed to provide support. They planned to ambush these reinforcements midway, setting a trap to catch them off guard. This was a plan they had been plotting for a long time. What? The catastrophe in Pingcheng was caused by those beasts from Cuckoo Nation? The fourth-tier professional seethed with fury. That the people of Cuckoo Nation could commit such a heinous act. They were worse than swine. The other adventurers were equally enraged. How dare these Cuckoo Nation scum be so brazen? How dare they come into the territory of Great Yen and commit such brazen acts of lawlessness? Great Yen professionals, I advise you to surrender now, for you stand no chance of victory. The leader of the black-clad group sneered. He had brought several ninjas and samurai at the peak of their fourth transformation. The Great Yen professionals before them stood no chance. Suddenly, the leader produced several specially designed collars. If you wish to live, put on these slave collars. Refuse, and you'll just die. Once they wore these collars, their very lives would be held in the hands of the black-clad men. Should they resist in any way, the black-clad man could instantly reduce them to a cloud of blood mist with a single thought. With the Great Yen Emperor's lifespan nearing its end, nations coveting the empire began making their moves. Publicly, they applied pressure on Great Yen. Privately, they schemed in other ways. But to be the first to take the plunge, one must possess even greater audacity. Their so-called Emperor of Cuckoo Nation, however, sought to first enslave the powerful warriors of the Great Yen Empire. Then, they would directly invade the Great Yen Kingdom, launching a pincer attack from both sides. Pa! Slaves to you? Never! Not even in death. The fourth-tier professional spat a mouthful of blood at the black-clad figure, his eyes brimming with contempt. As a Great Yen professional, there was only standing death, no kneeling survival. These beasts wanted him to be their slave? Utterly delusional. Damn it. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The leader of the black-clad men roared, his face darkening. With that, several throwing knives flashed in his hands, unleashing a storm of projectiles toward them like a sudden downpour. The fourth-tier practitioner's expression hardened as he swung his blade to block. The professionals behind him also unleashed their skills to put up a stubborn defense. Simultaneously, they searched for an opening. If they could seize the right moment, they could break through the encirclement. However, the professionals from Cuckoo Kingdom far surpassed them in strength, and the Great Yen professionals quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Several fresh, bloodied wounds appeared on their bodies. They were now in a desperate state, yet their faces still bore an unyielding resolve. You Cuckoo nationals! Do you truly believe our Great Yen has no one left? The fourth-tier professional's gaze hardened with resolve as his aura surged relentlessly. Fiery flames erupted from the broad blade in his hand as he swung it fiercely toward the leader of the black-clad figures. The strike carried immense power, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Even the air itself grew scorching hot. Yet the leader remained utterly unmoved, his eyes flashing with contempt. Ha, a mere insect dares to spout such nonsense? Let me show you the might of our Cuckoo country ninjas. Ninjutsu, lightning release. As the black-clad figure uttered the incantation, electric sparks instantly flickered around his body. A purple ball of lightning collided with the blazing blade of the fourth-tier professional in an instant. In that instant, the blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes, and the powerful shockwave radiated outward. The fourth-tier professional was sent flying, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The other Yen practitioners were shaken by the force, their blood surging violently. They gritted their teeth and held their ground, seizing the opportunity to launch surprise attacks at the weak points of these Cuckoo country ninjas. Yet the Cuckoo ninjas, working in seamless coordination, swiftly shifted formations and countered with fierce ninjutsu. Ice shards and wind blades flew everywhere, inflicting more wounds upon the Great Yen practitioners. The situation had reached a life-or-death crisis. Then, a searing crimson flame streaked across the sky. Everyone was startled. The fourth-tier practitioner, who had barely managed to rise from the deep pit, saw a firebird streaking across the sky. Their hearts sank instantly. Could Pingcheng already be destroyed? A look of shock and sorrow flashed in his eyes. The reason for this suspicion is that the terrifying firebird was seen departing from the direction of Pingcheng. This could very well mean that Pingcheng had already fallen, and the monstrous beasts had begun spreading outward. Who would have thought the situation had reached such a critical juncture? Other Great Yen practitioners felt an immense weight in their hearts. Could it be that heaven's mandate no longer favors Great Yen? The leader of the black-clad figures flinched at first, then a sneer twisted his lips. It seems the calamity of Great Yen is imminent. I'll give you one last chance, submit to my Cuckoo Kingdom, and you may yet scrape out a miserable existence. The fourth transformation practitioner braced himself against his broadsword, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Stop spouting nonsense. Even if I die today, I'll drag you little devils down with me. With that, he drew a self-destruct stone, preparing to activate it. At that moment, the crimson sky-scorching falcon suddenly appeared before them, having traversed the distant sky in mere breaths. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the area within 100 meters, leaving them all gasping for breath. Chapter 23, No foreign enemy shall be tolerated within the Great Yen realm. At that moment, Jiang Feng stood atop the crimson sky-burning falcon's feathered back. During the flight, he had sensed significant battle fluctuations emanating from this location. Thus, he commanded the crimson sky-burning sky falcon to fly toward this location. The crimson glow emanating from the fire-scorching sky falcon was blindingly bright, like the sun itself. It nearly blinded them. When the fourth-tier practitioners saw the figure clad in black robes standing upon the falcon's feathered back, their faces were filled with utter shock. Since Jiang Feng wore the concealing robe, others couldn't discern his identity. Thus, the Great Yen practitioners had no way of knowing whether Jiang Feng was friend or foe. If he were an enemy, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. They could only silently pray that this powerful figure was indeed a Great Yen practitioner. Meanwhile, the ninja from Cuckoo Nation instantly paled with horror. This is a star-ranked ferocious beast. The leader in black robes paled in shock, his subordinates equally terrified. They then fled for their lives, scattering like birds and beasts. A beast master wielding such a terrifying beast was beyond their capabilities. Before him, they were nothing more than a swarm of ants wielding ninjutsu. Seeing the Cuckoo nationals flee, the fourth-tier professional's heart leapt with relief. He realized this beast master wasn't their reinforcements. He hurriedly spoke up, "Senior, they are Cuckoo Nation agents attempting to ambush us professionals heading to Pingcheng for reinforcements. Please, Senior, strike down these scum from Cuckoo Nation." Cuckoo nationals? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Without a word, he commanded the crimson sky-scorching falcon to attack. Boom! The crimson sky-scorching falcon's wings beat fiercely, unleashing the skill, heaven-scorching blaze wave. Raging flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the fleeing Cuckoo Nation soldiers. In the blink of an eye, several Cuckoo Nation ninjas were reduced to ashes amidst their agonized screams within the inferno. You have slain a 4th transformation invader. Merit points, 30,000. You have slain a 4th tier invaders, earning merit points, 30,000. You have killed. The leader in black robes activated the ninja technique, substitute jutsu. A paper effigy took the fatal blow in his place. Had he been a second slower, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. His face was deathly pale, his heart pounding violently. This was the closest he had ever come to death in his entire life. My lord, Iori Genshiku, humbly offer myself as your servant. Please spare my wretched life. The leader of the black-clad men hastily knelt to beg for mercy, his clothes already soaked through with cold sweat. He produced a slave collar, preparing to present it to Jiang Feng. Oof. People from Cuckoo Nation aren't even worthy of being my dog. Jiang Feng said expressionlessly. Originally, he had planned to complete his second stage mission first before eliminating these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yin realm. But unexpectedly, he encountered this group midway. Eliminating them now would also earn him merit points. Therefore, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't let these Cuckoo Kingdom people live. The next instant, the Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon launched another attack, obliterating them completely. Senior, thank you for your assistance. 4th Transition Practitioner Yunxi raised his hand in a respectful salute toward Jiang Feng. Had this Beast Master not appeared in time, they would likely have ended up as corpses by now. No need to thank me. It was merely a small favor. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. Within the borders of Great Yen, we won't tolerate these traitors running amok. Yunxi frowned again. Senior, I noticed you came from Pingcheng. How is the situation there? No need to worry. The void rift in Pingcheng has been sealed, Jiang Feng replied with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Yunxi felt a jolt of astonishment. He never imagined this Beast Master could subdue a void fisher so swiftly. Senior, this disaster in Pingcheng was instigated by those from Cuckoo Kingdom. Their aim was to launch a surprise attack while we were rushing to provide support, intending to turn us into slaves under their control. It's likely we weren't the only ones ambushed. Right now, countless Yen practitioners are surely facing their treacherous attacks. We implore you, Senior, to extend your aid and rescue the others trapped in peril. Yunxi spoke to Jiang Feng with utmost respect. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Feng nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. The beastly actions of these so-called compatriots only deepened the killing intent in his heart. So this was the scheme these beasts had concocted. Killing them would earn him merit points anyway. He'd circle the area first and eliminate these treacherous, despicable Cuckoo nationals. Screech! With a piercing cry, the Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon took flight, transforming into a massive streak of fire as it vanished. Only after Jiang Feng departed did Yunxi breathe a sigh of relief. On one hand, the sheer oppressive presence of the Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon was overwhelming. On the other hand, with this senior stepping in, those damned Cuckoo nationals wouldn't escape a single one. Tianshui City. Within the city lord's mansion. Smack! A man with a horse-like face, seated at the head of the table, slammed his hand down on the tabletop beside him, shouting in fury. Damn it! Why were all the ambushers surrounding Pingcheng wiped out? A timid-looking man beside him stammered. My lord, it said a powerful beastmaster intervened and eliminated all our men. What? The man with the horse-like face frowned deeply. This plan has failed. How am I supposed to face the divine envoy now? Please calm your anger, sir. That beastmaster appeared out of nowhere, and he even sealed the void rift in Pingcheng. The man beside him said, trembling with fear. Hearing this, the man with the horse-like face said with a sinister expression, this person must be a deeply hidden powerhouse from Great Yen. We must eliminate him as soon as possible, or else it will cause endless trouble. But, given that Beastmaster's terrifying power, killing him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The man beside him replied with a troubled expression. Possessing power capable of sealing a void fisher, a catastrophe capable of wiping out an entire city. What means could they possibly have to eliminate him? The man with the horse-like face also wore a grim expression, deep in thought about how to deal with that damned Beastmaster. Just then, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the center of the hall, radiating an aura as terrifying as an abyss. The man with the horse-like face immediately knelt in reverence, bowing with utmost respect. This subordinate greets the divine envoy. The shadowy figure gave a slight nod. I've heard all about it. This Beastmaster must be eliminated without delay. With a wave of his hand, a stone tablet engraved with the character Jin materialized before the two. This object is called the Sealing Void Steel. Using this artifact will seal the Beastmaster's beast summoning space, preventing them from summoning their beasts. Even if that fellow is a 7th rank Beastmaster, without his beast, a 4th rank ninja will be more than capable of taking his head. Chapter 24, What brings the honored elder here? Upon seeing the divine envoy produce the void sealing steel, the horse-faced man and his men were all taken aback. This was a half-saint grade artifact. Who would have thought the divine envoy would go so far as to produce a half-saint tier artifact to eliminate that powerful Beastmaster? But with this artifact in hand, that Beastmaster was nothing more than fish on a platter, ready to be carved up. If you can eliminate this man, I shall petition His Majesty the Emperor to bestow rewards upon you. With these words, the divine envoy's apparition gradually faded away. Rest assured, divine messenger. Your servant will personally present the Beastmaster's head before you. The man with the horse-like face pledged solemnly. Once the divine envoy's apparition vanished completely, the man with the horse-like face gazed intently at the Jinshu steel in his hands. This half-saint-grade artifact could not only sever a Beastmaster's beast summoning space but also suppress their power. It was undoubtedly a top-tier trump card. Screech! At that moment, a piercing cry echoed across the heavens. Jiang Feng had already mounted the crimson sky-burning falcon and arrived above Tianshui City. His sudden appearance immediately drew the attention and caused a stir among the city's populace. It was well known that the city lord had explicitly banned aerial flight within Tianshui City. Even riding tamed beasts was forbidden. Yet not a single guard within the city dared step forward to admonish Jiang Feng. The sheer pressure emanating from that fiery bird was almost suffocating. They dared not provoke this formidable power. The man with the horse-like face immediately emerged from the city lord's residence to investigate the situation. 5 years prior, he had infiltrated Tianshui City under the orders of the divine envoy. After assassinating the original city lord, he had disguised himself as Tan Tianshu, the current lord of Tianshui City. Seeing that crimson sky-scorching falcon, its massive wings obscuring the sky and radiating overwhelming power, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he'd heard rumors of this formidable Beastmaster's power, witnessing it firsthand still sent a chill down his spine. Yet Tan Tianshu quickly steadied his breath, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. He had been pondering how to deal with this man. Little did he expect this formidable Beastmaster to appear directly on his own territory. Truly, heaven was aiding him. In an instant, Tan Tianshu shot forward, swiftly landing beside Jiang Feng. He plastered on a flattering smile and inquired. Esteemed senior, I am Tan Tianshu, lord of Tianshui City. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I need to enter a dungeon to gather some materials. Jiang Feng replied indifferently, then raised an eyebrow. What? Is there something you need? There was something off about this Tianshui City lord, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Not at all, Tan Tianshu chuckled awkwardly, his expression humble. I heard the crisis in Pingchang was resolved by a powerful Beast Tamer. I presume that person was you, senior? Jiang Feng nodded. Let's skip the pleasantries. I have urgent matters to attend to and won't keep Lord Tan here any longer. Ah, senior, please wait. I'll immediately arrange a banquet in your honor. I beg you to grace us with your presence. Tan Tianshu pleaded with a beaming smile. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Feng readily agreed. Tianshui City's cuisine was renowned throughout the Great Yan Empire, especially its seafood, which was truly exceptional. I'll come over once I'm done with my business. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly before mounting the crimson sky-burning falcon and departing toward the dungeon at Xuanjiao Bay. As the crimson sky-burning falcon swiftly vanished from sight, Tan Tianshu's expression instantly darkened. He barked orders to the person beside him, keep a close watch. Report any developments immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate nodded and followed the direction the crimson sky-burning falcon had departed. East gate of Tianshui City. Here stood several teleportation arrays, flanked by stone tablets inscribed with the names of corresponding dungeons. These arrays allowed teleportation to various dungeon realms. Of course, using the teleportation arrays required payment, serving as one of Tianshui City's revenue streams. The spacious plaza was crowded with many adventurers. They huddled in small groups, calling out to recruit party members. Sunmmary Deep Forest need one more level 70 tank. Wind Dragon Ruins, Wind Dragon Ruins. Seeking several hundred level veterans to join our party, any class welcome. Thousand Ravine Sandlands need a level 90 mage. Hey, you with the killer legs over there. Join our party, you get first pick of the loot. Hearing these shouts, Jiang Feng felt as if he'd stepped into a bustling marketplace. Due to his Beastmaster's high level, he couldn't enter lower-level dungeon realms. Therefore, he couldn't directly ride his beast through the teleportation array into the instance dungeon. Forcing a teleport would only cause the array to collapse. Only teleportation arrays for dungeons above the 4th tier level had no restrictions on the entering level. Thus, Jiang Feng recalled the crimson sky-scorching falcon into his beast space midway. Glancing at the stone tablet engraved with the Xuanjiao Bay inscription, Jiang Feng proceeded toward the teleportation array's location. The professionals waiting to form a party at Xuanjiao Bay froze when they saw Jiang Feng clad in his stealth-enhancing robe. Profession? Level? Combat power? Friend, need to join a party? If you come with us, you'll get 20% of the loot once we're inside Xuanjiao Bay. One of the men approached Jiang Feng and struck up a conversation. No thanks. Jiang Feng shook his head and walked straight toward the teleportation array. Friend, the beasts in Xuanjiao Bay are tough as nails. Going solo won't be worth the effort. Plus, entering the secret realm costs 600,000 Federation coins. How about this? I'll give you an extra 10% of the loot. The man remained persistent, trying to persuade him further. After all, Xuanjiao Bay was a notoriously difficult second-tier instance, rarely chosen by adventurers for grinding. But Jiang Feng paid him no mind, pulling out his token and stepping directly into the teleportation array. That's at the secret realm pass. The others gasped in astonishment upon seeing the token Jiang Feng presented. Possessing a secret realm pass granted unrestricted access to any secret realm within the Great Yen realm. This item was extremely precious, one that money alone couldn't buy. After all, accessing certain special instances often required fees running into the tens or even hundreds of millions of Federation coins. This man's status was clearly extraordinary. The moment he stepped into the formation, Jiang Feng instantly felt his body enveloped by a current of air, a wave of comfort washing over him. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to the Xuanjiao Bay. Splash! Waves crashed onto the sandy shore, stirring up a refreshing sea breeze. Before his eyes stretched the vast, azure expanse of the sea. This was the outskirts of Xuanjiao Bay, inhabited only by low-tier ferocious beasts. Due to its pleasant scenery, some professionals even enjoy the beach in cool swimwear. Particularly eye-catching were the curvaceous women in alluring swimwear splashing in the water and posing for photoshoots. Jiang Feng even began to wonder if he had somehow stumbled into a beach resort. Chapter 25, A True Dragon? Isn't that an ancestral-level Beast Tamer? Standing on the beach, Jiang Feng spread his arms wide, breathing in the refreshing sea breeze that caressed his face. Beyond the sea, is that freedom? After murmuring this with feigned profundity, Jiang Feng wasted no time. Come forth, crimson sky-scorching falcon. With a low command, violent ripples instantly surged through the void above him. This sudden commotion instantly sent the nearby adventurers into a panic. Boom! A searing, surging inferno erupted across the sky. Screech! A piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air. A firebird soaring from the surging flames obscured the sky. The temperature across the entire sea began to soar. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. He had once read in fantasy novels how mighty warriors could incinerate mountains and boil seas. Could he now emulate such feats with ease? Mounted upon the wings of the crimson sky-scorching falcon, it flapped its wings and darted deep into the Xuanjiao Bay. The icy seawater below was scorched into lukewarm water along its path. Vicious sea beasts hurriedly dove deeper into the ocean's depths. Bloodthirsty mad shark. Level 76. HP 93,000. Combat power 88,510. Skills Serrated Storm, Bloodthirsty Fangs. Giant Claw Crab. Level LV 80. HP 183,000. Combat power 74,510. Skills Crab Claw Hammer, Guillotine Claw. Black-shelled alligator turtle. Level 66. HP 123,000. Combat power 48,510. Skills Spiked Carapace, Water Control. Come to think of it, since these turtle-type beasts have such thick health pools, wouldn't it be awesome to contract one as a beast companion? Upon seeing beasts like the black-shelled alligator turtle, a gleam of calculation flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. With his innate symbiosis skill, if he were to contract a beast with over 1,000,000 HP, his damage resistance would be absurdly tankier than even those 5th or 6th tier shield warriors. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Feng. Let's try out the burning mountains, boiling seas feeling first. Jiang Feng commanded the crimson sky-burning sky falcon to unleash its skill, Burning Sky Blaze Wave. Screech! The crimson sky-burning sky falcon immediately obeyed. Spreading its wings, the flames enveloping its body surged into a more intense, scorching heat. Even Jiang Feng felt the searing warmth. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, boom! A wave of flame, as if capable of consuming the world, erupted toward the sea below. The once calm sea surface erupted in a colossal inferno. In an instant, the seawater boiled and evaporated. Scorching steam rose upward, making Jiang Feng feel as if he were standing atop boiling water. 183,571. 191,200. 175,410. Blood-red damage numbers kept flashing before Jiang Feng's eyes. Some sea beasts below level 70 were instantly annihilated. Since the seawater absorbed most of the attack's power, the damage inflicted was quite limited. Nevertheless, the spectacle of unleashing these skills was truly spectacular. Since Jiang Feng hadn't completed his second job quest yet, he gained no experience from slaying these beasts. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of equipment dropped. Especially the boiled marine beasts, which kept floating to the surface. The scene resembled a seafood buffet spread before his eyes. Jiang Feng reached out and scooped up a large crab, its shell scorched red hot. Though his earlier strike appeared devastating, it had actually inflicted little damage on the beasts gathered in the deep sea. Especially the dungeon's boss, the Xuanjiao. Despite all the commotion, it hadn't even shown its face. What a coward. Holy crap, how did such a powerful beast master get in here? Yeah, anyone above the 4th transformation can't enter Xuanjiao Bay. Even trying to force entry into the teleportation array would just cause it to malfunction. Wait, this terrifyingly powerful beast master seems to be just hanging around, blowing up fish for fun? Some professionals who had rushed to the beach to watch couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Some were curious how Jiang Feng had managed to enter the Xuanjia Bay instance. Others wondered what Jiang Feng was doing in this second-tier instance. If they knew Jiang Feng was merely here to complete his second transition quest, they'd likely be stunned into speechless shock. Running a second transformation dungeon with a level 100 beast to complete his own second transformation quest? They couldn't even begin to fathom it. Wasn't that like a max-level character diving straight into a beginner's dungeon to complete quests? By now, several speedboats were already racing toward this location, casting nets across the sea surface to haul up these fully matured ocean beasts. After all, Tianshui City was renowned for its delicious seafood. And the fully cooked carcasses of these sea beasts were even more valuable than the gear they dropped. Boss, if you want a farm here, you'd better summon a water-type beastmaster. The professional on deck advised Jiang Feng above. Though the Firebird's damage earlier was absurdly high, its actual effectiveness was quite limited. The beasts lurking in the deep sea held no fear of fire's power. The seawater itself automatically nullified the flame's damage. As long as those oceanic beasts remained deep below, this beastmaster had no way to deal with them. Thank you for the reminder, Jiang Feng replied with a polite smile. Earlier, he had merely tested the might of his burning mountains, boiling seas technique, so he hadn't summoned the abyssal black dragon. Otherwise, he would have already speed cleared this instance. Roar! A dragon's roar, heavy with authority, echoed through the air. The sky darkened with gathering storm clouds, punctuated by muffled rumbles of thunder. Then, a colossal dragon of unknown length coiled and soared from the dark clouds. Then it plunged into the sea, sending up massive waves. Wave after wave erupted violently, nearly capsizing the speedboats. Is that a sea dragon? No, this dragon's aura is far too oppressive. It's not a dragon-like serpent, it's a true dragon. A true dragon? That's practically a primordial level beast. Good heavens! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the scene unfolding before them. With the emergence of the abyssal black dragon, the entire sea surface erupted into towering waves. As if it were the true ruler of these waters. The professional seafood harvesters were terrified out of their wits, revving their speedboats to full throttle as they raced toward shore. Beneath the waves, the Xian dragon, startled by the dragon's might, was terrified out of its wits. Though it was a dragon-like creature, its veins carried only a faint trace of dragon blood. Compared to a true dragon, it was little more than a lowly minion. Before the black dragon could flee, the abyssal black dragon incinerated it with a single breath of dragonfire, exploding into a pile of materials and equipment. Among the loot was the very item Jiang Feng needed to complete his second stage quest, the heart of the mystic dragon. You have a quest to submit. Submit now? Submit. Jiang Feng answered without hesitation. Chapter 26, Predecessor, what do you mean by this? Second job advancement quest completed. Acquired special skill, Eye of True Sight. Current status updated. Upon hearing the notification sound, Jiang Feng glanced at his profession panel. Class, Beastmaster. Level, second job advancement, level 60. Strength, 12,300. Stamina, 9,400. Agility, 8,550. Spirit, 15,400. Combat power, 13,200. Skills, Sovereign of all living things, Symbiosis, Eye of True Sight, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32,410,000. Now that I've broken through the second transformation, another 30 levels will allow me to contract another beast. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Moreover, he had acquired the new skill, Eye of True Sight, allowing him to detect hidden enemies lurking within the Great Yen realm. Those invaders of the Great Yen would resort to all manner of disguises and concealment. Items, skills, and equipment all possessed such concealment effects. Perhaps among the unremarkable figures on the streets, some concealed invaders lurk. Low-level concealment techniques were easily detected. However, advanced concealment techniques can only be detected through high-level eye techniques, appraisal skills, or special artifacts. Now, with the True Sight Eye and identity that sees through everything, these invaders stand before Jiang Feng as if they were naked. Moreover, the True Sight Eye's perception range is truly extraordinary, capable of detecting hidden individuals within a kilometer. Slaying these intruders would yield massive merit points, allowing him to stock up at the Great Yen treasury. That would allow his strength to leap forward once more. First, let's test the True Sight Eye's effectiveness. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as he activated the skill, True Sight. A faint golden glow flickered between his eyes. Jiang Feng's gaze swept across the shoreline, landing on the people gathered on the sand. Soon, their information became crystal clear to him. Name, Ji Bo. Class, Mage. Level, second job, level 77. Nation, Great Yen. Strength, 8,200. Stamina, 7,600. Agility, 5,400. Spirit, 13,000. Combat power, 14,000. Name, Du Zaitan. Class, Warrior. Level, second job advancement, level 77. Nation, Great Yen. Name, Junji Sato. Class, Ninja. Level 95, third job advancement. Affiliated nation, Cuckoo Nation. Name, Meichuan Cuckoo. Class, Ninja. Level 92, third job advancement. Affiliation, Cuckoo Nation. Who would have thought Cuckoo Nation had so many invaders? They've even infiltrated the dungeon's secret realm. Upon seeing their information, Jiang Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What surprised Jiang Feng most, however, was the individual named Sato Junji. It seemed he had been present alongside the Tianshui city lord when the latter welcomed Jiang Feng. From the very beginning, Jiang Feng had sensed something inexplicably off about the Tianshui city lord, Tan Tianshu. Now it seemed highly likely that this man was problematic. At this thought, Jiang Feng's gaze darkened. If Tan Tianshu truly was the hidden intruder they'd been talking about, then executing him without evidence, it would inevitably trigger a major upheaval. These men were clearly sent by him to keep tabs on me. Inviting him to dinner was likely nothing more than a trap. But soon, a flicker of calculation crossed Jiang Feng's eyes as a countermeasure formed in his mind. He possessed several life-saving gadgets himself, combined with his symbiotic skill, which allowed him to transfer damage onto his beast companion. The likelihood of them posing a threat to him was practically negligible. To be cautious, Jiang Feng still intended to further test the capabilities of symbiosis. At that moment, the abyssal black dragon unleashed its skill, instantly wiping out a vast swath of monstrous creatures in the deep sea. A series of notification sounds rang out in succession. Congratulations on defeating a level 75 monster mouthfish. You have gained 6,370 EXP. Congratulations on defeating an 81 level man-eating octopus. You have gained 8,400 EXP. Congratulations on defeating an 86 level deep sea squid. You have gained 9,621 EXP. Congratulations on defeating. Soon, a faint white glow began to flicker around Jiang Feng's body as his experience points steadily climbed. His level skyrocketed. In less than 2 minutes, every single monster in the entire Xuanjiao Sea had been wiped out. After all, a regressed level abyssal black dragon over level 100 could obliterate hordes of monsters with a single fart. Let alone when it used skills to clear the area. The sea surface was now littered with a dense cluster of materials, equipment, items, and more. All looted from slaying those monstrous creatures of the deep. Silver and gold tier items gleamed brightly, momentarily blinding Jiang Feng. But to Jiang Feng, these items were merely accumulated odds and ends. The equipment and materials from the previous wave of beasts that emerged from the Void Rift had already desensitized him completely. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Feng swept all these items into his spatial ring. But the ring was already packed to the brim, nearly overflowing. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to collect the worthless items. When I head out later, I'll find a merchant guild and sell off half of this stuff first. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng summoned the abyssal black dragon back into his beast taming space. He then mounted the crimson sky-scorching falcon and flew toward the shore. Spotting Jiang Feng riding his beast toward the shore, several Cuckoo Country ninjas lurking among the crowd immediately prepared to leave and report the sighting. After the commotion earlier, their suspicions about Jiang Feng only deepened. This beast tamer clad in a dark robe was clearly no ordinary high-tier beast tamer. This individual was likely one of the great Yan Empire's quasi-divine heirs, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. This news must be reported to the Lord immediately. Just as they prepared to depart, the crimson sky-scorching falcon soared overhead. Elder, what do you mean by this? Several Cuckoo Country ninjas looked at Jiang Feng with fear in their eyes. Come with me, Jiang Feng said coldly. Before they could refuse, the crimson sky-scorching falcon's sharp talons had already seized them. Senior, what do you want? If it's money, we'll give you everything we have. Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled, but his smile carried a hint of coldness. Stop pretending in front of me. You Cuckoo countrymen really do love putting on a show. Hearing Jiang Feng expose their true identities with a single remark, terror flashed in their eyes as cold sweat broke out on their bodies. Their disguise was supposed to be cast by the divine envoy himself. Even high-tier professionals couldn't see through it. Yet this beast master powerhouse had seen through their identities at a glance. What kind of insight was this? Chapter 27. Very well, I shall now send you down to reunite. Senior, please spare our lives. We swear we'll never set foot in the Great Yin territory again. Sato Junji pleaded desperately to Jiang Feng. Poof. You Japanese scum have committed countless atrocities within our Great Yin borders. Your crimes deserve no mercy. And now you think a simple plea for mercy will get you back home? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression cold as he stared at them. If they weren't still somewhat useful to him, they would already be corpses. Then, Jiang Feng produced the slave collars he had confiscated earlier and sneered coldly. I'll give you two choices, die or wear this. The few Cuckoo nationals were instantly terrified. They knew the power of these slave collars. Once fastened, their very existence would be held in the palm of their captor's hand. It was the very device their country used to enslave Yin professionals, yet today it would become the instrument of their own enslavement. You have 3 breaths to decide. After that, death. Jiang Feng declared. Exchanging glances, they erupted into action in that instant. They immediately unleashed the mid-tier ninjutsu shadow-killing array, determined to fight Jiang Feng to the death. Bastards! Our noble bloodline of the Great Ko Kingdom will never bow to you, vile Great Yin scum. Sign. In the next instant, their forms dissolved into a murderous black mist. Launching a surprise attack on Jiang Feng, perched upon the back feathers of the crimson sky-burning falcon. This brat hasn't even reached the third transformation stage. If we strike him by surprise, victory isn't impossible. Then they would surely receive the divine messenger's reward. Facing their sudden onslaught, Jiang Feng's expression remained utterly calm, even tinged with amusement. Boom! Before the dark mist could even reach him, it was incinerated into ashes by the crimson sky-burning falcon's flames. You have slain a third transformation invader. Merit points, 10,000. You have slain a third-tier invader, earning 10,000 merit points. You have slain. However, Jiang Feng spared one life. He sneered coldly at Sato Junji. You've seen the consequences of defying me. I'll give you one last chance. Sato Junji, utterly terrified, stammered. Senior, I'm willing to become your loyal servant. Please spare my life. With that, he obediently slipped on the slave collar. The instant it touched his neck, the collar emitted a faint, mysterious glow before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng felt an unusual sensation arise within his mind. This sensation not only contained the power to freely control the life and death of others, but also the ability to sense whether anyone harbored ill will toward him. Should he dare harbor any ill intent, a single thought would be enough to strike him dead instantly. I ask you, Jiang Feng inquired, is Tan Tianqiu, the lord of Tianqiu City, one of your Kuku Nation's people? Through the restraining power of the slave collar, he could sense whether this man was lying. If he dared to lie, there would be no need to spare him. He would simply convert him into his own merit points. As for Tan Tianqiu's true identity, Jiang Feng could simply use his true sight eye to verify it once he left. Sato Junji's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. That's correct. With that confirmation, Jiang Feng cut straight to the chase. Speak. How does he plan to deal with me? Sato Junji replied fearfully, reporting to you, Senior, the Divine Envoy has already deployed the half-saint grade artifact, the Jinshu Steel, which can seal off your beast taming space. A semi-saint grade artifact? Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. That damn Divine Envoy was actually willing to bring out a semi-saint grade artifact to deal with him. And one that could sever his beast control space, no less. They're really willing to go all out to eliminate me. Fortunately, he had captured and interrogated these individuals beforehand. Otherwise, he might have fallen into this trap. As long as I keep my beast riding outside, that so-called semi-saint level Jinshu Steel won't do me a damn thing. Alright. I imagine your companions down below are feeling rather lonely. I'll send you to join them now. With that, Jiang Feng focused his intent, activating the slave collar's power to eliminate him. The people of Kuku country weren't even worthy of being his dogs. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to depart, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! Rare beast detected nearby. Host, please proceed to investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Feng froze in surprise. Most of the dangerous beasts within the Xuanjiao secret realm had already been exterminated. Where could he possibly find a beast to tame? However, following the system's guidance, Jiang Feng actually discovered a beast egg on an inconspicuous little island in the sea. The island had been nearly flattened by the crimson sky-scorching falcon's abilities. Yet the beast egg stood there, perfectly intact. Truly a rare beast detected by the system. Jiang Feng immediately checked its information. Mystic turtle egg, rare quality. Grade, gold. Jiang Feng shed his stealth cloak in an unoccupied area and departed through the teleportation portal. He arrived at the largest exchange in Tianqiu City, where he sold off some materials, equipment, and items. With a quick flip, he made a tidy profit. Not much, just over 1 billion Federation credits. Seeing the balance on his card swell into a long string of numbers again, Jiang Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. Next, Jiang Feng purchased several items that could conceal his aura, along with materials to level up his beast tamers. Not to conceal his own aura, but for his own beast companions. The entire haul cost him less than 10 million Federation credits. During the transaction, Jiang Feng also learned of a significant event. In 10 days, the Purple Moon Trading Guild would hold an auction, where prominent practitioners would auction off rare and valuable items. These items were typically unavailable on the open market. Most importantly, Jiang Feng heard that among them was the evolution fruit required for the Hellhound, the Bloodflame Inferno fruit. Securing this item would grant him a second ancestral level beast companion. It was hard for Jiang Feng not to be tempted. Later, Jiang Feng brought the black tortoise egg to an incubation chamber. While he could wait for the Xian turtle egg to hatch naturally, a professional incubation chamber could significantly speed up the process. Normally, it would take several months to hatch successfully, but in the incubation room, it could be accelerated to as little as half a month. If one sought even faster results, aiming for hatching within days. That risked causing unknown developmental issues for the beast's future growth. Though Jiang Feng wished for the egg to hatch sooner, he didn't want to compromise its foundational development. Inside the incubation chamber, Jiang Feng noticed a delicate young woman. Her delicate frame clad in a brown bear print apron, a gentle smile on her face. She was carefully feeding some newly hatched little beasts. The moment he saw her, Jiang Feng felt slightly dazed. It wasn't because she was beautiful but because she was Su Wanru, his high school classmate. When his family went bankrupt, everyone distanced themselves from him. Only this young woman had lent him money during his darkest hour. Most importantly, Su Wanru and he had only ever been ordinary classmates. Yet she had willingly extended a helping hand when he was in trouble, without demanding anything in return. Chapter 28. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 10 billion. Jiang Feng? Su Wanru was slightly surprised to see Jiang Feng. Yeah, didn't expect to see you in Tianshui City. Jiang Feng's eyes crinkled with a smile as he walked toward her. He remembered her awakened profession was incubator, though he hadn't expected to encounter her in Tianshui City. I'm working at my cousin's place, Su Wanru replied with a faint smile. But what brings you to Tianshui City? For some reason, she sensed a distinct change in the aura Jiang Feng now exuded. He radiated an indescribable calmness and confidence. He was practically a different person compared to before. I'm here on business. Jiang Feng replied casually, then produced the black turtle egg. Help me hatch this beast egg. Sure. This should be your first beast companion, congratulations. She smiled as she accepted the black turtle egg Jiang Feng handed her. Su Wanru used her inspection tool to determine the egg's grade. She knew Jiang Feng's current circumstances acquiring a beast egg must have been no easy feat. Species, black tortoise. Grade, gold. Yet the moment she saw the gold grade, Su Wanru's eyes widened in astonishment. A golden grade beast egg was worth at least 1 million Federation coins. She had assumed Jiang Feng would bring a black iron grade beast egg. But she never imagined it would be gold grade. Jiang Feng, this is a gold grade beast taming egg. Where did you get it? Su Wanru looked at Jiang Feng with genuine astonishment. After all, Jiang Feng's family had gone bankrupt, leaving him deep in debt he couldn't even afford food. So when she saw how pitiful he was, she lent him some of the money she had saved up. She never expected to get it back. After all, everyone has their share of misfortune and setbacks. But now, Jiang Feng had produced a gold grade beast egg worth hundreds of thousands of Federation coins. How could this not astonish her? Just got lucky, found it in a dungeon, Jiang Feng said with a light chuckle. Really? Hearing this, Su Wanru's face flashed with surprise and envy. Finding a gold-grade beast egg in a beginner dungeon wasn't impossible. But the odds were minuscule, as unlikely as winning the lottery. If Jiang Feng truly had obtained this golden-grade beast egg, then it could only mean his luck was off the charts. Still, Su Wanru couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for Jiang Feng. After all, a beastmaster without a beast joining a raid party is essentially just an errand boy. Having a gold-grade beastmaster's egg would greatly aid Jiang Feng's growth. As he spoke, Jiang Feng took out a mage necklace and presented it to Su Wanru as repayment for her previous favor. Oh, and about that money you lent me last time, I still haven't paid you back. Consider this mage necklace as my token of gratitude. This mage necklace not only boosts mental power but also rapidly restores both mental and physical stamina. Accelerating the hatching of beast eggs was an extremely mentally taxing task for an incubator. However, Su Wanru shook her head in refusal, smiling as she said, Jiang Feng, this mage necklace looks incredibly valuable. You should keep it for yourself. After all, the costs of incubation and the resources needed for a beast's later growth are extremely expensive. I'm working here now and earn a decent monthly salary. You can repay me later when you're able. Golden tier beasts far surpass silver and black iron tiers in power, but the resources required for their cultivation also dwarf those needed for silver and black iron beasts. Thus, she declined Jiang Feng's offer. Jiang Feng chuckled, no need to be so polite. I've got thousands of pieces of mage gear like this. Just take it. His words carried a distinct air of deep-pocketed generosity. Yet this was Jiang Feng deliberately trying to keep a low profile. Su Wanru giggled softly but remained adamant in her refusal. Jiang Feng didn't press the matter. When paying with his card, he displayed a staggering balance that left Su Wanru utterly speechless. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Only then did she snap out of her shock. So Jiang Feng really hadn't exaggerated earlier. But she couldn't fathom how Jiang Feng had suddenly become so wealthy. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the store. The woman was a young lady dressed exquisitely, Su Wanru's cousin. The man was handsome, yet his brow carried a hint of superficiality, clearly the result of excessive indulgence in wine and women. Wanru, young Master Zhao has come to see you again, Su Wanru's cousin said with a smile. The young Master Zhao she mentioned was no ordinary figure. His name was Zhao Jinpeng, the son of the vice president of the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association. Yet Su Wanru remained utterly indifferent toward Zhao Jinpeng. And who might this be? Zhao Jinpeng suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. Even before stepping inside, he'd spotted the kid chatting and laughing with Su Wanru. He wanted to find out who this guy was. How dare he compete with me for a woman? This is my classmate, Jiang Feng, Su Wanru introduced. Hearing this, Su Wanru's cousin's eyes widened in surprise. And promptly pulled Su Wanru aside for a whispered conversation. Wanru, is he the bankrupt young master from your hometown of Pingcheng? Hearing this, Su Wanru couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. After all, she had just seen over 1 billion yuan in Jiang Feng's bank account. That was far more money than he had before his family went bankrupt. Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly advised. Wanru, let me give you some advice. This Xiao young master isn't just any ordinary guy. He's had his eye on you for ages, but you've never given him the time of day. While Mr. Zhao may not be as dashing as Jiang Feng, we shouldn't judge solely by appearances. Inner qualities matter more. And with Jiang Feng's family in such debt, you absolutely cannot go to him, understand? Su Wanru frowned. Cousin, I really don't feel anything for Mr. Zhao. If you keep saying this, I'll just find another place to work. As the two chatted, Zhao Jinpeng suddenly spotted something in the incubator behind Jiang Feng. A golden-grade mystic turtle egg. His eyes lit up instantly. He had also awakened as a beastmaster and was planning to contract a high-defense beast. He never imagined he'd encounter one right here. I'll take this black tortoise egg. Go inform its owner whatever the price, I'll pay it. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Fine. 100 billion Federation credits, it's yours. Chapter 29, Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. This black tortoise egg is yours? Zhao Jinpeng frowned. Su Wanru stepped forward urgently and said, Zhao Jinpeng, this mystic turtle egg does indeed belong to Jiang Feng, but I advise you not to provoke him. Her latter remark sounded like she was defending Jiang Feng, but it was actually a warning to Zhao Jinpeng. After all, Jiang Feng was now worth billions. Even Zhao Jinpeng's father, the vice president, would have to treat him with some deference. Yet to Zhao Jinpeng's ears, her words took on a different meaning. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned a level 52 gold-grade snow-silver fox. The snow-silver fox's presence caused the temperature in the entire incubation hall to drop significantly. Kid, if you don't want to be carried out on a stretcher, hand over that mystic turtle egg to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Jinpeng's eyes brimmed with coldness as he spoke. But the moment the words left his mouth, the snow-silver fox, which had seemed quite imposing, bared its teeth at Jiang Feng. As if sensing some terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Feng, it immediately curled its tail and cowered on the ground, its expression timid. This scene stunned both Su Wanru and the other person who had been about to intervene. Zhao Jinpeng was equally stunned by the snow-silver fox's reaction. What they didn't know was that Jiang Feng carried traces of the aura belonging to both the abyssal black dragon and the crimson sky-scorching falcon. Ordinary people might not be sensitive to the aura on Jiang Feng. But the snow-silver fox, a golden-grade beast, could detect the scent with alarming clarity. That terrifying aura pressed down on it, nearly suffocating it. Its blue-silver eyes were filled with fear. Attacking Jiang Feng was out of the question. It couldn't even bring itself to look him in the eye. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from a top-tier Beast Tamer. Having lost face in front of the others, Zhao Jinpeng felt his cheeks burning as if he'd been slapped. He immediately kicked the snow-silver fox hard, snarling. Useless creature. Get up. Yet the snow-silver fox remained sprawled on the ground, not daring to move an inch. This scene was too much for Su Wanru to bear. She shouted, Zhao Jinpeng, stop it. Beasts were partners who fought side by side with their tamers. But Zhao Jinpeng was treating his own beast so brutally it was utterly outrageous. Seeing this, Jiang Feng remarked indifferently, how much is your beast worth? I'll buy it. Poof. If you truly want it, I'll sell it to you for 10 million. Can you even afford that? Zhao Jinpeng sneered coldly. This snow-silver fox had humiliated him so thoroughly that he could only salvage his pride elsewhere. Yet Jiang Feng held a Federation card between two fingers and simply uttered two words, swipe. This single phrase left Zhao Jinpeng, Su Wanru, and the others stunned once more. Spending 10 million on a single gold-grade beast was clearly not worth it. More importantly, did Jiang Feng actually have 10 million? Even after the transaction completed, Zhao Jinpeng still felt a sense of unreality. Though he'd spoken somewhat impulsively earlier, he never imagined this kid was actually loaded. Upon receiving the transfer, Zhao Jinpeng realized Jiang Feng's background was far from ordinary. His earlier arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. He then cast the contract-breaking spell, severing his bond with the snow-silver fox. Fearing Jiang Feng might change his mind, he quickly made up an excuse and left. Watching the trembling snow-silver fox, Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Jiang Feng hadn't purchased this snow-silver fox just to humiliate someone. Rather, he had used his true sight-eye to uncover this snow-silver fox's extraordinary trait. Snow-silver fox hidden divine beast bloodline. Rank, gold. Level, 52. Strength, 7,741. Stamina, 6,654. Agility, 8,441. Spirit, 9,454. Combat power 25742. Skills, Ice Spike Piercing, Ice Flame Power. A Beast Tamer with Divine Beast Bloodline possesses immense potential and no level restrictions. This means that with sufficient experience, it can even reach level 999. Once it breaks through to the Ancestral Return tier, its growth rate will undergo a qualitative leap. Other beasts require various rare breakthrough materials to advance. But this one needs none. It continuously evolves simply by leveling up and fusing its Divine Beast Bloodline power. Without activating its Divine Beast Bloodline, it would be indistinguishable from ordinary beasts. Had Jiang Feng not possessed the true side eye, he likely wouldn't have detected its hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Jiang Feng then used the contract technique to bind this snow silver fox. Currently, he could only contract 4 beasts. To contract the Mystic Turtle, he would need to complete the 3rd transformation quest. However, activating the Snow Silver Fox's hidden Divine Beast Bloodline required one more thing. That was the Divine Spirit Source. Yes, the very Divine Spirit Source that allows practitioners to break through level restrictions, the very thing countless people would kill for. But the Great Yin Tower of Heavenly Talents wouldn't open for another 3 months. Frankly, Jiang Feng was already growing impatient. After storing the Snow Silver Fox in his beast taming space, Jiang Feng prepared to confront the imposter city lord, Tan Tianqiu. Seeing Jiang Feng about to leave, Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly flattered him with a smile. "Young Master Jiang, won't you stay for a meal?" "No, thank you. I already have plans." Another time, Jiang Feng waved his hand and left the incubation hall. After Jiang Feng departed, Su Wanru's cousin turned to her with a teasing look. "No wonder you never fancied Zhao Jinpeng. Turns out you had your eye on Jiang Feng all along. But you'd better seize the opportunity soon, or you won't even get a chance to ask him out for dinner later." Hearing this, Su Wanru's face flushed slightly. "That's not true, cousin. Don't say such nonsense. Jiang Feng and I are just ordinary classmates." After donning the invisible robe, Jiang Feng summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon and sped toward the city lord's mansion. Within the city lord's residence courtyard, a table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited. Tan Tianqiu immediately led his men forward to greet Jiang Feng with respect. Upon entering the courtyard, Tan Tianqiu chuckled, "Senior, please return your beast to the beast space. Otherwise, the flowers, plants, and ponds in my courtyard will all be scorched dry." Hearing this, Jiang Feng promptly returned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon to his beast space. As the Crimson Sky-Burning Falcon vanished into the beast space, a fleeting, icy glint flashed in Tan Tianqiu's eyes. A beast master without a beast is nothing but fish meat to be carved up at will. Tan Tianqiu respectfully invited Jiang Feng to take a seat. Around the table sat several women dressed in light, revealing attire. Lifting a cup of aged wine, Tan Tianqiu laughed heartily. "Since you've graced Tianqiu City with your presence, as its ruler, it is only my duty to extend hospitality. Come, this cup of wine I toast to you." Jiang Feng remained unpretentious, surrounded by women on both sides. He waved his hand dismissively. "No, thank you. I prefer tea over wine." "My apologies for my presumption, senior. Please forgive my rudeness." Tan Tianqiu quickly apologized. "What kind of tea does the senior prefer? I'll have someone brew it immediately." "Have someone buy me a bottle of iced black tea," Jiang Feng said. Hearing this, Tan Tianqiu's eye twitched. He promptly ordered someone to fetch it. Chapter 30, Are you that confident you can kill me? After the meal and drinks were finished, Jiang Feng casually pinched a handful and felt a soft, springy elasticity. Seeing this elder so unguarded, Tan Tianqiu couldn't help but start scheming. If a man was greedy for wealth and lustful, then one could seize upon his weaknesses and make him serve one's purposes. Now that this powerful beast tamer was within his grasp, killing him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. But if he could recruit him to serve His Majesty the Emperor, he would surely receive even greater rewards. "You truly have a generous spirit, senior." Tan Tianqiu flattered with a smile before clapping his hands. "I've prepared some gifts in advance, a token of my sincerity. Please accept them, senior." Several exquisitely beautiful women then stepped forward, bearing items of considerable value. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over them, and he was instantly taken aback. Yuanling Mystic Pill. Type, Item. Usable level, LV1. Description, consuming this grants 2 million experience points. Fire Source Orb. Type, Item. Available level, LV1. Description, enhances fire attribute Beastmaster prowess upon consumption. Water Spirit Stone. Type, Item. Usable level, LV1. Description, enhances water attribute Beastmaster prowess upon consumption. Pyroxene Stardust. Type, Staff Weapon. Grade, Dark Gold. Suitable class, Beastmaster. Available level, LV60. Attributes, Spirit plus 25,000, Constitution plus 15,000. Description, attacks inflict both fire and rock elemental penetration effects, increasing Beastmaster damage by 20%. Lord Tan is truly generous. Since you insist, I'd be rude to refuse. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to stow these items away. Hold on, to accept these gifts, senior must first agree to one condition. Tan Tianqiu raised his hand, and several women immediately stepped back. What demand? Could it be you want me to defect to your cuckoo kingdom? Jiang Feng asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Hearing this, Tan Tianqiu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Jiang Feng to have discerned his true identity. But he quickly regained his composure, his expression unreadable as he replied. Let's be straightforward. Since you've seen through my identity yet still attended this banquet, it shows there's still potential for negotiation between us. With the Jinshu steel granted by the divine envoy in his possession, he had no fear that Jiang Feng could stir up any trouble. He was merely a fish in the palm of his hand. If you wish to recruit me into your cuckoo nation, I have only one condition, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Tan Tianqiu's eyes lit up. What condition? A top-tier beast tamer like you, we'd agree to anything. Simple. Your cuckoo kingdom must submit to the Great Yen Alliance and become its vassal state. Then I'll consider becoming the governor-general stationed in Cuckoo. Jiang Feng popped a grape into his mouth, chewing it contentedly. Tan Tianqiu's face darkened instantly. Suppressing his anger, he growled. Senior, don't joke like that. I'm negotiating with you in good faith, otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. Oh, are you threatening me? Jiang Feng's brow held a hint of amusement. Tan Tianqiu snorted coldly. I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. Today, you either surrender to Cuckoo Nation or die here. The moment his words fell, Jiang Feng felt a powerful sense of danger wash over him. Before he could react, a dagger coated in poison was pressed against his throat. Yet Jiang Feng's gaze remained unflinching. You're so confident you can kill me? At this, Tan Tianqiu laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Ha! Do you really think you have any chance of escaping? You rely on your powerful beast control, don't you? I'll give you a chance, go ahead and try summoning it. In the next instant, space warped in Tan Tianqiu's hand and a stone tablet radiating an arcane aura materialized in the void. The tablet was roughly the size of a palm, jet black as ink, engraved with an ancient, intricate inscription of the character, Jin. Ha! Jiang Feng couldn't help but scoff. Is this the extent of your people's intelligence? Do you truly believe I came to this banquet unprepared, knowing your identity? Tan Tianqiu shook his head. It seems you have no intention of submitting. Today, you shall perish here. 333,500. You have entered a poison state, sustaining continuous damage of 50,000 HP per second. Symbiosis skill activated. Damage you would have taken has been transferred to your beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. What? Tan Tianqiu's eyes darkened. He hadn't expected Jiang Feng to survive this fatal strike unscathed. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar filled with overwhelming might echoed from the distant sky. A black dragon hundreds of feet long soared through the clouds, racing toward them. Another massive hellhound, its skeletal wings spread wide, charged through the air. All the practitioners in Tianqiu City watched the two terrifying beasts above, a chill running down their spines. Soon, they realized the beasts were heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Tan Tianqiu's heart skipped a beat. You knew all along that I possessed the Jinshu steel. Surprised, aren't you? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. All thanks to the men you sent to watch me. If not for their tip-off, I wouldn't have known you also possessed a half-synced grade artifact capable of sealing a beastmaster's space. Otherwise, I might have actually fallen into your trap. Tan Tianqiu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Today, I will destroy you here, no matter what. With that, his five-fold aura surged skyward as he stepped into the void, a colossal specter emerging behind him. It was the legendary demon of the Cuckoo Kingdom, the Yaksha. Its face was grim and terrifying, radiating a murderous aura. Wielding a massive steel fork, it charged toward Jiang Feng, accompanied by a raging gale. Boom! The Yaksha's steel fork slammed into the ground, blasting a crater several meters deep. The entire city lord's residence shook violently, buildings collapsing in an instant, sending dust swirling through the air. However, Jiang Feng immediately activated the item, Absolute Defense. For 5 minutes, it granted immunity to all damage. Before the dust had even settled, the abyssal black dragon pierced through the haze, its massive form coiling above the city lord's residence. Jiang Feng stood atop the abyssal black dragon's head, looking down at Tan Tianqiu and the Yaksha demon behind him. Yaksha demon. Level 135. HP 563,000. Combat power 280,510. Skills Ghost Slaughter / Azure Chain / Ghost Shadow Flash. Description: a special summon entity possessing the power of immortality. A special summoned entity with the power of immortality? Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he murmured softly. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a summoned creature with such an ability. If he could harness it, it would make for a formidable combat asset. Chapter 31, Slaying. After sensing the terrifying aura of the abyssal black dragon and the hellhound, Tan Tianqiu's heart lurched in terror. All fighting spirit drained from him, and he immediately fled toward the city gates. He had completely miscalculated this time. He never imagined this man would possess an absolute defense tool that could be called a super lifesaver. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he had already instructed the abyssal black dragon and hellhound to lock him firmly within their attack range. Had they engaged him within the city walls? Even a slight miscalculation in the attack range of his two beasts could potentially destroy half of Tianshui City. Outside the city walls, however, such concerns were unnecessary. With the suppression of the Jinshu steel lifted, Jiang Feng summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon. The three beasts launched their assault upon Tan Tianshu and the Yaksha ghost behind him. The Yaka demon was instantly obliterated the moment it raised its steel blade, reduced to a cloud of black mist. Though the black mist continuously gathered and reformed. Under the relentless onslaught of the three beasts, it had virtually no room to resist. Tan Tianshu attempted a final act of defiance, only to narrowly escape death from the abyssal black dragon's dark dragon breath. He barely survived by expending several resurrection scrolls in quick succession. Damn it, you forced my hand. Tan Tianshu's eyes blazed with hatred and fury as he sacrificed the Yaksa demon he had painstakingly cultivated for years, unleashing the violent poison forbidden art. Once unleashed, the violent poison taboo technique would saturate a radius of thousands of meters with corrosive venom. Any living being touched by even a trace of the toxin would be poisoned in an instant. Even 6th tier or even 7th tier practitioners would be powerless against it. A vicious grin twisted Tan Tianshu's face. Even if you survive, your beast will perish here. Once a beastmaster's beast perishes, the beastmaster themselves would suffer severe backlash. Even if he couldn't kill Jiang Feng, crippling his beast would be a major victory. Boom! As the Yaksa ghost self-detonated, corrosive poison mist hissed through the air. It then swept outward like a tidal wave. Sensing the danger, the three beasts immediately positioned themselves in front of Jiang Feng, attempting to block the incoming poisonous mist with their skills and physical bodies. Yet against this bizarre poisonous mist, their attacks proved largely ineffective. Soon, the hellhound's body became coated in the dreadful mist. Its skin began to rapidly rot, and its vitality visibly waned. Even the ancestral-level abyssal black dragon found its hard dragon scales rapidly corroding under the fog's influence. Seeing this, Tan Tianshu let out a shrill, mocking laugh. Ha! You brought this upon yourself. He then crushed a special talisman stone, awaiting the divine messenger's rescue. Shrouded in the concealment of his mystic cloak, Jiang Feng's face betrayed no trace of panic. He activated absolute defense once more, granting immunity to all damage for 5 minutes. He promptly summoned several beasts into his beast taming space. Under the amplifying effects of the beast space, the toxins within them were purged in a single second. Jiang Feng then commanded the abyssal black dragon to inhale all the toxic mist into its body before recalling it into the beast space. The abyssal black dragon instantly opened its massive jaws, generating a powerful suction that drew the entire toxic haze into its belly. Afterward, within the beast space, the abyssal black dragon healed once more. Even if the abyssal black dragon couldn't withstand the toxins, Jiang Feng had a resurrection scroll to bring it back to life. What? How is that possible? No ordinary beastmaster could ever possess such power. Tan Tianshu's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at the scene before him. He couldn't comprehend how Jiang Feng's beast could be healed in an instant. After all, the venomous curse he had cast was so potent that even a 7th-rank priest couldn't purge or cure it. This near-monstrous ability was truly terrifying. Though he'd encountered many beast tamers, none had ever instantly healed their beasts like Jiang Feng. At that moment, Tan Tianshu's eyes were filled with utter panic. Why hasn't the divine messenger come to save me yet? Have I been abandoned? As a terrifying dragon's breath erupted, Tan Tianshu could only perish completely in utter despair. Jiang Feng gathered his focus and drew the spatial ring toward him. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he gazed calmly toward a certain point in the void. Since you've already arrived, why not reveal yourself? Within the void, though no figure was visible, an information panel appeared. Name, Komodo Shinzo. Class, Shadow Soul Binder. Level, 288, 9th Transformation. Affiliation, Cuckoo Nation. Upon seeing this information panel, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat, yet he forced himself to remain outwardly composed. Showing any sign of fear could easily provoke the other party into attacking. Only by feigning composure could he make the other party mistakenly believe he still held trump cards, deterring them from acting rashly. Though his current strength was formidable, it meant little against a 9 transformation professional. As the words fell, a faint ripple rippled through the void before fading into complete stillness. The one who vanished was none other than Kukugwo's divine messenger. His face now darkened with gloom as he suppressed the murderous intent surging within. He never expected this beastmaster to be able to perceive his presence. Even among fellow 9th rank practitioners, no one could detect his presence unless he deliberately revealed his aura. This man must possess some astonishing hidden card. Had he attacked Jiang Feng directly just now and failed to kill him in one strike, it would likely draw the attention of the powerful within the Great Yen Imperial Palace. Not only would his own position be exposed, but it could directly ignite a full-scale war between the two nations. With the Yen Emperor still alive, being the first to declare full-scale war against the Great Yen Kingdom would only allow the other nations to reap the benefits. What puzzled him, however, was Jiang Feng's cultivation level. Though Jiang Feng wore a mystic robe that concealed his information, rendering it unreadable to those below the 6th transformation. But with Komodo Shinzo's 9th transformation strength, he could naturally see through Jiang Feng's true information at a glance. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng's message, he was taken aback. A second transformation, level 90 player already possesses 1 ancestral level beast and 2 Mingyue level beasts? How could that be possible? It was common knowledge that ordinary beast masters could only evolve their beasts 1 grade higher with each advancement. A tier 2 beastmaster could, at best, only evolve their beast to the diamond tier. Yet this second tier beastmaster actually possessed a reverted ancestor grade beast. Even those blessed with extraordinary attributes couldn't possibly display such monstrous talent. After a moment's contemplation, a chilling glint flashed in Miyamoto Shinzo's eyes. This boy must not be spared. He must find a way to eliminate him swiftly without revealing his own identity. Only after confirming the man had departed did Jiang Feng exhale deeply. But for the Kuku nation to dare cause such a brazen disturbance within the borders of the Great Yen Empire, they truly think the Great Yen has no one. The thought sent a chill through Jiang Feng's eyes. Once his strength was sufficient, he would personally lead an army of tamed beasts to crush that island nation. Then, Jiang Feng took out the items from Tan Tianxiu's spatial ring and examined them. Temple of the Void. Category, Divine Artifact. Grade, 9th tier. Usable level, LV 60. Primordial Spirit Mystic Pill. Water Spirit Stone. Fire Source Pearl. Marrow Cleansing Spirit Fruit. But what truly captivated Jiang Feng was the staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter. It could boost beast taming damage by a staggering 40%. Given that the Abyssal Black Dragon's current combat power already exceeds 400,000, a further 40% boost would mean. Without accounting for the monster's defense, it could deal nearly 600,000 damage. And skill damage would be even higher, easily one-shotting any boss below level 150. After defeating Tan Tianxiu, he also gained tens of thousands of merit points. Only then did Jiang Feng suddenly remember he hadn't checked what his 3rd transformation quest was. Current quest, 3rd job advancement. Quest requirements, travel to the level 120 Wasteland Night Mountains, defeat the boss Wasteland Night Lord, and obtain the Shadow Core. Time limit, 3 days. Accept now? Note, this quest can be upgraded to a class advancement quest for 500,000 evolution points. Note, advancing to a class advancement quest will significantly increase the difficulty of subsequent tasks. Host, please choose carefully. Upon seeing this prompt, Jiang Feng froze in place. Holy crap! This can be evolved? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng chose evolution with a delighted expression. After all, evolution points were the one thing he had in abundance. Typically, only after reaching the 5th or 6th transformation did one have a chance to trigger a class advancement. After advancing, not only would skill cooldowns be reduced and various skill bonuses enhanced, but also grants additional special skills unique to the advanced profession. For instance, a dual blade warrior had a chance to evolve into a dual blade berserker, gaining astonishing power boosts. Ding! Evolution successful. Current quest, Class Advancement Spirit Master. Requirement, possess an ancient tier spirit beast. Quest duration, unlimited. Chapter 32, utterly purge the invaders. Spirit Master? Jiang Feng paused in surprise. This advanced profession certainly sounded more prestigious than Beast Master. The only requirement was to possess an ancient tier spirit beast. For Jiang Feng, the difficulty of this mission wasn't particularly high. Jiang Feng picked up the Great Flame token and checked his merit points. Merit points, 234,130. To purchase the Chaos Green Lotus Seed as evolution material for the Abyssal Black Dragon, he still needed 600,000 merit points. It seemed like a huge gap, but for Jiang Feng, who possessed the true side-eye, it was nothing. Any foreign enemy lurking within the Great Yen realm could have their identity exposed by him. Earning over 600,000 merit points was merely a matter of a few extra days. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to mount the Abyssal Black Dragon and depart, a colossal aura abruptly descended, rippling through the void like waves across water. A fissure suddenly split open in the void. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, stepped out slowly from within. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, preparing for battle. So I'm still a step too late? The white-haired elder scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed the presence of a 9-turn cultivator from Kuku Kingdom appearing in this area. Though it lasted only an instant, his keen senses had still caught it. Yet he had arrived a step too late. Seeing Jiang Feng's tense, battle-ready expression, the white-haired elder chuckled softly, stroking his beard as he said, "Young friend, there's no need to be nervous. I mean you no harm." At the same time, Jiang Feng used his true vision to scan the old man's identity information. Name, Qi Daoming. Occupation, Holy Law Enforcer. Level, 9 transformations 290. Affiliation, Great Yen Alliance. Jiang Feng's eyelid twitched. Another terrifying 9th transformation powerhouse. Under the vast, ocean-like aura emanating from him, Jiang Feng felt utterly insignificant. Moreover, this saint lawbringer profession, much like the shadow soulbringer of Koku Nation's Miyamoto Shinzo, was entirely unfamiliar. It must be another specialized advanced class. Greetings, senior. Jiang Feng bowed slightly, offering his respects. Shi Daoming smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. By uncovering the true identity of Tianshui City's ruler and eliminating him, you've effectively removed a potential threat for our great yen. It was merely my duty, Jiang Feng replied with a calm smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Shi Daoming nodded slightly, his face brimming with admiration as he looked at Jiang Feng and said, "The position of Tianshui City Lord is currently vacant. Would you be willing to take it?" Hearing this, Jiang Feng froze. He had never considered holding any official position after all, unfettered freedom was what he truly pursued. While the perks of ruling a city were undeniable, the responsibilities were equally weighty. At this moment, Jiang Feng's sole focus was on rapidly enhancing his beast-taming prowess. "I appreciate your kindness, senior, but my ambitions lie elsewhere." Jiang Feng shook his head, politely declining the offer. Hearing this, Shi Daoming was somewhat surprised. After all, Tianshui City was a metropolis with a population of millions. The perks of ruling Tianshui City were self-evident. Countless individuals would fight tooth and nail to attain that position. This indifference to power and prestige in Jiang Feng earned him a newfound respect in Shi Daoming's eyes. "In that case, I shan't press you further. This is the Great Yen Royal Decree, granting authority to mobilize all resources within Tianshui City." Shi Daoming waved his hand, and a specially crafted token materialized before Jiang Feng. At that moment, the professional practitioners watching from afar also gasped in astonishment. Possession of the Great Yen Royal Decree granted temporary command over all resource mobilization within any city. It essentially elevated the bearer 3 ranks above any official, meaning even the city lord would have to obey their commands. The sheer weight of the Great Yen Royal Decree was evident. Only the Great Yen Inspector could possess such a token. "Thank you for your esteem, senior," Jiang Feng said, his eyes brightening as he expressed his gratitude. With the Great Yen token in hand, eliminating hidden enemies within the Great Yen realm would become far easier. Moreover, he would be staying in Tianshui City for several days anyway, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Tianshui City. Jiang Feng stood atop the city's tallest skyscraper, surveying the bustling metropolis below. Golden light swirled within his pupils. Amidst the throngs of people coming and going, he could discern the identity of every single one with crystal clarity. Jiang Feng had already ordered the entire city sealed off, entry permitted, exit forbidden. He intended to thoroughly purge the invaders hiding within the city. With a flick of his intent, Jiang Feng summoned the Hellhound. The Hellhound could alter its size at will. So the once fearsome Hellhound now stood beside Jiang Feng, resembling an ordinary little black dog. "Go. Deal with these intruders." Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he gave the command to the Hellhound. In the next instant, a pool of black, mud-like substance appeared beneath the Hellhound's paws, and its form swiftly vanished into the black mud. On the street, Yudai Ishida hid in a shadowy alleyway. His mood was extremely agitated. With Tianshui City now sealed off, he had no chance to escape. He turned to look at the 2 bound women behind him, his eyes flashing with a savage glint. His profession was that of a blood sacrificer, one who absorbed blood to enhance his own strength. He drew a dagger, its blade stained with countless lives, and licked it with his tongue. "Rest assured, I'll make sure you die painlessly." Though the bound woman's mouth was sealed with tape, terror filled her eyes. She kept making muffled sounds. For she saw a blood-red maw suddenly appear behind the man. "You think begging for mercy will save you? Oh my, the more terrified you are, the more pleasure it brings me." A savage grin spread across Ishida Yudai's face. But before he could act, darkness engulfed his vision. The Hellhound bit straight through his head. Then its body vanished into the black muddy swamp. Defeated 3-stage invader. Earned merit points, 10,000. On the rooftop of the skyscraper, Jiang Feng's eyes remained utterly unruffled. Merely 3rd-tier practitioners utterly incapable of reacting to an attack from a 100-level Mingyue-grade Beastmaster. Simultaneously, clones of the Hellhound appeared throughout Tianshui City. The Hellhound's rampage sparked panic and chaos. Yet, since a professioner's stats became visible upon death, Jiang Feng's merit points steadily increased as invaders from various nations fell one by one. Defeated a 3rd transformation invader. Merit points, 10,000. 4th-tier invader slain. Merit points earned, 30,000. Killed a 3rd-tier invader. Merit points, 10,000. Defeated a 2nd-tier invader. Merit points, 5,000. In less than 10 minutes, all hidden invaders in the vicinity were completely eliminated. Over 300,000 merit points were directly acquired. However, among the 7 major foreign powers, the number of invaders lurking within the Great Yen realm was by no means small. These invaders are truly a treasure trove. Immediately afterward, Jiang Feng summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon, which began circling above Tianshui City. Under the overwhelming aura of this formidable beast, the invaders from various nations felt profound dread. They never imagined their seemingly flawless concealment could be so easily exposed. Within less than an hour, every single intruder within Tianshui City was purged. The golden glow in Jiang Feng's eyes gradually faded. His merit points finally reached over 900,000. Chapter 33, Professional Advancement Master of Spirit Control. Jiang Feng immediately used his merit token to examine the treasure list of the Great Yin Treasury. Chaos Green Lotus Seed. Type, Material. Description: born in the primordial chaos before heaven and earth were separated, the Chaos Green Lotus can be used for beast evolution and aids practitioners in comprehending the laws of the universe. Merit required, 950,000. Exchange. Jiang Feng, his face aglow with excitement, exchanged for it. In an instant, a strange light flickered. A seed of the Azure Lotus, imbued with primordial chaos energy, materialized in Jiang Feng's palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng sent it into his beast taming space for the abyssal black dragon to consume. Once it evolved into an ancient tier beast, he too would achieve his profession advancement. His consciousness entered the beast taming space. After the abyssal black dragon swallowed the Chaos Green Lotus seed, Jiang Feng immediately expended 1 million evolution points, commanding, begin evolution. In the next instant, the sky transformed. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, filled with thunderous roars that shook the heavens and earth. The abyssal black dragon plunged into the storm, weaving through the thunderbolts as its form underwent a profound transformation. Its black dragon scales now gleamed with a tungsten-like metallic sheen, appearing utterly indestructible. Boom! A colossal thunderclap reverberated. And within its blinding flash, a colossal black dragon nearly 1,000 feet long thrust forth its majestic head. Evolution complete. Abyssal Black Dragon, Abyssal Dragon King. Current Beast, Abyssal Dragon King. Rank, Ancient. Level, LV 134. Strength, 633,241. Constitution, 582,401. Agility, 573,241. Spirit, 594,527. Combat Power, 743,000. Skills, Overwhelming Dragon Might, World-Destroying Dragon Breath, Abyssal Storm. Evolution points required for next evolution, 2 million evolution points and Soul of the Dark Abyss. Over 700,000 combat power? The moment he saw the combat power figure, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the power of an ancient tier beast master truly this godlike? With over 700,000 combat power, plus that blazing rockstar shattering staff, the battle will escalate to an entirely new dimension. Even facing a 7th transformation practitioner, it wouldn't flinch. You have a quest to submit. Jiang Feng opened his interface once more. Current quest, Class Advancement Master of Spirit Beasts. Requirement, possess an ancient tier spirit beast. Quest status, submittable. Task duration, unlimited. Submit. Jiang Feng felt a surge of impatience. Class advancement complete. Class, Spirit Master. Level, 3rd transformation, level 90. Strength, 48,300. Stamina, 44,000. Agility, 39,550. Spirit, 58,400. Combat Power, 53,200. Skills, Dominion of Life, Symbiosis, Eye of True Sight, Command Spirit Control, Summoning. Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32,410,000. A new skill has been added. Jiang Feng scrutinized the newly added skill description. Command Spirit Control. Effect, inscribe the character command in the void to forcibly bind any living creature as a beast. The weaker the creature's state, the higher the success rate. Cooldown, 30 days. Upon reading the skill description, Jiang Feng nearly froze in shock. This skill bore some resemblance to Spirit Dominion, yet the difference between them was as vast as heaven and earth. After all, dominion over beings merely grants temporary control over creatures. Imperial Command, Spirit Domination, however, directly forces a contract upon a creature, binding it as one's own beast. Wow. Doesn't this mean that if I just head straight into a dungeon or secret realm, I could directly contract the boss? This beaver? This skill is downright overpowered. The only downside is the long cooldown. The Zhao family. Zhao Jinpeng informed his father, Zhao Zhenrui, about selling the snow silver fox for 10 million. He had expected his father to offer a few words of praise. But to his surprise, upon hearing the news, Zhao Zhenrui's hand holding the teacup began to tremble and his face darkened instantly. Dad, why do you seem upset? I sold that snow silver fox for a full 10 million. Zhao Jinpeng looked at his father with a puzzled expression. I'll beat the hell out of you, you good for nothing. Zhao Zhenrui roared in fury, slapping Zhao Jinpeng hard across the face. Smack! That snow silver fox isn't just any ordinary beast. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into getting it for you as your beast companion? That snow silver fox had originally been obtained from a hidden dungeon. After thorough research by the Beastmaster Association, it was discovered that the snow silver fox appeared no different from ordinary beasts on the surface. but in reality, it very well might possess the bloodline of a divine beast. The implications were so monumental that the discovery had to be kept absolutely confidential. Since the method to successfully awaken the divine beast bloodline within the snow silver fox remains unknown. Therefore, he decided to bring it back and have his son form a contract with it first. As for activating the divine beast bloodline, that could be studied gradually. He never imagined that good-for-nothing would go behind his back and sell the snow silver fox. Zhao Jinpeng clutched his face, stunned by the slap. He immediately retorted defiantly. What's so extraordinary about it? It's just a gold-grade beast. 10 million could even buy me a diamond-grade beast. Zhao Zhenrui roared angrily, that snow silver fox carries divine beast blood. I never told you before precisely because I feared others coveting it. And now you've gone and sold it outright? Are you trying to drive your father to his grave? At those words, Zhao Jinpeng's expression froze. What? Divine beast bloodline? He had actually sold a beast with divine beast bloodlines. The thought made him want to slap himself. Zhao Zhenrui Bart, whoever bought it, you go get it back right now. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Zhao Jinpeng nodded and hurriedly left the Zhao residence. Jiang Feng. So you knew all along that the snow silver fox was no ordinary beast. How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait until I deal with you. His eyes flickered with anger, his heart boiling with resentment. Soon, he led his men straight to Su Wanru's hatchery shop. They immediately blocked the shop entrance. Though he didn't know Jiang Feng's current whereabouts, Jiang Feng's mystic turtle egg remained in the hatchery. Zhao Jinpeng, what are you doing? Seeing Zhao Jinpeng's aggressive demeanor, Su Wanru frowned and demanded. Zhao Jinpeng shot her a cold, hard look before ordering his men to forcibly seize the incubating black turtle egg. Su Wanru immediately stepped forward, blocking their path and shielding the black turtle egg. What are you doing? This is Su Xian's beast egg. How dare you seize it? Zhao Jinpeng snorted coldly. That brat dared to pick up my leftovers? I'll teach him a lesson. Not only will I confiscate this black-shelled turtle egg, but I'll also make him personally deliver that snow silver fox to me. With that, they forcibly pulled Su Wanru aside and seized the black-shelled turtle egg. Then, without a backward glance, they departed. Su Wanru, her face etched with worry and tension, hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Feng. Chapter 34, The Otherworldly Realm, Legacy of the 10 Transformation Powerhouse. Hello, Jiang Feng, it's bad. Something's happened. Su Wanru's panicked voice came through the phone. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. What happened? Zhao Jinpeng snatched your mystic turtle egg, and he demands you personally deliver the snow silver fox to him, Su Wanru said nervously. Hearing this, Jiang Feng remained remarkably calm. Alright, he said flatly, I understand. With that, he hung up. He then summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon to head toward the Zhao residence. In less than a minute, the Crimson Sky-Burning Falcon descended above the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhenrui, sensing its formidable aura, was startled and hurried out to greet it respectfully. Welcome to the Zhao residence, esteemed guest. I am Zhao Zhenrui. I had intended to represent the Beastmaster Association in welcoming you earlier. It must be noted that as a 5th-rank Beastmaster, the strongest beast he had ever contracted was merely diamond grade. Yet this beast's master clad in dark robes possessed not only 2 moon-level beasts, but also 1 ancestral-level beast. This figure was likely at least a 7th rank, or even an 8th rank powerhouse. No need for formalities. Someone stole my beast egg, and I've come specifically to settle the score. Jiang Feng's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet upon hearing these words, Zhao Zhenrui jolted violently. Who dares to snatch the beast egg of a terrifyingly powerful beastmaster? Do they not even know the meaning of death? Immediately after, Zhao Zhenrui's expression turned solemn as he exclaimed. I never imagined such a thing could happen. If there's anything we can do to assist you, senior, please don't hesitate to command us. We shall spare no effort. Jiang Feng remained silent, as if waiting for something. This left Zhao Zhenrui somewhat perplexed, but he dared not press further. Yet, inexplicably, a vague sense of unease began to take root in his heart. Upon returning home, Zhao Jinpeng saw his father drinking tea with a man clad in a dark robe. His eyes widened instantly, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. He had seen the dark-robed powerhouse before a top-tier Beast Tamer possessing ancestral-level abilities. Moreover, he had ruthlessly purged the invaders lurking within Tianshui City. This was the very idol he admired. He never imagined such a revered powerhouse would be sitting down to drink tea with his own father. If he could share this story, he'd feel incredibly proud. Dad, I've done everything you asked. That guy will deliver the snow silver fox to our doorstep within 2 days. Zhao Jinpeng declared excitedly, his eyes darting occasionally toward the powerful figure clad in the dark-colored robe. Plus, I've got his black-shelled turtle egg stashed away at the hatchery ha. You know, if that kid could recognize the snow silver fox's extraordinary nature, then the black turtle egg he's after definitely isn't some ordinary beast egg either. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui's expression froze, and his hand gripping the teacup began to shake violently. A storm of turmoil surged within his heart. Earlier, this powerful beast tamer had mentioned someone had stolen his beast egg. He had assumed the Beastmaster had come to the Zhao family seeking aid. But now it seemed he had come to demand accountability. Even with his strong heart, he couldn't withstand such a shock. In that instant, Zhao Zhenrui's face drained of color. He immediately barked at Zhao Jinpeng. "Shut your mouth, you ungrateful son. Kneel before me at once." Hearing this, Zhao Jinpeng froze in place once more. Why did his father react so violently every time he tried to explain something? "Dad, why are you getting angry again? Did I do something wrong?" Zhao Jinpeng felt a surge of resentment. "If you don't kneel now, I'll break your damn legs." Zhao Zhenrui roared, his face twisted with fury. Overwhelmed by his father's authority, Zhao Jinpeng swallowed his resentment and knelt. Jiang Feng, seated nearby, spoke up. "As you instructed, I personally delivered the snow silver fox to your doorstep. What now?" As he spoke, he summoned the snow silver fox from his beast taming space. The moment they saw the snow silver fox, both father and son of the Zhao family's eyes widened in shock, their expressions filled with profound emotion. Zhao Jinpeng, his face twisted with terror, reached out in disbelief, then trembled as he pointed at Jiang Feng. You're Jiang Feng." Jiang Feng promptly pulled back the hood of his concealing cloak, revealing a youthful, handsome face. This can't be possible." Upon seeing the true face of this formidable beast tamer, even Zhao Zhengrui nearly popped his eyes out of shock. This man looked barely 20 years old, yet he was a 7th-rank beast tamer? Such a rate of growth was truly unprecedented. Unheard of. "Your Excellency, I beg you to spare my son's life. He did not know your identity and thus offended you." Zhao Zhengrui immediately pleaded for his son's life with trembling fear, for he had only this one child. "This snow silver fox is yours as a gift, and the Shen turtle egg shall be returned as well. Furthermore, my Zhao family is willing to offer 30 million as compensation. Furthermore, I can offer you the spot in the Beastmaster Association for entering the..." As he spoke, he delivered a kick to Zhao Jinpeng, forcing him to produce the black tortoise egg. The force of the kick was brutal, snapping his son's spine clean through. He knew that if he didn't act decisively now, by the time Jiang Feng intervened, his son might not survive. Zhao Jinpeng let out a pained howl before tremblingly producing the black tortoise egg. However, Jiang Feng paid it little mind, instead growing curious about the alternate dimension Zhao Zhenrui had mentioned earlier. This so-called alternate dimension bore similarities to dungeon realms, yet the differences were stark. An alternate dimension was a special space opened by a great power, distinct from a dungeon realm. For one thing, they might be domains forged by powerful beings to preserve their legacies. They could also be places used to seal away those bizarre and powerful beasts. Creating such a realm demanded at least a 9th transformation peak-tier powerhouse. Considering the nature of the alternate space, Jiang Feng spoke calmly. "I'll let this matter slide this time. But if he dares to harass my classmates again, don't blame me for reducing him to a pile of ashes." "Thank you, sir, for your magnanimity." Zhao Zhenrui bowed deeply to Jiang Feng with gratitude. "Now, tell me about this otherworldly space." Jiang Feng sipped his tea and prompted. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengrui replied earnestly. "According to our investigations, this alternate dimension appears to have been created by a 10th-tier professional. It also contains his legacy. However, we are still uncertain of the exact profession of that powerful individual." Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. A 10th-tier professional. That's a superpowered being capable of conquering the cosmos. Regardless of their class. The legacy they leave behind is invaluable to all practitioners. Zhao Zhengrui continued, "This alternate dimension is exceptionally unique. It only opens once every 10 years. Over the years, while some treasures have been obtained from it, the discoveries have become increasingly scarce. However, everyone knows the true treasures within that alternate space remain undiscovered. For deep within that realm, a shroud of mist obscures the path, causing those who venture in to lose their way. If you could obtain the legacy within, you would reap immense rewards." Chapter 35, The Auction begins. After Zhao Zhengrui's detailed explanation, Jiang Feng finally learned that dozens of factions, large and small, were participating in this alternate space expedition. According to the rules, each faction could only send 3 people for exploration. Typically, this consisted of a powerful figure from the faction or group, accompanied by a rising star from their ranks. Most crucially, the alternate dimension was completely isolated from the outside world. If anything happened inside, those outside would remain completely unaware. This meant entering the space carried a high risk of ambush. Without evidence, there would be no way to prove it. Thus, sometimes people themselves are more deserving of vigilance than the potential dangers lurking within. But this danger was nothing to Jiang Feng. After all, only practitioners at the 6th transformation tier or below could enter this alternate dimension. Now that Jiang Feng possessed an ancient tier abyssal dragon king, handling 6th tier practitioners was as easy as handling foot soldiers. In truth, the plan to invite Jiang Feng to this upcoming alternate dimension was planned from the moment he first appeared in Tianshui City. They had participated in several otherworldly space explorations before, but the treasures they obtained were few and far between. Members entering the realm were frequently ambushed. Thus, their repeated failures had earned them constant ridicule and scorn. Now, members of their association had even grown resistant to this alternate dimension. After all, stepping inside was essentially a suicide mission. No one would even consider such a thing. Now they'd found a powerful Beast Tamer willing to represent Tianshui City's Beast Tamer Association in this alternate dimension expedition. Not only would it bring fame to the association, but they could also receive a share of the rewards. If Jiang Feng could obtain the legacy of a 10th-tier powerhouse, even a mere fraction of it would bring them immense benefits. However, there were still about 10 days left before the alternate dimension opened. During this interval, Jiang Feng indulged in some leisurely exploration, immersing himself in the local customs and scenery of Tianshui City. Before long, the day of the Purple Moon Merchants auction arrived. Outside the auction hall of the entire Purple Moon Merchants Guild, a long queue had already formed. Most of these people were 2nd or 3rd-tier professionals. Those of 4th-tier strength and above were heading toward the VIP entrance. Among them were not only professionals from Tianshui City, but also many powerful individuals from other cities. After presenting his VIP invitation, a slender receptionist respectfully escorted him to the highest-tier VIP suite, designated as the Tian class. "Sir, this is VIP suite number 3. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know." With that, the receptionist gently closed the door and departed. Wow, the VIP lounge at the Purple Moon auction is truly extravagant. Jiang Feng surveyed the entire gilded and glittering room, murmuring his admiration. Not only were the floors covered in expensive animal skin rugs, but every piece of furniture was inlaid with gilded trim, exuding opulence. Above the entire auction hall, clusters of dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating every detail of the space. Below, the main hall's 2,000-plus seats were nearly filled with auction participants. After waiting less than 10 minutes, on the auction podium, a woman in a purple qipao glided gracefully onto the stage. Her figure was voluptuous, her features strikingly beautiful. Her curvaceous figure complemented her enchanting beauty, subtly creating an indescribable aura of allure. Welcome, everyone, to the auction hosted by the Purple Moon Trading Guild. I am your auctioneer for today, Liu Yunxi. Liu Yunxi smiled faintly, her voice seductive and captivating. As her words faded, the atmosphere within the auction hall grew palpably charged. Intense gazes swept over her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. They yearned to see through her form-fitting qipao, to glimpse her perfectly alluring figure. Some young, impetuous professionals even unconsciously wiped away drool. In their minds, they fantasized repeatedly about taking her right then and there, whipping her mercilessly. The mere thought of such a scene sent their blood racing. Facing the stares from all sides, Liu Yunxi seemed utterly unfazed. A captivating smile graced her face as she raised a hand to signal calm. I trust everyone is eager to begin. Please maintain your composure, the auction commences now. Inside the VIP box, Jiang Feng, reclining on the plush sofa, murmured with admiration. A woman like this would be the top star among top stars at any club. A woman like this must be incredibly smooth. On the auction podium, the first item up for auction was a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit obtained from a high-level dungeon. After Liu Yunxi gave a brief introduction, bidding calls erupted throughout the entire hall. After all, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit offered immense benefits to warriors and other melee classes. Starting at 800,000, the bid quickly soared to 2 million. Later on, bidding was dominated by VIPs in private boxes. While the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was indeed potent, it held limited value for Jiang Feng. After a fierce bidding war, it was finally sold for 2,600,000. The subsequent items up for auction were somewhat more ordinary. Over 3 hours had passed. Liu Yunxi flashed a charming smile. Next up are the grand finale items of this auction, 6 pieces in total. Esteemed guests, please seize this opportunity. Immediately, a delicate-looking female staff member approached her, carrying a golden tray draped in red cloth. As Liu Yunxi extended her delicate, jade-like hand to lift a corner of the cloth, every eye in the auction hall was instantly drawn to the scene. The first item up for auction, the Blood Flame Inferno Fruit. Starting bid, 100 million Federation credits. The cloth was lifted, revealing an exquisite jade box resting on the golden tray. Lifting the lid revealed a palm-sized, blood-red fruit within. Blood Flame Inferno Fruit. Many professionals gazed at the crimson fruit with burning eyes. Consuming this Blood Flame Inferno Fruit could potentially awaken rare ultimate talents. It could also elevate a practitioner's skill level to its highest tier, dramatically boosting combat prowess. Legend tells of a fire mage who, after consuming one, awakened the special talent skill Lord of the Flaming Abyss. From then on, he became a legendary figure, a formidable powerhouse whose name struck fear across the Great Flames. Soon, the crowd swarmed like bees to honey, launching into a fierce bidding war. 350 million. 65 million. 780 million. Bid after bid echoed through the room, with the final offers coming exclusively from VIP guests in the exclusive lounge. At this point, the professional bidders in the main hall could only stare in disbelief. 3 billion. A clear voice rang out from VIP box number 3. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent. All eyes turned unbidden toward the box where the voice had originated. Chapter 36, Entry Credentials to the Legendary Secret Realm. The guest in box number 3 offers 30 billion. Any higher bids? Liu Yunxi smiled as she scanned the auction hall. However, no one continued bidding. 30 billion was a staggering sum for most 4th tier and even 5th tier practitioners. Moreover, consuming the Bloodflame Inferno fruit did not guarantee the awakening of special innate skills. If it failed to awaken such a skill, its effectiveness and value would be greatly diminished. Paying 30 billion for an uncertain possibility seemed an exorbitant price. And this was merely the first of the grand finale auction items. Who knows if better treasures might appear later? If they missed out on later treasures because of this item, regret would come too late. Thus, the auction hall remained eerily quiet. Beyond that, many were curious about the group or faction behind the day number 3 box. After Liu Yunxi asked 3 times, she brought down the auction hammer with a resounding thud. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box number 3 for securing the Bloodflame Inferno fruit. Shortly after, a gracefully composed female staff member brought the Bloodflame Inferno fruit over. Sir, this is the Bloodflame Inferno fruit you won. Jiang Feng took out his Federation card and handed it over. After the card was swiped, Jiang Feng summoned the shrunken Hellhound. He then tossed the Bloodflame Inferno fruit directly to it. Woof! The Hellhound leapt up excitedly and swallowed it whole. The female staff member watched in stunned silence for a long moment. This is a Bloodflame Inferno fruit worth 30 billion and you're just feeding it to dogs? That's just too extravagant. She'd heard before that Beast Tamers were a money-burning profession. But she never imagined it would be this outrageous. That 30 billion would have been enough for her to earn over a dozen lifetimes, and now it was gone in an instant. What is it? Do you need anything else? Jiang Feng asked with a light chuckle, looking at her. No, nothing. The female attendant's face flushed slightly before she turned and left. Jiang Feng turned to look at the Hellhound, which was licking its lips. Its face still wearing an expression of lingering satisfaction. Return to the beast taming space and begin your evolution. Jiang Feng smiled, storing it back into the beast taming space. Then spent evolution points to initiate its transformation. However, Jiang Feng didn't immerse his consciousness into the beast taming space. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the auction podium, specifically the mouth-watering pair of legs. No, wait, the final item up for auction. The second grand finale item was an extremely rare, top-grade spiritual herb. The third item was a set of dark gold equipment for the assassin profession. The fourth item. When the final item was auctioned off, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even 5th and 6th tier professionals were stirred by it. For what was being auctioned was the entry token to a legendary dungeon. Jiang Feng's gaze also fixated on a faintly glowing object on the auction podium. Dull glow holy amber. Type, item. Usable level, LV 100. Item description, an entry credential to the lost sacred land, the Tianyuan secret realm. Upon reading this description, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Legendary tier realms not only offer a chance to drop legendary tier equipment and items. Their bosses also have a certain chance to drop epic tier items, or even artifact fragments. Their preciousness goes without saying. The moment it appeared, all major groups participating in the auction began bidding fiercely. The starting bid was set at 10 billion. Yet within mere minutes, the bidding soared to 10 billion. This clearly demonstrated their determination to secure this legendary dungeon access token. As the price spiraled higher, a gruff voice boomed from the Tianzi number 6 box. 150 billion. This legendary secret realm's entry past the Mad Lion mercenary group claims it. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Mad Lion mercenary group ranked among the top 10 mercenary groups in the entire Great Yen territory, rumored to have an 8th tier powerhouse at its helm. Upon hearing this, numerous corporate factions fell silent. After all, they had openly declared their identity. Continuing the bidding would inevitably invite their retaliation in the future. It was well known that any mercenary group ranked among the top 10 in the Great Yen realm possessed formidable influence that could not be underestimated. At that moment, Liu Yunxi on the stage couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Such a public declaration of identity violated the auction rules of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild. Her gaze shifted to an elderly man clutching a cane in the corner of the auction hall. The old man gave a slight nod, then rose to his feet, tapping his cane lightly on the floor several times. The entire auction hall floor trembled in response. His aura erupted without restraint, instantly filling the auction hall with an overwhelming sense of dread. Whoa, a 7th transformation expert. The professionals present, sensing this overwhelming aura, all sucked in a sharp breath. The old man spoke slowly, his voice commanding respect without a hint of anger. The auction rules of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild dictate that only price matters, not identity or background. Should this occur again, the faction behind the offender will be permanently barred from participating in any Purple Moon Merchant Guild auctions and added to our blacklist. Upon hearing this, the man from the Mad Lion mercenary group who had spoken earlier merely snorted coldly and remained silent. Yet, after a long pause, bidding ceased entirely not only in the main hall but even within the VIP boxes. This left auctioneer Liu Yunxi momentarily at a loss. After all, the entry credential to this legendary secret realm was worth at least 200 billion. If it were to be sold for a reduced price of 15 billion. Word of this would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild. Even though Elderly had just made a show of force, it couldn't dispel their lingering apprehensions. They still feared the Mad Lion mercenary group might seek revenge in secret. Yet if they withdrew the entry credential from auction, the Purple Moon Trading Guild would face even greater public backlash. Liu Yunxi's delicate brows furrowed tightly, finding herself in a difficult position. While others trembled before the Lion's Roar mercenary group's might, Jiang Feng showed no fear. Just as he was about to bid, a crisp, familiar female voice rang out. 170 billion. The voice came from the Tianzi No. 9 VIP box. The owner of that voice was none other than Bai Lingyue of the Bai Group. Originally, she hadn't dared to bid, but after hearing Jiang Feng's voice earlier, she found the courage to call out the price. She knew the Beastmaster who had appeared in Tianshui City, though others might not recognize his identity. But she knew it was Jiang Feng. After all, even if one paid to secure the entry credentials to the legendary secret realm, the monstrous beasts within possessed formidable power. Successfully conquering this legendary secret realm would demand astronomical resources. If they could secure Jiang Feng's participation in this legendary realm expedition, success would be easily within reach. Chapter 37, Entering the Alternate Dimension. After the auction concluded, Bai Lingyue led Old Mu to find Jiang Feng, who was preparing to leave. Seeing Jiang Feng's handsome, refined features, Bai Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. With a shy smile, she said, "Jiang Feng, it's been a while since we last met, yet your beast riding prowess has improved so tremendously." Master Mu chuckled, "Young friend, your prowess has reached a level I can only dream of." Jiang Feng glanced at Elder Mu and chuckled lightly, "You flatter me. Haven't you also broken through to the fourth transformation, Elder Mu?" Old Master Mu's face flushed slightly at the remark. He had lived most of his life, only recently breaking through to the fourth transformation. Yet Jiang Feng had already reached the third transformation and was on the verge of the fourth. Compared to him, it was truly like a firefly next to the moon. "Jiang Feng, I've secured the entry credential for that legendary secret realm. May I invite you to join the expedition?" Bai Lingyue blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Feng. Though Jiang Feng had mentioned owing her a favor last time, she didn't want to exploit that debt to get him to join. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod. "I can, but it might take some time." After all, he needed to enter the alternate dimension to see if he could obtain the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's face lit up with delight. She quickly agreed, "All right, I'll wait for you." As the two conversed, Jiang Feng noticed numerous professionals nearby focusing their attention on them. Each harbored their own motives. After all, the allure of the entry credentials to a legendary tier secret realm was simply too great. Many had already begun to covet it. The members of the Mad Lion mercenary group, in particular, were eyeing this situation greedily. Yet despite their ambitions, they dared not make a move here. On one hand, there was a 7th-rank powerhouse presiding over the auction. Moreover, within Tianshui City, there was also a top-tier beastmaster. If the commotion grew too large, even their mercenary guild's leader would struggle to contain the situation. Therefore, they planned to conceal their identities and intercept the entry credentials to the legendary secret realm en route. At this moment, Old Mu clearly sensed their intentions and frowned, saying, "Might we request your escort for a portion of the journey?" If Jiang Feng couldn't escort them, they might not even make it back to Pingqing safely. "Certainly, it's no trouble at all," Jiang Feng replied with a light chuckle. At that moment, the evolution information for the Hellhound appeared before his eyes. Evolution complete. Hellhound Infernal Hound. Current Beast, Nether Hound. Rank, Ancient. Level, LV 121. Strength, 433,241. Stamina, 482,401. Agility, 513,241. Spirit, 474,527. Combat Power, 583,000. Skills, Inferno Blaze, Soul Shaking Terror, Earthbound Prison. Evolution points required for next evolution, 2 million evolution points and Netherflame Crystal. Upon seeing the evolution information before him, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Now possessing 2 ancient tier beasts, even 7th tier powerhouses would avoid him at all costs. Yet Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. An ancient tier beast was already the strongest rank on the surface. As for stellar tier beasts, since the profession of Beastmaster first emerged, they had only appeared once or twice. If he could evolve them into stellar tier beasts, even 9th transformation powerhouses would have to make way for him. But obtaining the evolution materials? That might only be possible within legendary tier or higher dungeon realms. And such high-tier secret realms are exceedingly rare, even across the entire Blue Star. To enhance their power now, the only option is to undergo tribulation. Each successful tribulation would cause all stats to skyrocket exponentially. Upon reaching the outskirts of Tianshui City, Jiang Feng distinctly sensed dozens of tails following him. They had followed him all the way from the auction house to the city's outskirts. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Feng summoned the three-headed hound of the netherworld. Roar! The colossal form of the underworld hound materialized over 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. Its muscles bulged, and the vertical pupils in each of its three heads burned with the flames of the nether prison. It radiated a bone-chilling, terrifying aura that struck fear into all who beheld it. Upon seeing the underworld hound, Bai Lingyue and Old Mu were suddenly startled. This was an ancient-grade beast. They gaped in stunned silence, utterly speechless. In their eyes, Jiang Feng was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. The professionals lurking in the rear, poised to strike in the shadows, nearly froze in terror upon seeing the underworld hound. With an ancient-grade beast guardian protecting it, who would dare to make a move? A single swipe of that hellhound's paw could send them to their deaths multiple times over. Even Liu Yunxi, captain of the Mad Lion mercenary group, couldn't help but swallow hard. Cold sweat soaked through his back, soaking his shirt. Many mercenaries harboring ulterior motives immediately scrambled to retreat toward the rear. Seeing the crowd thinning, a member of the Mad Lion mercenaries' eyes lit up with delight. Captain, they've all been scared off. Should we proceed? With so many gone, their competition would be significantly reduced. Smack! Liu Yunxi slapped his speaking teammate across the head, roaring. If you want to die, don't hold us back. That's an ancient-grade beast master, a single roar could take your life. Hearing the words ancient-grade, the teammate's eyes widened like a cow's. An ancient-tier beast. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That's considered the strongest rank of beast master on the surface. Liu Yunxi frowned deeply. No wonder they dared defy the might of the Mad Lion mercenary corps. They had a top-tier beast master boss backing them. Though the Mad Lion mercenaries boasted countless strongmen, a single ancient-tier beast could single-handedly take on their entire mercenary group. Captain, but the commander has given us a direct order. We must obtain the entry credentials for that legendary instance. Liu Yunxi shook his head inside. For now, our only option is to find a way to join their expedition into the dungeon. 2 days later, Zhao Zhenrui led Jiang Feng to a secluded chamber within the Beastmaster Association. Here stood a teleportation array, guarded by 2 third-tier Beastmasters. Passing through it would lead directly to that alternate dimension. Upon activation, the array patterns below emitted a burst of light. A gray vortex then coalesced above the formation. Wispy gray mist spread from it, and within mere blinks, the entire room was shrouded in a hazy gray haze. Sir, please, Zhao Zhenrui said respectfully, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. MHM. Jiang Feng nodded and stepped into the vortex. Zhao Zhenrui followed closely behind. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Jiang Feng found himself in a world shrouded in mist. Visibility was extremely low, barely exceeding 2 meters. Attempting to probe the surroundings with psychic energy proved extremely taxing on his mental reserves. At that moment, Zhao Zhenrui produced a pointer device to guide their direction. Jiang Feng immediately summoned the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon, hoping to dispel the fog. Hawk! A piercing cry echoed through the air. The Crimson Sky Burning Falcon flapped its wings, unleashing waves of roaring flames that swept outward like a tidal surge. Wherever the mist touched the flames, it sizzled and evaporated into thin air. Once the view cleared, Jiang Feng discovered numerous skeletal remains scattered about, their flesh long since decayed. Zhao Zhenrui explained from the side, these are likely all adventurers who lost their way in the mist. These professionals, now reduced to dry bones, had either lost their way or fallen victim to others' treachery. After all, in such a place with extremely limited visibility, encountering an ambush made it difficult to react in time. Chapter 38, Ouyang Yue. Within the misty space, a pair of eerie eyes watched the adventurers entering the strange space from the shadows. Haha, the ones entering this space this time are stronger than the previous ones. Ha! There's even a Mingyue-tier flying mount. Devouring it would surely boost my power exponentially. At that moment, Jiang Feng, riding atop the Crimson Sky Burning Sky Falcon feather, furrowed his brow. Through the falcon's senses, he sensed someone lurking in the shadows. Just as he prepared to use his true vision eye to investigate, however, he detected nothing. Have they already left? Jiang Feng murmured to himself. Sir, has something happened? Zhao Zhenrui asked from the side, his voice tinged with confusion. Jiang Feng shook his head. Nothing much. Just felt like someone was watching us. But I have this vague feeling that whoever's watching isn't human. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui looked thoughtful before speaking. They say the structure of this alternate space is exceptionally peculiar. Souls trapped here after death can never escape. Perhaps those watching us are the souls of adventurers who perished here long ago. But these souls are likely just wandering spirits without consciousness. They pose no threat to us. Hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected this alternate space to be capable of trapping souls. A group made their way toward the center of the mist. At the center of the crowd stood a blue-haired woman clad in a slightly loose-fitting mage's robe. A pair of fair, slender legs peeked out from beneath the robes, appearing tantalizingly alluring. She was Ouyang Yue, the prodigal daughter of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. She had awakened the rare Holy Ice Mage class. She also possessed extraordinary attributes, ranking among the quasi-gods of Great Yin. Accompanying her into this alternate dimension were two fifth transformation powerhouses from the Ouyang family. Should she acquire the legacy of a 10th-tier powerhouse within this realm, they would have a greater chance of conquering the Tower of Heavenly Talents and obtaining the Source of Divinity. As for the others around them, they were fellow adventurers encountered along the way who chose to journey together. After all, greater numbers within this misty realm increase the odds of discovering treasures and legacies. Look! There seems to be a mystic spirit ice lotus up ahead. A cry of surprise erupted from within the group, a finger pointing toward a spot within the mist. All eyes immediately turned to the indicated spot. Within the mist, a flower shimmering with dazzling colors appeared and disappeared intermittently. The mystic spirit ice lotus was an extremely precious material, capable of significantly enhancing a practitioner's attributes. The team members' eyes burned with fervor as they hurried toward the misty area, eager to claim the mystic spirit ice lotus. Wait! At that moment, Ouyang Yue, who had been walking through the mist, abruptly halted her steps and scanned the group. Her delicate brows furrowed as she silently counted the number of adventurers present. Uncle Lin, have you noticed there seems to be an extra person in our group? Ouyang Yue asked the middle-aged man beside her, her expression tinged with suspicion. Originally, the small party had only 9 members, but now, at some unknown point, an extra person had appeared. And it had happened without anyone noticing. At her words, the group froze momentarily, then began counting each other again. To their astonishment, there truly was an extra person. Just then, a robed professional suddenly charged toward the direction of the mystic spirit ice lotus. His figure quickly vanishing into the mist. Quick, stop him. He must be trying to claim the mystic spirit ice lotus for himself. Several members of the group, their expressions urgent, immediately gave chase. Yet from within the mist, only a series of agonized screams echoed out before all sound ceased. Ouyang Yue immediately drew her staff and launched an attack at the mystic spirit ice lotus. Countless ice blades surged forth like a raging ice dragon. Yet the attack had no effect whatsoever. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Lin couldn't help but frown, his voice solemn as he said, "Let's go check the situation first. Everyone stay alert." The others nodded and proceeded forward for a short while. They detected nothing unusual, not even a trace of the group that had entered earlier. Instead, the mystic spirit ice lotus maintained a steady distance from them. Like a mirage. Oh no! Lin Bo seemed to realize something, his expression abruptly darkening. We must have entered a confusion array. No matter how far they walked, they were essentially treading water. A confusion array? Ouyang Yue's delicate brows furrowed. She hadn't even realized when they'd entered it. If they couldn't extricate themselves from the maze in time, this entire group might never escape this alternate dimension. Uncle Lin, do you have any idea how to get out of this? Ouyang Yue pinned her hopes on Uncle Lin. Lin Bo's expression turned solemn. This maze was set by at least a 5th rank array master. To destroy the formation, we must first break its array eye. The problem was, finding the array's core within this thick fog would be no easy task. At that moment, an eerie, chilling voice echoed through the air. Ha ha ha! You cannot escape. Surrender and become my blood offering. As the words faded, the black-robed figure who had been lurking in the mist emerged. A pungent, foul stench of blood clung to his form. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue unleashed her skill once more. In an instant, countless ice blades coalesced before her, sweeping toward the cloaked figure like a violent storm. Yet the cloaked figure merely raised a hand to block. A black celestial disc appeared in his grasp, deflecting every single one of her attacks. Break! Lin Bo roared, unleashing a thunderous punch that shook the very air, instantly shattering the incoming ice blades. Simultaneously, the fist's momentum roared like a fierce tiger, tearing through the ice blades before sweeping toward the cloaked figure. The others unleashed their own skill attacks simultaneously, closing in to deny him any room to evade. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, the cloaked figure instantly transformed into a swift shadow, dodging with blinding speed. Simultaneously, a dagger stained with blood appeared in his hand, darting toward them with deadly speed. So fast! Ouyang Yue's heart jolted in alarm as she channeled another spell through her staff. In the blink of an eye, a thick ice wall crystallized before her, blocking the cloaked figure's assault. Yet the cloaked figure's speed was truly too swift, eluding even the naked eye. Within moments, the ice wall cracked with several sharp gashes before shattering into countless fragments. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Bo and another 5th transformation expert immediately unleashed their full power, aiming to strike the cloaked figure down in one blow. Boom! Amidst a violent explosion, the cloaked figure was forced back. But the cloaked figure merely emitted a shrill, mocking laugh before vanishing into the mist. This man is truly bizarre, not only an array master, but also an assassin. Lin Bo exhaled heavily, his voice thick with apprehension toward the cloaked figure. He had never heard of anyone awakening 2 professions simultaneously. and to master both to such a formidable degree. He was truly a formidable foe. Chapter 39, Ice Dragon Storm. Just then, a swarm of wailing specters surged out of the mist. They clawed and snarled, their bodies radiating a thick aura of death. The group instantly tensed up. After all, they weren't priests and couldn't effectively counter such entities. However, they had prepared items like holy water to ward off the specters. The black-robed figure from earlier transformed into a dark afterimage, charging toward them. His target was clear, Ouyang Yue. Seeing the danger, Lin Bo immediately planted his back foot, channeling all his strength into his fist. His body tensed like a drawn bowstring before launching himself violently toward the black-robed figure. Boom! The punch unleashed tremendous force, creating a massive sonic boom. The black-robed figure was instantly reduced to a pile of debris under the force of that punch. Everyone marveled at the formidable strength of this fifth-rank fistmaster. Seeing the black-robed figure vanquished, Ouyang Yue instinctively exhaled in relief. The remaining wandering spirits were troublesome, but not insurmountable. What the others failed to notice, however, was that in the instant the black-robed figure exploded, a wisp of black mist had slipped into Lin Bo's body. Before long, Uncle Lin's face contorted, betraying a struggle. His body began to shake violently, convulsing uncontrollably. "Uncle Lin, what's wrong?" Ouyang Yue's expression betrayed a hint of concern as she reached out to grasp his arm and inquired. Suddenly, Uncle Lin's expression turned sinister, his face growing eerily terrifying. "Ha ha ha. A fifth-tier fistmaster, huh? You're far stronger than the decaying corpse I've possessed." His gaze then abruptly fixed on Ouyang Yue, his eyes burning with intensity. "I never expected you to be a transcendent being. I want your body." With that, he prepared to strike at Ouyang Yue. His name was Ruan Yuan. In life, he had been a necromancer. After becoming lost here, to avoid perishing in such a manner, he directly cast a secret spell to extract his soul. By sheer accident, he even awakened a unique talent, the Undying Soul Master. Here, he could devour wandering souls and practitioners trapped in this alternate dimension to boost his own level. Additionally, he had a chance to acquire the talent skills of the consumed adventurers. After an unknown span of time, he grew weary of his existence within this alien realm. But escaping was impossible in his current soul state. The only way out of this hellhole was to forcibly possess another adventurer's body. Unfortunately, the fusion between these practitioners and his soul was weak. At best, he could maintain possession for a few hours before the host's physical body collapsed under the strain. Even if he managed to forcibly take control, the body would steadily decay, transforming into a state neither human nor ghost. Through repeated experiments, he discovered that only those with extraordinary attributes, perhaps a divine blessing, could allow him to perfectly fuse with a body and regain physical form. As for gender? For someone who'd been a wandering spirit for who knows how long, it was utterly inconsequential. Ouyang Yue's heart jolted in alarm, and she hastily activated her defensive skills. With a flick of her staff, several thick ice walls instantly solidified before her, while her body swiftly retreated backward. Facing these defenses, Ruan Yuan merely smirked with disdain, raising his fist to strike. "Quick, attack together. Uncle Lin has been possessed by that creature. We must find a way to restrain it." Ouyang Yue urgently shouted to the other professionals. Hearing this, the others reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing their skills in attack. Cage of 10,000 trees. A wood mage unleashed a binding spell, causing thick vines to erupt from the ground and entangle Ruan Yuan. "Think this will hold me? I advise you to just become my blood offering." Ruan Yuan let out a savage laugh and slammed his fist into the vines. Boom! Under the force of his brutal punch, the vines shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. The wood mage spat blood, reeling from the devastating blow. Immediately after, Ruan Yuan's figure blurred like a shadow, lunging violently toward the other professionals. His speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he snapped the necks of several of them. Some attempted to use resurrection scrolls, but Ruan Yuan merely smiled grimly before unleashing his soul-devouring technique. He forcibly extracted the soul from the fallen adventurer, then proceeded to drain every last drop of their vital essence. Licking the blood from his lips, Ruan Yuan declared with relish, "Quite the tasty supplement." The battle was becoming a complete rout, leaving only Ouyang Yue standing. "Uncle Lin, wake up!" Ouyang Yue shouted at Ruan Yuan, as if trying to rouse Uncle Lin from his trance. "It's useless. His soul is already under my control. No matter how loud you scream, it won't make a difference." Ruan Yuan chuckled evilly, snapping Ouyang Yue's incoming ice blade in his hand. "I advise you to hand over your body willingly. Perhaps I might grant you a swift death." At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Ouyang Yue's eyes. "Dream on! Ice Dragon Storm!" With a low command, Ouyang Yue raised her staff high, unleashing a colossal surge of icy power from within her. This extreme cold seemed capable of freezing everything, causing snowflakes to crystallize in the air. Temperatures plummeted, whipping up a towering blizzard around her. Is this the power of a transcendent talent? Ruan Yuan's face burned with fervor and desire. He sprang upward, soaring into the air, and charged straight toward Ouyang Yue. Roar! The roar of an ice dragon echoed across the heavens. From within the raging blizzard, a majestic ice dragon hundreds of feet long emerged. The ice dragon charged toward Wang Yuan, carrying terrifying might. Though she was only at the 3rd tier level, once this technique was unleashed, even a 5th tier powerhouse would find escape impossible. Under this strike, Wang Yuan was instantly swallowed by the ice dragon. Miss, no. Hearing Uncle Lin's faint voice, Ouyang Yue's heart tightened instantly. She hastily retracted the attack's power. Ha. Wang Yuan unleashed a punch from within the ice dragon's body. Unable to withstand such force, it shattered from the dragon's head all the way to its tail. You've shown me the terrifying potential of a transcendent talent. If I could control your body, I'd unleash power far beyond what you've demonstrated. Wang Yuan declared with a greedy, excited gleam in his eyes. Even inheriting the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Yet just as Wang Yuan was about to move against Ouyang Yue, a look of agonizing struggle twisted his face. Miss, flee, he managed to force out from his throat. Then, a crack instantly appeared within the space. Damn it! How can you regain control of your body? Wang Yuan's expression abruptly turned furious. He hadn't expected this bastard could actually reverse-read his memories. Chapter 40, Call me an insect? Let me see your true strength. At that critical moment, Ouyang Yue clenched her teeth and launched an attack at the crack. Boom! An ice dragon, formed from wind and snow, enveloped her slender frame as she charged toward the fissure. Damn it, you won't escape! Wang Yuan roared from where he stood, his face contorting into a savage, menacing grimace. Countless black mists instantly surged around him, the wandering souls he had imprisoned. Yet his body acted like a vortex, relentlessly sucking the wandering spirits attempting to escape back into his being. Lin Bo, who had been struggling, was also among them. Then his form transformed into a dark shadow, darting urgently toward Ouyang Yue. At that moment, Ouyang Yue raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes still red. Yet she must seize this chance, Lin Bo's sacrifice to free her at the cost of his life. Along the way, some adventurers who saw the ice dragon carrying the fleeing woman all avoided them. They had come seeking treasures in the air, not to get entangled in others' feuds and risk getting burned. When they caught a clear glimpse of the woman's face, astonished murmurs filled the air. Wait, that woman looks familiar somehow? Whoa, now that you mention it, I remember she's Ouyang Yue, the Ouyang family's prized daughter. But wait, aren't those pursuing her the Ouyang family's elite warriors? What's going on here? Could it be internal strife within the Ouyang family? At that moment, a well-built man clad in golden armor narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. If he rescued her now, not only could he win Ouyang Yue's favor, but he might even capture her heart. With just one move, he could win the beauty's heart. Such an opportunity was not something he would pass up like the other professionals standing idly by. In the next instant, he summoned a heavy sword with a flick of his wrist and launched an attack at Wang Yuan, who stood behind Ouyang Yue. Miss Ouyang, I, Wang Chang, come to lend you my strength. Seeing someone come to her aid in her moment of peril, Ouyang Yue's heart stirred. She hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your assistance, friend. I shall remember this favor. Behind Ouyang Yue, Wang Yuan snorted coldly with disdain. Oomph. Do these ants dare to block my path? He raised his fist and unleashed a punch, a fist imprint carrying countless wandering souls, violently striking toward the charging heavy sword. Boom! The heavy sword trembled violently under the impact. Then it flew backward, carrying a fierce gust of wind as it hurtled toward Wang Fugue. Holy crap, he's that strong? Wang Chang's pupils contracted in shock as he frantically activated various artifacts to defend and counterattack. Yet he still nearly got sliced in two. His legs went weak and he nearly wet himself. Clearing his throat, he stammered, Sorry, Miss Ouyang. I just remembered something urgent. I won't bother you any longer. With that, he fled the scene. Ouyang Yue's face darkened, but she refused to sit idly by and wait for disaster. Just then, the mist within the space suddenly burst into violent flames, rapidly spreading outward. Immediately, a massive crimson-flamed bird engulfed in fire appeared before her eyes. The blazing giant bird radiated terrifying heat, causing even the ice dragon she had conjured to melt at a visible pace. A Mingyue-tier beast? Ouyang Yue froze in shock, never expecting a Mingyue-tier beastmaster to appear within this alternate space. But she quickly snapped back to reality. The only one who could save her now was this beastmaster before her. She must seize this lifeline before it vanished. Please, honored elder, lend me your aid. I shall offer generous recompense. At that moment, Wang Yuan let out a cold, mocking chuckle. I was planning to deal with her first before coming for you. But since we've met here, I'll send you both on your way together. In his soul form, ordinary attacks could scarcely harm him. Even the fiery flames of a crimson-flamed giant bird, a Mingyue-tier beast, couldn't touch him. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyebrow arched as he recalled the earlier sensation of being watched. He immediately activated the true sight eye to scan this man's information. Under the scrutiny of the true sight eye, all concealment becomes futile. Name, Wang Yuan Soul State. Class, Necromancer. Level, 6th Transformation, Level 210. Strength 171,200. Constitution 240,600. Agility 151,400. Spirit 331,000. Combat power 390,000. Jiang Feng immediately ordered the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon to attack. With a flap of its wings, countless dense flames rained down on Yuan Yuan like meteorites. Boom! 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 Countless fiery meteors plummeted, causing the entire space to tremble. Yuan Yuan, however, abandoned his physical form entirely and attacked Jiang Feng in his soul state. Ignoring the meteor fire assault, the ethereal Yuan Yuan emitted a shrill, maniacal cackle, declaring with unbridled arrogance, "Tremble, mere insect! Before my might, you have no choice but to be devoured." His mood was exhilarating. He relished watching others struggle before him, their faces twisted with terror. This sensation brought him immense satisfaction. The sensation of controlling another's life and death was incredibly exhilarating. Zhao Zhengrui, standing beside Jiang Feng, trembled visibly and gasped, "He's transformed himself into an undead soul." To deal with such an existence, only a saint-level priest of the 5th transformation or higher could purify it. Otherwise, any attack unleashed against him would be utterly futile. Jiang Feng's face remained calm and composed as he spoke softly. "You call me an insect? Well, I'd like to see just what strength you possess to back up such arrogant words." The next moment, Yuan Yuan's expression changed abruptly. For Jiang Feng had already summoned the Underworld Hound. The Hades Hound held absolute dominance over undead creatures. What? Damn it! It's a regress-level Hades Hound. Yuan Yuan stared in stunned disbelief as the Underworld Hound charged toward him. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. This kid looked barely 20 years old, yet he possessed not only a Mingyue tier Crimson Sky Burning Falcon, but also a regress-level Nether Prison 3-headed dog? This was beyond all reason. Had the world changed so drastically while I'd been away? Have Beast Tamers become this monstrously powerful nowadays? Forgive me, sir. I was rude earlier. I apologize. No, I'd gladly serve you as a beast of burden. Please spare my worthless life. But Jiang Feng had no intention of sparing him. The 3-headed hellhound lunged forward, snatching the soul form Yuan Yuan into its jaws. Spare me. If you'll let me live, I can lead you to the inheritance site in the alternate dimension. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart stirred slightly. He silently commanded the Hades Hound. The Hades Hound immediately ceased its assault on Yuan Yuan, though reluctance still flickered in its eyes. To the hound, Yuan Yuan's soul form was like a precious tonic. A single bite would allow it to absorb that rich, plump soul energy. Much like humans savoring dumplings delighting in the thin wrapper and rich filling. If you deceive me, you should know the consequences. Jiang Feng's calm words were followed by the Underworld Hound's sudden snarl and bite, sending a wave of agony through Yuan Yuan. His face twisted with terror as he desperately protested, "I would never dare deceive you, sir. Truth be told, I've been trapped in this strange realm for decades. I know every detail of this place inside out." Chapter 41, The Floating Pagoda Divine Vessel, Saint Tier Grade. Very well, then lead the way. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Within this strange space, finding the legacy of a 10 transformation powerhouse would be nearly impossible without a guide. Though he had Yuan Yuan lead the way, Jiang Feng did not release the 3-headed hound of the netherworld from its mouth. After all, while Jiang Feng possessed the true vision eye, he lacked the ability to read minds. He couldn't guarantee the creature wouldn't lead him into some perilous forbidden zone. Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Ouyang Yue of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. My clan will bestow generous gifts in gratitude for this life-saving favor. Ouyang Yue bowed deeply in gratitude. Though she was astonished by Jiang Feng's youthful appearance, her heart was filled with even greater awe at his terrifying prowess. A Mingyue tier and a primordial tier beastmaster, such a formidable beastmaster was undoubtedly one of the few in the entire Great Yin Empire. Therefore, she dared not show him the slightest disrespect. No need to thank me. It was nothing, Jiang Feng remarked, glancing at her. This woman was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that could be called top-notch. Especially those long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her wide robes, tantalizingly visible. However, Jiang Feng currently held no interest in women, so he immediately instructed Yuan Yuan to lead the way. Seeing Jiang Feng depart so decisively, Ouyang Yue was momentarily taken aback. After all, with her looks, any man would be stunned upon seeing her. She had expected Jiang Feng to seek to draw closer to her, but it seemed he harbored no such intentions. This thought brought a bitter smile to Ouyang Yue's lips. No matter how captivating she might be, how could she possibly compare to the legacy of a 10-turn powerhouse? Nevertheless, upon seeing the direction the crimson flame giant bird had departed, Ouyang Yue paused to consider for a moment before deciding to give chase with all her might. Regardless of whether she could uncover the legacy of a 10th-tier powerhouse, she was determined to find an opportunity to personally deal with the murderer who had killed Uncle Lin. Under Yuan Yuan's guidance, a vast palace gradually emerged from the mist before their eyes. Outside the palace walls, numerous adventurers had already gathered for quite some time. Rumor had it that the legacy of that 10th rank powerhouse lay within a magnificent palace. Yet each time the alternate dimension opened, the palace's location would appear randomly. Even if adventurers who found the palace last time mapped its location, by the time they re-entered the alternate dimension, the palace had vanished without a trace. Thus, encountering the inheritance palace depended heavily on one's own fortune. Sir, we've arrived. This is the site of that 10th tier powerhouse's legacy. Ruan Yuan pointed at the palace before them, his face filled with reverent awe. Jiang Feng surveyed the entire palace, examining it with his true sight eye. Futu Immortal Vessel. Grade, Sacred. Usable level, LV 100. Skills, Void Shuttle, Void Obliteration Cannon. Ha! This palace is actually a saint-grade artifact. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Truly befitting a 10 transformation powerhouse, even this palace is a sacred grade artifact. If he possessed this floating pagoda immortal vessel, wouldn't he be able to traverse the starry skies at will in the future? Upon seeing this inheritance palace, Zhao Zhenrui's face flushed crimson, his expression brimming with excitement. This was the inheritance palace left behind by a 10 transformation powerhouse. To inherit its legacy would grant unrivaled power. Many practitioners gathered around the palace were startled upon seeing the crimson flame giant bird and the three-headed hellhound in the sky, immediately adopting a defensive stance as if facing a formidable enemy. A primordial level beastmaster and a moon level beastmaster. Such a display was terrifying enough, and it also revealed that these two individuals were no ordinary figures. Yet at this moment, sharp-eyed powerhouses recognized Zhao Zhenrui standing beside Jiang Feng. Hey, isn't that Zhao Zhenrui, the vice president of the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association? When did the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association acquire such backing? Regardless, we'll have to instruct our operatives to avoid provoking anyone from the Beastmaster Association. Hearing the murmurs below, Zhao Zhenrui wore a look of pure enjoyment, even straightening his posture slightly. Jiang Feng, however, paid no heed to the stares. He turned to Ruan Yuan and inquired. You've been here so long, do you know how to obtain the inheritance within? Hearing this, Ruan Yuan hurriedly replied, Sir, to obtain the legacy of that powerful being, one must undergo a trial. Trial? What kind of trial? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Ruan Yuan explained, within the palace lies a spirit sword. This sword has developed sentience and now serves as the guardian of this inheritance chamber. The first step to obtaining the inheritance is gaining the recognition of the sword spirit. But with your strength, Lord, gaining the spirit sword's approval should be a breeze. As he spoke, a barely perceptible, sinister smile flickered in Ruan Yuan's eyes. That earlier remark had been nothing more than flattery directed at Jiang Feng. For the spirit within that sword was immensely powerful, even an 8th transformation expert would find no advantage against it. Even though he possessed two terrifyingly powerful tamed beasts. Beasts and summoned creatures were barred from setting foot within the inheritance palace. A beastmaster unable to summon his beasts attempting to enter the palace and gain the sword spirit's recognition? That's nothing but a pipe dream. He'd likely be instantly annihilated by the sword spirit the moment he stepped inside. Should the beastmaster perish, the tamed beasts would suffer severe damage as well. That would be the perfect moment for it to turn on its master. Boom! At that moment, a violent collision echoed through the air. A man of the 5th rank warrior profession was violently hurled out. Put! The 5th tier warrior spat blood, his body covered in multiple bloody wounds. Damn it, so close. He forced himself to his feet, steadied his stance, and quickly retrieved a recovery potion from his spatial ring. The other practitioners outside immediately approached him with curious expressions, asking, So close to what? Did you almost gain the sword spirit's recognition? No, the 5th tier warrior shook his head, still shaken. I was this close to dying. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. Though I knew life's hardships early on, I still dream of soaring through the clouds. Let me give it a try. A 6th transformation rock mage cast over a dozen high-tier defensive shields upon himself. Then stepped into the void, soaring toward the palace interior. All eyes turned to the rock mage with eager anticipation, wondering in their hearts if he could succeed. It was said that enduring the sword spirit's assault for just 5 minutes would earn its recognition. The reason for this rumor? Because to this day, no one had ever lasted 5 minutes under the sword spirit's onslaught. Yet in less than a minute, the 6th tier rock mage was blasted flying. The dozen or so high-grade shields enveloping his body shattered completely. He was knocked unconscious, barely clinging to life. Compared to the 5th transformation warrior earlier, his situation was even more dire. Witnessing his pitiful state, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in horror. All eyes now turned to the two figures standing atop the crimson sky burning Skyfalcon's back. Chapter 42, Forced Contract, 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. Jiang Feng immediately commanded the underworld hound to advance toward the palace. Unexpectedly, the underworld hound vanished in a flash, only to be flung back by the palace's protective barriers. So beast tamers can't enter? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. The spectating professionals who witnessed the scene couldn't help but look on with a sigh. If beast tamers couldn't enter, then it would be utterly impossible for a Beast Tamer to gain the sword spirit's recognition. Even if this powerful Beastmaster's two beasts possessed formidable strength, the fact remained that the Beastmaster himself was weak. At that moment, Jiang Feng turned his gaze toward the practitioners below and spoke. Is there anyone willing to accompany me into the inheritance palace? I can offer some treasures as reward. He made this proposal because he needed someone up front to draw attention and absorb damage. He wanted to test his unique skill, command spirit control, from the rear. However, his words were met with a moment of silence. The reason was simple enough: entering the inheritance palace carried significant risks for them individually. Not to mention having to carry a liability inside. If this young Beastmaster were to meet his end inside, they would likely be held accountable. Though they knew nothing of Jiang Feng's origins, his demeanor alone suggested considerable influence. I'm willing to go in with you. A crisp female voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze toward its source. The speaker was Ouyang Yue, who had arrived riding an ice dragon from the rear. Several high-level professionals were quite surprised to see Ouyang Yue appear. After all, they were somewhat familiar with the prodigy of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Agreed. Following Ouyang Yue into the Hall of Inheritance, Jiang Feng saw a long sword suspended mid-air. This sword possessed a unique design. Its blade not only radiated a blue glow but was also engraved with intricate and profound inscriptions. 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. Grade, Special. Level, 280. Skills, 9 Extreme Sword / Primordial Mystery / Status, Ownerless. Seeing this level 280 sword spirit, Jiang Feng's eye twitched involuntarily for a moment. Recalling the two who had managed to escape alive earlier, it seemed this sword spirit had shown them mercy after all. The instant Ouyang Yue saw the blue-hued long sword, every muscle in her body tensed. Her lips pressed tightly together as her heart pounded uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this green-hued blade surpassed anything she had ever felt from any other powerful being. Even Jiang Feng's ancestral-level beast seemed insignificant in its presence. At the palace entrance lay a sword mark. The moment one stepped over it, the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit would interpret it as a challenge and launch an attack. At that moment, Ouyang Yue gritted her teeth and stepped over the line. In that instant, she unleashed her most powerful skill, Ice Dragon Storm. She had researched beforehand, though the sword spirit was formidable, it would not unleash its full power against challengers. Otherwise, those entering the inheritance palace would face certain death. The sword spirit primarily tested one's inner resolve. Only those possessing decisive and fearless hearts might earn its recognition. Thus, facing the formidable sword spirit, she embraced a fighting spirit of desperate resolve. Yet before a blink could pass, Ouyang Yue's Ice Dragon Storm instantly shattered. A cyan sword beam, carrying a terrifying aura, pierced through the void and stabbed toward her forehead. In that instant, the azure blade glint grew larger and larger within her pupils. In the blink of an eye, it would pierce her forehead. Fear overwhelmed Ouyang Yue's heart, a primal dread born of instinct. Simultaneously, there was the dread of failing to gain the sword spirit's recognition. This dread was multifaceted and complex. She had come to this alternate realm bearing her family's hopes and her own desires. Even Lin Bo had lost his life along the way for this cause. So she also carried the weight of Uncle Lin's sacrifice for her. You are unqualified. The sword spirit uttered the words with a hint of stiffness. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's face turned as white as paper, her body trembling. Immediately, the sword spirit's aura surged, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Ouyang Yue. Self-destruct, Jiang Feng murmured, activating the skill, Life Control. The words echoed like a divine whisper. Before the words had fully faded, the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit not only halted its attack but began to tremble violently throughout its entire blade. Its aura became utterly chaotic, and bursts of explosive sounds echoed from the blade's surface. What is happening? Ouyang Yue, witnessing this scene, instantly widened her eyes in utter shock. A single sentence had triggered the self-destruction of such a terrifying sword spirit. What kind of terrifying existence was this youth before her? In that moment, Ouyang Yue's heart was filled with nothing but profound reverence. The 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit struggled violently, yearning to resist, yet it seemed bound by the very laws of heaven and earth. It could only obey Jiang Feng's command and proceed with its self-destruction. Such godlike power even its original master had never possessed it. Next, Jiang Feng traced something in the air with his fingers. A vivid character appeared before Ouyang Yue's eyes. It was the character Yu, written in a sweeping, dragon-like flourish. Above it swirled an aura of boundless majesty. This was Jiang Feng's special skill acquired after advancing his profession, Imperial Edict Spirit Command. After all, the sword spirit had developed sentience, making it, in a sense, a living being. Of course, it must be acknowledged that Jiang Feng had also taken a gamble here. However, he did not immediately use the Imperial Decree on the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. After all, the weaker the living being's state, the greater the success rate. He essentially waited until the very last second before unleashing it upon the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. The The character in the void instantly magnified dozens of times, bearing down upon the sword spirit. With this command issued, the sword spirit, which had been on the verge of regaining control of itself before it could strike Jiang Feng, it was once again bound by a force akin to the laws of heaven and earth, and was now being forcibly compelled to acknowledge this human as its master. The 9 extremes primordial sword spirit still struggled violently, like a fierce beast unwilling to be captured. Do me a favor first. Jiang Feng smiled at Ouyang Yue, who stood frozen nearby. Oh, okay. Ouyang Yue snapped back to her senses, her expression turning grave as she unleashed the ice dragon storm once more. This time, her eyes held no trace of fear, only an unyielding resolve to fight. Roar! Under the relentless onslaught of the ice dragon's fierce assaults, the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit's struggles grew weaker and weaker, finally fading into stillness. Meanwhile, new information appeared on Jiang Feng's status panel. Forced contract with the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit established. You have acquired a new beast, 9 extremes primordial sword spirit. Chapter 43, The Holy Sovereign of Lanyun. 9 extremes primordial sword spirit. Rank, special grade. Level, LV 280. Strength, 1,650,000. Constitution, 1,200,000. Agility, 1,500,000. Spirit, 1,100,000. Combat power, 1,900,000. Skills, 9 extreme sword / primordial mystery / I never thought it would actually work. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a gleam of sharpness flashing within. Seeing the sword spirit's absurdly high stats panel, his heart surged with excitement. Over 1 million in combat power, that was likely enough to rival ancient grade Beast Tamers after their tribulation. With his current trump cards, he could even hold his own against a 9 transformation expert. Below the 9th transformation realm, an 8th transformation practitioner who could last 3 minutes under his command would already be considered a formidable powerhouse. Invincibility truly felt as lonely as snow. As Jiang Feng raised his fingertip, a subtle shift in his intent sent the 9 extremes primordial sword moving with the precision of an extension of his own arm. This spectacle left Ouyang Yue utterly speechless. Her exquisite, beautiful face was etched with utter shock. Had this youth actually contracted the sword spirit within the Hall of Inheritance? Good heavens! Was this truly something a human could accomplish? What terrifying prowess! Who exactly is he? Could he be the incarnation of a deity? Ouyang Yue's mind raced, constantly speculating on every possible scenario. Born into one of Tianjing's most prestigious families, she had seen much of the world since childhood. But she had never encountered anyone possessing such immense power before. She had once believed that as a prodigiously gifted individual, she could look down upon others. Yet before Jiang Feng, she felt utterly insignificant. A faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips. Thank you for your assistance. You've passed the first trial of the Inheritance Hall. Ha! Ouyang Yue froze in surprise, then shook her head with a wry smile. No need to console me. The sword spirit already said I failed. Is that so? Jiang Feng raised a finger, summoning the sword spirit. He examined it closely and asked. Little sword, did you just say that? Hearing this, the sword spirit promptly waved its blade, facing Ouyang Yue. You passed. A flicker of surprise and delight flashed in Ouyang Yue's eyes. But she quickly realized. Now that he controlled the sword spirit, who could possibly pass this first test? Pass or fail, wasn't that entirely up to his word? Jiang Feng looked at the sword spirit. Since the first trial is passed, what of the second? The 9 extremes primordial sword spirit immediately replied, the second trial is called Star Abyss Judgment. As the words fell, a chaotic halo shimmered across the blade, tracing a galactic trail through the void. When the Holy Sovereign Lanyun journeyed through the boundless star seas, he sealed 3 celestial beasts from beyond the realms within the illusory light spirit realm. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the entire Hall of Inheritance suddenly shook violently. The dome transformed into a dazzling celestial map, countless stars beginning to flow in reverse. Ouyang Yue felt the ground beneath her feet turn transparent. Looking down, she saw the boundless starry sea surging beneath her soles. The Holy Sovereign of Lanyun? Jiang Feng's face lit up with curiosity. Was he your previous master? The name alone sounded extraordinary. Yet he had never heard of this title or any related legends. Indeed. The Holy Master of Lanyun was once a 10 transformation sword cultivator. I was created by him after his profound realization of the sword path, the sword spirit replied. Hearing this, Jiang Feng slowly nodded thoughtfully. To be able to create something possessing sentience, this individual's power must have reached an utterly transcendent and terrifying realm. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the rift in the void. A colossal claw, encased in dark purple crystalline armor, tore through space. Its claw tips alone thicker than palace pillars. When the colossal creature fully emerged, Ouyang Yue's legs went weak. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror. It was a star-spanning colossus stretching a full kilometer in length, its spine bristling with hundreds of azure bone spines. Each tip pulsing with a black hole vortex that seemed to devour stars. This is the star beast? Ouyang Yue instinctively retreated behind Jiang Feng. Compared to the ferocious beasts found in various dungeons and secret realms, the one before them was utterly overwhelming. She didn't believe she had the strength to defeat this cosmic beast. The star-devouring demon Koan had once consumed 7 cultivation planets. The sword spirit emitted a clear, resonant hum. Though this projection holds only 30% of its true power, its might remains terrifying. Facing this star-devouring demon Koan, Jiang Feng's eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible excitement and thrill flickered within them. Merely a projection could unleash such an abyssal aura. What kind of overwhelming power would its true form unleash? He was particularly shaken upon hearing that the star-devouring demon Koan had consumed 7 planets. If he could contract several of these cosmic beasts as mounts, he would undoubtedly reign supreme across this vast star system. The sword spirit beside him, observing and sensing the emotions radiating from Jiang Feng, found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, any ordinary practitioner encountering a true star beast would display fear and a heavy heart. Yet his master, instead, felt nothing but delight. Speaking of which, what exactly is a cultivation planet? Jiang Feng inquired of the sword spirit. He had his own theories, but wasn't entirely certain. The sword spirit replied, as the name suggests, a cultivation planet is one that gives birth to intelligent beings capable of cultivation. Each planet's cultivation laws and realms differ. Some harness magic, others utilize spiritual energy, and so forth. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he silently speculated. He just didn't know if he'd ever encounter one of those cultivation planets from the mystical continents. Still, he surmised that within this vast sea of stars were celestial bodies numbered in the trillions upon trillions. Such mystical planets must surely exist. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Feng inquired again, "Can you handle this star-devouring demon Koan?" "Of course. When the Holy Lord of Lan Yun encountered this severely wounded star-devouring demon Koan, it was me who slew it." The sword spirit shifted its form, seeming rather pleased with itself. "Then I'll leave it to you." Jiang Feng chuckled softly. How come this sword spirit felt increasingly human-like? 9 extremes, primordial obliteration. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow-colored beams, each containing a distinct aura of law. The golden beam was unmatched in sharpness, the azure glow brimming with vitality, the violet lightning shattered all laws. The 9-colored radiance interwoven the void, forming a chaotic millstone. Wherever it passed, even space itself began to collapse. Just as the demonic Koan was about to unleash its stellar breath, the multicolored millstone pierced the devouring core between its brows. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed across the starry sea. The demonic Koi's colossal body suddenly stiffened, its dark purple crystalline armor flaking away inch by inch like rock weathered for millennia. Ouyang Yue hadn't even registered what had happened. When she saw starlight erupting from the beast's body, transforming into a Milky Way ribbon that coiled around Jiang Feng's side. Has the second one appeared too? Jiang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, watching the silvery white tentacles protruding from the void rift. It was a colossal beast resembling an octopus, each tentacle covered in dimensional fissures. This is the Void Rift Beast. Clang! The sword spirit suddenly split into 10,000 blades. Each sword shadow pierced precisely into the spatial nodes along the tentacles. As the sword spirit's main body unleashed the 9 extreme sword slash, the entire trial space plunged into an eerie silence, all dimensional rifts simultaneously solidified. Then, like shattered mirror surfaces, they exploded with a thunderous crash. The rift beast emitted a piercing shriek, only to vanish along with the shards of space. The 9-headed star-devouring serpent that appeared last had yet to display its ferocity. 9 celestial rivers forged from the primordial mystery pierced through all 9 heads. The sword spirit hovered amidst the stardust where the colossal beast had disintegrated. After the 3 celestial beasts were shattered, the starlight radiating from their bodies vaguely revealed the phantom image of the Lan Yun Holy Lord wielding his sword to cleave stars in years past. It was a man with rugged antennae protruding from his head, clad in flowing white robes. He turned and lifted his gaze toward Jiang Feng. In that instant, it felt as though they had traversed countless star rivers, their gazes meeting across the cosmos. Chapter 44, I accept this heavy burden. Ouyang Yue stood utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sight. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this shadowy figure before her was intensely palpable. Ouyang Yue, who had always been the center of attention, couldn't help but feel a previously unseen sense of insignificance welling up within her. Master of spirit control. The voice of the holy sovereign of Lan Yun was weathered and hoarse, instantly discerning Jiang Feng's profession. Yet a trace of doubt lingered in his eyes. Even a spirit master couldn't possess such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he could see that Jiang Feng hadn't even reached the 4th transformation level yet. To have subdued even my own life-bound sword spirit, it seems this era has given birth to an extraordinary being. Lan Yun Shengju couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You flatter me, senior, Jiang Feng replied with a calm smile. Simultaneously, he used the true sight eye to scan the man's information. Name, Mo Lan Yun Shadow Image. Class, Sword Cultivator. Level, LV 433. Spirit? Combat power, unknown. Over 400 levels? Jiang Feng hadn't expected his level to be this high. The holy sovereign of Lanyun looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration for the younger generation. Yet a hint of regret soon flickered in his gaze. After all, the youth's profession had nothing to do with the way of the sword, making him unable to receive his legacy. You must have witnessed the might of the stellar behemoth earlier. Lanyun Shengzhu continued, in the boundless cosmos, countless such star beasts exist. They grow in power by devouring planets and all forms of energy. Should they reach Blue Star, the entire planet would face imminent peril, perhaps even annihilation. Beyond Blue Star, Supreme Masters have erected a cosmic Great Wall to defend against these threats. Lanyun Shengzhu was one of them. Yet after battling a powerful and bizarre star beast, he ultimately fell. In his final moments, he created a separate dimension to entrust his legacy within it. Though you are not a swordsman by profession, your abilities are unique. If you are willing to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the starry sky Great Wall, I shall entrust you with every treasure I have acquired throughout my life. As for the sword art's legacy, you shall find a worthy successor to inherit it. But if you lack the courage to face the star beasts, I shall forcibly erase your existence and await the next challenger. The tone of the Holy Lord of Lanyun grew increasingly solemn. Guarding the starry sky Great Wall was of utmost importance. For the starry sky Great Wall stands as the most vital defense line of the entire Blue Star. It determines the safety of all life on Blue Star. This weighty responsibility could only be entrusted to the fearless. Even when facing the most terrifying cosmic beasts, they dare to raise their swords in defiance, fearing neither life nor death. Rest assured, Senior. I accept this responsibility, Jiang Feng nodded. He was quite intrigued by the star beasts. Especially the mightiest ones. Very well. The Holy Lord of Lanyun nodded in satisfaction. To respond with such decisiveness after witnessing the star beast's might. Sufficient proof of his courage and resolve. Lanyun Shenzhu waved his hand, and several treasures landed before Jiang Feng. Pointing to an ancient-looking token, he explained, this is the Star Realm token. When the Star Realm Great Wall faces peril, it will glow. Simply channel your mental energy into it and it will transport you to the starry skies. At this point, the Holy Master of Lanyun paused briefly. Of course, even if you do not actively initiate the transmission, it will forcibly transport you to the starry sky. Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but inwardly imagine the awkwardness if it transported him to the starry sky while he was bathing or in the throes of passion. However, the second artifact instantly caught Jiang Feng's attention. Life Course Hourglass. Type, Item. Grade, Near Divine. Description, the hourglass flows with chaotic stardust, temporarily distorting the flow of time. It can reverse 1 minute of time. Usable level, LV 90. The fate-tracking hourglass can reverse 1 minute of time? Jiang Feng felt his breathing quicken. He never imagined a treasure capable of reversing time could exist. Though a minute might not seem long, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. This item was far more powerful than the time reversal talisman. If one found themselves in mortal peril with no escape, even restoring their peak condition might prove futile. But by reversing time, one could choose to avoid entering the perilous situation altogether. It also allows one to evade certain fatal injuries and attacks like curses. Omniscient Professional Mask. Type, Item. Grade, Near Divine. Description, when worn, allows the wearer to disguise themselves as any class daily and gain that class's basic skills. Required level, 90. Oh? It can actually disguise you as any profession? That's rather interesting. Jiang Feng picked up the Omniscient Profession Mask, carefully examining its appearance and information. While not as powerful as the Fate Sandglass in practicality, it could deliver unexpectedly effective results in certain special scenarios. 10,000-year frozen marrow. Type, Item. Grade, Epic. Description, enhances Ice Elemental Practitioner's mastery over frost power. Usable level, LV 90. This item isn't particularly useful to me. Jiang Feng pondered briefly before presenting it to Ouyang Yue as a token of gratitude. Ouyang Yue's eyes lit up as she hurriedly thanked him. For her, this was undoubtedly a treasure that could enhance her strength. Young one, the task of guarding the starry sky Great Wall is now entrusted to you. The Holy Lord of Lanyun extended a finger, imprinting a legacy mark upon Jiang Feng's brow. This is my true legacy. It will unlock all the treasures I left behind on the ancient planet Inghua. With that, his spectral form gradually faded away. Along with him, the surrounding scene also began to dissolve. Simultaneously, the entire alternate space began to crumble, as if disintegrating. The practitioners within were all struck down with shock. Could it be, the legacy has already been claimed? Outside the Hall of Inheritance, the practitioners were equally stunned. The Beastmaster and the prodigy from the Ouyang family had just entered the hall. Surely one of them had obtained the inheritance. But after much deliberation, they all concluded that Ouyang Yue was more likely to have obtained the inheritance. After all, a Beastmaster without a beast was practically powerless. Ruan Yuan, clutched by the jaws of the underworld hound, wore an expression of utter dread. He hadn't expected the Beast Master to survive. But how could he possibly escape now? As the inheritance hall gradually collapsed, Jiang Feng and Ouyang Yue emerged from within. All eyes turned to them with curiosity. A wave of restlessness surged within their hearts. After all, the allure of inheriting the legacy of a 10th-tier powerhouse is simply too great. Hold on, let us see what treasures lie within. A 6th-tier berserker suddenly spoke up, his massive axe gathering a crimson whirlwind. By activating his class skill, Blood Rage Ritual, his power would surge to the peak of 7th-tier strength. The other adventurers, too, harbored ill-advised thoughts, murmuring in unison. Exactly. A 10th-tier powerhouse's treasures are bound to be extraordinary. If you two know the rules, you should share some of the goodies. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue stepped forward, her expression cold. If you wish to avoid trouble, gentlemen, I suggest you all retreat. Don't come looking for a beating. To the others, these words were nothing short of a blatant provocation. While this Beastmaster's beast was formidable, facing so many opponents would inevitably prove taxing. Moreover, whatever happened within the remained unknown to the outside world. Even if those two beasts were formidable, their sheer numbers might still give them an edge. Sorry, I don't understand any rules. All I know is that I am the rule. As Jiang Feng's words fell, the sword spirit's overwhelming aura surged skyward. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the berserker, severing his head from his body. Chapter 45, Evolution, Jinyue Xuanwu. That's the spirit sword from the Hall of Inheritance. You actually contracted that spirit sword. How is that possible? The present practitioners all stared at the sword spirit in utter shock. They knew they couldn't last even 3 minutes against this sword spirit. And this kid had actually bound it. This kid must be a freak. Anyone else who wants a share, step forward. Jiang Feng swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. Hearing this, the crowd shuddered and instinctively took half a step back. Some professionals who had been frozen in place suddenly found themselves inexplicably standing at the front. They nearly lost their minds with fright. They scrambled backwards several paces, terrified that one more step might mean instant death. In an instant, the entire group retreated as if fleeing. Ouyang Yue, witnessing this scene, felt a stir within her heart. A single sentence had sent shivers down everyone's spine. Only the youth before them could have achieved such a feat. The alternate space continued to collapse, and those within began crushing their teleportation stones, preparing to leave. Before departing, Ouyang Yue turned to Jiang Feng and offered her sincere gratitude. Thank you for your assistance and for gifting me the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow. I will remember this kindness forever. I also hope you will visit the Ouyang family in Tianjing. I will repay you properly. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. All right. If I have the time, I'll certainly stop by. He then turned to Zhao Zhengrui beside him and said, Chairman Zhao, let's head back. Right. Zhao Zhengrui nodded repeatedly. Yet deep within, he was profoundly shaken. Jiang Feng had actually managed to contract a sword spirit. Was this truly something a beast master could accomplish? Somehow, it felt like they weren't even the same profession. Even if he was merely tagging along with Jiang Feng this time, he was bound to make a big splash. Though standing on the shoulders of a giant, he could still look down on everyone else. As for that Ruan Yuan, Jiang Feng had the Hades Hound devour him like a snack. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Association, Jiang Feng naturally shared some treasures with them. Upon seeing these items, Zhao Zhenrui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. After clearing several dungeons outside, Jiang Feng raised his level to Tier 3, level 120. He now had 5 tamed beasts, and level 120 was precisely the threshold to contract a 6th. He then proceeded to the beast incubation room, where he encountered the newly hatched black tortoise. The young Xian turtle was only as big as Jiang Feng's palm, its shell a rocky gray. Jiang Feng briefly checked its information. Black tortoise rare. Grade, gold. Level, LV1. Strength, 2472. Stamina, 3284. Agility, 1400. Spirit, 1637. Combat power, 2792. Skills, Mystic Stab, Mystic Water Impact, Mystic Rock Shield. Evolution points required, 10,000. The base stats for a gold tier rank are indeed impressive. Jiang Feng nodded to himself before using the contract art to bind it. Su Wanru, watching from the side, found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Jiang Feng's focused expression. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused and serious. But Jiang Feng was already handsome to begin with, and his earnest expression made him utterly flawless. With the contract successfully established, Jiang Feng summoned the mystic turtle into his beast taming space. Thank you for looking after it all this time. Jiang Feng lifted his gaze and offered her a faint smile. And nothing, it's what I should do, Su Wanru replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she waved her hands hurriedly. Jiang Feng nodded, then extended his consciousness into the beast taming space. He retrieved several experience pills, each containing 50 million experience points, and administered them to the black tortoise. This would allow the black tortoise to level up rapidly, eliminating the need to enter dungeons and grind monsters slowly. Although Jiang Feng cleared dungeons at a rapid pace, it couldn't keep up with the Xian turtle's exponentially increasing experience requirements. Each of these 50 million experience pills was worth over 100 million. Yet Jiang Feng felt not a shred of regret. After all, money was merely a number to him. He just happened to possess a long string of such figures. Without batting an eye, Jiang Feng fed the Xian turtle several experience pills in quick succession. Under the potion's influence, the Xian turtle's aura surged relentlessly. Its body swelled rapidly, resembling a small mountain. Its level skyrocketed from LV1 to LV92. Amidst this level surge, it even advanced a quality tier. It transformed into a diamond-grade Xian ice turtle. Mystic ice turtle rare. Grade, diamond. Level, LV92. Strength, 145,000. Stamina, 195,000. Agility, 104,000. Spirit, 110,000. Combat power, 180,000. Skills, frozen water armor, 100-mile freeze. Evolution points required, 500,000. Ha! Do evolution points increase after leveling up or advancing in rank? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, musing inwardly. But he had more than enough evolution points to spare. What he lacked was the evolution residue. Begin evolution. Without hesitation, he proceeded to allocate evolution points to the Xian ice turtle. Consuming 500,000 evolution points, the mystic ice turtle begins its evolution. Crack! A sound like ancient glaciers shattering erupted through the void. The Hades hound's fur instantly crystallized into icicles, and the white mist from its breath solidified into falling ice crystals before it could dissipate. Even the crimson sky-scorching falcon spiraled rapidly through the air before soaring off into the distance. The Xianbing AO raised its head, now covered in ice spikes, its blue pupils transforming into two chilling moons. It opened its maw to devour the frost-laden air, causing the clouds within the entire beast riding space to suddenly swirl, forming an inverted vortex of ice crystals. Boom! 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 3 ice pillars, each over a kilometer in diameter, shot up from the sea, forming a triangular enclosure that trapped the Xian ice turtle at its center. Even the abyssal dragon king, who had been slumbering with closed eyes within the sea, was startled awake at this moment. A pair of enormous dragon eyes stared intently at the constantly shifting Xian ice turtle before them. It was as if witnessing the emergence of a formidable being poised to dominate the world. As the ice pillars shattered and poured into its body, the black ice turtle's form swelled and grew. Its form surged, transforming from a small mountain into a colossal peak as majestic as Mount Tai. Evolution complete, Xianbing AO evolves into Jinyue Xuanwu. Current beast, mountain ceiling black tortoise. Rank, ancient. Level, LV92. HP, 4.3 million. Defense, 1.6 million. Critical strike evolved into an ancient tier beast? Jiang Feng felt an immense surge of satisfaction. He now possessed 3 ancient tier beast tamers. And when he saw the terrifying HP and defense of the mountain-shattering black tortoise, his heart began to pound violently. He never imagined its stats would be this absurdly high. A defense of 1,600,000, even a 7th tier professional might struggle to breach it. And over 4 million health points? That was simply absurd. Combined with the effects of his symbiosis skill, facing a 7th tier professional's attack, it would be nothing more than a light scratch before him. Chapter 46, The fate of Great Yen lies in your hands. The Great Yen Palace, its golden and jade-adorned halls shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Suddenly, the sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a sudden, pitch-black fissure. Several figures emerged from the rift, their overwhelming aura bringing a crushing sense of oppression. At the forefront stood a towering figure with golden hair and blue eyes, enveloped in a faint, flickering golden flame. Where is the Flame Emperor? His piercing gaze swept over the city below as his voice boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the entire heavenly capital. This voice, brimming with unmasked arrogance and provocation, instantly ignited the fury of every practitioner within the capital. Who the hell are these foreigners, daring to run wild on our Great Yen territory? Have you had enough of living? Do you really think Great Yen has no one? How dare outsiders act so brazenly within Great Yen's borders? At that moment, a voice weathered yet commanding echoed from within the Great Yen Palace. You have trespassed into the Great Yen territory with such audacity. Could it be you have come to deliver a declaration of war? A white-haired elder slowly emerged from the Great Yen Palace, stepping through the void toward them one step at a time. With each step, ripples spread across the void beneath his feet. Though alone, the terrifying aura emanating from him was in no way inferior to that of the group. The elder's appearance sent shockwaves through every practitioner within Tianjing City. For this elder, Qi Daoming, was the Grand Elder of the Great Yen Kingdom, his status and power second only to the Yen Emperor himself. When the Yen Emperor was unable to attend to state affairs, a single word from him could represent the entire Great Yen. Elder Qi, it's been a long time. Beside the blonde-haired man, a burly figure with fiery red hair and beard greeted him with a peculiar grin. Rumor has it the Yen Emperor's lifespan is nearing its end. Now that envoys from several nations have arrived, he still refuses to show himself. Could it be he has already passed away? At these words, faint, almost imperceptible sneers flickered across the faces of those beside him. How dare you? Shi Daoming's brows shot up in fury as he raised his hand to strike at the void. Above the red-haired man, an energy palm materialized from the void, slamming down with brutal force. The red-haired man's expression instantly darkened. His arms bulged with straining muscles as he attempted to block the strike. Yet his strength proved utterly insignificant against this palm strike. Boom! The red-haired man slammed directly into the ground, carving out a massive crater. The entire city of Tianjing trembled slightly. Every practitioner within the city sucked in a sharp breath. Is this the true power of Elder Qi? If you truly came to challenge Great Yen, then attack together. Though my strength may not match the Yen Emperor's, if you seek battle, then let us fight. Shi Daoming's aura instantly surged outward, unleashing a terrifying, abyss-like presence without restraint. After witnessing that palm strike, the attitude of the blonde-haired man and his companions had clearly become much more restrained. Yet their eyes held little fear. If it truly came to blows, though Shi Daoming was a 9-turn law saint. But to think he could single-handedly dominate 7 ninth transformation masters? That would be nothing short of a fool's fantasy. What they didn't know was whether the Yen Emperor himself was present within the Great Yen Palace. That was the true source of their apprehension. After all, the Great Yen Empire could wage war against 10-turn powerhouses solely by relying on the Yen Emperor. Without the Flame Emperor, the Great Yen territories would have long been devoured and divided by the other nations. The blonde man spoke indifferently, raising his hand slightly as a celestial tome materialized in the void. Simultaneously, he announced, according to intelligence from the Starry Skies, the Starry Sky Great Wall now faces imminent invasion by external forces. The Starry Sky Great Wall requires sufficient new defensive forces, yet no divine sons have emerged within the Great Yen realm for a long time. They have decided to open the Great Yen Genius Tower to all nations ahead of schedule this time. Should no one from Great Yen pass the tower this time, the tower within Great Yen's borders will be handed over to Coco Nation. Upon hearing this, the practitioners within Tianjing City were immediately overcome with rage. The significance of the Great Yen Tower of Heavenly Talents to the Great Yen Empire was self-evident. Generations of Great Yen Emperors and the nation's core powerhouses had all emerged through this tower. To hand over the tower to another nation would sever the very path of Dian's elite warriors. Without new powerhouses emerging, the nation's strength would inevitably decline, leaving it vulnerable to even more blatant oppression from other states. How could they possibly agree to such outrageous terms? You foreigners, mark my words, the Great Yen Tower of Heavenly Pride will never be handed over to another nation. Exactly. As long as we stand, the tower stands. If you want to seize our Tower of Heavenly Pride, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Who in this world doesn't know that Coco Nation is nothing but a lapdog for you foreign devils? Handing over the Great Yen Tower to them would be like handing it straight to you. If Great Yen perishes and we become slaves of a conqueror, what use would the Starry Sky Great Wall be? Better to destroy it altogether. Every Great Yen practitioner now seethed with fury, their voices rising in a furious chorus directed at the envoys of the 7 nations. Yet the blonde-haired man paid no heed to their furious shouts. In his eyes, they were no more than ants. Who would care about the rage of ants? The blonde man's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Shi Daoming, his voice icy. Elder Qi, this is the decision reached by the Star Realm experts. Should you defy their orders, you should be well aware of the consequences. We are merely conveying their orders. But if you prove as stubborn and obstinate as they, you may well bring unimaginable calamity upon the Great Yen nation. Furthermore, let me make this clear, we will not leave Great Yen until the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses concludes. Their presence in Great Yen was to prevent the kingdom from resorting to desperate measures activating its protective national array. By then, even if all nations united to breach it, it would take at least a year or two. Therefore, they were stationed here precisely to catch the Great Yen Empire off guard. The blonde man had expected Shi Daoming's expression to darken considerably after uttering those words. Instead, an inscrutable smile flickered across Shi Daoming's face. Since this is the consensus reached by the mighty ones atop the Starry Sky Great Wall, my Great Yen Empire naturally has no objections. Perhaps our Great Yen has lain dormant too long, giving you the illusion that we are so easily manipulated. Well, let's see the outcome of this Tower of Heavenly Talents. As he spoke, the image of Jiang Feng flashed through his mind. He was confident Jiang Feng would pass the Tower of Geniuses trials. For Jiang Feng's emergence signified the resurgence of Great Yan's national fortune, destined to ascend once more to the pinnacle among all nations. The blonde man seemed to have discerned the source of Shi Daoming's confidence. It must be that powerful Beast Tamer who suddenly emerged from somewhere within Great Yen. But since they had come, they had naturally made thorough preparations. This man must die. They would leave no spark of hope for Great Yen. The blonde man offered a cold smile. Elder Qi seems quite confident. But allow me to borrow an ancient Dian saying to advise you, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Shi Daoming naturally caught the hidden meaning in his words, replying with a forced smile. Since you have come to Great Yan under the command of the Star Realm's mighty ones, it is only proper that I extend our hospitality. Please make yourselves at home in the Guest Star Palace. Within the Guest Star Palace, their every move would be monitored, allowing any unusual activity to be detected immediately. After the meeting concluded, Shi Daoming immediately issued a secret order, dispatching a group of powerful warriors to protect Jiang Feng. Before the Great Yin Tower of Heavenly Prodigies opened, Jiang Feng's safety must be guaranteed. Once the matter was settled, Shi Daoming sighed deeply within the Great Yin Palace. Jiang Feng, the fate of Great Yin now rests in your hands. Chapter 47, Evolution, Corrosive Sun Falcon, Trial. Pingchun, Mountain Villa. Jiang Feng lay on the plush bed, examining the treasures from the Great Yin treasury. Now, he was less anxious about finding items for his beast's evolution. Instead, he began searching for artifacts that could help his beast survive the tribulation. Only after surviving the tribulation would their power truly surge. He recalled spotting a sun essence in the Great Yin treasure vault that could help the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon pass its tribulation. But his merit points were currently insufficient. He needed to find a way to earn more merit points. But soon, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He discovered that in the Great Yin treasury, one could not only exchange for merit points. There was also a method to submit treasures and receive merit points in return. It was somewhat akin to a trading platform in disguise. I won't hesitate to take advantage of that. Jiang Feng's lips curled upward. He promptly pulled out a pile of treasures from his spatial ring and began uploading them according to the instructions. He had no idea how many items he'd uploaded, but with each one, his merit points skyrocketed. Merit points, 687,000. After refreshing the Great Yin treasury, he unexpectedly discovered that the lava heart had been listed. This was the evolution material for the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon. Unexpectedly, such good fortune had come his way, truly a double blessing. Jiang Feng immediately selected the Sun Essence and Lava Heart for purchase. Soon, a celestial disk materialized before Jiang Feng. From within the star chart emerged a sphere the size of a fist, entirely crimson and resembling molten lava. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the entire room skyrocketed. One could sense the immense energy contained within. Next, a crimson gold rhombic crystal slowly materialized within the star chart, surrounded by solar spike-like energy rings. With these two items, the Crimson Sky-Scorching Sky Falcon can both evolve and endure the tribulation. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with delight as he stored them in his beast taming space, intending to have the Crimson Sky-Burning Sky Falcon consume them. Within the beast taming space, sensing the essence of the solar spirit and the lava heart, the Crimson Sky-Burning Falcon grew exceptionally excited. Hawk! It circled the sky for quite some time. Begin the evolution. Jiang Feng clicked the evolution button on the interface. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of evolution points transformed into a white light that merged with the lava heart, forming a profound force surging toward the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon. As the white light condensed, it enveloped the Crimson Sky Incinerating Falcon into a massive orb of light. The orb steadily solidified, much like a cocoon forming. Before long, several cracks scorched by flames appeared on the sphere. Boom! The orb erupted into raging flames, forming a sun-like orb in the sky. Screech! A deafening shrieking sound echoed. The solar disk exploded outward like a nova. A massive bird, its form imposing and its entire body engulfed in dark flames, materialized. Its tail feathers trailed a 100-mile-long trail of fire, a truly spectacular sight. Evolution complete. Scarlet Sky-Scorching Falcon Sun Eclipsing Falcon. Current Beast, Eclipsing Sun Falcon. Rank, Mingyue Tier. Level, LV 115. Strength, 466,000. Constitution, 385,000. Agility, 405,000. Spirit, 280,000. Combat power, 570,000. Skills, Azure Flame Weaving Realm, Solar Eclipse Will Dance, Eternal Flaming Corrosion. Evolution points required for next evolution, 1 million coronal essence plus 1 million evolution points. Not bad, but it still falls short compared to ancient tier spirit beasts. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, intending to begin subjecting it to trials to further enhance its strength. He promptly administered the solar essence to it. The eclipsing sun falcon swallowed it whole, its wings stirring up a scorching hurricane. Molten gold blood seeped from its eye corners, while every feather erupted with piercing, blinding flames. The dome of the beast-taming realm suddenly tore apart, crimson gold tribulation clouds churning like boiling water. 9 chains imbued with the sun's law descended from the cloud vortex, transforming the ground into molten lava. The molten river surged back toward the heavens, radiating temperatures nearing 10,000 degrees Celsius, warping the air into a glassy distortion. It surged violently toward the eclipsing sun falcon. Screech! The sun-eclipsing goshawk let out a piercing cry, charging headlong into the terrifying crimson river. It opened its sharp beak and swallowed the entire crimson river whole. After swallowing it whole, a blinding light erupted from the sun-eater's chest. Jiang Feng could even sense the agony the sun-eclipsing gray falcon was enduring at that moment. After all, a special bond existed between the Beastmaster and his beast. Though the agony transmitted to Jiang Feng was less than 1/10,000th of what the sun-eclipsing goshawk endured, this agony still made Jiang Feng grit his teeth in silent endurance. Hang in there. I believe in you, you must hold on. Jiang Feng channeled his belief toward the sun-eater goshawk. After all, within his Beastmaster's space, no matter how severe the injury, it would heal rapidly. Within this beast-taming space, the Eclipse Sun Falcon only needs to remain steadfast in its resolve. If it were to undergo the tribulation outside, the success rate would likely fall below 70% compared to within the beast-taming space. Should the Beastmaster fail to pass the tribulation, they would not only suffer severe backlash but could even perish instantly. Moreover, the Beastmaster's strength would also suffer a severe setback. Of course, Jiang Feng possessed the symbiotic skill, allowing him to automatically transfer the damage to the mountain-taming black tortoise. But Jiang Feng wasn't concerned about the failure affecting him after all, he had raised it from scratch. As his very first beast, Jiang Feng felt a deep attachment to it. Feeling Jiang Feng's encouragement, the Sun-Eater Falcon's wings beat fiercely, erupting once more with a piercing cry. Its eyes blazed with an unyielding fire as it soared skyward in spiraling flight. At this moment, peculiar solar day divine patterns flowed across its surface. This was the solar essence reshaping its power core. With each rune igniting, the flames enveloping it grew deeper. Hundreds of crimson lotus flames of retribution blossomed around its body. The terrifying heat caused the seawater below to evaporate continuously. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted from within the eclipsing Sun Falcon, like a meteorite shattering. Colossal energy surged outward from its center, sweeping madly in all directions. The snow-silver fox's body trembled as it scrambled behind the Hades hound. An explosion of this magnitude, even its aftershocks were beyond what it could endure. The slightest touch would reduce it to ashes in an instant. It was now the weakest being within this beast-taming realm. After the sun-eating gray falcon successfully weathered the first tribulation, its body underwent significant changes. Its size had surged to over 3 times its original dimensions, its wingspan now vast enough to obscure the sky. Though its size still fell far short of the abyssal dragon king and the mountain-sealing black tortoise. Its aura now carried a new, piercing sharpness. Current beast, Eclipse Falcon First Tribulation. Grade, Mingyue class. Level, 115. Strength, 566,000. Stamina, 485,000. Agility, 505,000. Spirit, 380,000. Combat power, 670,000. Skills, Azure Flame Weaving Realm, Eclipsing Sun Will Dance, Eternal Flames Corrosion. Just one trial, and all the base stats jumped by 100,000 points? Jiang Feng's mood lifted instantly as he watched the numbers on its attribute panel climb. This first tribulation was still the easiest. The later trials grew increasingly perilous. Though the potential power gains become truly terrifying. An ancient tier beast that had endured 9 tribulations would likely surpass even a Saint King tier beast in power. Chapter 48, Tianyan Luyu, stunned. Alright, after 2 days of rest, it's time to find Bai Lingyue and explore that legendary tier's secret realm. Jiang Feng stretched lazily after rising from his bed. Within legendary tier secret realms, there was a chance to obtain fragments of divine artifacts. Jiang Feng ascended to the villa's rooftop and surveyed Pingcheng. Following the last beast tide invasion, Pingcheng had swiftly repaired the damaged skyscrapers and buildings affected by the battle. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to summon the Eclipse Falcon to head toward the Bai group, 6 powerful auras streaked across the distant sky, hurtling toward his location. In mere blinks, the 6 figures descended from the sky and landed before Jiang Feng. They radiated an imposing aura that commanded respect. The group comprised both men and women of varying ages. The eldest appeared to be in his 60s, while the youngest seemed about his own age. Yet, no hostility could be sensed from them. You must be Jiang Feng. An elderly man with a kindly expression smiled warmly as he addressed Jiang Feng. The other 5 also studied Jiang Feng with curious eyes. That's me, Jiang Feng nodded indifferently. Hee, young friend, there's no need to be nervous. We are the 6 guardians of the celestial flame, tasked by the Grand Elder to protect you closely. The kindly-looking old man chuckled softly as he revealed their identities. The 6 guardians of heavenly flame were the 6 supreme warriors selected through rigorous trials under the flaming emperor. So you are the 6 guardians, my apologies for the oversight. Jiang Feng offered a polite smile, though he had already discerned their identities through his true vision eye. He then waved his hand dismissively. But you may return now. I don't require protection at this time. Big talk. Do you even realize how dangerous your situation is? A young woman with twin ponytails and clad in tight leather armor spoke up. She was one of the 6 guards, the shadow guard, a 7th-rank shadow assassin named Liu Yunxi. I don't know. Jiang Feng shook his head truthfully, his gaze instinctively lingering on her curvaceous, provocative figure. Curves where they should be, slim where they should be. Truly, the slender branches bore such rich fruit, all the nourishment had gone straight to the fruit. That said, given his current strength, encountering danger Unless he faced several ninth transformation experts attacking simultaneously, with multiple traps already laid out. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat them, they couldn't stop him from leaving. Thus, even if the Heavenly Flame's 6 commanders before him wished to harm Jiang Feng, it would likely prove no easy feat. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, Luo Yunxi showed no sign of shyness. In fact, she subtly puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. After all, Jiang Feng was undeniably a handsome and pleasing to the eye man. The more he stared at her, the more it proved her own charm. As long as she didn't reveal it, who would know she was actually 28 years old? Luo Yunxi spoke up. The envoys of the 7 nations have arrived in Tianjing, demanding that the Great Yen Tower of Heavenly Talents be open to all nations this time. If not a single Great Yen practitioner succeeds in the tower this time, they demand the Great Yen Tower be transferred to Kuku Nation. Should Great Yen lose the Tower of Heavenly Pride, it will never again produce the mighty warriors needed to uphold the nation's destiny. And you are the one the Grand Elder holds in high regard, the candidate he believes holds the greatest potential to conquer the final trial of the tower. The 7 nations have coveted Great Yen for ages. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Envoys from the 7 kingdoms have surely noticed your existence and are now plotting your elimination. Hearing this, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze growing pensive. If what she said held true, his current situation was indeed precarious. If envoys from all 7 nations attacked him simultaneously, he would likely exhaust all his hidden cards. As for the 6 guards before him, Jiang Feng never entertained the notion they could protect him. After all, with his current strength, dealing with the 6 guards wouldn't be particularly difficult. If real danger came, he would likely have to spare his strength to protect them instead. Seeing Jiang Feng lost in thought, Luo Yunxi's face finally flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. It seemed this fellow had finally grasped his predicament. On the way here, she had already reviewed Jiang Feng's information. Though he was a triple transformation Beast Tamer at such a young age, even possessing 2 ancient grade beasts. Such prowess astonished even her. It was simply too extraordinary. No wonder the Grand Elder had ordered the Tianyan 6 Beast Masters to protect this kid's safety at all costs. However, their initial encounter had left Luo Yunxi sensing an air of arrogance emanating from Jiang Feng. He didn't even seem to regard the Tianyan 6 Beast Masters with much regard. But you needn't worry too much. With the 6 you here, any underhanded tricks the 7 nations' envoys might try will be utterly useless. Luo Yunxi stepped forward, patting Jiang Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Her earlier words were meant to help Jiang Feng set aside his pride. All he needed to do was let them protect him properly. Don't burden her with any extra work. But upon hearing these words, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the envoys of the 7 nations won't openly attack me or even secretly target me personally? Hearing this, Luo Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Jiang Feng to think so deeply about it. It seemed her earlier words had truly shaken him to the core. She rolled her eyes helplessly. At the very least, this is still within the borders of Great Yen. If any envoy from the 7 nations dares to openly attack you or any Great Yen practitioner, they'd better be prepared to stay here permanently. After all, the Great Yen Empire's foundations weren't something a few foreign envoys could shake. If they dared to act, it would mean they truly had no intention of leaving alive. In that case, I can rest easy. Jiang Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. If they didn't dare strike personally, harming him would be nothing short of a pipe dream. All right. From now on, you'll stay put in your room until the Tower of Heavenly Talents officially opens. With the Tianyan 6 guards here, not even a mosquito will get in. Luo Yunxi declared with absolute confidence. Thanks. I appreciate you guys keeping watch for me. After all, there are plenty of mosquitoes living up in the mountains. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, preparing to leave. Hey, wait. Where are you going? Luo Yunxi furrowed her delicate brows. Didn't I tell you to stay put in your room and not go anywhere? Young friend, we're only doing this for your own good. The kindly-looking elder from earlier instantly released his aura, addressing Jiang Feng. The others simultaneously released their auras as well. The intertwining currents of energy made the air feel oppressively heavy. If necessary, they would forcibly restrict Jiang Feng's movements. After all, the Grand Elder had issued a strict order. Even if it meant provoking Jiang Feng's disgust, they would carry it out. Are they here to protect me, or to fight me? Jiang Feng shook his head, muttering in exasperation. He promptly summoned his beast companion. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar pierced the heavens. A colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, coiled in the sky behind Jiang Feng, radiating overwhelming dragon might. Screech! The sun-eclipsing gray falcon spread its wings for 1,000 miles, its body engulfed in surging dark flames, surrounded by hundreds of crimson lotus flames of retribution. Following closely were the mountain-sealing black tortoise, the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit, and the underworld hound. And lurking timidly at Jiang Feng's heels, the most insignificant of them all, the snow-silver fox. Seeing these mighty beast tamers, the 6 celestial flame guardians were utterly dumbfounded. Did the Grand Elder truly intend for us to protect such a terrifying beast master? Chapter 49, Heading to the Bai Group. They knew Jiang Feng's power was abnormal, but never imagined it would be this god tier. An ancient-grade beast, an extremely rare sight under normal circumstances, was in his possession and he had 3 of them. Most astonishingly, he could even contract sword spirits. As members of the Heavenly Flame 6 Masters, they were no strangers to extraordinary sights. But was this really something a beast master could achieve? Let's get started, Jiang Feng said with a light chuckle. Hearing this, the 6 Celestial Flames Guardians froze in place. Move? What exactly were they supposed to do? Faced with such an overwhelming force, even these battle-hardened veterans were at a loss. The kindly-looking elder couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this battle were to be ranked among the thousands he had experienced, large and small, the most severe they'd ever faced was S-Class. This one? SSS Class. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? This damn thing had transformed into a hellish escape mission overnight. Ahem, young friend, please don't act rashly. We mean you no harm. Quickly recall your beast. Making such a commotion is not good. A forced smile stretched across the old man's deeply wrinkled face. So you won't stop me? Jiang Feng asked with a faint, mocking smile. Not at all, not at all. The old man shook his head repeatedly, already drenched in cold sweat. Liu Yunxi froze in place, her mind racing back to Jiang Feng's earlier words. She had thought he was overthinking things out of fear. Little did she know she had misjudged his intentions. Given his strength, it was true that unless several envoys joined forces against him, they likely couldn't have taken him down. But for Jiang Feng to possess so many terrifyingly powerful beast tamers at such a young age? This completely defied human comprehension, didn't it? Seeing they had no further objections, Jiang Feng summoned his beasts back into the beast taming realm. Now, you guys can stay and think it over. If you decide to remain here, you can help me guard the place, clear out some insects, and tidy up a bit. Jiang Feng smiled as he said, alright, I've got things to attend to. I shan't keep you company any longer. Hearing this, the corners of the Tianyan's 6 beast tamers' mouths twitched. After all, they were ranked among the powerful of Great Yen. Yet here they were, helping guard the house, cleaning up, and catching mosquitoes. Had anyone else said such a thing, they would have taken it as an insult. But coming from Jiang Feng, they could only inwardly grumble there was nothing else to say. After all, his strength far surpassed that of the Tianyan 6 guards. After a brief discussion, they decided to report this intelligence to the Grand Elder first. One of them would accompany Jiang Feng to report their situation promptly. As for the remaining 5, they planned to lie low and rest properly at Jiang Feng's villa. In a way, this mission had turned out surprisingly comfortable. Not only could they relax and slack off, but if trouble arose, they had a powerful beastmaster to watch their backs. As for protecting Jiang Feng himself? They dared not even entertain the thought. At this level of power, only the senior patriarch himself could provide adequate protection. But with the envoys from the 7 nations still in Tianjing, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be closely monitoring their movements, leaving him no spare capacity. Lord Jiang Feng, Shadow Guard Liu Yunxi will remain by your side. Should any developments arise, she will relay them to us promptly. And should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. We shall fulfill your requests to the best of our abilities. The elder spoke with utmost respect. Having witnessed Jiang Feng's beast-taming prowess, his demeanor had shifted to one of genuine respect. His mindset shifted swiftly from protecting Jiang Feng to following his commands. Very well. Rest here for now. I'll summon you if anything arises. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, summoning the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit to prepare for sword flight. He also brought Liu Yunxi along as they headed toward the Bai group. Old Jiang, are we really just going to rest here in this villa for now? A tall man in his early 30s behind him frowned and asked. The elder addressed as Old Yang twitched his lips upon seeing his attire. You've already changed into your swim trunks and you're asking me that? Heh, I thought this was going to be an extremely dangerous mission, but I never expected it to turn out so easy. With that, the man dove headfirst into the spacious pool in the villa's courtyard and began swimming freely. The 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit sliced through layer upon layer of mist, streaking across the sky at breakneck speed, leaving a long, trailing streak of clouds in its wake. Sword riding may lack the majestic grandeur of mounting other beasts, but the sensation is truly remarkable. After all, he had fantasized about the sensation of sword riding countless times as a child. Now, at last, his dream had come true. The sword spirit's speed was so blisteringly fast that Liu Yunxi, clinging to Jiang Feng's back, nearly lost her footing. She could only cling tightly to Jiang Feng, her twin ponytails flying wildly behind her. Though his expression remained composed, Jiang Feng could barely contain the grin spreading across his face as he felt the softness behind him. Within a minute or two, they reached the rooftop of the Bai Group building. Shortly after, Bai Lingyue arrived with Elder Mu and the Bai Group executives to greet them. Spotting Jiang Feng, Bai Lingyue approached him with obvious excitement. Jiang Feng, we've got the team ready. We're just waiting for you to tackle this legendary secret realm together. All right. Jiang Feng nodded. Noticing the woman in the tight leather outfit behind Jiang Feng, Bai Lingyue asked nervously. And who might this be? After all, this woman's appearance and figure far surpassed her own. Compared to her, Bai Lingyue felt she paled in comparison. Oh, she's a friend of mine. Her name is Liu Yunxi. Hearing the word friend eased Bai Lingyue's nerves somewhat. She assumed Liu Yunxi was likely another helper Jiang Feng had invited to tackle the epic secret realm together. Smiling, she extended her hand and introduced herself to Liu Yunxi. Hello, I'm Bai Lingyue, head of the Bai group. Liu Yunxi extended her hand with an expressionless face. Liu Yunxi, shadow guardian of the Tianyan Six Guardians. One of the 6 celestial guardians? Upon hearing her identity, Bai Lingyue and the Bai group executives behind her couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. These were the 6 guardians serving under the Flame Emperor, each reputedly possessing terrifying power. Who would have thought such a prominent figure would be following Jiang Feng? They arrived at the Bai group's reception hall. Numerous professionals invited to participate in the expedition to the legendary secret realm had already gathered here. Most hailed from guilds, mercenary companies, and various factions. Bai Lingyue stood on the stage, microphone in hand. After scanning the crowd, she announced, "Welcome to the legendary tier secret realm acquired by the Bai group. On behalf of the company, I extend our sincere gratitude to all of you. Within the legendary tier dungeon, any equipment exceeding gold tier quality must yield a 30% fee to the Bai group. Should any of you have objections to this arrangement, you may discuss it with me later." Chapter 50, Entering the Legendary Secret Realm. After speaking, Bai Lingyue scanned the crowd in the hall once more, taking in their expressions. Most of these professionals had no objections. After all, they were the ones granting access to this legendary secret realm. Once inside, they might just stumble upon priceless gear and items. A mere 30% profit share would still allow them to rake in a hefty sum. At that moment, inside a high-level office within the Bai group headquarters, Bai Yuezha was personally serving tea and water to several people. A hint of worry lingered in his eyes. "Senior, may I ask if you truly intend to take action against Jiang Feng?" Bai Yuezha sat on the sofa, his expression hesitant as he asked. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Feng's strength firsthand, truly unfathomable. Even now, recalling Jiang Feng's presence sent a chill down his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai. We've come prepared. Jiang Feng is as good as dead." The speaker was a monk clad in a blood-red robe, twirling a black skull-beaded rosary between his fingers. "Precisely. As long as you place us within the expedition team tackling this legendary tier secret realm, this very realm will become Jiang Feng's final resting place." A seductive woman spoke next, her voice soft and honeyed. Her features were exquisite, her arched brows and eyes radiating a captivating allure, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned. "But, if Jiang Feng isn't dead, once he emerges, then I will be the one who dies." Bai Yuezha's brow furrowed deeply, his heart racing, yet he still couldn't make up his mind. "I hear you were originally the head of the Bai group, but your sister, backed by Jiang Feng, has now replaced you. If you allow her to continue expanding her influence, your position will only grow more precarious. Eliminate Jiang Feng, and the vast Bai group will once again be yours. Wouldn't that be a tremendous blessing for you?" The alluring woman reached out, her fingers lightly tracing Bai Yuezha's chest. She breathed a warm breath into his ear, instantly stirring a wave of heat within him. At her words, Bai Yuezha's gaze darkened with a sinister glint. Damn it, it was all because of that damn Jiang Feng. If not for his appearance, how could he have lost control of the Bai group? The Bai group's affairs should be in his hands alone. "Fine, I agree to your terms. But you must guarantee Jiang Feng's elimination to prevent future trouble." Bai Yuezha gritted his teeth, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Once Jiang Feng was dead, he could expel Bai Lingyue from the Bai family and reclaim his authority. That's the spirit. A man should be decisive and ruthless. Only by daring to take risks can one achieve greater rewards. The alluring woman smiled faintly, her praise clear. "When do you plan to enter the secret realm?" Bai Yuezha inquired. At that moment, a man clad in black robes spoke in a deep voice. "Naturally, we'll wait until Jiang Feng enters the legendary secret realm. Intelligence analysis suggests he possesses the ability to see through all illusions. Even if we conceal our identities and enter with the group, there's a high chance he'll detect us." "Very well. I'll arrange for your entry after they've gone in." Bai Yuezha nodded solemnly. Although Bai Yueling, that, now controlled virtually every major and minor affair within the Bai group. But with his standing, he could still arrange for a few people to be slipped in later to enter the secret realm. "Thank you, young Master Bai," the alluring woman purred softly. Bai Yuezha nodded. "Rest here for a while. I'll arrange your entry shortly." With that, he exited the office. Outside, Bai Yuezha summoned Taihe. "How's the task I assigned you coming along?" Taihe bowed his head slightly, leaning close to Bai Yuezha's ear and murmuring, "Young Master Bai, it cost quite a price, but we managed to get our hands on it." Hearing this, Bai Yuezha nodded with satisfaction, a hint of savagery flickering in his eyes. "Good. This time, I'll make sure they all die in this legendary secret realm." The few individuals in the office earlier clearly weren't pushovers, and their backgrounds were shady. But since they were so confident in eliminating Jiang Feng, Then he would use their hands to eliminate Jiang Feng first, before trapping them all within the secret realm. Then no one would ever know he had anything to do with it. Then he could announce to the outside world that the secret realm had malfunctioned, leaving no survivors. After that, he could regain control of the Bai group. Then he would imprison Bai Yueling. At that moment, the man in black robes spoke to the alluring woman with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Why bother flirting with that boy? He's nothing but an insignificant insect. Making him obedient should be simple enough. The alluring woman suddenly smiled. What? Jealous? Didn't you just say Jiang Feng can see through any deception? If we tamper with that kid and he catches on, won't our entire plan fall apart? Hearing this, the black-robed man remained silent. Instead, the blood-red-robed monk seated nearby flashed a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. The practitioners entering this legendary realm are all formidable. If this monk were to drain and absorb all their blood, I might just break through to the 9th transformation in one fell swoop. As he spoke, his lips stretched into a grimacing smile that reached his ears. After Bai Lingyue finished explaining all the rules, she led the group of adventurers into a hall where a teleportation array had already been set up. The first thing that caught their eyes was the enormous, intricate teleportation array on the floor. The array was woven from countless mysterious runes and lines, the runes emitting a faint, ghostly blue glow. At the array's center lay the legendary tier entry credential, the dark glow amber. As Bai Lingyue commanded the array to activate, energy within the array instantly coalesced and surged toward the dark glow sacred amber. Immediately after, a void gate slowly opened. A group of adventurers' eyes flashed with excitement as they rushed toward the void gate. Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Feng was about to step through the portal, Bai Lingyue suddenly called out to him. Jiang Feng halted, curiosity in his eyes. What is it? Nothing. Just be careful inside. I'll wait for you outside. Bai Lingyue reminded him with a hint of worry. Though legendary tier secret realms contained top-tier artifacts, they were also riddled with countless dangers. The first wave of explorers often faced perilous situations due to insufficient knowledge of the realm's layout. Don't worry, I'm confident, Jiang Feng chuckled lightly before stepping through the void gate. Chapter 51, Chaos Source Gold and Epic Grade Material. Tianyuan's Secret Realm. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes, he found himself immersed in a world of emerald green. The sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays bathing his body in a comforting glow that lifted his spirits. However, beside Jiang Feng stood only Liu Yunxi, while the others had likely been randomly teleported elsewhere. Surveying his surroundings, as far as the eye could see, the ground was covered with low-grade green spirit grass, thriving like common weeds. Green spirit grass could be used to brew inexpensive restorative potions. Though individually inexpensive, the sheer volume of these plants meant their combined value was quite staggering. However, Jiang Feng had no interest in harvesting grass here, such things were beneath his notice. His gaze shifted to the exotic flowers and fruits growing among the green spirit grass. These exotic blooms and fruits emitted unique fragrances, and some held significant value even for 4th-tier class practitioners. Flame fruit. Rarity, rare. Effect, enhances the potency of fire attribute skills when consumed. Windchime flower. Rarity, rare. Effect, increases movement speed and agility after consumption. Moon spirit herb. Rarity, rare. Effect, enhances night vision and perception. Hard to believe these just grow freely on the ground. Truly befitting a legendary secret realm, it seems there are indeed many treasures within. Before long, Jiang Feng halted his steps. A peculiar plant, nearly half a person's height, had caught his attention. More precisely, it was the deep purple fruit that plant bore. Soul-infused spirit fruit. Quality, precious. Effect, directly nourishes a cultivator's spiritual energy upon consumption, enhancing its strength and resilience. There are soul-infused spirit fruits too. Jiang Feng was slightly surprised, then his eyes lit up with delight. He hadn't expected to find a fruit capable of enhancing spiritual power here. The growth environment for these soul-infused spirit fruits is extremely demanding. They were primarily cultivated in major cultivation bases, with low yields and lengthy growth cycles. Yet here, there were nearly 1,000 soul-infused spirit fruits. These fruits held considerable value for Jiang Feng. For early-stage beast masters, spiritual power isn't overly crucial. However, once one commands multiple beasts, simultaneously summoning them all into battle, it becomes an extremely mentally taxing endeavor. While there are items and equipment that can enhance spiritual power, they cannot provide permanent enhancement. After all, one must rely on their own strength. If he were to consume all these soul-infused spirit fruits, his spiritual energy would skyrocket by tens of thousands, if not more. Though Jiang Feng couldn't consume that many himself, he could collect them for his beast to eat. I recall your profession is shadow assassin, correct? Jiang Feng smiled warmly at Liu Yunxi beside him. How did you know my profession? Liu Yunxi furrowed her brow, inwardly startled. After all, she had used an item that concealed her profession. Even an 8th-tier class user would struggle to see through it. Yet Jiang Feng had still seen through it. Just a guess. Now, would you mind gathering all these soul-infused spirit fruits for me? Jiang Feng said with a cheerful smile. Free labor was free labor, might as well take advantage of it. Of course, Jiang Feng wouldn't exploit her labor for free. He would naturally offer some compensation later. It must be said, a shadow assassin at the 7th transformation level was remarkably efficient at harvesting. Just then, Jiang Feng suddenly spotted a group of humanoid monsters, each about half a person's height, approaching from the distance. Their heads were enormous and deformed, with ears that were sharp and elongated, slightly curved at the tips. Beneath their flat, collapsed noses lay wide, fang-filled mouths, the corners perpetually dripping with nauseating saliva. Goblin Warrior. Level, 110. Skills, swinging attack, thrust, piercing screech. Goblin Archer. Level, LV 107. Skills, poison shot, frenzy barrage, scatter arrow rain. Upon seeing their information panels, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. These creatures, considered low-level in external dungeons, had somehow reached over 100 levels here. But even a 100-level goblin was no more than an ant in Jiang Feng's eyes. Yet when his gaze fell upon the stone axes in their hands, his eyes suddenly lit up. His heartbeat quickened noticeably. Chaos Source Gold. Type, Material. Quality, Epic. Description, forged from the densest rock born from the primordial chaos, Chaos Source Gold crafts exceptionally sharp weapons and the most resilient armor, offering unparalleled defensive capabilities. Jiang Feng counted roughly a dozen goblins, and the total weight of the Chaos Source Gold in their hands should be around 20 pounds. He estimated it would be enough to craft a full set of epic tier armor for himself. Though Jiang Feng possessed a symbiotic skill that transferred damage to his beast companion, his own defensive capabilities remained low. If he encountered a world-ending forbidden spell, his beast's health would likely be drained almost entirely. But if he wore epic tier defensive armor, he'd have significantly more room for error. He absolutely had to squeeze every last gold coin out of them. At that moment, a burly goblin nearly 1.6 meters tall spotted Liu Yunxi beside Jiang Feng. He nearly drooled with excitement. It was said that goblins possessed only one gender, relying entirely on plundering females from other races to impregnate them. It seemed they possessed no reproductive isolation. Qua! Qua! It raised its weapon excitedly, shrieking incoherently. As its voice echoed, a pack of green-skinned imps grew restless, wielding their axes as they charged toward the two. Don't you think they've taken a liking to you? Jiang Feng teased Liu Yunxi with a smile. Liu Yunxi's expression remained cold. This isn't funny. With that, her form flickered, transforming into a black afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the goblin's severed limbs disintegrated into the air. Just as she was about to finish off the last goblin, Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit, transforming into a streak of light to block her attack. Whoosh! Liu Yunxi executed a graceful backflip midair before landing steadily. Spare one alive, I'm still waiting for it to lead me to the treasure chest. Jiang Feng approached her with a faint smile playing on his lips. Once the goblin returned to its lair, he was certain to discover more Chaos Source Gold. Then he could outfit his beast companions with a full set of epic tier armor. How delightful that would be. Liu Yunxi flicked the blood from her shadow blade before swiftly sheathing it. Her movements were fluid, even carrying a touch of grace. She had an innate distaste for disgusting creatures like goblins. Little one, you're saved. Now get out of here. Jiang Feng offered it a gentle smile. The lone goblin's legs went weak, its eyes filled with terror. Especially beneath Jiang Feng's smile, it seemed to glimpse something even more terrifying. It tossed aside its axe and fled for its life. After watching it run for a while, Jiang Feng instructed the sword spirit to follow it and scout out its lair. Then they'd wipe them all out at once. Chapter 52, The Dark Corrupted Earth Dragon. This weight is heavier than I anticipated. Jiang Feng crouched down, picked up an axe, and waited in his hand for a moment, practically unable to put it down. What's so special about these old axes? Liu Yunxi asked, puzzled by the delighted expression on Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng looked up at Liu Yunxi, his gaze tracing her long, shapely, straight legs, then climbing over the peaks to meet her eyes. Can't you tell what this axe is made of? Liu Yunxi shook her head. My detection spell only shows it as unknown quality. But during our spar, I did notice it was incredibly sharp. Hearing this, Jiang Feng instantly realized her appraisal technique was vastly inferior to his true vision eye. He smiled and explained, don't be fooled by their rough appearance, these axes are forged from Chaos Source Gold. What? You mean these axes are forged from Chaos Source Gold? Liu Yunxi was stunned. That was an epic grade material. At auctions, it was sold by the gram. A single gram was worth tens of millions, and to acquire a piece of armor or weaponry, one would need at least several billion as a baseline. She once witnessed an exquisitely crafted blade made from Chaos Source Gold at an auction. It had sold for nearly 10 billion. With this many axes combined, one could likely forge several blades. However, due to the Chaos Source Gold's extreme toughness, the processing fees alone would be a massive expense. With Jiang Feng here, though she yearned for an axe herself, she feared he might object. She could only watch enviously from the sidelines. After all, such treasures were too precious anyone would covet them. She certainly didn't want to start an argument with Jiang Feng. And frankly, she didn't have the strength to defeat him anyway. Noticing how badly she wanted it, Jiang Feng simply handed her 2 axes. After all, he wasn't the stingy type. "Thank you," Liu Yunxi said, promptly storing them in her spatial ring. Before long, the sword spirit flew back. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. "Let's go. Time to find out where those goblins' lair is. Today, we'll be goblin slayers." Forest, goblin lair. At the entrance to the tribe, several crude arches stood, constructed from massive beast bones. Dried animal hides and bizarre skulls hung from the arches. Scattered throughout the camp were crude shelters built from branches and vines. "I'll leave it to you to handle down there," Jiang Feng said to Liu Yunxi. Liu Yunxi nodded, drew her shadow blade, and plunged straight down into the goblin lair below. Boom! In the blink of an eye, she landed in the center of the camp, kicking up a cloud of dust. The goblin screams and shrieks that followed were deafening. Hovering high above on his sword, had already used his true sight eye to roughly gauge the levels of the goblins present. The goblin king among them was only level 163. For Liu Yunxi, a 7th transformation cultivator, this should pose little challenge. While Jiang Feng surveyed the situation below from above, Liu Yunxi's attack was swift and ruthless. With a flash of her blade, several goblins fell dead instantly. Moreover, she hadn't caused significant damage to the items within the nest. Had Jiang Feng unleashed his beast, the goblin lair below would likely be razed to the ground in a single encounter. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, finding it rather convenient to have someone at his command. He imagined himself as a spirit master, a special advanced class. It seemed he could contract people into his own beasts. And one who would be utterly loyal to him. Next time I'll ask her if she's willing. Jiang Feng mused silently, his gaze thoughtful. But if I were to bind someone as my beast companion, would that mean he could make her evolve? Just as Jiang Feng was lost in his thoughts, a tremendous crash echoed, interrupting his train of thought. Boom! 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 Beneath the goblin lair, a tremendous tremor shook the ground. As if some terrifying creature were about to burst forth from the earth. As the tremors began, the entire forest shook violently. Wah! The towering goblin king, standing over 2 meters tall, raised the crystal core at the end of his chain high above his head. Liu Yunxi's brows furrowed as her form blurred into a black afterimage, her blade slashing toward the goblin king. Yet before her shadow blade could strike the goblin king, a massive surge of energy erupted from the ground, hurtling toward her. Despite her lightning-fast reflexes, the energy blast still inflicted injuries upon her. Her tight leather jacket tore, revealing large patches of pale skin and startling wounds. Thud! 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 A 400-meter-long earth dragon crawled out, its back covered in towering spines of rock. Its colossal form radiated a terrifying, heart-stopping aura. Heavy chains, also forged from chaos source gold, were fastened around its body. Wah! The goblin king roared furiously, then leapt onto its back, gripping the iron chains binding the earth dragon. Seeing this, a solemn expression crossed Liu Yunxi's face. Slaying such a titanic beast would prove an exceedingly difficult task. Corrupted Earth Dragon. Level 267. HP 2,210,000. Defense 1,200,000. Combat Power 480,000. Skills: Corrupted Breath, Earth-Shattering Impact, Spiked Assault. Ha! You've got a mount now? Jiang Feng looked on in utter astonishment. A goblin barely over level 100. Actually riding a level 200 plus Dark Corrosion Earth Dragon? Go meet it. Jiang Feng commanded the sword spirit beneath his feet. In the next instant, the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light and shadow, like a silver lightning bolt, striking directly at the head of the corrupted earth dragon. Where the sword's shadow passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing shriek. As Jiang Feng descended, he summoned the sun-eating falcon. Sensing the immense threat, the dark erosion earth dragon violently twisted its massive body. And a blazing red light erupted from its spine, forming a fiery barrier to block the sword spirit's assault. Yet the sword spirit's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving a deep gash in the crimson barrier before piercing straight through. Beneath its rock-like skin, it left a shocking, dozens of meters long gash. Seems taking down a million force defense beast isn't as easy as I imagined. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh softly. Little did he know that if these words reached Liu Yunxi's ears, they would only make her eyes twitch. Seriously, 1,000,000 defense points was already terrifyingly high. Even a 9 transformation warrior couldn't achieve that. Roar! The dark erosion earth dragon let out a thunderous roar. Its mouth spewed forth a torrent of dark breath, a black flood carrying near destructive force, sweeping toward the sword spirit. Wherever the dark breath passed, the void seemed to corrode, space-warped, and a heart-stopping tremor echoed. Chapter 53, Slaying the Dark Corroded Earth Dragon. At that moment, numerous practitioners sensed the immense commotion here. Rushed to the scene at breakneck speed to investigate. After all, such a commotion within the secret realm could only mean something extraordinary was unfolding. Perhaps they might even stumble upon some extraordinary treasure. As they drew near, the first sight to meet their eyes was an earth dragon stretching hundreds of meters in length. Upon witnessing the terrifying form of this earth dragon, they instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. This earth dragon possessed an incredibly high defense rating exceeding 1 million, utterly terrifying. However, the dragon's blood, marrow, bones, and scales were all valuable treasures. If they could work together to slay it, the rewards would be immense. But then they saw the eclipsing sun falcon soaring overhead, its wingspan spanning thousands of miles, darkening the sky. What's going on? Could two powerful beasts be fighting? It's possible. They must be fighting over some treasure. No, look. There seem to be people standing on the backs of both beasts. Could it be two great beast tamers fighting over a treasure? Not sure. Let's get closer and take a look. Execute the supreme mystery slash. Jiang Feng commanded the sword spirit in his mind. The blade suddenly erupted with blinding light. In the next instant, it transformed into a colossal sword shadow, slashing toward the corrupted earth dragon. The two forces collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The shockwaves radiated outward in a violent spiral, emanating from the point of impact. The void trembled violently under the force of the impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. Those adventurers who had intended to draw nearer halted in their tracks at the sight of such a fierce battle, daring not to advance further. They feared being caught in the crossfire. Under the strike of the primordial mystery slash, the dark corroded earth dragon's breath instantly dissipated. A flicker of terror passed through its enormous pupils. Then, it violently thrashed its body, attempting to burrow into the ground and flee the area. The Goblin King atop the dark corrupted earth dragon's back felt his pupils contract sharply, experiencing an unprecedented dread. He urgently activated the crystal core at the tail end of the chain in his hand once more. He commanded the dark corrupted earth dragon to withstand the slash. Boom! Under the annihilating sword light. The colossal body of the darkened earth dragon was cleaved in two by the sword's light, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. The rocks on the ground shattered into dust under the shockwave, scattering into the sky. Jiang Feng stood atop the sun-eclipsing goshawk's feathered back, his robes fluttering fiercely in the gale, his face serene. A notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on defeating the level 267 Dark Corrupted Earth Dragon. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 163 Poison Horn Lizard. Gained 0 EXP. Warning, your level has reached 120, the maximum for the third transformation. You cannot gain further experience. Complete the 4th class quest promptly. Jiang Feng glanced at the interface before him. Current quest, 4th reincarnation. Quest requirements, possess a stellar grade beast or a beast that has endured 4 calamities. Quest duration, unlimited. Possess a stellar grade beast? Jiang Feng paused slightly, a surge of excitement stirring within him. The materials required to evolve a beast to ancient tier versus stellar tier were worlds apart. For now, it seemed far simpler to guide a beast through the 4 tribulations. Below, Liu Yunxi's pupils dilated violently. One strike. A single strike had slain a dark corrosion earth dragon over 200 levels strong, boasting a defense of 1,000,000. Such power was utterly terrifying. Even a swordsman who had mastered the essence of the sword could never achieve such a feat. What was the origin of the spirit sword Jiang Feng had summoned? Corrupted dragon scale armor. Type, armor. Grade, dark gold. Suitable classes, all classes. Usable level, LV 100. Attributes, agility plus 60,000, defense plus 320,000, resistance plus 140,000. Additional effect, grants corrosion resistance, reducing dark attribute damage taken. Has a chance to trigger corrosion counterattack. Earth Dragon's Wrath Battle Axe. Type, weapon. Quality, dark gold. Suitable class, warrior. Attributes, agility plus 70,000, strength plus 260,000. Additional effects, high attack power, inflicts armor-piercing effect, ignores a portion of the target's defense. Attacks have a chance to trigger Earth Dragon's Wrath, dealing additional damage to enemies within range and applying a stun effect. A dark gold tier equipment, quite the unexpected windfall. Jiang Feng raised his hand, summoning the dropped weapon and armor into his spatial ring. But gazing at the massive carcass of the corrupted Earth Dragon, he still didn't know how to handle it. After all, every part of the corrupted Earth Dragon was valuable. But the spatial ring couldn't hold such a massive creature. If not preserved promptly, its corpse would rapidly disintegrate. It must be noted that the dark corroded Earth Dragon was a subspecies of dragon, though its bloodline paled in comparison to true dragons. Extracting its essence blood could be used by beast tamers or professionals to enhance their power. That said, when it comes to true dragons, Jiang Feng already possessed a deep abyss dragon king. The essence blood of an abyssal dragon king was 1,000 times more potent than that of a corrupted earth dragon. Elder, may I purchase this darkened earth dragon's corpse? At that moment, a man riding a flying motorcycle sped up. He wore brown clothing and sported a pair of mechanical glasses on his forehead. Jiang Feng scanned the man's information. Name, Zhou Jingxua. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 4th transformation, level 146. Nationality, Great Yen. Strength, 91,200. Stamina, 103,600. Agility, 84,200. Spirit, 63,000. Combat power, 121,000. At this moment, Zhou Jingshua's eyes burned with desire for the corpse of this corroded earth dragon. Jiang Feng dismounted from the sun-eaten gray falcon's back and glanced at him indifferently. How much are you offering? But first, I can't sell you the iron chains on its body. They say mechanics are pretty wealthy. Alright. How about 12 billion? Zhou Jingshua hadn't expected such a powerful beastmaster to be so young. He smiled and said, I'll transfer the funds to you through the Daiyuan group account. Deal. Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly as he extended his hand. Thank you, senior. Zhou Jingshua politely extended his hand. After shaking hands, Zhou Jingshua produced a cube that looked straight out of science fiction. With a few light taps on the device, it instantly dispersed into 4 smaller cubes. These cubes began flying toward the corpse of the Dark Erosion Earth Dragon, simultaneously initiating a scan. Before long, as the cube scanned, the Dark Corrosion Earth Dragon's corpse began to gradually vanish. After collecting the remains, Zhou Jingshua expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, senior. Now I can return to build the mechanical Earth Dragon. A mechanical Earth Dragon? Jiang Feng asked curiously. How powerful would it be? Zhou Jingshua's expression brimmed with excitement. After modification, its combat capability should reach 150% of its original strength. Hearing this, Jiang Feng realized that the profession of a mechanic was truly extraordinary. He promptly asked with curiosity, so, can you hand-roll a Gundam or Optimus Prime? Chapter 54, Mutation, Barrier. If piloting a mecha in battle was this exhilarating, clearing instances would be a breeze. What began as a casual joke from Jiang Feng drew a dead serious reply from Zhou Jingshua. I can. I've just been struggling to find a suitable energy source to power it. In that case, I'll bring you anything suitable I come across next time for your research, Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Zhou Jingshua's eyes lit up. Thank you, senior. He knew that with the formidable prowess of this beast master before him, he would surely gain access to resources far beyond his own reach. With the dark corroded earth dragon's corpse gone, the space before him felt suddenly empty. Jiang Feng began gathering all the chaos source gold. Watching Jiang Feng pick up these unremarkable axes and chains, a hint of curiosity flickered in Zhou Jingshua's eyes. He asked aloud, Senior, what purpose do you have in collecting these items? Nothing much, Jiang Feng replied. I just want to forge them into protective gear for my beast to wear. Hearing this, Zhou Jingshua's eyes lit up. Leave that to me. I'll forge them for you. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted. First, let me clarify this is chaos source gold. Forging it won't be easy. If you truly succeed, I'll give you the carcass of that dark eroded earth dragon for free. Chaos source gold was notoriously difficult to refine and forge. Jiang Feng had only mentioned it half-jokingly, hoping to test Zhou Jingshua's capabilities. Chaos source gold. Zhou Jingshua's expression turned startled. That's the hardest epic-grade material known to mankind. He leaned closer to the iron chain, pulling out a detector to examine it meticulously for a long while. His face lit up with excitement. It really was chaos source gold. Senior, the detector indicates there's more chaos crimson gold beneath. Immediately after, Zhou Jingshua retrieved a square box with a metallic sheen from his spatial ring. After setting it on the ground, its components began shifting and transforming into an excavator. Witnessing this, Jiang Feng silently gave him a thumbs up. Mechanics so practical. Just then, a group of other professionals arrived. However, something was terribly wrong with their appearance. Black patterns were spreading across their faces. Liu Yunxi's expression instantly hardened as she raised her shadow blade before her. Help! Save me! These professionals lunged toward them like puppets being manipulated. Their faces twisted in agonized struggle, yet their attacks were ruthlessly precise. Liu Yunxi's shadow blade flashed with blinding speed, the blade's edge slicing through the air between their necks before instantly withdrawing. As one of the 6 guardians of the celestial flame, she would not lightly strike down practitioners of the great flame. Yet while she hesitated to strike, the manipulated professionals dealt deadly blows with every move. Jiang Feng recognized her hesitation and suggested, use these chains to bind them first. Liu Yunxi glanced at the chains that had originally bound the corrupted earth dragon. With a swift movement, she seized the chains and bound the practitioners. The practitioners struggled, only to find themselves utterly unable to break free. Then, as if sensing the strange changes occurring within their bodies, they let out hysterical screams. No, don't. The moment the words left their lips, their bodies detonated in unison. These were all practitioners at the 5th to 7th tiers. Their simultaneous explosions unleashed a massive energy surge. Boom! As their bodies exploded, a powerful surge of energy swept outward in all directions. Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit, shielding himself before him. Instantly, the energy surged like a raging storm. His gaze darkened, radiating a chill. Such tactics were nowhere near enough to kill him. Clearly, the enemy wasn't trying to kill him this way, they were simply trying to annoy him. When the dust had mostly settled, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that the three of them had been transported to another space without his knowledge. This is bad. We've been forcibly dragged into the barrier. Liu Yunxi's face was etched with grave concern. Zhou Jingxua froze, furrowing his brow. Looks like those manipulated practitioners were just a diversion. Ha ha ha, this is where you'll be buried. Three figures descended from the sky, looking down on Jiang Feng and his companions. You're behind this? Jiang Feng's voice carried a chill as he fixed his gaze on the trio above. Simultaneously, golden light flashed within Jiang Feng's eyes as he activated his true sight eye to probe the three figures' information. Vikram. Class, Soul Puppeteer. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 269. Combat Power, 970,000. Affiliation, Shiva Kingdom. Mayura. Class, Enchantress. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 255. Combat Power, 1.4 million. Affiliation, Shiva Kingdom. Shahid. Class, Mara. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 269. Combat Power, 2,510,000. Affiliation, Shiva Kingdom. Though these three appeared indistinguishable from Great Yin natives, they were in fact using some sort of disguise. You must be Jiang Feng. Impressive indeed, such terrifying strength at such a young age. No wonder someone's offering a hefty bounty for your head. The words came from the alluringly beautiful woman. Before her words had even faded, Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit, launching it toward her at breakneck speed. With lightning-fast speed, the sword spirit instantly cleaved the alluring woman in two. Heh, kid, your temper really is annoying. Black viscous fluid oozed from the two halves of the enchanting woman's body, then re-adhered them together. Seeing her body mend, Jiang Feng remained utterly unfazed. All three were 8th transformation powerhouses, and none were practitioners of the Great Yin sect. Their information naturally couldn't escape the scrutiny of Jiang Feng's true sight eye. Whoever you are, ending your own lives now would be the easiest way out for you. Hearing this, the monk clutching the skull rosary stared at Jiang Feng without a flicker of emotion. Young layman, harboring such intense killing intent is not a good thing. Allow this monk to purify the murderous thoughts within your heart. With that, he hurled the beads from his hand. Instantly, the skull-shaped prayer beads ignited with an eerie blue glow, magnifying 1,000-fold. Dozens of skulls instantly surrounded Jiang Feng and his two companions, spewing terrifying blue flames from their mouths. Liu Yunxi's shadow blade flashed in her hand, striking like a shadow as she slashed fiercely at the skulls. Yet the skulls dodged with astonishing agility. Their sheer numbers overwhelmed Liu Yunxi, trapping her within their ranks. Jiang Feng had little interest in entangling himself with these three. What of an 8th transformation expert? Before his beast tamers, they were nothing but ants. With a flick of his thoughts, the abyssal dragon king, the Hades hound, and the mountain-shattering black tortoise appeared instantly. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire arena, reversing the momentum between the two sides in an instant. Zhou Jingxua's eyes widened in shock at the sight of three ancient great beasts, speechless with astonishment. The three men were also profoundly shocked by the appearance of these three ancient great beasts. But soon, a look of greed flashed in the eyes of the obese monk. If he could absorb the essence blood of these ancient great beasts, he might very well ascend to the peak of the 9th transformation. Boy, your beasts may be formidable, but with your spiritual power, you likely won't be able to control them for long. Within this barrier, not only can we rapidly restore our strength, but we can also resurrect infinitely. The black-robed man let out a savage laugh, already regarding Jiang Feng as a mere pawn in his grasp. As he spoke, his aura abruptly shifted. Several passages opened behind him, from which emerged hundreds of Pingxing citizens with blank expressions. These are all your Great Yin people. If you don't care about their lives, let your beast attack freely. Chapter 55, Good or Evil, that's not for you to judge. Your methods are utterly despicable. Liu Yunxi's eyes blazed with fury. She never imagined these three would stoop to such despicable tactics. To use the people of Great Yin as leverage. Ha! Your Great Yin kingdom always preaches that all's fair in war, right? If you must blame someone, blame that kid's monstrous strength. The black-robed man let out a sinister chuckle. The alluring woman placed her delicate fingers to her lips. Jiang Feng, many among these people were once your classmates and friends. Can you really bring yourself to harm them? Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold, disdainful sneer. You think using these innocent people will make me hesitate? Sorry, but you're barking up the wrong tree. If even one of them dies, I'll make your Shiva kingdom pay with 100,000, no, 1,000,000 lives. The monk couldn't help but snort derisively. Boy, do you truly believe you'll walk out of here alive? As soon as the words left his mouth, the monk's robe exploded outward. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons, each one bulging high like hardened rock. His skin darkened, gleaming with a metallic sheen, while a sharp horn sprouted from his forehead. He planted his toes and launched forward like a cannonball. Boom! His speed was so immense it created a massive sonic boom that reverberated through the void. In an instant, the obese monk materialized before Jiang Feng. His arm, thick as a tree trunk, swung high, carrying the force of a tidal wave, and slammed down toward Jiang Feng's head. The fist's momentum twisted the air itself into distortion. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. The sword spirit flashed, its blade cutting toward the fist with equally terrifying sword energy. In that instant, fist and sword collided violently, unleashing a powerful force storm that raged outwards from the two combatants. The fat monk grunted, a piercing pain shooting through his fist. His arm trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was sliced into shreds. Is that all you've got? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with undisguised contempt. Oomph. Don't get too cocky. This monk will see how long you can last. The fat monk gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With that, his arm began healing rapidly as he launched another punch toward Jiang Feng. He refused to believe that a mere youth who hadn't even reached the fourth transformation could sustain his beast summoning abilities. Once the boy's spiritual energy began to deplete, death would be near. The black-robed man pressed his palms together, and an eerie aura erupted instantly. The space behind him warped violently. Hundreds of puppets, formed from black mist, slowly materialized from the void. These puppets came in various forms, some wielded sharp blades, others wore heavy armor. With a flick of his finger, the puppets surged toward Jiang Feng like a tidal wave. How presumptuous! Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Abyssal Dragon King, Hellhound, and mountain-sealing Black Tortoise launch a combined assault. Wipe them out. At Jiang Feng's command, the ancient tier Abyssal Dragon King struck first. Its massive form circled once in the air before snapping its gaping maw open. A terrifyingly potent, deep blue dragon's breath gathered within its maw. Boy, do you intend to exterminate even your own kind? The black-robed man bellowed hoarsely. Liu Yunxi's face darkened. Jiang Feng, if your beast uses this technique, those innocent civilians will surely die. Jiang Feng shot her a cold, piercing glance. His voice was filled with utter indifference as he spoke slowly. Those who stand in my way die. If you're at a disadvantage in battle, even if you play your 2 trump cards, you still can't beat 3 opponents. Hesitation invites chaos. Jiang Feng was no saint, nor was he one to show mercy. Losing with the trump cards against 3 opponents? That was something he could never accept. Jiang Feng. We're your former classmates. How can you bring yourself to kill us without a shred of school spirit? Jiang Feng, have you forgotten? We even skipped class together once, peeking at the school beauty washing. Young man, I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't die here. Big brother, I don't want to die. The citizens of Pingcheng, controlled by the black-robed man, briefly regained their senses from their dazed expressions. They wept and wailed, their hearts filled with dread of death. Hearing their pleas, Jiang Feng appeared lost in thought for a moment. In reality, he was searching the Great Yen treasury for any scrolls capable of mass resurrection. Most resurrection scrolls had a time limit. Most lasted between 60 seconds and 3 minutes. Seeing Jiang Feng momentarily lost in thought, the black-robed man felt a surge of joy. It seemed this youngster still had his reservations. Though formidable in strength, he still had weaknesses. Jiang Feng, if you strike me down, most of Pingcheng's citizens will perish alongside me. The obese monk raised his palm and urged Jiang Feng with a sinister grin. Layman, sacrificing one to save thousands is a great act of kindness. Your death will be remembered. Namu Amida Butsu. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi's expression darkened further. Though she too dreaded the sacrifice of so many innocent lives. But now the Grand Elder had issued her a death order, she must protect Jiang Feng at all costs. With that thought, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The shadow blade in her hand struck out at the people controlled as puppets. If someone must bear this sin, then she would shoulder it. Ha! Good and evil are not for you to judge. I have my own conclusions. Kill. As Jiang Feng's cold laughter echoed. The Abyssal Dragon King instantly unleashed a world-ending dragon's breath, like a torrent of destruction. This terrifying dragon's breath seemed poised to obliterate everything within the barrier. The puppets, struck by the apocalyptic dragon's breath, were instantly devoured like fragile pieces of paper. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets vanished without a trace, leaving not a single shred behind. The people below were likewise obliterated in an instant, leaving not a single trace of remains or blood. This can't be possible. The black-robed man's face instantly turned ashen white, his eyes filled with terror. He never imagined Jiang Feng's beast mastery could be so formidable. Effortlessly obliterating the puppets he had painstakingly with immense effort. These puppets were all over level 200, with every resistance stat maxed out. Chapter 56, Jiang Feng, snap out of it. Even the fat monk and the alluring woman suffered significant injuries under the terrifying might of that apocalyptic dragon's breath. Even the barrier began to violently tremble. Feeling the barrier's tremors, Jiang Feng's lips curled into an amused smile as he remarked. Seems your barrier isn't quite as impenetrable as you thought. The 3 from Shiva Kingdom were now utterly panicked. They had believed that while the hostage wouldn't force Jiang Feng to surrender immediately, they could at least tie his hands, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Yet he had preemptively eliminated the hostage. Even his own kin seemed like mere ants before him. Offending such a ruthless individual was truly spine-chilling. Though the three sustained significant injuries, as long as the barrier remained intact, they could recover their injuries in a very short time. They knew that Jiang Feng's control over so many beasts must have drained his mental energy beyond measure. Their only chance of victory lay in waiting for his spiritual energy to deplete. At this moment, Jiang Feng could distinctly feel their injuries rapidly healing. He commanded his beasts. Break the barrier first. Then we'll present these three heads to the 7 nations' divine envoys as a greeting gift. Roar! The abyssal dragon king gathered immense energy in its maw once more, preparing to unleash it upon the surroundings. The mountain-sealing black tortoise immediately unleashed its skill. Heaven and earth returned to the void. Its mountain-like paw slammed down onto the ground. Boom! 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 A violent earthquake shook the entire barrier, causing the space within to flicker incessantly. The barrier struggled to hold, seeming on the verge of collapse at any moment. The recovery rates of the three from Shiva Kingdom slowed considerably. Their expressions darkened. If Jiang Feng's Beastmaster continued unleashing such terrifying abilities unchecked, this barrier might not last 3 minutes. At that moment, a pink glow flickered in the enchanting woman's eyes. Mind-binding seal. As she unleashed the technique, an invisible wave spread toward Jiang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng's mind faltered slightly, his expression growing complex. His gaze locked onto the alluring woman, his eyes brimming with a rising restlessness. Jiang Feng, it's me. Make your beast stop attacking immediately. I'm in agony right now. The moment the words left her lips, Jiang Feng actually raised his hand, halting his beast's attack. The abyssal dragon king, the mountain-sealing black tortoise, and the three-headed hound of the netherworld all halted their skill releases. Yes, that's right, Jiang Feng. I knew you still cared for me. A meaningful smile played at the corners of the enchanting woman's lips as she beamed at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, come here. I want to hug you. At that moment, Liu Yunxi watched in horror as Jiang Feng, completely defenseless and even looking mesmerized, began walking toward the alluring woman. Her expression instantly turned grim. She shouted urgently, Jiang Feng, what are you doing? Snap out of it. She's the enemy. Yet no matter how fiercely Liu Yunxi shouted, Jiang Feng remained unmoved, continuing to walk toward the seductive woman in a daze. Liu Yunxi's brows furrowed tightly. She darted forward, determined to stop Jiang Feng. Lady devotee, do not disrupt our important business. The obese monk let out a savage laugh, launching himself like a cannonball as he swung a fist toward Liu Yunxi. Liu Yunxi swung her shadow blade to meet the monk's fist, sparking a blinding shower of sparks. Then she was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. But Liu Yunxi knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Feng, you must snap out of it. She gripped the knife handle tightly with her backhand, propping herself up with what little strength remained, and shouted at Jiang Feng. Heh, it won't do you any good to call out to him now. In his eyes, I've already become the woman he once loved most deeply. I never imagined he was such a hopeless romantic. The deeper the love once felt, the deeper the fall. The alluring woman sneered at Liu Yunxi. This was the perfect opportunity to make Jiang Feng wear the slave collar and become one of their Shiva Kingdom people. With Jiang Feng on their side, they could secure greater advantages when dividing the Great Yan Empire's territories in the future. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Faced with such seductive tactics under these circumstances, unless the individual possessed unwavering resolve, no one could bring them back to their senses. After all, that fat monk's methods were too bizarre. The hardened flesh of his body was so incredibly tough that it could actually hold its own against her shadow blade. While her shadow blade fell short of the epic tier hardness of Chaos Source Gold. Yet beneath the epic tier, few metals could rival its strength. Moreover, the monk's strength was brimming with explosive power. With him blocking her path, closing in on Jiang Feng to forcibly awaken his consciousness proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, she had no choice but to change tactics, shouting at the beasts. Protect your master. He's in danger now, only you can save him. Yet the beasts paid no heed to Liu Yunxi's words. The three-headed hellhound even lifted a paw to scratch its ear. Yunxi, is it really you? Yunxi? Jiang Feng had now approached the enchanting woman, his expression slightly agitated as he spoke. Yes, Jiang Feng, it's truly me. Heh, you worthless woman. Now that you know my power, you want to cling to me like a leech? Jiang Feng's previously infatuated expression instantly turned cold and harsh, tinged with disgust and contempt. You think a few sweet words will win my forgiveness? Unless you kneel down and lick my shoes right now, you can forget it for the rest of your life. The others present froze upon hearing this. The alluring woman, in particular, looked utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Feng, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly change so drastically? Wasn't she the woman he once loved most deeply? It sounded like that woman had betrayed him? This was a situation she'd never encountered before. What? Do you find kneeling before me and licking my shoes too humiliating? Then you're doomed to never be mine. Jiang Feng snorted coldly through his nose, his voice dripping with contempt. In his eyes, this alluring woman had now become Liu Yunxi, his ex-girlfriend who had cast him aside. When his family fell on hard times and he had nothing left, she chose to abandon him. What was even more infuriating was that they had started dating someone else the very next day. Jiang Feng felt utterly blind for ever having fallen for such a gold-digging trash. He should have discarded her the moment they parted ways. The seductive woman's expression grew rigid. If she continued to show no reaction, Jiang Feng might regain his senses. To make Jiang Feng willingly wear the slave collar, she had to keep him ensnared in her spell. Though killing Jiang Feng would yield a massive reward, turning him into her most loyal subordinate would be an equally immense advantage. As she hesitated, the cloaked man gave her a meaningful glance, signaling her to play along for now. The alluring woman pondered briefly before kneeling before Jiang Feng, her voice sweet and intimate as she said, "Jiang Feng, I was the one who was wrong before. Starting today, let's forget all the unpleasantness between us, okay?" Even Liu Yunxi, watching from afar, was stunned by the scene. She had once believed Jiang Feng to be a devoted man, willing to sacrifice everything for the one he loved. But she never imagined he would treat a woman he once cherished this way. Thud. Jiang Feng stomped his foot down on her face, his expression cold and contemptuous as he declared, "You think alike you can just kneel and beg, and everything will be forgotten? Let me tell you, the only reason I stopped the Beast Tamer earlier was to humiliate you properly, ha ha ha. Killing a worthless like you right away wouldn't give me any pleasure. You're asking for death." The seductive woman could take no more. She screamed fiercely. Struggling to her feet, a poisoned hairpin appeared in her hand as if by magic. She lunged forward, driving it fiercely toward Jiang Feng's chest. A searing, heart-wrenching pain shot through him, instantly snapping Jiang Feng back to his senses. However, thanks to his symbiosis skill, all the damage was transferred to the mountain-sealing black tortoise. His wound closed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 57, but you're celebrating too soon. This can't be possible. The enchanting woman gasped in shock. Despite that devastating blow, Jiang Feng had fully recovered his injuries in mere moments. No, he must have used some kind of life-saving item. Otherwise, such a close-range strike should have been a fatal blow. Both the black-robed man and the obese monk wore expressions of astonishment. After all, her enchantment had never failed before. Yet today she encountered Jiang Feng, this utterly bizarre existence. "Bring it on. Use whatever tricks you have left," Jiang Feng said calmly. Earlier in the Great Yin Treasury, he had purchased several group resurrection scrolls effective within 3 minutes. Fortunately, these commoners were of relatively low levels, allowing for consecutive resurrections. For high-level professionals, the effect of group resurrection scrolls would be extremely limited. Hearing this, the alluring woman and the cloaked man visibly grimaced. After all, they had already played their hand. The obese monk, however, let out a derisive chuckle. "Boy, you brought this upon yourself." With that, his figure flickered violently as both hands clamped down on the throats of the alluring woman and the cloaked man. As he tightened his grip, their expressions twisted in agony and struggle. The monk's nails pierced the blood vessels in their necks, and he began frantically draining their blood. "I kindly request your cooperation. Within this barrier, you may resurrect infinitely, while this humble monk can harness your vital essence to enhance my own power." The fat monk let out a chilling laugh as he continued to siphon their essence. His aura surged relentlessly, and even his physique began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the fat monk's form surged to over 100 feet tall, still swelling violently. Jiang Feng wouldn't let him strengthen so easily. He immediately commanded the underworld hound to attack. The underworld hound charged like a black bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Its 3 massive heads instantly tore into the fat monk's body. Yet the next moment, a savage grin spread across the fat monk's face as his body erupted with sharp, towering spikes. The spikes were incredibly hard, and each one bore a backward-facing barb, resembling thorns. The underworld hound instantly suffered significant wounds. The Sun-Eater falcon flapped its wings, unleashing the skill Sun-Eaters will dance. In an instant, dark flames whirled like razor-sharp blades, spreading outward at blinding speed. Space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures spreading in intricate patterns. It swept toward the fat monk like a violent storm. Seizing this opening, the underworld hound swiftly pulled away. Terrifying nether abyss fluctuations surged from its 3 massive heads. And 3 dark energy beams slammed toward the fat monk. Boom! 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 His body emitted a series of violent thuds. Even his mutated, hardened physique couldn't withstand such an assault. The fat monk immediately shielded the alluring woman and the black-robed man with his own body, forcing them to bear the brunt of the assault. Simultaneously, the earlier skull fragments coalesced into a colossal skeletal form. With its jaws splayed open, revealing bone-white teeth, it lunged to swallow Jiang Feng whole. Yet his attack lasted but a moment before being shattered into a pile of debris by the mountain-subduing black tortoise. At that moment, Jiang Feng's complexion appeared slightly pale. Summoning a beast directly actually didn't consume much spiritual energy. But the beast had been continuously unleashing skills, which was quite taxing for its master. Noticing Jiang Feng's expression, a sharp gleam flashed in the fat monk's eyes. This kid's spiritual energy is finally running dry. Boy, surrender now. I can make you our puppet and spare your life. If you persist any longer, your spiritual energy will collapse. Even if you manage to endure, you'll be reduced to a useless shell. The fat monk's eyes seemed to already see the battle's end the moment Jiang Feng was defeated. This kid, merely at the threshold of the 4th transformation, had managed to push 3/8 transformation powerhouses to this desperate state. He was nothing short of a prodigy. No wonder the higher-ups ordered his execution. If allowed to grow unchecked, the 7 nations' days of peace would surely come to an end. Jiang Feng's gaze remained calm as he raised his hand, revealing a talisman engraved with profound symbols. This was the regression talisman he had obtained earlier. It could shield the user from one fatal blow and restore them to peak condition. Though he currently faced no such fatal threats, returning to peak condition would allow him to fight several more rounds without issue. Seeing Jiang Feng produce the artifact, the fat monk's face betrayed no surprise whatsoever. Instead sneering, "Young layman, try using that talisman of yours within this barrier." Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly as he immediately activated the time reversal talisman. Yet there was no reaction whatsoever. Ha 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 ha. You once had 2 paths to choose from, but now you have only one, the path to death. Once he had slain Jiang Feng, he would absorb the essence blood of these formidable beast riders. Reaching the peak of the 9 transformations was within reach. The 2 he now held in his grasp seemed to have transformed into blood vessels, continuously pumping an endless stream of essence blood into him. Is that so? But it seems you've rejoiced a bit too soon. Jiang Feng's eyes remained utterly still. He then produced the soul-infused spirit fruit he had picked earlier. He took a bite, tender and juicy. The fruit's nectar transformed into nourishment, restoring Jiang Feng's spiritual energy. Moreover, it steadily increased the upper limit of his spiritual power. After devouring over a dozen, a healthy flush returned to his previously pallid face. This time, it was the fat monk's turn to be stunned. Now, are you still sure you want to drag this out as a war of attrition? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Damn it, what's the point of this nonsense? The fat monk blurted out a curse. He shattered his own limits, frantically draining the essence blood from both the alluring woman and the cloaked man. In an instant, both of their expressions turned grim. Ghost monk, what are you doing? If you keep draining like this, even the barrier won't be able to heal our wounds. Stop this at once. The fat monk's eyes glowed coldly. Who'd have thought this brat had a backup plan? Today, only by sacrificing you 2 might this monk find a way to survive. As the words fell, the muscles in his arms swelled again, veins bulging like thick earthworms. He crushed the 2 men into a cloud of blood mist. His body then transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall. After casting a barrier, he swiftly fled. Once the barrier vanished, Jiang Feng ordered the Abyssal Dragon King and the 3-headed hound of the Netherworld to pursue. Meanwhile, he cast a group resurrection scroll downward. In an instant, the blood mist permeating the air began to coalesce anew. The bodies of these Pingqing citizens began to coalesce continuously. However, they were now unconscious, lying naked on the ground. It seemed the group resurrection scroll couldn't restore their clothing. Jiang Feng looked at Liu Yunxi, who was drinking a recovery potion, and said, "Take these people back first. Leave the rest to me." Liu Yunxi nodded and reminded him. "Alright, but be careful. That monk's physical body is incredibly resilient, even my shadow blade struggled to breach his defenses." Chapter 58, You Die With Him. The obese monk now sprinted backward at full speed. 3 terrifying beasts pursued relentlessly behind him. The colossal form of the Abyssal Dragon King obscured the sky within the secret realm, casting a vast shadow over the land below. The ferocious beasts dwelling within the secret realm trembled violently upon sensing the Abyssal Dragon King's aura. The apocalyptic dragon breath erupting from its maw poured down like divine retribution, turning the land to scorched earth wherever it touched, even distorting the very air with its searing heat. The fat monk sensed the scorching heat behind him and spun around abruptly. The skull prayer beads in his hand instantly transformed into a massive bone shield, blocking the attack behind him. The dragon's breath slammed into the bone shield with a deafening roar, barely withstanding the devastating assault. Yet the monk was sent reeling backward by the sheer force of the impact, leaving deep gashes in the ground beneath his feet. Before he could catch his breath, attacks from the other 2 beasts followed swiftly. In an instant, the fat monk launched his counterattack, moving with blinding speed, slamming a fist toward the oncoming nether prison 3-headed hound. The underworld hound instantly ignited with hellfire, its 3 heads darting aside with lightning reflexes. They seized the opportunity to bite down on his arm, their razor-sharp teeth instantly piercing through his thick limb. The fat monk was now completely surrounded by the 3 beasts. A third arm sprouted from the fat monk's back, smashing toward another head of the hellhound. However, the sun-eating falcon swiftly activated its skill, interrupting the attack. Primordial Mystery Slash. With Jiang Feng's low shout, the sword spirit pierced the void, transforming into an incredibly sharp sword beam. It pierced straight through the fat monk's chest, followed by a vertical gash of bloodlight splitting open his torso. The fat monk's body split cleanly in 2. Yet this strike failed to finish him off. The severed monks have oozed blood threads before reforming into two separate bodies. Yet these newly reconstituted bodies possessed only half the combat prowess of their original form. Young layman, when will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Spare me, and I shall remember your kindness forever. Both halves of the fat monk spoke in unison. Facing these beasts alone, especially without the barrier's protection, was simply too daunting. Even if he didn't flee and remained within the barrier, it wouldn't hold out much longer. Yet as he spoke, he secretly crushed a talisman stone in his hand. Having witnessed Jiang Feng's ruthless methods firsthand, he knew full well the young master would never let him off so easily. Thus, his words were merely a ploy to buy himself time. They say you should help someone all the way to the end, escorting them to the western paradise. I'll give you a hand, send you to meet the Buddha in the west. Jiang Feng grinned, commanding the sword spirit to strike at the obese monk once more. The sword spirit's blade flashed once more, unleashing a wave of apocalyptic light that surged toward the two physical bodies of the fat monk, threatening to obliterate them. Yet the fat monk now wore a cold smile of his own. You wish to take this monk's life? You'll never get the chance. As he spoke, the talisman stone in his hand flashed with a brief light. But the glow was fleeting, fading into darkness moments later. What is happening? The fat monk's expression changed abruptly. The talisman stone, which had been preparing to exit the secret realm, suddenly ceased to function entirely. This shouldn't be possible. Could someone have tampered with it from outside? Now trapped within the secret realm, there is no escape. Beneath the sword's radiance, the fat monk's physical form was annihilated once more. At this moment, he regenerated several new bodies. However, these bodies grew smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking to the size of dwarves. Layman, wait. This secret realm is malfunctioning. Why not join forces to break through and escape? The fat monk pleaded anxiously. Jiang Feng sneered coldly. Do you really think you're in any position to negotiate terms with me now? This monk was no saint. Though he didn't know what had happened to this legendary secret realm, he refused to cooperate with this demonic monk, determined to prevent the wretched priest from escaping. Hellhound, devour him, Jiang Feng commanded. At Jiang Feng's command, the underworld hound bared its fangs and lunged at the obese monk. All three heads attacked simultaneously, biting, tearing, and ramming. At that moment, a fragment of a soul escaped from the jaws of the hellhound. My lord, I request to take control of this ghost monk's physical body. I shall serve you faithfully henceforth. That fragment of soul was none other than Ruan Yuan, who had been swallowed by the underworld hound moments before. Though the Hades hound was nearly draining his power dry, he had awakened a special class, granting him an undead effect. If he could now take control of this ghost monk's body, his strength would surge rapidly. Seeing Ruan Yuan appear, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected this fellow to still be alive. He coldly declared, "You die with him." Hearing this, Ruan Yuan turned pale with terror and pleaded frantically. "Master, spare my life. I'll offer the life-death curse. Should I harbor any treacherous thoughts, simply activate the curse to make my existence worse than death." As he spoke, Ruan Yuan split off a secret technique from his own forehead and offered it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng merely glanced at him before accepting the secret technique. Judging by the scrutiny of the true vision eye, no hidden attack mechanisms were embedded within it. Within mere breaths, Jiang Feng had fully mastered the life-death curse. The effect of the life and death curse was indeed as he had described. Once activated, it would instantly obliterate the target, and no item could remove this effect. It could be said to be far more effective than a slave collar. Next, Jiang Feng lifted his fingertip, and a streak of mystical light shot into Ruan Yuan's body. From that moment onward, should he ever betray me, even if separated by 10,000 miles, merely activating the life-death curse, his soul would be obliterated and sent to the afterlife. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Ruan Yuan expressed his gratitude with genuine delight. With the life-death curse implanted, he was now Jiang Feng's man. To have a peerless powerhouse like Jiang Feng as his patron was undoubtedly his greatest fortune. Therefore, he felt no apprehension about the curse, only profound delight. Don't call me master. It sounds awkward. From now on, just address me as young Master Jiang, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Calling someone like him master just felt too jarring. It would feel much more natural if it were some cute cat-eared beast girl calling him master. Jiang Feng then inquired, "Do you have a way to take over this ghost monk's body?" "Rest assured, master. Jiang Shao, I have a way to handle this," Ruan Yuan declared with absolute confidence. With that, he darted straight into the fat monk's head. The fat monk's expression darkened instantly. He roared, "You insignificant fragment of a soul dares to possess this monk? How utterly delusional. Ha. If you were a proper monk, I might have no way to deal with you. But your murderous intent runs deeper than mine. You'd better submit to my possession." Ha. Chapter 59, Possession Successful? As Ruan Yuan's mocking laughter echoed, he began forcibly overwriting the monk's consciousness. The fat monk tried to struggle, but under the beast's assault, he could neither defend himself nor resist Ruan Yuan. Veins bulged on the fat monk's forehead as he contemplated self-destruction to take Ruan Yuan down with him. But Jiang Feng ordered the beast to intensify its assault, leaving the monk no chance to succeed. After several minutes, the fat monk could hold on no longer. His body stiffened abruptly before slowly straightening upright. A strange smile spread across his face, his eyes growing cold and piercing. He glanced down at his hands, clenched his fists slightly, and chuckled softly. Not bad. This body may be a bit plump, but its physical constitution is extraordinary, exactly what I wanted. Jiang Feng spoke indifferently. Soul possession successful? Ruan Yuan, or rather, the fat monk now lifted his head and offered Jiang Feng a humble smile. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. That demon's consciousness has been utterly devoured. From this day forward, I shall follow your lead. With that, he reintegrated the severed fragments of his being back into his core form. Jiang Feng was also observing his condition. Now that Ruan Yuan had possessed this fat monk, ordinary people wouldn't notice anything amiss. An 8th-tier Moda was considered a top-tier powerhouse even in Shiva Kingdom. Later, he could be sent to infiltrate Shiva Kingdom. When the time was ripe, he could strike a major blow against the kingdom. However, that fat monk had clearly intended to use the teleportation stone to escape the secret realm. But it had clearly malfunctioned. It couldn't be ruled out that the fat monk's teleportation stone had malfunctioned. To confirm, Jiang Feng still intended to test whether he could leave the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, the Bai group had provided each participant with a teleportation talisman stone. Simply shatter it and wait a moment to exit the secret realm. But after experimenting for a moment, Jiang Feng discovered it had the exact same effect as the fat monk's. It seemed the secret realm had been severed from any means of escape. In other words, if they couldn't find a way out, they would remain trapped here indefinitely. Jiang Feng shook his head. For now, he would continue exploring this legendary tier secret realm. Perhaps a solution could be found within this legendary realm itself. Bai group. A female employee rushed into Bai Lingyue's office with a look of urgency on her face and reported. Miss Bai, it's terrible. A major incident has occurred. White Lingyue, who had been processing documents, looked up at her in confusion and asked. What's happened to have you so flustered? Miss Bai, the legendary secret realm's formation has malfunctioned. The practitioners inside can't get out, they're all trapped, the employee exclaimed urgently. Bai Lingyue's heart sank. She immediately asked, have you summoned the array masters to inspect the situation? The adventurers who entered this secret realm for exploration were all highly influential figures. If they were truly trapped inside with no way out, the Bai group would face serious trouble. But that wasn't her greatest concern. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Jiang Feng's current safety. The array master didn't specify the exact reason, but from what he implied, this teleportation array must have been tampered with, the female staff member reported truthfully. What? Tampered with? Bai Lingyue's expression darkened instantly, her mind immediately connecting the dots to Bai Yuezha's recent actions. With something like this happening, it was hard not to suspect him. She promptly rose and headed toward Bai Yuezha's office. Bai Yuezha was reclining on the sofa, one hand puffing on a cigar while the other arm was draped around his female secretary. Seeing Bai Lingyue approach with a grim expression, Bai Yuezha slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looking thoroughly content. My dear sister, what wind has blown you here today? His debauched demeanor only deepened the icy glare in Bai Lingyue's eyes as she demanded. The secret realm teleportation array malfunctioned. Did you mess with it? You guessed right. I had Tai He do it. Bai Yuezha didn't deny it, instead, he unexpectedly admitted it with remarkable composure. You lunatic. Do you have any idea how much negative publicity this will bring upon the Bai group, or the severity of the damages we'll face? Bai Lingyue trembled with rage, pointing her finger at him and bellowing. Clean up this mess immediately, or I'll have you fired on the spot in the name of the group. Bai Yuezha scoffed coldly. Ha! Since when did Bai group become your personal fiefdom? Let me tell you something, Bai Lingyue. Don't think having Jiang Feng backing you gives you free rein to act so recklessly. The teleportation array in the secret realm has malfunctioned. I bet your biggest worry right now isn't the problems facing the Bai group, but Jiang Feng's safety, right? Let me tell you this, Jiang Feng is most likely already dead. Bai Lingyue glared at him, eyes wide with fury. What do you mean by that? It's simple. I arranged for 3 8th rank powerhouses to enter the secret realm. All 3 intended to take Jiang Feng's life. I merely played the role of the bird behind the mantis. Bai Yuezha sneered coldly. Once Jiang Feng is dead, you'll have no backing left. The Bai group will inevitably return to my control. I advise you to recognize the situation now and get the hell out of the Bai group. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. You madman. Bai Lingyue lunged forward, her hand raised to slap him. But her raised arm was firmly seized by a large, calloused hand. This man was Tai He, Bai Yuezha's trusted lieutenant. Let go of me. Bai Lingyue struggled. Bai Yuezha merely took a leisurely puff on his cigar and inquired to Tai He. Tieha, have you prepared all the documents I asked for? Tai He nodded. Miss Bai's confession and the statement regarding the destruction of the secret realm's formation have both been drafted. He then handed the stack of documents to Bai Yuezha. After briefly flipping through a few pages, Bai Yuezha smiled with satisfaction. You've done an excellent job. Effective immediately, you are the general manager of the Bai Group. Taihe's face lit up with joy. He immediately responded with respectful solemnity, thank you, young Master Bai, for your trust and guidance. Then, Bai Yuezha turned to Bai Lingyue with a peculiar smile. My dear sister, these are your confession statements. Since I've caused such a huge mess, I'll need you to clean up my mess for me. Ha ha ha. Bai Lingyue glared at him. You want me to take the fall for you? Dream on. Rest assured. If I dared to do this, I've naturally made thorough preparations. Bai Yuezha waved his hand and instructed Taihe, take her away. The rest is in your hands. With that, Bai Yuezha rose slowly. I'll be holding a press conference shortly. I'll be the one to announce this news. Chapter 60, Holy crap, 9 dragons dragging a coffin? Within the secret realm. Jiang Feng rode the sun-eating gray falcon, continuing to explore the periphery of the secret realm. Looking down from the heights, the landscape stretched endlessly below, seemingly boundless. Truly worthy of its legendary status, it resembled a self-contained microcosm. Here, there were starry rivers, suns, moons, and picturesque mountains and rivers. Suddenly, ahead, Jiang Feng spotted several mountain peaks suspended mid-air. Mist swirled atop the peaks. And within them stood several majestic palaces. Yet, weathered by the passage of time, the palaces had grown dilapidated, dust settling everywhere. Interesting. They look man-made. Let's go take a look. A hint of surprise flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he directed the sun-eating falcon to land near the palaces. Upon landing within the palace grounds, he noticed an inscription written in ancient, intricate characters. Yet perhaps due to the passage of time, the characters had become blurred and indistinct. Jiang Feng instructed Ruan Yuan beside him, you go ahead and check for any dangers. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan flashed an awkward smile. Young Master Jiang. What? You intend to disobey my orders? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This man's sole value now lay in obeying his commands. If he had no further use, there would be no room for him to exist. Not at all, not at all. I'll scout ahead immediately. With that, Ruan Yuan set off toward the palace interior. As he scanned the area, Jiang Feng detected nothing of significance. The palace interior was completely empty, devoid of anything. Even using the true vision eye to scan, no hidden treasures were found. Young Master Jiang, look! I found something amazing. Ruan Yuan exclaimed excitedly, holding a black sphere in his hands as he approached Jiang Feng. The sphere wasn't actually black in material, it was transparent. Inside swirled a mass of flowing black mist. This gave it the appearance of a black sphere. I pried this thing out of a stone statue's hand. Though I'm not sure what it is yet, I just can't open it no matter what. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng took the black sphere and used his true sight eye to probe its information. Boundless source. Type, special item. Grade, unknown. Description, contains a sealed microcosm within, currently locked. Requires 3 Dao symbols to unlock. Upon seeing the information, Jiang Feng couldn't help but be startled. This black sphere actually contained a sealed miniature world. If he could unlock its seal, wouldn't he become the master of this miniature realm? Though Jiang Feng had no idea what lay within this miniature world. Even if it contained nothing, it would still be an absolute treasure. After all, its storage capacity would undoubtedly be hundreds of times larger than a spatial ring. He could use it to replace his warehouse, storing all useful items he acquired directly inside. However, Jiang Feng hadn't yet studied this profound symbol. It sounded like some kind of powerful talisman. Jiang Feng turned to Ruan Yuan and asked, have you ever heard of the Great Principal Talisman? The Great Mystery Talisman? A thoughtful expression crossed Ruan Yuan's face before he nodded. I remember now, young Master Jiang. The Great Principal Talisman is a special artifact. When fused with fire, it can produce flames capable of incinerating all things. When fused with water, it transforms into frigid ice that can instantly freeze everything. It can fuse with various elements. I heard about it long ago. Gathering all 3 seems to unlock some kind of secret treasure. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart leapt with excitement. He pressed further, do you know where these rune symbols are, or how to obtain them? A hint of speculation flickered in Ruan Yuan's eyes. Young Master Jiang, could this treasure you seek be the very one requiring 3 OE symbols to unlock? Don't pry into matters that aren't your concern. Just tell me where to obtain them, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Ruan Yuan replied with trembling respect, please forgive my impertinence, young Master Jiang. I recall one essence symbol was in the hands of the Flame Emperor and another seemed to be within some secret realm. Time has blurred my memory, and I can't recall the details clearly. As for the last one, its whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Hearing this, a contemplative look flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. One supreme art talisman was in the hands of the Flame Emperor. To obtain it, one would need to meet the Flame Emperor in person. But the Flame Emperor was not someone one could simply meet. If he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Yen Tower of Heavenly Talents, perhaps he would have a chance to meet the Flame Emperor. At this thought, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Oh, right, young Master Jiang, I also spotted a coffin behind that statue. Ruan Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. That coffin looked like it was made of some special material. I don't know what's inside, but the coffin itself must be worth a fortune. What coffin? Take me to see it. Jiang Feng stowed the boundless source into his spatial ring. He then instructed Ruan Yuan to lead the way to the coffin he mentioned. When Jiang Feng finally saw the coffin, he couldn't help but gasp. Holy, it's a 9 dragons dragging coffin. The 9 dragon sculptures were lifelike and vivid. But through his true sight eye, Jiang Feng realized these weren't statues at all, they were genuine, dried-up dragons. Behind them, iron chains dragged a bronze coffin. Quick, get away from it. Jiang Feng instinctively pulled back, fearing the bronze coffin might suck him into another world. After all, a certain celestial emperor surnamed Yi was forcibly transported to another planet in this manner. Though Ruan Yuan was unaware of what had transpired. He remained on high alert, his gaze fixed warily on the bronze coffin as if facing a formidable enemy. Fortunately, the bronze coffin showed no signs of movement, allowing Jiang Feng to finally relax. Thinking about it this way, it made sense that the people inside the palace had vanished without a trace. Truthfully, Jiang Feng now desperately wanted to store this object within his spatial ring. But unfortunately, his spatial ring didn't have enough space to store the 9 dragons coffin. Never mind. I'll meet up with Liu Yunxi first. Jiang Feng shook his head with a sigh before riding the sun-eating gray falcon back to their previous location. He had assumed they were still struggling to find a way out of this secret realm. Instead, he saw Liu Yunxi and Zhou Jingshuan tossing the unconscious citizens of Pingcheng into a peculiar teleportation device nearby. When the two saw Jiang Feng return, accompanied by the plump monk from earlier, they immediately grew alert. Jiang Feng, what's going on? Were you taken hostage? The words barely left her mouth when Liu Yunxi's shadow blade flashed. Her entire body teleported behind the fat monk, the blade even slicing a bloody gash across his neck. Ruan Yuan shouted urgently, Sis-in-law, don't attack. I'm one of you. What nonsense are you spouting? Liu Yunxi's expression turned icy as her shadow blade sank deeper. Jiang Feng waved his hand and smiled. No need to panic. He's under my command now. The details are too complicated to explain in a few words. Just know he poses no threat to us at the moment. Though Liu Yunxi didn't lower her guard completely, she did lower the shadow blade. Chapter 61, You don't understand, this is a man's romance. Jiang Feng examined the peculiar teleportation device and asked curiously. Can this teleportation device actually transport people out? Zhou Jingshua gave an awkward smile and replied. Yes, but this is an experimental prototype. The actual destination it transports people to still deviates slightly from my original settings. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, surprised to discover this fellow was a genius. He praised him aloud. Impressive. Since we can't leave this legendary realm right now, just being able to teleport out would be a blessing. I'll give you the corpse of that earth dragon I found earlier. Hearing this, Zhou Jingshua froze for a moment before quickly expressing his gratitude. This saved him a significant amount of expenses. Yet, having received such a generous gift, he felt somewhat awkward. He immediately responded, Thank you, senior. I will certainly do my utmost to craft suitable armor for your beast using chaos source gold. Would it be possible for me to measure the dimensions of your beast right now? Jiang Feng nodded. Go ahead. I'll have them suppress their aura. With Jiang Feng's permission, Zhou Jingshua's expression brightened. He immediately mounted his motorcycle and sped toward the beasts. With the data from these ancient great beasts, he might even be able to develop new mechanical beast models. Liu Yunxi, watching nearby, couldn't help but voice her concern. Aren't you worried he'll leak your beast data? Jiang Feng flashed a carefree smile. You wouldn't understand. This is a man's romance. Just imagining it was enough to feel the majestic sensation of commanding a colossal mechanical beast. Given the chance, Jiang Feng couldn't help but want to experience it for himself. But compared to his genuine beast riding, the mecha's power was undoubtedly several tiers below. Liu Yunxi looked utterly confused. She truly didn't understand the romance Jiang Feng had just mentioned. She spoke up. Since you've already slain those 3, I'll now go report the news to the Grand Elder. Will you come back with me? Jiang Feng shook his head. No, the legendary tier secret realm boss hasn't appeared yet. I'll stay until we defeat it. He hadn't gained much in this secret realm yet, and leaving now would be a waste. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi nodded thoughtfully. Alright, but you must be careful. After Zhou Jingshua finished measuring the dimensions and data of several beasts, he approached Jiang Feng. Senior, testing is complete. I can craft it for you within 2 months at most. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng nodded. How many teleportation devices have you made? Could you spare one for me? I have one. Zhou Jingshua immediately retrieved a completed teleportation device from his spatial ring. However, this one will teleport you randomly to an external location, and the destination might very well be outside the borders of Great Yen. No problem. As long as it can teleport me out, that's sufficient. Jiang Feng smiled. After a brief farewell, Jiang Feng resumed his exploration of the secret realm. This time, however, he had his beast companions push through the entire way. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the entire land. Damage values flashed densely across the screen, accompanied by a constant stream of colorful lights. The ferocious beasts in their path were reduced to experience points and scattered loot in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on defeating a level 184 Swiftwind Demon Wolf. Gains 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the level 164 Crimson Flame Monster. Gained. Jiang Feng waved his hand, gathering the scattered treasures into his spatial ring. You picked up the item, Swiftwind Boots. You picked up the item, Demon Wolf Heart. You picked up equipment, Flame Magic Stone. You picked up. The tremendous commotion naturally drew the stunned gazes of the other adventurers. Has this terrifying beast master gone mad? Was he trying to destroy the secret realm with this barrage of attacks? But what frustrated them most was that this was a legendary tier dungeon. Not just some low-level dungeon for second or third tier adventurers. Such a high-level instance, and he was treating it like a pond for fishing. How were they supposed to play like this? Keep in mind these adventurers are all formidable, hailing from major factions. Even they couldn't achieve such feats unless they joined forces. Yet some adventurers secretly envied the beastmaster profession. Once a beast is trained, it becomes like commanding a powerful legion of beasts. Plus, their loyalty is unwavering, no need to worry about betrayal. Though some adventurers might team up to farm monsters when they meet on the road, they still guard against each other, stabbing them in the back during combat. After all, if a rare treasure drops during a monster hunt, greed can easily cloud judgment. If profits aren't clearly divided, resentment can easily fester. The real fear is that when danger strikes, they might turn against each other. However, it was rumored that the formidable Beastmaster was a guest expert of the buy group. Had he not stepped in to back by Mingyue after the auction ended, the ownership of this legendary dungeon might well have fallen into someone else's hands. Only such formidable strength could command the entire crowd. Flame Giant Peak. This towering peak, over 3,000 meters high, stood amidst the secret realm's plains. Though Jiang Feng soared through the skies atop the sun-eclipsing Grey Falcon's feathered back, he still found himself gazing upward at this towering peak piercing the clouds. Above the mountain peak, thousands of flying fire dragons coiled and soared. These fire dragons possessed enormous wings, each with a wingspan of over 100 meters. Their bodies were covered in thick, sturdy scales, radiating a powerful presence. They built densely packed nests upon the mountain, their total number likely reaching into the tens of thousands. Blazing Flame Dragon. Level 180. Health points 910,000. Combat power 640,000. Skills: Blazing Storm, Flame Breath Impact. Most of these fire dragons are below level 200. Yet any single one, placed within a 6th tier dungeon, would rival the might of a boss-level beast. Given their sheer numbers, no adventurer dares approach this area lightly. Attacking would unleash a torrential assault of blazing fire dragons. Even 9th tier powerhouses might not withstand it, let alone 8th tier ones. Seeing such a vast swarm of blazing flame dragons, a hint of tension flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had actually noticed this massive mountain peak earlier. And from afar, it stood like a pillar piercing the heavens, towering over the plain. Yet, even after sweeping the secret realm's perimeter with his beast riding technique, he still hadn't found the boss. It seemed the only possibility was within this colossal peak. Before engaging in battle, Jiang Feng retrieved his equipment. The staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter, could boost his Beastmaster damage by 40%. A stack of resurrection scrolls, ready to revive his beasts at any moment. Life Course Hourglass, reverses 1 minute of time, allowing retreat if overwhelmed during the reversal period. Chapter 62, What are you afraid of? You go first. At that moment, numerous teams beheld the fiery bird soaring through the skies, its wingspan stretching for miles. The intense heat radiating from it was no less formidable than that of the fiery dragons. Shock and bewilderment filled everyone's eyes. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to take on the entire fire dragon lair single-handedly? A man clad in ornate mage robes spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Even with 3 ancient tier beasts, he couldn't possibly take on over 10,000 fire dragons nearing level 200. Yeah, what's the difference between this and suicide? Look! His beasts have caught the attention of the dragon lair. They've been marked as intruders. By now, numerous blazing flame dragons had noticed the unwelcome guest, eclipsing Sun Goshawk. They flapped their wings toward him, stirring up violent gusts of air. A howling gale swept in, carrying a chilling aura of doom. Seeing so many blazing fire dragons, Wang Yuan was already trembling with fear. His face twisted with fear as he turned to Jiang Feng, pleading, "Young Master Jiang, are we really going to fight so many fire dragons? This could easily spell our doom right here." Though he possessed an immortal body, after being marked with the life-death seal, if Jiang Feng died even with his immortal body, his soul would be extinguished. If his physical body perished, he could still seek a new vessel to possess. But if his soul were extinguished here, he'd truly be finished. What's there to fear? You go first. Jiang Feng ordered him. What? Young Master Jiang, did I hear that correctly? Ruan Yuan stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. This was nothing short of a suicide mission. I'll count to 3. 3? Jiang Feng said coldly. With no other choice, Ruan Yuan steeled himself, darting forward to confront the fire dragon. He flung the skull prayer beads in his hand, instantly transforming them into countless skulls that attacked the fire dragon. His physical form began to mutate, coalescing into a massive fleshball that slammed into the fire dragon. The blazing fire dragon, under attack, instantly opened its massive jaws and spewed roaring flames. Simultaneously, a vast swarm of blazing fire dragons swarmed out of their nests, forming a vast crimson cloud of fire. They closed in on Jiang Feng. Roar! 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 A deafening chorus of dragon roars erupted, seemingly carrying a torrent of furious rage. As a race exalted above all others, they would never tolerate such provocation from inferior creatures. Abyssal Dragon King, world-destroying dragon breath. Jiang Feng roared. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon King let out an earth-shattering dragon's roar. In an instant, the heavens darkened as rolling black clouds descended, from which a colossal figure slowly emerged. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the fiery dragon horde felt an unprecedented sense of oppression wash over them. They opened their massive jaws, unleashing blasts of fiery breath toward the colossal figure within the clouds. The fiery breath attacks unleashed by hundreds of the foremost blazing fire dragons surged forth like a torrential flood of apocalyptic destruction. The Abyssal Dragon King's vertical pupils flashed, unleashing a world-ending dragon breath imbued with boundless dark power. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dragon's might radiated from its body. Under this terrifying pressure, the blazing fire dragons trembled, sensing the oppression from their very bloodline, and immediately scattered in flight. Empowered by the effects of the dark gold tear staff, scorched rockstar shatter. The Abyssal Dragon King's damage reached a staggering 1,000,000 points. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blazing fire dragons were obliterated by the impact of the apocalyptic dragon's breath. Moreover, the apocalyptic dragon's breath continued to spread, claiming the lives of over 100 blazing fire dragons in mere moments. This scene drew gasps from adventurers within a 1,000-mile radius. Good heavens! Over 100 blazing fire dragons wiped out in a single strike. Could he truly conquer the 10,000 dragons' lair? This is utterly unbelievable. Jiang Feng summoned the mountain-subduing black tortoise mid-air. Its massive form crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Even the towering peak, standing 3,000 meters high, swayed slightly. Knock this mountain down! Jiang Feng commanded the mountain-sealing black tortoise. Upon receiving the command, the mountain-taming black tortoise began advancing toward the giant peak with heavy, deliberate steps. With its powerful impact, the mountain began to sway violently. More blazing fire dragons flew out from the nest, attacking the mountain-pinning black tortoise below. They unleashed flames nearing 1,000 degrees Celsius, bombarding the mountain-pinning black tortoise. However, the mountain-pinning black tortoise possessed terrifyingly high defense. Their attacks were no more than a tickle. Yet many ants can kill an elephant. Jiang Feng summoned the hellhounds to draw some of the fire. Once their attention was fully diverted, Jiang Feng rode the sun-eclipsing gray falcon through the swarm of fire dragons, clearing a path with the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit as he soared toward the mountain peak. The fiery dragons slain by the sword spirit transformed into a sky-filling rain of blood, dyeing the sky a crimson haze. Before the blood mist could touch Jiang Feng, it was instantly vaporized by the Sun Eater's flames. Before long, Jiang Feng pierced through the clouds and arrived at the summit of the colossal peak. Perched atop the colossal peak stood a monstrous entity. A 270-level blazing flame dragon king. Its crimson vertical pupils opened, eyes blazing with boundless fury as it stared directly at the intruder before it. Its entire massive body pulsed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As it flapped its massive wings, the clouds high above evaporated completely in that instant. The oppressive pressure it radiated was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Yet compared to the Abyssal Dragon King, it still fell slightly short. With the cloud cover gone, the colossal forms of the blazing flame dragon king and the sun-eclipsing grey falcon were laid bare before the practitioners below. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Jiang Feng roared, unleashing one of the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit's ultimate techniques. In the next instant, the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit transformed into countless sword shadows. The densely packed sword shadows blanketed dozens of miles of sky, an utterly astonishing sight. The spectators watching from afar were utterly dumbfounded at that moment. A chill ran down their spines, sending goosebumps across their skin. That man wasn't merely a powerful beast tamer, but also a terrifying sword god? Is this even human? Just as the crowd was plunged into shock, countless sword shadows, carrying power that could be called devastating, swirled into a vortex of blades, plunging toward the blazing flame dragon king like a raging tempest. The blazing flame dragon king's pupils contracted sharply, but before it could react, Countless sword shadows struck its fiery red scales, erupting in dazzling flashes of light. 385,100. 485,450. 565,000. Damage numbers rained down relentlessly like a storm. Its wings were pierced by a dense swarm of sword shadows, robbing it of any chance to flee. Yet its formidable vitality and astonishing resilience allowed it to endure. The immense agony caused the blazing flame dragon king to unleash a deafening roar of fury. Under its roar, the blazing fire dragon's attack power surged. They began to descend upon this place in overwhelming numbers. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed tightly. He sensed his beast tamers were now in dire straits. After all, being surrounded and attacked by thousands of blazing fire dragons placed them in a perilous situation. The underworld hound had already been slain. Quickly use the resurrection scroll to bring it back to life. Chapter 63. Do you want your entire household to be wiped out? He's actually going to kill the fire dragon king. His strength is simply godlike. First-time slayers of a secret realm boss receive generous rewards. How enviable. Professionals in the distance murmured in astonishment, their faces frozen in shock. Yet some adventurers harbored ulterior motives. But that beast master doesn't look like he'll last much longer. If we time it right and land the final blow on the boss, then the gear the fire dragon king drops will be ours, right? Bro, that's a great idea, but do you want your entire family to lose their household registration? At this remark, even those who had previously voiced similar thoughts couldn't help but shudder inwardly. That beast master was terrifyingly powerful. Stealing his boss reward would surely earn them a relentless hunt across the entire continent. Each of them had their own factions backing them, but provoking this beast master? Even their own factions wouldn't dare step in to save their lives. Their factions might even disavow them. In the end, they'd have to obediently hand over the stolen treasure themselves, kneel to apologize, and even that might not appease the beastmaster's wrath. Since we can't seize it, let's go with the flow and offer our support instead. That makes sense. Earning a favor and befriending this master could bring considerable benefits. The professionals nodded in agreement and soared toward the heights of the 10,000 Dragon's Nest. As their reinforcements poured in, a dazzling array of skills erupted, filling the sky with a continuous roar of explosions. Jiang Feng's pressure eased considerably. The blazing flame dragon king, now under assault from the sword shadows of 10,000 swords converging. Its body, which had been near death, suddenly burst into blazing flames. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as it rose from the flames, reborn. Within that roar lay the essence of its special skill, Fiery Dragon King's Wrath. The blazing fire dragon king's wrath reduces enemies' defense by 70% and attack power by 60%. It also boosts its own physical and magical resistance by 200%. It also increases the standard blazing flame dragon's attack by 60%. Duration, 10 minutes. This is its exclusive boss skill. Faced with this sudden shift, the expressions of the professional adventurers who had come to assist changed abruptly. Having previously held the upper hand, the group now found themselves struggling against the blazing fire dragon's amplified power. Outnumbered by the overwhelming hordes, they were forced to fight a retreat. They'd already used up several resurrection scrolls. At this moment, even Jiang Feng began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Taking down this blazing flame dragon king seemed far from easy. For now, the only option seemed to be to avoid its sharp edge. Young Master Jiang, I can barely hold on. If we keep fighting, this body will collapse. Ruan Yuan shouted at Jiang Feng. His body was already covered in blood. And it was impossible to tell which blood was his own and which belonged to the blazing flame dragon. I recall this physical form of yours can absorb blood to enhance its power? Jiang Feng frowned. Simultaneously activating absolute defense, which temporarily granted immunity to all damage. But defeating the fire dragon king in its rage state would still be incredibly difficult. It can, but facing hundreds of blazing fire dragons, I simply don't have time to refine their essence blood. Ruan Yuan grimaced. Young Master Jiang, perhaps we should retreat first. Continuing like this will yield little result. The other adventurers chimed in, Boss, we're nearly at our limit. Let's retreat first. Exactly. We've identified the Fire Dragon King's abilities. Once we're out, we'll devise countermeasures. Within 3 months, we'll definitely conquer this secret realm's boss. After hearing their words, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to retreat first. You go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. Got it. The adventurers began retreating rapidly. At that moment, the Fire Dragon King's crimson vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Feng. With a flap of its wings, a colossal firestorm surged toward him. It seemed the dragon had no intention of letting Jiang Feng escape. 9 extremes, primordial obliteration. Jiang Feng roared in fury, commanding the sword spirit. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow-colored beams, each containing a distinct aura of law. A dazzling sword light erupted from the blade like a cascading Milky Way. Charging toward the Fire Dragon King with a might that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The sword light and the fiery storm collided violently mid-air. causing the very fabric of space to violently tremble as scorching air currents swept outward in all directions. Feeling the scorching heat wave behind them, the retreating professionals broke out in beads of sweat as large as beans on their foreheads. Sweat poured down their bodies like rain, and even the hems of their garments began to ignite. Turning back to the center of the battlefield, it resembled a sea of fire rising up. The temperature within likely reached an extreme heat of nearly 10,000 degrees in an instant. The Fire Dragon King roared, its wings beating once more. And the fiery tempest surged in power, threatening to devour the entire world. Retreat! Jiang Feng's expression turned grave as he ordered the sun-eating goshawk. Though he couldn't kill the Fire Dragon King just yet, it would find it extremely difficult to eliminate him. However, without the suppression of the reinforcing professionals, thousands of blazing fire dragons formed a solid aerial wall behind him, blocking Jiang Feng's retreat. Under the will of the blazing flame dragon king, they were determined to drive this human to his death right here. The practitioners who had pulled back were instantly alarmed. Quick! Cast the resurrection spell on the boss. If the boss can't withstand the damage, the Fire Dragon King will surely turn its firepower on us. A warrior shouted urgently to the priest within their group. Meanwhile, some adventurers prepared to flee to safety, using teleportation stones to leave the secret realm. This secret realm's boss was simply too difficult to defeat. Yet those attempting to leave discovered the teleportation stones were utterly useless. Damn it, why won't these damn teleportation stones work? Damn it, mine isn't working either. What the hell is the Bai group up to? Do they want us to die in this secret realm? Just as panic and chaos gripped the crowd, a sudden, strange change occurred high above in the distant sky. A massive, shadowy figure materialized, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. It was a man with jagged antennae protruding from his head, clad in flowing white robes. None other than the Holy Lord of Lanyun. The Holy Lord of Lanyun turned his phantom gaze toward Jiang Feng and chuckled lightly. Young man, watch closely. This sword strike will be spectacular. Slash. With his command, the long sword swept down with blinding speed. In an instant, a colossal blade of light erupted across the heavens, cascading like the Milky Way from the nine skies. With world-shattering might, it bore down upon the Fire Dragon King. Wherever the sword light passed, space itself tore apart, leaving behind a pitch-black fissure. Even time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 64, The Fire Dragon King's Reward absolutely incredible. Sensing this terrifying force, the Fire Dragon King's crimson vertical pupils contracted sharply as it let out a deafening roar. Its wings flapped frantically, attempting to counter the strike with an even more powerful firestorm. Yet, the sword light of the Holy Lord of Lanyun was unstoppable. The fiery tempest was torn apart like paper before the sword's radiance. The searing flames were swallowed by the sword's energy, transforming into countless sparks that vanished into the air. The sword light struck the Fire Dragon King without hindrance, sending the colossal dragon's body flying backward, scales shattering, blood spattering everywhere. With a piercing wail, the colossal form crashed heavily onto the mountain peak, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Holy Lord of Lanyun stood with sword sheathed, robes billowing, expression serene. As if that strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. Yet the terrifying aura radiating from him left everyone gasping for breath. Professionals watching from afar stared in stunned silence, their hearts trembling as if witnessing the descent of a true deity. With power like this, forget the 9th transformation, even the 10th transformation would be as insignificant as an ant before him. Jiang Feng gazed at the ethereal form of the Holy Sovereign of Lanyun, his heart churning violently. Truly worthy of guarding the starry sky Great Wall to slay the blazing flame Fire Dragon King in his fury with a single strike. Jiang Feng had once believed his own strength was sufficient to tower above all others. Yet before a true powerhouse, he felt utterly insignificant. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of desolation regarding his own power. As if reading his thoughts, the Holy Lord of Lanyun offered a faint smile. Young man, do not be disheartened. It took me centuries to reach this level of power. Yet you, barely 20 years old, already surpass me 100-fold from my youth. Your future achievements are destined to outshine mine. Hearing these encouraging words, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with renewed fighting spirit. He was right, given time, his power would surely soar above the stars. Thank you for your help, senior. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude respectfully. Even without the Holy Lord of Lanyun's intervention, he wouldn't have perished. But his single strike had granted him the astonishing reward of slaying the blazing flame dragon king. As the Holy Lord of Lanyun's voice and image faded away, Jiang Feng's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed at the rewards dropped by the blazing flame dragon king. As for the remaining blazing flame dragons, they were no match for his several great beast tamers. Combined with the relentless pursuit of these professionals, they were utterly routed. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Hundreds of multicolored beams of light instantly erupted from the corpse of the blazing flame dragon king. The blinding radiance nearly dazzled Jiang Feng. Nearly every piece of equipment that dropped shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Fire Dragon King's bow. Type, weapon. Grade, legendary. Suitable class, archer. Usable level, LV 100. Attributes: attack plus 250,000, attack speed plus 180%, critical hit rate plus 100%, critical effect boost plus 70%. Special effect: attacks inflict fire elemental burn damage, dealing 10,000 HP burn damage per second. These stats are insane. Truly legendary quality. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, but he shook his head. Too bad I can't use it. After all, equipment only activates its effects when used by the appropriate class. Using a weapon across classes triggers an instinctive rejection. You might not even be able to draw the bow. Even if forced into use, it would be no better than a plain piece of equipment, a complete waste of its potential. Just as he was about to stow it away in his spatial ring, he suddenly recalled possessing a universal class mask. Wearing it supposedly allowed him to disguise himself as any class and gain that class's basic skills. Jiang Feng's mind raced, and he slipped the omniscient class mask over his face. He then disguised himself as an archer. Armed with the most fundamental archer skill, Jiang Feng picked up the Fire Dragon King's bow. And the longbow fell perfectly natural in his hands. He immediately aimed at the retreating blazing fire dragons. Whoosh! 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 The flaming arrows streaked through the air so swiftly they blurred into a single fiery streak. 157,444. 180,000. 200,000. Bright red damage numbers surged from the crimson flame dragon's body where the arrow struck. With the blessing of 100% critical hit rate, every arrow fired deals critical damage. Additionally, it inflicts thousands of damage per second from fire attribute burn effects. However, being a fire attribute beast itself, the crimson flame fire dragon possessed considerable resistance to flames. But no matter how high its resistance, under this near limitless attack speed, it couldn't last even a minute. Absolutely exhilarating. Jiang Feng set down the visually stunning Fire Dragon King longbow and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wearing the omniscient class mask allowed him to equip gear and items from virtually any class. Once he acquired higher tier gear in the future, he wouldn't need to sell it off. After all, money was just a string of numbers to Jiang Feng now. Most importantly, at his current level of power, he barely needed to spend money on anything. After all, only a tiny fraction of what money could buy was truly precious. After stowing away the Fire Dragon King longbow, Jiang Feng turned his attention to the next piece of equipment that had dropped. Fire Dragon King's sword. Type: weapon. Tier: legendary. Suitable classes: warrior, assassin. Available level: LV 100. Attributes: attack plus 350,000, physical penetration plus 80%, critical hit rate plus 90%, critical effect boost plus 70%. Special effect: attacks deal massive additional fire splash damage. Attached skill: summons the Fire Dragon King's spirit to fight for 1 minute. Another legendary tier item. A faint ripple stirred in Jiang Feng's eyes. After all, he already possessed the sword spirit, so he didn't place much value on the legendary Great Fire Dragon King sword. But soon, the next item caught his eye, and Jiang Feng's gaze instantly grew intense. Heart of the Fire Dragon King. Type: socketed item. Grade: epic. Effect: can be imbued into weapons, equipment, talismans, etc., enhancing their base attributes by 130%. 130% enhancement. Jiang Feng nearly froze in place. If the heart of the Fire Dragon King were embedded into the Fire Dragon King longbow, its base attributes would increase by 130%. This meant the Fire Dragon King's original attack power would become 575,000. Attack speed plus 310%, critical hit rate plus 230%, critical effect plus 200%. At such an insane attack speed, the bow itself would probably start smoking. Such an outrageous stat boost would leave anyone speechless. Powerful, absolutely overwhelming. Jiang Feng's heart surged with wild excitement. But what he truly coveted wasn't the Fire Dragon King longbow, it was the dark gold tier staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter. Originally, Scorched Rockstar Shatter could only amplify by 40%, but under the blessing of the Fire Dragon King's heart, it could now reach a staggering 170%. With this amplification, the Abyssal Dragon King's attack power could surpass 2 million. And that was just for this single beast. The Eclipsing Sun Falcon could also be boosted to deal over 1 million damage. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Feng could guarantee that if this Fire Dragon King's heart were put up for auction on the market, even at a price of 100 billion, people would be scrambling to buy it. Chapter 65: Evolution. Another ancient grade beast. Coronal essence. Type: material. Grade: legendary. Attributes: contains immense light and thermal energy, usable for forging divine artifacts, enhancing equipment, or evolving beasts. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Feng's lips nearly curled into a smile as he exclaimed excitedly. Never imagined my first raid on a legendary tier secret realm boss would yield so much loot. It even dropped the evolution material needed for the Sun Eclipsing Goshawk. By now, he had amassed a full 4 ancient tier beasts. Yet for Jiang Feng, ancient tier was merely the starting point for beast evolution. Congratulations on soloing the legendary tier secret realm boss. You have earned the title of legendary tier secret realm conqueror. Hearing the notification chime by his ear, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. He immediately tapped the title, its golden cursor now flashing. Legendary Dungeon Conqueror, awarded in recognition of your outstanding performance. Using this title grants a 25% boost to your base attributes within dungeon instances. A 25% boost to base attributes? Jiang Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if it could enhance his 10,000 phenomena mask. After all, as a beastmaster, a 25% boost applied to his beasts would be ideal. However, the title only specified personal base attributes. Jiang Feng promptly donned his omniform professional mask. And sure enough, his base attributes had significantly increased. The sheer thrill of soaring through the skies atop an ancient grade beast while firing arrows in rapid succession was almost overwhelming. Next, Jiang Feng administered the Solar Corona Essence to the Eclipse Falcon. After deducting 1 million evolution points, he successfully evolved it into an ancient tier Blazing Sky Falcon. Jiang Feng immediately checked its attribute panel. Eclipse Falcon Blazing Sky Falcon. Current Beast, Blazing Sky Falcon First Tribulation. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Strength, 766,000. Constitution, 685,000. Agility, 645,000. Spirit, 570,000. Combat Power, 870,000. Skills, Meteorite Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Assault, Corona Wings. Evolution points required for next evolution, 3 million evolution points plus. With a combat power of 870,000, after embedding the heart of the Fire Dragon King, Scorched Rockstar Shatter, S combat power will skyrocket to over 2.3 million. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with wild excitement. This meant he would possess 2 ancient grade beasts exceeding 1 million in combat power. Moreover, with the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit also serving as his mount, its combat power would surge to even more terrifying heights. With such power now at his disposal, even 9 transformation experts would bow their heads before Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng wanted nothing more than to shout to the heavens, who says the human race lacks an emperor. Sword, come forth. Having successfully conquered this legendary secret realm, Jiang Feng saw no reason to linger. He retrieved the mechanical teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingxua, preparing to depart the secret realm. But then he thought these other adventurers probably couldn't leave either. He resolved to take them along. After all, he had no idea how long it would take to repair the teleportation array outside. It could be a day or two, or it could take 10 days, 8 months, or even longer. Since they had previously assisted him, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't abandon them. Using a sound amplifying device, he addressed them. Any practitioners unable to leave the secret realm may follow me out. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's call, the adventurers who had already cleared most of the blazing flame dragons, they immediately converged toward the summit of the giant peak. Upon seeing such a young and handsome beastmaster up close, they all froze in surprise. They wondered if he had consumed some rare rejuvenating item or ingredient. However, they showed no disrespect toward Jiang Feng due to his youth. One of the adventurers handed Jiang Feng over a dozen spatial bracelets. Senior, these are the equipment and materials we've gathered: 5,842 silver grade items, 2,354 gold grade items, 114 dark gold grade items, and 3 legendary grade items. We humbly offer them to you. They understood the rules well enough. If they didn't hand over the majority of their haul, this beastmaster might not let them leave so easily. Though they felt immense reluctance, it wasn't worth angering this master over such items. After all, lost gear could be reacquired, but once life was gone, everything was lost. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't intended to extort protection money. Still, he couldn't refuse benefits offered on a silver platter. Yet taking everything would leave him with a guilty conscience. After all, these dropped items were looted from monsters they'd fought at great risk. So Jiang Feng casually selected a few pieces of gear that would be useful to him, then returned the rest to them. He even pulled out some of his own dark gold tier gear and handed it to them. Consider it a barter, not freeloading off their labor. Consider these items my payment for stepping in earlier. Take back whatever remains. The gear and items belong to whoever dropped them. Don't even think about fighting over them, or don't blame me if I step in. Hearing this, the adventurers present were instantly filled with gratitude. They hadn't expected this big shot to not only refrain from demanding anything but also hand over a significant portion of the dark gold grade equipment materials. We've judged you by our own petty standards. Please forgive our presumption, Senior. Senior, this is the token of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps. Present this token, and the entire corps will be at your command. Upon hearing this, the other adventurers promptly produced symbols representing their respective factions. They knew this was their best chance to build rapport with this beastmaster. By assisting him now, wouldn't they gain leverage to seek his aid should their factions face trouble in the future? After all, this world wasn't just about fighting and killing, it also demanded an understanding of human relationships and social etiquette. Very well. I appreciate your sentiments, and I accept these tokens. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, accepting the various tokens they offered. Many of these professionals hailed from top-tier factions within the Great Yan Kingdom. They might prove useful in critical moments. After the pleasantries concluded, Jiang Feng activated the teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingxua. He sent the entire group out. Tianjing, Guest Star Palace. The envoys from the 7 nations were also closely monitoring Jiang Feng's movements. At that moment, an elderly man with a slightly stooped posture slowly entered the Guest Star Palace, leaning on a walking stick carved with a lifelike wooden dragon. He was Yi Heling, the 3rd elder of the Great Yan Kingdom, tasked with monitoring the envoys' activities. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, he instructed those behind him, "You may wait outside." Chapter 66. If my plan fails, it is heaven's will. Yes. The men nodded and withdrew. Leaning on his cane, Yi Heling entered the hall and swept his gaze across the envoys of the 7 nations. He stated calmly, "The men you sent are dead." Hearing this, the envoys of the 7 nations were all taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those were 3 of our Shiva Kingdom's 8th-rank professional tier warriors. The Shiva envoy immediately looked at Yi Heling with a skeptical expression. 3/8 transformation experts working together, and they couldn't even handle a mere Beast Tamer? "I have no need to joke with you," Yi Heling said expressionlessly. The blonde man, envoy of the Eagle Nation, looked down on the Shiva envoy and remarked, "Seems I held you Shiva Kingdom in too high an esteem. Relying on a bunch of useless fools like you to handle things? Even if your country perishes, Great Yan will likely remain standing." Hearing this, the envoy from Bear Nation bristled with displeasure. "Don't think your position of leadership grants you such arrogance. Even if your Eagle Nation perishes, Bear Nation will endure forever." The Bear Nation envoy continued, "Had you not incited us to prepare against Great Yan, we would never have incurred their enmity. After all, relations between our nations have always been amicable. One might even say we were as close as brothers." "Oh? So you're suggesting you now wish to defect from the 7 Nations Alliance and fight alongside Great Yan?" The blonde man asked with a look of contempt. A century ago, Bear Nation might have been able to stand toe-to-toe with Eagle Nation. But now, the long-declined Bear Nation wasn't even fit to polish the Eagle Nation's shoes. Worse still, the Bear Nation repeatedly groveled to become the Eagle Nation's lackey. But the Eagle Nation couldn't be bothered with the Bear Nation. After all, the only thing left about the current Bear Nation is its big mouth. Hearing this, the Russian envoy's demeanor visibly weakened. His words came out stammering, "Of course not. What I meant was, we need more money." He dared not betray the 7 Nations Alliance to fight alongside the Great Yan Empire. After all, the Great Yan Empire was now a spent force. Allying with them would only mean sharing their fate of annihilation. It's best you haven't considered it. Should this matter succeed, all territories north of the Great Yan Empire shall be yours. After uttering these words, the blonde man swept his gaze across the envoys of the other nations. Any of you wish to take advantage of the situation to raise your demands? As the most loyal lackey of Eagle Sauce Nation, the envoy from Mouth Nation hastily shook his head. He understood the veiled threat in those words. He feared that after dealing with the Great Yan Kingdom, the next target would be the Bear Kingdom. The envoys from the other nations also shook their heads repeatedly. Seeing none dared speak, the blonde man sneered coldly, "Good. Best they don't." Only the Bear Nation's envoy felt a flicker of secret delight. These nations were nothing but spineless weaklings. Such a golden opportunity to squeeze them dry, and they didn't even seize it. What a bunch of useless fools. The blonde man then turned to Yi Heling, "I've already prepared a second contingency. I've stirred up trouble in one of the borderlands of the Great Yan Kingdom. You'll post a mission there, secretly designating Jiang Feng to accept it. Then we'll eliminate him in one fell swoop." Yi Heling furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Seeing Yi Heling's silence, the blonde man's voice grew icy. "Which life matters more to you, Jiang Feng's or your own grandson's? Don't forget, he's still within my Eagle Empire's borders. With a single covert order from me, his head will be delivered to your doorstep by the next day. I know what you Great Yan people dread most, the sorrow of parents burying their children. Surely you don't want to witness such a tragedy?" Hearing this, Yi Heling's expression darkened further, his eyes suppressing a surge of anger. "But what if Jiang Feng refuses? That's not something you need to worry about. I prepared a gift for him, a gift he, as a beastmaster, simply cannot refuse." The blonde man wore an expression of absolute confidence, as if everything were under his control. As he spoke, a flash of light erupted from his palm. Several dark purple tribulation crystals floated in his palm. These will aid Jiang Feng in his beastmaster trials. He won't refuse such a thing. The sight of the dark purple tribulation crystals made the envoy's eyes widen involuntarily, their gazes tinged with envy. Even those not of the beastmaster profession couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "What a grand gesture," Yi Heling remarked indifferently. After leaving the guest star palace, Yi Heling held the purple tribulation crystal and instructed his subordinate, "Issue the Great Yan task. Upload this reward." Hearing this, the subordinate furrowed his brow, his expression tightening with concern. "Senior Yi, are you truly intent on joining forces with them to eliminate Jiang Feng?" After all, Jiang Feng was not only the hope of the Great Yan Kingdom, but also someone the Grand Elder had ordered to be protected at all costs. If this matter were uncovered, Elder Yi would likely face severe punishment, perhaps even treason charges. Yi Heling raised his head to gaze at the sky, his eyes filled with the weight of the world. He spoke softly, while Jiang Feng possesses extraordinary potential, how could he possibly shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms single-handedly? The Grand Elder may place great hopes in him, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Jiang Feng's growth requires time yet. Great Yan has little time left. Once I help them accomplish this task, the 7 nations will place their trust in me. Then, I will direct them to attack Great Yan, charging into the apocalyptic formation I have long prepared. At that moment, the practitioners of the 7 nations will suffer heavy casualties and be severely weakened. Only if this plan succeeds can we secure another 200 years of national fortune for Great Yan, prolonging the reign of our great nation. Hearing this, the subordinate's expression shifted, his eyes already slightly reddened. Though this elder had reached his twilight years, his heart remained wholly devoted to the nation, so much so that he was willing to stake his own life on this gambit. The subordinate's face still bore a look of concern as he pleaded, Elder Yi, if this plan fails or even if it succeeds, your name will be forever tarnished with infamy, despised by all. Elder Yi, I implore you to reconsider. Yi Heling waved his sleeve, his voice weathered with age. If my plan fails, it is the will of heaven. The subordinate wiped his moist eyes, wanting to offer further counsel. But Yi Heling waved him off. Enough. My mind is made up. If we fail at the last moment, let posterity judge. Even if it means eternal infamy, I am willing to bear it alone. Tears welled in the subordinate's eyes as he watched Yi Heling's departing figure. The already stooped form seemed to bend even further. Since Elder Yi had made this weighty choice, he himself must see it through to the end. Soon, he disseminated the task Elder Yi had assigned. Jiang Feng and the other professionals, now having exited the secret realm, stared dumbfounded at the endless expanse of volcanoes before them. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Is this even still China? Chapter 67, The Sovereign of the Multiverse Kingdom. Gazing at the endless expanse of volcanoes, Jiang Feng mused to himself, could I have been teleported into another dungeon again? Just then, Wang Yuan approached Jiang Feng and pointed to a nearby volcanic crater, saying, Young Master Jiang, I sense an unusual aura emanating from that volcano. Oh? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, summoning the blazing falcon to soar toward the crater. The other adventurers followed suit. Compared to the other volcanoes, this one was significantly larger, spanning an area equivalent to several football fields. An array master quickly discerned the anomaly and exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, there's actually a top-tier formation within that crater. And it must have been set up by at least several peak 9th turn array masters. This revelation instantly piqued the curiosity of the other practitioners. For several 9th turn array masters to go to such great lengths to set up an array within the volcano, suggesting that either a terrifying entity or a priceless treasure lay sealed beneath. Young Master Jiang, I sense immense yang energy gathering beneath us. Ruan Yuan said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yin energy represented death, while yang energy embodied life. Forcibly suppressing these two energies together clearly served to nourish something. If his guess was correct, it was highly likely that a life-death essence talisman was being forged here. The life-death essence talisman could reverse the course of life and death, proving 100 times more powerful than any resurrection scroll. At this moment, numerous practitioners began coordinating their attacks against the formation beneath the volcano. Yet despite their fierce assaults, the formation merely rippled slightly, simultaneously illuminating several black runes. Despite the torrent of skills unleashed and the relentless bombardment, the formation remained utterly unmoved. The array master sighed, gentlemen, there's no need to waste your efforts. This array isn't easily broken, and it's not a defensive formation, it's a teleportation array. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had just summoned his sword spirit, preparing to forcibly cleave through the formation. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan motioned for Jiang Feng to step aside to speak. After casting a skill to prevent eavesdropping, he spoke. Young Master Jiang, you once asked me about the great mystery symbols. If I'm not mistaken, the life-death great mystery symbol lies within this formation beneath the volcano. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined that this teleportation device had, by some twist of fate, transported him right beside the life-death mystic symbol. It seemed he truly possessed extraordinary fortune. Gathering all 3 great meaning symbols would unlock the microcosm within boundless source. Jiang Feng immediately inquired, do you know how to enter this teleportation formation? Ruan Yuan fell into brief contemplation before replying, from what I gleaned from the memories of a professional I once possessed, it seems an artifact called a spatial compass is required to enter. Otherwise, even if you force your way through a crack in the formation and enter recklessly, your body will be torn to shreds by those black runes. Jiang Feng frowned. Then do you know where to obtain this spatial compass? I'm not entirely sure about that, Ruan Yuan replied. But before I entered that alternate space, it seemed to be in the possession of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. The Ouyang family of Tianjing? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in thought. He recalled that Ouyang Yue from last time was also from the Ouyang family of Tianjing. In that case, it seemed he should pay the Ouyang family a visit. Just then, Jiang Feng spotted other practitioners in the distance and immediately made his way toward them. The sight of the terrifying blazing glow falcon sent shivers down the spines of the lower-tier adventurers, their legs turning to jelly. They only remembered this was a second-tier instance. How could they encounter such a terrifying beast? From the low-level adventurers' accounts, Jiang Feng quickly located the instance exit. After exiting the instance, Jiang Feng mentally noted its location. Just as he was preparing to head to Tianjing, he felt the Great Yin Order flicker. A new mission had been posted on it. Quest, Foreign Rescue. Mission description: a severe beast invasion has occurred within the borders of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. Powerful practitioners are urgently needed to provide support. Reward: upon defeating the beasts, you will receive 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals and 500,000 merit points. Limited acceptance, 1 person. When Jiang Feng saw the mission rewards, his eyes lit up instantly. 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals? These were invaluable items for a beast tamer undergoing tribulation. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng accepted the mission. After all, it was limited to 1 player. If he delayed, someone else might snatch it. Accepted. Proceed to the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena within 2 days. Afterward, Jiang Feng bought an electronic map on the street and summoned the blazing glorious falcon to head toward the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. The 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom was a small nation bordering the Great Yin Empire. At the blazing glory falcon's flying speed, it would only take a few hours to reach. Speaking of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena, its most famous attractions, aside from elephants, were undoubtedly its transgendered ladyboys. The Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena wasn't large. After flying for about 3 hours, Jiang Feng could see its capital city below. However, he saw no sign of the ferocious beasts. Instead, he witnessed cities that had suffered immense destruction. It seemed the beasts had already gone into hiding. Even before the blazing halo falcon arrived, its terrifying aura already enveloped most of the capital city. This commotion instantly alarmed many citizens of the Wanxiang Kingdom. What is this? Within the lavish royal palace, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, seated upon his throne, was suddenly shaken to his core. An ancient great beast master's aura. The distinction between a tamed beast and a ferocious beast lies in whether the aura carries a savage, violent essence. He hurriedly stepped out of the palace, gazing up at the terrifying fire-breathing beast that obscured the sky. He silently prayed within his heart, may this be a powerful ally sent by the Great Yin Kingdom. If this ancient tier beast came to cause trouble, half his kingdom would face calamity. Their 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom couldn't compare to the Great Yin Kingdom. Their strongest practitioners were merely at the 7th transformation stage. Jiang Feng mounted the blazing glory falcon and hovered directly above the palace of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. I am the sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. May I inquire who you are? The sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom bowed respectfully to Jiang Feng, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Seeing Jiang Feng's youthful face only deepened his astonishment. I have accepted a mission from the Great Yin Empire to eliminate the ferocious beasts invading your realm, Jiang Feng replied. So you are an envoy of Great Yin? The ruler's eyes lit up with relief. Simultaneously, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was not someone seeking trouble. MHM. Jiang Feng merely gave a flat nod. After all, envoys from a superior state did not bow to the ruler of an inferior state. Thus, Jiang Feng felt no need to observe elaborate ceremonial protocols. He then inquired, has the ferocious beast that invaded the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena been tracked down? Chapter 68, Meeting the Great Yin Envoy. Well. The ruler of the Wanxiang Kingdom hesitated. Your Excellency, after that beast rampaged through several cities, it vanished without a trace. To this day, there has been no sign of it. Oh? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Could this beast have been deliberately released? The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. We earnestly request the envoy to eliminate this beast. A generous reward is assured. Your presence in our realm is a blessing. I shall immediately arrange accommodations for you. The ruler of the Wanxiang Kingdom said warmly. Soon, under his personal supervision, Jiang Feng was settled into an elegant courtyard residence. After all, the beast had yet to appear, so Jiang Feng could only wait patiently for it to come to him. He might as well take the opportunity to experience the customs and culture of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. That evening, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena arrived at Jiang Feng's courtyard accompanied by several young men and women. The boys were handsome and well-dressed, while the girls possessed delicate features and sweet looks. They held several ornate-looking boxes in their hands. Envoy of Great Yin, these are small tokens of my appreciation. Please accept them with a smile. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom smiled courteously. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Majesty. Jiang Feng shot a knowing glance at his lackey, Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan immediately stepped forward and took the boxes. After all, he was here to help them exterminate the ferocious beasts. Receiving a token of appreciation was only fair. Therefore, Jiang Feng did not refuse. Meanwhile, the young boys and girls standing behind the sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom all gazed at Jiang Feng with eyes brimming with tension and curiosity. They knew the overwhelming sense of pressure brought by that ancient great beast descending upon the capital today was something they had never experienced before. Yet they never imagined the great Yan envoy their father spoke of would be so young. The boys' gazes toward Jiang Feng were almost entirely filled with admiration and reverence. The girls' faces, meanwhile, bore traces of nervousness and a hint of bashfulness. After Jiang Feng accepted the gifts presented to him, the ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom introduced him with a cheerful smile. "These are my children. They are all very sensible and well behaved." The young men and women bowed to Jiang Feng in unison. "Greetings, great Yan envoy." Jiang Feng nodded approvingly. "Very well. These princes and princesses are all fine specimens." He could tell the ruler of Wanxiang likely intended for his children to build rapport with him. But Jiang Feng had little interest in them. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom smiled and said, "I have prepared a banquet for the envoy. I hope you will grace us with your presence." "I shall decline the banquet. If the sovereign has no further business, I shall retire for the night." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to attend a banquet with strangers. At that moment, several young boys and girls suddenly knelt on one knee, their voices unison. "Please take us as your disciples." Take disciples? Jiang Feng froze, momentarily caught off guard. So this was the ruler of the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena's true intention. "My apologies, I have no intention of taking disciples at this time. Please dismiss them." Jiang Feng waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Yet after these words were spoken, the youths remained kneeling on the ground, not moving an inch. It seemed as though they would never rise until Jiang Feng accepted them as disciples. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom wore an awkward smile as he spoke. "Envoy, they are utterly devoted to becoming your disciples. Given their sincerity, perhaps you could." Though he knew nothing of Jiang Feng's background, the fact that such a young man could contract an ancient tier beast master was undeniable. His background and power were certainly not to be underestimated. He was likely a figure of considerable weight even within the entire Great Yin Kingdom. If he could use this opportunity to forge a connection with him, it would also serve to intimidate other smaller nations. Therefore, he would not let this chance slip away easily. But such actions wouldn't make Jiang Feng feel their sincerity. Instead, it gave him the impression of being forced into a corner. He cast a cool glance at Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan immediately understood the implication and barked coldly, "Did none of you hear what young Master Jiang just said?" As he spoke, a powerful aura of icy coldness and bloodlust surged from his body, swiftly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom felt an icy chill surge up from his soles to the crown of his head. It made him shiver involuntarily. Even the princes and princesses kneeling half-bent on the ground now paled, their bodies trembling. Terror flickered in their eyes as they stared at the plump monk standing beside Jiang Feng. He seemed like a ferocious beast standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, its gaping maw wide open. The entire courtyard was saturated with this terrifying aura. Cold sweat poured from the princes and princesses, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if they might collapse at any moment. Each of them was trembling with fear, their expressions filled with dread. "Your Excellency, please calm your anger." The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a stiff smile as he spoke. But Ruan Yuan showed no sign of restraining his aura. Only after the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom ordered them to rise did Ruan Yuan slowly withdraw his aura. Only when that heart-stopping aura dissipated did the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom and the princes and princesses feel as if they had been granted a reprieve. A wave of relief washed over them. "Put away your thoughts." Jiang Feng cast him a cool glance before instructing Ruan Yuan, "Return what you took from them." No, the ruler of the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena hurriedly protested. "Please forgive me, envoy. I overstepped my bounds." He hadn't anticipated that his actions would provoke Jiang Feng's displeasure, and he was instantly filled with regret. "Very well. Since the beasts haven't appeared yet, I'd like to explore the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena properly. I happen to need a guide." Jiang Feng's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a young girl dressed in a yellow rainbow-colored skirt. He pointed with his hand. "Horror." Following Jiang Feng's gesture, the others also turned their gaze in the direction he pointed. The girl possessed an oval-shaped beauty face, delicate features, and fair, delicate skin. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, who had been wallowing in regret moments before, instantly brightened with delight. He hurriedly addressed her. "Panna, starting today, you will serve as the envoy's personal guide around the clock. You must comply with any request the envoy makes. Understood?" He deliberately emphasized the words "any request." This was not only for the girl's ears but also a veiled message to Jiang Feng. The implication was clear: Jiang Feng could do whatever he pleased with her. In truth, he was eager for his daughter to develop something with Jiang Feng. If they could produce an heir, that would be an even greater blessing, establishing a blood bond. The bond between the two sides would inevitably become even stronger. Jiang Feng looked at the girl, whose expression was still a bit dazed, and asked with a light smile, "Would you like to be my tour guide?" Chapter 69. Wait, what are you doing? The girl named Punna bit her pink lips slightly. Seeing her father's excited expression, she nodded. "I'm willing." The ruler of Wanxian Kingdom beamed with delight. "Excellent. From today onward, you shall reside in this courtyard alongside the envoy." Then, with a solemn expression, he warned, "If I detect even the slightest disrespect toward the envoy, I will not let you off lightly. Father, rest assured. I will not neglect the envoy." As she spoke these words, Punna's eyes flickered, as if she had already made up her mind. She knew her father had many children, and daughters like them, possessing even a modicum of beauty, were essentially gifts used to entertain distinguished guests. She understood that while she was nominally serving as a personal guide, her primary duty was to attend to this envoy from Great Yen. Fortunately, this envoy from Great Yen appeared remarkably young, seemingly not much older than herself. Moreover, he possessed striking good looks, a tall, athletic build, and an air of extraordinary presence. Even if she had to serve this envoy physically, she found herself not entirely resistant to the idea. If anything, she felt somewhat fortunate. After all, she had witnessed her half-sister become the disciple of an old man even older than their father. Though called discipleship, it was essentially service in that capacity. And she'd heard that old man was brutally violent. After only a few days, her half-sister couldn't bear it anymore and ended up going mad. Such was the fate of minor princesses like them. Only by awakening an extremely rare profession could one escape such a fate. But she knew they were merely bargaining chips as women, just more valuable ones. Jiang Feng remained unaware of her inner thoughts. Still, considering the pile of gifts sent by the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, he could easily send one of his daughters to serve as a guide. After all, Jiang Feng hadn't come here to antagonize the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena. There was no point in souring relations. Earlier, when he had Ruan Yuan release his aura, it was simply because Jiang Feng detested their attempts at moral blackmail. Another point was that, being on someone else's territory, they still needed sufficient intelligence from them to successfully exterminate that invading beast. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it first. This was the art of combining benevolence with authority. Of course, this approach relies on possessing sufficient strength and confidence. Very well, I have accepted your men. Also, should you discover any traces of that beast, remember to inform me. Hearing this, the ruler of Wanxian Kingdom nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, envoy. I will inform you at the very first opportunity. With that, he led his children out of the courtyard. As they departed, the unselected maidens gazed at Punna with envious eyes. After all, such a young, handsome, and powerful beastmaster was precisely the kind of person they admired. Yet unexpectedly, only Punna had caught the envoy's eye. After they had all departed, Jiang Feng's gaze returned to the girl named Punna. He then turned and headed back inside, addressing Punna. Come inside with me. Hearing this, Punna's face betrayed tension and a hint of panic. She hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. After all, she hadn't prepared herself mentally for this. Jiang Feng glanced back and saw her standing there like a helpless little rabbit. He frowned and asked, "Trouble walking?" What was this ruler of Wanxian thinking, bringing a girl with mobility issues? "No, it's not that," Punna shook her head, her breathing becoming slightly strained. Then, gritting her teeth silently, she stepped forward and followed Jiang Feng into the room. The thought that the purity she had guarded for 17 years was to be surrendered today. For an inexperienced maiden like her, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Yet amidst her anxious gaze, there was also a hint of anticipation. Still, she kept urging herself onward, finally settling into a composed demeanor as she awaited whatever was to come. Once the two entered the room, Ruan Yuan tactfully walked to the doorway, closed the room's door, and simultaneously activated a sound-blocking device. He then took up guard duty at the main gate of the courtyard. This was to block anyone attempting to enter and spoil young Master Zhang's mood. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Feng's gaze drifted over the young woman, taking her in from head to toe. Her pair of straight, jade-like legs were full and supple, while her slender waist seemed delicate enough to grasp in one hand. She stood rooted to the spot, unable to meet Jiang Feng's gaze. Instead, she looked down at the floor, flustered and embarrassed. "Sit down," Jiang Feng gestured toward the sofa opposite him. "Ha?" Still flustered, Punna let out a surprised, questioning gasp. "Here?" Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Or did you want to sit on my lap?" Oh. Punna nodded repeatedly, then prepared to remove the straps from her shoulders as she walked to stand before Jiang Feng. This scene left Jiang Feng utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that women in the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena were this open-minded? Was she actually going to take off her skirt? Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Feng quickly spoke up to stop her. Panna looked puzzled. Didn't the envoy say we should do this? Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. It seemed she hadn't heard him clearly earlier and had misunderstood. I told you to sit down, not to take off your skirt. At those words, Punna's face flushed bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She'd been so nervous earlier that she hadn't heard Jiang Feng clearly. Now she was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a hole. Jiang Feng broke the slightly awkward silence, turning to her and asking, "Which princess of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom are you?" "Your Excellency, I am the 19th princess of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena," Punna replied, her face still flushed. Hearing this, Jiang Feng inwardly thought, "Goodness gracious, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena sure is fertile." Curiosity piqued, he pressed further, "And how many siblings do you have in total?" Panna thought for a moment before answering, "Excluding those who have passed away and those yet to be born, roughly 42. Jiang Feng's eye twitched. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom was practically a breeding pig. No wonder he could use his own children as bargaining chips. So that's why he has so many. Still, Jiang Feng couldn't help but wonder, out of these 40-odd children, how many were actually his biological offspring. Being the ruler of this small kingdom was pretty sweet. He could have a harem of wives and concubines. And judging by how each of these children had such clear, delicate features, their mothers must have been top-tier beauties. No wonder everyone wants to be emperor, just spend all day expanding the harem. Unlike the Great Yan Empire, which enforced strict monogamy. Though that was merely nominal in reality, how many women the wealthy held was anyone's guess. Chapter 70, Jiang Feng's Speculation. Jiang Feng then inquired about the ferocious beast ravaging the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. Gathering more intelligence on this beast would help prevent its resurgence later. When did that beast first appear? Jiang Feng asked. Panna replied, "It appeared roughly 3 days ago. It first surfaced in the northernmost city of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. Its body was enormous, and its abilities terrifying. In less than 10 minutes, it destroyed that city. After that, it began attacking surrounding cities. Within a single day, 4 cities were destroyed, with countless citizens killed or injured. By the time most practitioners arrived to assist, it vanished without a trace." Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but ponder, furrowing his brow. "Does your Wanxiang Kingdom have any sworn enemies?" Panna clearly didn't know the answer to this question either. Their country, Wanxiang, bordered several other smaller nations. While minor conflicts erupted frequently, none had escalated to such catastrophic proportions. Moreover, with Great Yan as their powerful neighbor, those smaller nations would never dare to orchestrate such a large-scale attack. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. The sudden outbreak of ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom coincided with the rewards from this Great Yan mission being precisely what he needed. Combining these two factors made the connection all too obvious. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy specifically targeting him. At this realization, a faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips, a chill glinting in his eyes. It was clear someone had lured him into the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, intending to eliminate him here in one fell swoop. After all, this was not within the borders of the Great Yan Kingdom. Had they acted within the kingdom, the Great Yan High Command and professional warriors would never have stood idly by. Only by luring him into this minor kingdom could they avoid such complications. This must be a trap set by the 7 Nations envoy, aiming to eliminate him. Evidently, after the 3 from Shiva Kingdom failed to ambush him, they had devised this new mission. Yet one unforeseen element remained hidden from all. Jiang Feng had obtained the Heart of the Fire Dragon King, an epic tier artifact, within that legendary secret realm. This artifact could propel his beast-taming prowess to a whole new level. Thus, even knowing this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the envoys of the 7 nations, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed. What puzzled him most, however, was how the 7 nations could have someone issue the Great Yan mission. After all, Great Yan missions were assigned by the nation's highest authorities, its very core figures. Had the 7 nations' influence already penetrated the very heart of the Great Yan Empire? At this thought, Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy cold. Even Punna beside him couldn't help but shiver. Once he conquered the Great Yan Tower of Geniuses and obtained the Divine Source, it would mark the beginning of the 7 nations' downfall. He wouldn't let these people keep playing dirty tricks. Only by striking first could he seize control of the situation. Leaning back against the sofa, Jiang Feng gazed up at the ceiling and waved to Punna. "All right, it's getting late. You should go rest." Hearing this, Punna flushed and stammered, "Messenger, am I to sleep here tonight?" Her eyes darted toward the bedroom as she lowered her voice, "Maybe I should take a shower first." Seeing her expression, Jiang Feng knew the girl's mind was wandering into adult territory again. He immediately replied, "There are several rooms in this courtyard. Pick whichever one you like to sleep in." "Oh, okay." Punna nodded, her face flushing bright red like a boiled lobster. She hadn't expected to get the wrong idea again. As she turned to leave the living room, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. Could it be that her looks and figure hadn't caught the envoy's eye? Only after leaving the room did she realize her face was burning hot. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Maybe the messenger is just a proper gentleman? Standing at the courtyard gate, Ruan Yuan watched as Punna, her face flushed, retreated to another room. A knowing smile spread across his face. Young Master Jiang really is something. It's been nearly an hour and a half already. The next day, Jiang Feng also planned to explore the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena, so he left Ruan Yuan to guard the courtyard. Panna led Jiang Feng to a picturesque rural area, where numerous tourists in varied attire were riding elephants for photos and check-ins. Normally, one would have to queue to ride an elephant, but due to Panna's status, dedicated staff came over to assist them. Panna climbed onto the elephant's back first, then reached out to pull Jiang Feng up. Jiang Feng followed suit and climbed aboard. The pair then rode their elephants toward the flower-filled fields. Jiang Feng noticed that within this Wanshan kingdom, there were quite a few tourists from Great Yan also enjoying the sights. Riding on the elephant's back, however, felt less comfortable than riding his own beast. After spending the morning sightseeing, Jiang Feng noticed many beautiful young women standing along the roadside. Yet the moment they spoke, he could tell their voices were distinctly strained. Turns out they were all high-pitched cute girls. While undeniably attractive, once inside a room, they'd likely pull out something bigger than you. Afterward, Panna patiently guided Jiang Feng through the sights and architecture, sharing the cultural stories of the place. Seeing one magnificent temple after another, then contrasting them with the dilapidated buildings where the people of Wanshan lived. This stark contrast was quite moving. "Envoy, are you thirsty? I'll go buy you some water," Panna said, heading toward a nearby shop to purchase milk tea. As Jiang Feng observed the tourists on the street, several men with similarly Dian features approached. "Bro, you look like you're traveling alone. Visiting for the sights?" one of the men asked with a friendly smile, striking up a conversation as if they were old acquaintances. Jiang Feng nodded briefly, not engaging them further. "We're here on vacation too. The scenery's great, the people are nice, it's pretty chill." The group grinned broadly. "Bro, wanna let us show you a good time?" "No thanks, I don't have any money," Jiang Feng replied indifferently. After all, these were all people from Dian. At the mention of no money, a subtle gleam flashed in their eyes. One of them lowered his voice. "Bro, meeting us is your lucky break. I've got ways to make money, guaranteed you'll earn enough in a month to buy a gold tier piece of gear." Hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately grew wary. Something about these guys seemed off. "You mean Great Yan people don't cheat other Great Yan people?" Seeing Jiang Feng's interest, they quickly patted their chests in assurance. "Dian people don't cheat Dian people. Lots of Dian folks have struck it rich over there and are still at it. It's a high-profit business, way better than risking our lives grinding monsters in dungeons." Chapter 71, Getting on Board. Seeing Jiang Feng still hesitating, the dark-skinned man pushed him forward and said, "Young man, I told you Dian people don't cheat Dian people. You're lucky to have met us. If you don't believe me, I can take you right now to see for yourself." Jiang Feng had long known the shady dealings that went on in the Triangle region. But he never imagined he'd get caught up in it himself. How amusing. In his past life, Jiang Feng had often seen such news reports on television. Seeing people subjected to all manner of abuse only fueled the rage burning within him. Men were electrocuted with batons, had fingers chopped off, and teeth smashed, and that was considered light punishment. The worst offenders had their hearts and livers ripped out, while worthless corpses were simply fed to dogs. The women were even more pitiful. Not only were they subjected to humiliation, but they were also dragged off to be forced into prostitution. Those who ended up in the Triangle district met with the most wretched fates. "Very well. I'll go with you and see for myself." Jiang Feng nodded, determined to take down these scourges in one fell swoop. "That's the spirit, young man. Trust us, and we'll all live high on the hog." The man hooked his arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder. "My name's Kai. From now on, just call me Brother Kai." They chatted casually along the way, covertly probing for details about Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng was tight-lipped, letting slip nothing of value. A strange smile played on Kai's lips as he dismissed Jiang Feng as just another greenhorn fresh out of school. As for his family background and such, it didn't matter if he didn't want to talk about it. Once they got to the place and saw the tools of the trade, he'd spill everything willingly. He was confident he had 100 ways to pry the truth out of this kid. He led Jiang Feng through winding streets and alleys until they reached a secluded spot. Parked in this secluded spot was a beat-up panel van. "Hop in, kid. We'll take you straight to the company," Kai said with a smile. But just as Jiang Feng was about to climb in, Kai suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Young man, hand over your ID and passport. I'll keep them safe for you. That way, I can handle all the complicated paperwork directly. No need to be polite with your brother Kai, we're family now." Jiang Feng shook his head. "I didn't bring any of those." "You didn't bring them? Little brother, don't joke with your brother Kai. If you didn't bring them, I'll go with you to get them right now. These are mandatory documents the company requires for registration. It'll be a hassle without them." Kai said with a troubled look. "In that case, I guess I won't be going then." Jiang Feng shook his head, feigning disinterest. Hearing this, Kai grew anxious and quickly interjected. "Hey, wait. How about this? Forget the documents. When we get to the company, just say you're with Brother Kai. He'd worked so hard to find this kid, how could he let him slip away?" Once Jiang Feng climbed into the van, he found it already packed with several men and women. All of them were hoping to strike it rich with Kai's crew. A man 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Feng spotted him boarding and immediately approached to greet him. "Hey, bro, I'm Chen Huai. "What's your name?" he said, smiling as he extended his hand. Jiang Feng politely shook his hand and introduced himself, Jiang Feng. "Nice name. Did you also find their company info on the job site?" Chen Huai asked with a smile. Jiang Feng shook his head. "I just met a guy named Akai on the street. He said he could help me make big money, so I followed him." "Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. I hear this company is huge, with lavish decor and benefits that blow away any group company in the Great Yin Kingdom." Chen Huai's face lit up with excitement as he continued, almost talking to himself. "They say working here for just 1 month could buy you a gold-quality equipment item. Then I won't just be able to pay my brother's college tuition, I'll even have enough left over to buy him a full set of top-tier gear. Then he'll be able to hold his head high at school." A proud smile spread across his face as he spoke. He had awakened to the life-type chef profession as so-called trash class with little future. He himself came from the countryside, but his younger brother had awakened as a warrior and even got into the professional university. But the university tuition was a significant expense for their family. Aware of their family's struggles, his younger brother considered giving up university to join a team and work as a low-level assistant in dungeons. But Chen Huai put a stop to that idea. For people at their level, the lowest rung of society, they couldn't afford good gear or hire professional adventurers to level up with them. Even if they managed to get into a dungeon to assist others, a single misstep could easily cost them their lives. Not everyone could afford resurrection scrolls. For people of their class, even buying a few extra healing items meant gritting their teeth and using them sparingly. If danger struck in a dungeon, their lives would be in grave peril and the risk of losing limbs was all too common. Some spend their entire lives grinding in dungeons, yet remain stuck at the bottom. But entering a professional university changes everything. Within the school, not only are there specialized instructors teaching combat and various survival skills for dungeons, but instructors also lead teams into dungeons for hands-on training. Outside the university, such training would cost several times more. Moreover, outstanding performers at the professional university attract lucrative offers from major guilds and corporations. Noticing Jiang Feng was about the same age as his younger brother, Chen Huai couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, you look about the same age as my younger brother. You must be a new student about to enroll, right?" Jiang Feng shook his head. "No." Hearing this, Chen Huai knew Jiang Feng's family background must be similar to his own. He patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder encouragingly. "Bro, let's work hard. When we make money, we won't be any worse off than anyone else." Jiang Feng smiled and asked, "So do you know what you'll be doing at the company?" "I'm a chef. I'm going to work in the company kitchen." "I never imagined this Wanshan kingdom would seem poorer than our Great Yin, yet they still pay such high wages." Chen Huai gazed out the car window at the dilapidated streets and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Feng asked curiously, "Didn't you ever suspect the company's salary offer was a scam?" "Don't worry, brother. I was referred by a legitimate company back in our Great Yin. You know how wild beasts have been appearing in Wanshan Kingdom lately? People are scared and fleeing, so the company can't find workers. That's why they're offering such high pay." Chen Huai reassured him with a smile. Chapter 72, Bring this Mr. Liu along. After chatting idly for a while longer, Jiang Feng observed that the people here were either gamblers who'd lost money or those desperate to make a fortune. Others had shifty eyes and spoke in stammering, evasive tones. Clearly, they knew what they'd truly be doing once they arrived at the company. Soon, the minivan drove on for an unknown duration, but the scenery outside the windows clearly grew increasingly distant from the city. The vehicle plunged deep into dense jungle. Along the way, they switched to a ferry to cross the river, then boarded another van. "Hey, bro, look at that guy in the mask, isn't that Wang something or other, the internet celebrity from our Great Yin?" Through the window, Chen Huai pointed at a man boarding the van and said to Jiang Feng, "If big influencers like him are traveling with us, it means this company is legit. Stop worrying." Jiang Feng merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Soon, the van entered a compound surrounded by barbed wire fences. It came to a halt in a dilapidated courtyard. A group of burly men, necks inked, shoulders covered in elaborate tattoos, flicked away their cigarettes and approached, clubs in hand. They roughly yanked open the car doors and shouted at the occupants inside, "Get your asses out of there." Around the perimeter of the compound, thugs armed with spray guns stood watch. The moment the occupants stood up, they were yanked out and kicked hard. Faced with this scene, Chen Huai, whose face had been glowing with anticipation of making big money, was suddenly dumbfounded, his legs trembling with fear. This kind of scene he'd only ever seen in movies. Jiang Feng stepped out of the car. A burly man with a tattooed neck lunged forward, ready to kick Jiang Feng. Yet under Jiang Feng's gaze, he inexplicably felt a wave of fear wash over him. Once everyone had exited the vehicle. On the playground, several men, bound hand and foot and covered in wounds, were dragged out like dogs. Sizzle! A thug brandished a blue glowing electric baton, jabbing it viciously into their bodies while snarling threats. "You worthless scum, thinking you could escape? Let me tell you, the only way out of here is lying down. No one has ever walked out of here alive." The thug then turned his menacing gaze toward the people getting out of the van and threatened. You newcomers, listen up. Anyone who tries to escape will meet the same fate. Witnessing the brutal scene, several girls shrieked in terror. But the tattooed thugs immediately slapped them, snarling, "Scream again, and we'll kill you." Chen Huai trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. Clutching one thug's thigh, he pleaded. "Brother, please let me go. I beg you, let me go." "Ha! If we let you go, do you think you'd just hand over all your money?" The man grabbed his hair, sneering with a vicious grin. At that moment, a man in his early 30s with slicked back hair stepped forward. After scanning the people getting out of the car, he praised Akai, who had stepped out of the driver's seat. "Not bad, Akai. Another batch brought in. Your performance keeps getting better." Akai grinned obsequiously. "Not at all. It's all thanks to General Manager Liu's guidance." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to the man, and then personally lit it for him. But after scanning the group, noticed a handsome-looking youth among them. Far from showing any panic or fear, the youth wore an expression of utter calm. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he pointed at Jiang Feng with the cigarette-holding hand. Who is this kid? After all, no ordinary person entering their compound could maintain such an unruffled expression. "I picked this kid up off the street. He's got the looks. He'll be perfect for catering to those rich ladies and bosses with special tastes. He'll make us a fortune." Akai chuckled, then called out to Jiang Feng, "Kid, hurry over here and greet Boss Liu." Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly as he approached Mr. Liu. "So this is your lair, huh? How dare you speak to Mr. Liu like that? Kneel and speak." Seeing Jiang Feng dare to show disrespect to Mr. Liu, Akai immediately lunged to kick him. But Jiang Feng merely gave him a cold glance. A flash of blade light later, a crimson line appeared across Akai's throat. Jiang Feng took a step back. Akai's vision spun, his world swayed, and he tumbled backward. The scene left everyone utterly stunned. They hadn't even seen how Jiang Feng had struck. Liu's eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting as he shouted urgently, "Quick! Get that kid!" But the tattooed thugs dared not approach Jiang Feng. Another flash of swordlight, and their eyes rolled back in unison. Even the thugs armed with spray guns along the courtyard walls were decapitated in that instant. You're not a low-tier professional." Mr. Liu backed away in terror, his eyes filled with sheer dread. That damn Akai had actually brought back such a terrifyingly powerful individual. As Jiang Feng approached, Liu Zong stammered, Don't kill me. I'll give you all the money. Don't worry. I won't kill you yet. I'll go inside and see what's happening before deciding how you'll die." Jiang Feng grinned. Ending him now would be too easy. With that, Jiang Feng summoned the blazing glory falcon. The moment its massive form appeared, it was like a sun obscuring the sky, causing the temperature throughout the entire park to skyrocket by dozens of degrees. An ancient-grade Beast Tamer. Liu's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that damn Akai would bring a big shot with an ancient-tier beast master into the park. Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic, craving a longer life? At that moment, people inside the building sensed the commotion outside and hurried to the hallway to look. When they saw the enormous fire-breathing beast hovering above the skylight, they all sucked in their breath in unison. Some enforcers immediately grabbed their shotguns, taking positions on the second-floor corridor and firing at Jiang Feng. Before they could even aim, sword light sliced through their necks, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chaos quickly engulfed the entire complex. Many thugs, seeing the situation turn dire, scrambled to flee outside. But every single one attempting to flee lost a leg beneath the flashing sword light. Killing them outright would be too easy. They deserved to feel the pain they had inflicted on others. To Jiang Feng, these men were not worthy of being called human, mere beasts clad in human skin. Jiang Feng turned to Chen Huai, who was rising from the ground, and said with a sly smile, "Take this Mr. Liu with us. We'll pay a visit to his torture chamber." Chapter 73, Run for your life. Even 8th rank powerhouses are like ants. Chen Huai swallowed hard. He hadn't expected the youth before him to be a beast master as well. That terrifying fire-breathing beast in the sky alone was proof enough of his formidable power. Upon entering the punishment chamber, Jiang Feng surveyed the array of torture devices scattered throughout. Pliers, whips, iron chains, cages, and more. Among them, a person was locked in a wooden cage, submerged in water. Unwiped bloodstains stained the walls and floor throughout the room. A single glance revealed the inhuman suffering endured by those who had passed through this place. Jiang Feng turned to Mr. Liu behind him. "Would you kindly demonstrate how each of these items is used?" Upon hearing this, General Liu's legs went weak with fright, and he knelt before Jiang Feng. "Sir, this has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders." But Jiang Feng ignored his pleas for mercy, instead ordering Chen Huai to strap him to the electrified chair. As the switch was flipped, a powerful current surged through his body. Mr. Liu's body convulsed violently, emitting shrill, piercing screams. "Increase the voltage." Mr. Liu is a triple transition professional. This level of current might work on an ordinary person, but it's nowhere near enough for him. Jiang Feng said flatly. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai immediately increased the voltage. And Mr. Liu instantly let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing violently. The intensified current surged through his body, even curling his hair from the shock. A wisp of white smoke rose from his head. You mentioned earlier that you're acting on someone's orders. That means your operation has more than just this facility. Once you've finished using the equipment here, take me to the other locations. I'll deal with them one by one. Within just a few hours, Jiang Feng had dismantled 6 or 7 such facilities in succession. By then, the masterminds behind these operations could no longer sit idly by. These facilities were their cash cows. A single facility could generate billions in annual revenue for them. Now, with 6 or 7 of them taken down, it directly severed their revenue stream by hundreds of billions. The 4 major families of the Triangle region swiftly reached a unanimous decision: the damned Beastmaster must be eliminated. Even if he possessed an ancient-grade beast, he must die here. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. That damned bastard must die. Soon, the 4 major families offered 10 billion to hire the Triangle region's top assassins to eliminate that Beastmaster. Triangle region assassins lived lives of constant danger, licking blood off the edge of their blades. Faced with a 10 billion yuan bounty, even an ancient tier Beastmaster couldn't deter them from accepting the mission without hesitation. By the time Jiang Feng had slaughtered his way through the final enclosure, the surrounding trees twisted like wooden dragons, encircling the entire compound. Several top-tier assassins from the Triangle region chose to join forces against Jiang Feng. At such a young age, you possess an ancient-grade Beast Tamer. Seems your backing is formidable. A man with a scar at the corner of his eye sneered coldly. But with a bounty of 10 billion on your head, no matter how powerful your backers are, they won't be able to save you in time. With that, he drew a broad blade and swung it fiercely toward Jiang Feng. The blade's edge whipped up a whirlwind that surged toward Jiang Feng. The other assassins unleashed their skills in a torrent. Facing the onslaught of these assassins, Jiang Feng remained unhurried and composed. Among these assassins, the highest ranked was nearly an 8th transformation. Jiang Feng immediately commanded his sword spirit to act. A flash of the sword spirit's light instantly claimed the lives of several assassins. You fools think you can kill me? You're delusional. Jiang Feng sneered. The scarred man's broadsword halted mid-swing in the air. Jiang Feng's lowered fingertip flickered lightly, and the cold gleam instantly split into a myriad of sword shadows. The scarred man dodged instantly, his heart racing with terror as he activated a defensive artifact to block the onslaught. This kid's spirit sword was truly bizarre, far more dangerous than any ancient great beast. Yet the moment the scarred man's barrier materialized, it shattered instantly beneath the sword shadows. This can't be possible, the scarred man cried out in disbelief. Soon, his form was swept away by the countless sword shadows, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. Run! Even an 8th-tier powerhouse is like an ant before him. The remaining assassins shouted frantically, their eyes filled with boundless terror. At the same time, Jiang Feng noticed a shadowy figure darting toward him from the ground. He immediately pointed a finger, and the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the earth. Yet the attack inflicted no damage whatsoever on the dark figure. Boy, your spirit sword is indeed formidable, but you're still too young. How could you possibly stand against my shadow shift technique? A cold, mocking voice echoed silently in Jiang Feng's ear. A dagger coated in ink poison instantly pierced Jiang Feng's chest. With this strike, he was certain Jiang Feng was doomed. The 10 billion gold bounty was undoubtedly his to claim. But he didn't know Jiang Feng possessed the monstrous skill known as symbiosis. It allowed him to instantly transfer any damage he suffered to his Beastmaster. Like mages, Beast Tamers feared close combat with assassins. Jiang Feng, however, was a complete exception. He didn't fear close combat at all. Instead, he could use himself as bait to lure opponents into close combat. Is it that I'm too young, or that you're too arrogant? Jiang Feng seized his wrist, a cold smile curling his lips. A streak of light erupted from the ground, soaring skyward and cleaving the assassin's body clean in two. Even in death, the assassin couldn't comprehend it. That fatal strike had clearly landed. Why had this man emerged unscathed? Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the assassins felt their minds go blank. He didn't die? No way. The scene of the major assassin's ambush abruptly reversed, and they began fleeing in panic. The 4 major families had been utterly ruined by them. Facing such a monster, they wouldn't have taken the job for 5 billion, let alone 10. But now it was too late, there was no room for regret. From their appearance to the start of combat, it took less than 3 minutes before they began their retreat. Jiang Feng donned the omniscient mask and drew the Fire Dragon King's bow. With a single draw of the bowstring, a flaming arrow materialized. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Feng relentlessly drew and released arrows at the fleeing assassins. With a 180% attack speed, he turned the assassins' backs into hedgehogs. Damn it! Why is this kid so terrifying? He can even transform into an archer. Is he some kind of monster? The fleeing assassins cursed their misfortune. Though their backs were pierced like hedgehogs, they had no time to pull out the flaming arrows. Because if they slowed down, they'd never make it out alive. Of course, part of the reason was that Jiang Feng had no intention of exterminating them completely. After capturing 2 severely wounded assassins, Jiang Feng stepped before them, his face twisted in contempt. You call yourselves assassins? Tell your employer next time to send some trash that can actually make me break a sweat. Chapter 74, a joke? Wipe out your Wei clan, and the money's mine. Yes, yes, sir. Please spare our lives. The 2 assassins begged for mercy in unison. Who hired you? Jiang Feng asked calmly. They say to uproot the weeds completely. Even if several compounds were dismantled, as long as the mastermind behind them remained unrooted, they would inevitably rise again, establishing new compounds in other hidden locations. The 4 great families of Triangle District hired us to kill you. I'll take you straight to them, one of them blurted out urgently. Jiang Feng nodded, his expression unreadable. I know the rules of your trade: take the money and eliminate the trouble. But if you want to live, tell me where the 4 families are. As he spoke, Jiang Feng planted a life and death curse upon them. If you fail to follow my orders, don't blame me for activating the life and death curse within you, sending you to a death filled with agony. Triangle District, Wei family. A colossal firebird, its wings darkening the sky, was hurtling toward the Wei family at breakneck speed. Upon sensing the aura of the blazing celestial falcon, the Wei family's elites couldn't help but show shock on their faces. This was an ancient great beast. Especially Wei Warren, the head of the Wei family, wore a grim expression. According to intelligence reports, the one responsible for the recent destruction of the 4 great families' estates was precisely a beastmaster riding an ancient great firebird. Unexpectedly, the assassins they sent out not only failed their mission but also led this beastmaster straight to their doorstep. Without delay, Wei Warren ordered the younger generation of the family to take refuge in the basement. The basement offered protection from outside scrutiny and contained enough supplies to sustain them for a month. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could preserve the Wei family bloodline. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. He knew the powerful Beast Tamer had come seeking revenge, but as long as the Wei family was willing to pay to avoid disaster, matters would surely not escalate to the final stage. Simultaneously, he had dispatched men to summon the warlord overlord of the Triangle region to bolster their position. Even if they couldn't intimidate the Beast Master, they could at least secure some room for maneuver. After all, the 4 great families had established their roots in the Triangle region through essential connections. With underhanded tactics now impossible, negotiations must proceed openly. Sir, this is the Wei family, one of the 4 great families. An assassin pointed down at the sprawling villa covering hundreds of square meters. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod, immediately commanding the blazing glory falcon to launch an attack on the villa below. Boom! 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 The blazing halo falcon flapped its wings, unleashing the skill meteorite fire rain. In an instant, countless fireballs resembling meteors slammed down upon the Wei family's villa. However, the Wei family had already activated their defensive formation to withstand the blazing halo falcon's assault. Yet under the falcon's relentless barrage, the Wei family's defensive formation began to shake violently. I'll see just how long your defensive array can hold out, Jiang Feng murmured, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to take down the Wei family. Instead, he was waiting for the other 3 major clans to arrive. That way, he could take them all down at once and avoid the tedium of picking them off one by one. Wei Warren's face twisted with anxiety as he hurriedly soared toward the skies above the Wei family estate. Bowing toward Jiang Feng perched on the fiery falcon's back feathers, he pleaded. Elder, it was my Wei family's blindness that offended you. Please calm your anger. Yet his words did nothing to halt the blazing glow falcon's assault. Wei Warren shouted, Elder. Our Wei family offers 200 billion credits and an epic tier artifact as tribute. We seek to turn hostility into friendship. Ridiculous. Once I destroy your Wei family, won't all your possessions become mine anyway? Jiang Feng sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with scorn. Hearing this, Wei Warren's expression darkened. He then raised the stakes further. If you deem that insufficient, my Wei family is willing to gift you 50% of the park's annual profits. In that case, let's discuss it. Jiang Feng summoned the blazing halo falcon back into his beast taming space before stepping into the courtyard of the Wei family villa. Seeing room for negotiation, a flicker of relief crossed Wei Warren's face. He promptly ordered servants to bring fine tea to entertain Jiang Feng. Sitting in a recliner, Jiang Feng eyed the steaming tea and quipped, Head of the Wei family, this tea isn't laced with poison, is it? How could I dare? Wei Warren replied with a forced smile, adding flattery, I never imagined a young master like you would possess an ancient tier beast. It's truly astonishing. For my earlier offenses, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. It's not about daring or not, Jiang Feng replied. I saved your face, and you sent men to kill me. That's only fair, isn't it? Jiang Feng said with a smile. Yet that smile sent a chill down Wei Warren's spine. He hastily offered a fawning apology. Please forgive my foolishness, Your Excellency. It was a momentary lapse of judgment that led me to make such a reckless decision. I, Wei, hereby pledge to donate 60% of the Wei family estate's annual profits to you, Senior. Furthermore, I shall present you with one legendary grade equipment piece each year. Hearing this, Jiang Feng sneered coldly, Mr. Wei, with all the ill-gotten gains you rake in year after year, haven't you ever felt the slightest twinge of unease? Do you realize your wealth is drenched in blood, destroying countless families? Wei Warren forced an awkward smile. Your Excellency speaks the truth. From this day forward, I, Wei, shall wash my hands of this trade and retire from the world. Jiang Feng sipped his tea, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. For someone like you, steeped in endless sins, do you truly believe a simple retirement can erase everything? Mr. Wei, do you think the world works that easily? At these words, Wei Warren's smile twisted into a grimace. How does Your Honor propose to resolve this? Only death can wash away your sins and serve as a warning to the world, Jiang Feng stated bluntly. Wei Warren frowned. So you're saying I must die? No. What I mean is that you and every member of the other 3 great families must die. Jiang Feng's smile held a bitter chill. If you do not die, the people's anger cannot be appeased. Oomph. Don't think that just because you possess an ancient great beast, you can dictate the fate of my Wei family with a single word. After so many years of development, the Wei family boasts a formidable number of powerful individuals. Your actions clearly signal you want to destroy us completely, a mutually assured destruction that benefits neither of us. Seeing that the other party was determined to eliminate him at all costs, Wei Warren's stance hardened. Is that so? But who said I only have one ancient great beast? As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, he summoned 2 beasts. Roar! The moment the abyssal dragon king appeared, it completely obscured the sky. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled, and a colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, twisted and turned within the swirling mist. A pair of enormous dragon eyes pierced through the dark clouds, gazing down with contempt upon the Wei family members below. What? Impossible. You actually have another ancient great dragon king. Wei Warren's eyes widened in utter shock. The Wei family's elite warriors were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 75, Have you heard of the law of smoke without injury? Quite surprised, aren't you? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke. The Wei family's practitioners all swallowed hard, instinctively gulping back saliva. Quick! Just keep his Beast Tamer occupied outside. Once we take this kid down, his Beast Tamer won't be able to cause any trouble. A Wei family practitioner blurted out, his eyes burning with fervor. Jiang Feng was now within arm's reach. Killing him would also net them 2 ancient great beast mounts. If auctioned on the black market, they could fetch a hefty sum. Not only could they rebuild the park this brat destroyed for the Wei family, but they'd also rake in a hefty profit. The destroyed park was insignificant, they could simply rebuild it with money. As for the paparazzi who got away, they'd just lure another batch back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than multicolored elemental flames erupted around the Wei family members. 3 assassins blurred into afterimages as they lunged straight for Jiang Feng's throat. Icicles suddenly materialized in the air, clearly sealing off Jiang Feng's escape route. Clang! Jiang Feng swept his hand, and the sword spirit burst forth from the void. Where the sword chi swept, over a dozen heads flew skyward simultaneously, gushing blood columns staining the entire courtyard crimson. Seeing this, Wei Warren's pupils contracted sharply. Why can you still wield a sword? Aren't you a beast tamer? How could a beast tamer wield a sword? This utterly shattered his worldview. Impossible. This can't be. Wei Warren staggered backward, his face frozen in horror. The remaining Wei family practitioners screamed and fled in panic. In a single exchange, he had slain over a dozen 5th and 6th tier Wei family members. What could they possibly do against this monstrous youth? I advise you to cease your futile resistance, for today, the Wei clan shall be annihilated. Jiang Feng strode across the blood-soaked ground, his eyes gleaming with cold, ruthless intent. Not flaying these men alive was already the utmost mercy Jiang Feng could muster. Just as Jiang Feng was about to deliver a swift end to Wei Warren, in the corner of the courtyard, an elderly steward-like figure formed hand seals. Instantly, a forest of spiked rock pillars erupted from the ground, towering over 10 meters high, lunging toward Jiang Feng. As the rock spike was about to pierce Jiang Feng's body, Wei Warren's face twisted into a grimace of relief. Do you think my Wei family, standing tall in the Triangle District for over 50 years, can be wiped out by a wet behind-the-ears brat like you? Die! Wei Warren roared, then channeled a surge of mystical energy into his palm, intent on obliterating the youth into nothingness. After the rock spike pierced Jiang Feng's body, the Xuanqi energy wave twisted the void, crashing toward him with the force of a tidal wave. Boom! A cloud of dust instantly billowed from Jiang Feng's position. Every member of the Wei family who witnessed the scene couldn't help but break into delighted smiles. That damned brat is finally dead. Though young and exceptionally talented, he was far too arrogant. Have you ever heard of the smoke without injury principle? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as his figure gradually emerged from the dust cloud. What? Wei Warren's pupils dilated in shock. That brat wasn't dead after all. Consider that earlier the rock spikes combined with his mystical energy blast. Unless this kid had 1,000,000 hit points. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand what they considered a guaranteed fatal strike? Yet the reality stood before them. Jiang Feng remained unscathed, as if he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Run! Wei Warren bellowed urgently. He refused to engage this monstrous youth in further combat. But Jiang Feng gave them no chance. With a flick of his fingertips, the sword spirit split into countless sword shadows midair, instantly sweeping toward the Wei family members. In an instant, the Wei family members fled in disarray, yet none could evade the onslaught. A crimson line appeared on each victim's neck before their bodies tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this bloody scene, Jiang Feng's eyes remained utterly still, as calm as an ancient well. The Wei family had committed so many sins, such a swift death was actually a mercy for them. Jiang Feng commanded the assassins behind him. Go and eliminate every last surviving member of the Wei family. Not even a single dog should be spared. Yes, sir, the assassin replied, trembling with fear. Having witnessed the earlier scene, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This youth was truly terrifying. Even they, hardened killers who slaughtered without mercy. Compared to Jiang Feng's detached indifference, treating human life as worthless as an insect, they felt like greenhorns just starting out. It was as if Jiang Feng hadn't just taken a life, but merely disposed of livestock. Jiang Feng, meanwhile, sat back in his original seat and poured himself a cup of tea. He waited here for the representatives of the three major families to arrive. Every so often, assassins would approach, leading a group of young children. Sir, these are the Wei family's young ones. How shall we handle them? The children, upon seeing the corpses and blood strewn across the floor, immediately burst into wails. One little boy even picked up a long sword from the ground, shouting, "You damned villain! I'll make you pay with your life." But before he could charge at Jiang Feng, the assassin stopped him. Jiang Feng scanned the children. In their eyes, he saw hatred, fear, and rage. Sir, might we spare them? After all, these children are innocent, the assassin murmured. Hearing this, Jiang Feng chuckled. Who knew an assassin like you could harbor such a saintly heart? Leaving them alone in this world, don't you fear they'll be lonely? Let's reunite them with their families. Yes. The assassin nodded, then swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke. Just then, hundreds of people swarmed outside the Wei residence. Among them were representatives from the three major clans, along with men in military uniforms. As they entered the Wei family courtyard and witnessed the gruesome scene of bodies strewn everywhere, their hearts were stirred by a violent wave of emotion. Beyond that, a hint of secret delight lingered in their hearts. After all, the four great families had controlled the triangular region, dividing the spoils among themselves. With the Wei family, who held the largest share, now destroyed, the three remaining families would naturally receive a larger portion. You wiped out the entire Wei family, the burly man in military uniform frowned and asked. That's correct. Jiang Feng surveyed them in turn. You represent the three major families? General Mas. This brat dared to wipe out the Wei family right under your nose. He clearly doesn't give a damn about you. A man in white robes incited the military-clad giant. Marseille shot a stern glance at Jiang Feng and barked. Boy, you've taken action on my turf. Don't you owe me an explanation? Hearing this, Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. What kind of explanation do you want? Seeing Jiang Feng didn't seem to harbor deep grudges, Mas continued. I've heard you wiped out the four great families' compound. Plus, you have an ancient tier beastmaster. Even assassins hired by the four great families for 10 billion couldn't touch you. I've always valued talent. If you're willing to serve me, I'll overlook this incident and even make you my second in command. Jiang Feng shook his head. And what if I refuse? Chapter 76, The Great Yen Royal Decree. Young man, I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. General Ma Sai has taken a liking to you, consider yourself fortunate. An aide beside Mas immediately snapped. Yet Mas merely waved his hand with a smile, his words tinged with menace. Young man, I know your extraordinary abilities at such a young age must come from backing unimaginable to ordinary folk. But remember this isn't your Great Yen Kingdom, this is the Triangle region. Here, my word is law. Even if your connections run deep, once I capture you, punish you, and hand you over to Great Yen, no one will dare question my actions. On the contrary, if you choose to work under me, money, status, women, you can have your pick. The reason Masai could offer such generous terms was entirely because Jiang Feng was worth it. With Jiang Feng's combat prowess at his disposal, he would no longer be confined to the small triangle region. Ruling as a petty warlord over a small triangular region could no longer satisfy his ambition and desires. These four major families not only ran various scams but also controlled the flower trade. Over the years, they had amassed an unimaginable fortune, for him wealth rivaling that of a nation. Yet even with such vast wealth, he remains unsatisfied. After all, the four major families were merely his tools for making money, while he himself was just a black glove milking profits between three nations. He had long harbored ambitions to expand his territory beyond the Triangle region, even unifying the surrounding small nations. After hearing the words of the man known as General Marseille, Jiang Feng smiled and quipped. You want me to join you? Fine. Then wipe out the remaining three major families right now. General Marseille's face lit up with delight at the suggestion. But when Jiang Feng delivered his next sentence, his expression darkened instantly. These three major families were his money-making tools. If he wiped out these last three families, where would his future income come from? After all, not just anyone could take over and continue running such a lucrative operation. If that were the case, he would have driven out the four great families long ago and gone solo. The members of the three major families grew furious upon hearing this. Who would have thought this brat would speak so arrogantly, openly declaring his intent to wipe out their three major families? General Masai, this brat shows us no respect whatsoever. We should teach him a lesson he won't forget. The white-robed man from earlier roared angrily. Jiang Feng summoned the blazing halo falcon and the abyssal dragon king directly from his beast summoning space, unleashing their abilities upon the members of the three major families. The appearance of these two ancient tier beast tamers instantly brought immense pressure upon the crowd. The blazing halo falcon flapped its wings violently, unleashing meteor-like flames that swept toward the three major families. The abyssal dragon king unleashed its world-ending dragon breath, sweeping across a vast area. In an instant, the three major families suffered heavy casualties. Within a 100-mile radius of the Wei family's estate, everything was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. You brat, you're courting death. General Masai roared, his body surging with a 3-zhang high crimson aura. He reached out and took the 2-meter-long black iron greatsword handed to him by his deputy. The Taotai patterns engraved upon the blade seemed to devour the surrounding blood energy. Blood prison 8 desolations slash. As the heavy blade descended, crimson sword chi coalesced into skeletal demonic faces. The ground was plowed open, leaving a 5-meter deep ravine in its wake. Flames burning along the path were devoured by the sword chi, leaving only pitch-black trails in their place. This was the pinnacle combat technique of his bloodthirsty warrior profession. Jiang Feng's robes billowed as he flickered his fingertips. The sword spirit transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, crashing into the descending crimson sword chi. In the blink of an eye, General Mas was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. The assassins behind Jiang Feng were stunned into silence. A single man against so many, yet he held them in utter contempt. Such invincible prowess was truly heart-stopping. The commotion drew the attention of officials from the three neighboring nations of the Triangle region. After all, this was their money-making territory. And such a major disturbance naturally demanded their attention. But the scene before them left them utterly stunned. Who are you, and why are you causing trouble on our turf? The three men exuded an imposing presence, commanding respect without needing to raise their voices, as they barked at Jiang Feng. A golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he scanned the identities of these three men and the soldiers behind them. They were all officials from the three small nations. Therefore, Jiang Feng refrained from attacking them. I'm merely purging the scum of Great Yen here. Is this also your concern? Jiang Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. The trio's expressions turned icy. This is not your Great Yen territory. Even if they have committed crimes, they must first be punished by us. Cease your actions immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we will unite the forces of the three nations to apprehend you. Their voices boomed with an authority that brooked no refusal. The surviving members of the three great families all showed a glimmer of hope on their faces. It seemed their salvation had arrived. Though their actions were capital offenses, this was not Great Yen. Even if this kid was absurdly powerful, he still had to comply with the laws of the three nations. Just then, Jiang Feng retrieved the Great Yen Imperial Edict from his spatial ring and held it before them. Do you recognize this? The trio's expressions instantly changed. This is the Great Yen Imperial Seal. The Great Yen Imperial Seal carried immense weight, seeing it was akin to witnessing the Emperor of Yen in person. Not just them, even their sovereign would bow in reverence before the bearer of the Great Yen Imperial Seal. They never imagined this young man would possess the Great Yen Royal Seal. The Great Yen Royal Seal was impossible to forge, so they harbored no doubt about the authenticity of the one in Jiang Feng's grasp. Jiang Feng's lips curled up. Very well. It seems you have some sense. If you persist in obstructing my actions, I shall consider it contempt toward Great Yen equivalent to declaring war on our nation. Hearing this, the three men were terrified out of their wits. After all, they couldn't bear such a grave accusation. Their three nations were merely vassals to the Great Yen Empire. If they truly provoked a war with the Great Yen Empire, the battle would be fought in the morning, and by noon they would be incorporated into the Great Yen Empire's territory. Upon seeing the Great Yen Imperial Seal, the members of the three great families wore expressions of profound despair. Who would have thought this brat possessed the Great Yen Imperial Seal? No wonder he dared to act so brazenly in the Tri-Kingdoms region. It wasn't just his terrifying strength, the Great Yen Empire was backing him all along. This time, the three great families had truly reached the end of their rope. You will assist me in apprehending every member of the three major families. Not a single one shall be spared. I will personally escort them back to Great Yen. Furthermore, from this day forward, no more enclaves shall exist in the triangular region. Should I discover any, I won't hesitate to reduce the triangular region and your nations to scorched earth. Jiang Feng's gaze was cold as ice as he instructed them. Chapter 77, The Ferocious Beast Appears. Hearing this, the three reluctantly agreed, though their hearts were filled with resentment. After all, this man held the great Yin royal decree. His words carried immense weight. Thus, they had no choice but to relinquish their profits from the Triangle region. After purging the scourge from the Triangle region, Jiang Feng entered a shop and embedded the Fire Dragon King's heart into the scorching Rockstar Shatterer. The effects of the scorched Rockstar Shatterer were now vastly enhanced. After spending several more days exploring the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, there was still no sign of the ferocious beast. News of the Triangular region's destruction spread throughout every street and alley. Everyone held awe for that terrifyingly powerful Beast Tamer. Naturally, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom could surmise that this beast master was none other than Jiang Feng. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly asked Punna, either directly or indirectly, if she had been with Jiang Feng. Hearing these questions, Punna flushed crimson and shook her head repeatedly. At this, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. This envoy from Great Yen not only possesses extraordinary strength, but his status is also terrifying. If you could win his favor, even your father would be proud of you. These words made Punna's face flush instantly, turning as red as a boiled lobster. It wasn't that she was unwilling to offer herself, but she simply didn't know how to broach the subject. She couldn't just strip naked and crawl into someone's bed, could she? Yet, driven by her father's expectations, Punna gritted her teeth and agreed. Over the next few days, Jiang Feng watched as Punna wore various sheer outfits and long white stockings, dropping subtle hints in his presence. Yet the style suited her so poorly it bordered on comical, leaving Jiang Feng speechless. Still, Jiang Feng understood her mission and didn't refuse her. He simply invited her to sleep in the living room. Upon learning that Punna was now permitted to sleep in Jiang Feng's living room, the ruler of Wanshan Kingdom's eyes lit up. He encouraged Punna to keep up her efforts. On the fourth day, Jiang Feng finally received word of the ferocious beast's appearance. It had appeared in a medium-sized city named Hushan City, located in the southwest of the Wanshan Kingdom. Hushan City. Wails, cries of agony, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing structures echoed relentlessly. The city lord's residence had long been reduced to rubble, with broken walls and debris strewn everywhere, countless bodies lying haphazardly. The air thick with the pungent stench of blood. A monstrous beast, massive as a mountain, stood in the city center. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Its blood-red eyes burned with savagery and a thirst for blood. An oppressive aura emanated from its body, suffocating all within sight. The lord of Hushan City lay helplessly in a pool of blood, clad in tattered armor. Of the 3 guild masters of Hushan City, only 2 remained and they were barely clinging to life. One of them, a towering figure with bulging muscles, wielded a massive battle axe. This was Song Kai, leader of the Yunzhang Guild. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the ferocious beast before him. That damned beast had appeared a mere 3 minutes ago and already destroyed most of Hushan City. Damn beast, I'll fight you to the death. Song Kai roared furiously, channeling every last ounce of strength into the battle axe in his hands. The battle axe instantly blazed with dazzling light as he charged toward the savage beast. Yet when the axe struck the beast's body, it left only a faint gash. What? How is this possible? Song Sai's face twisted in disbelief and horror. He was a peak 7th tier axe warrior. A full power swing like that hadn't even managed to seriously wound it. The beast lowered its head, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Kai, its eyes brimming with disdain. Then, it raised its massive claw and swung it lightly. Boom! Song Sai's body flew backward like a... Blood gushed from his mouth as his gaze grew unfocused. Staring at the beast with terror, his face drained of color as he whispered. It's over. Hushan City is doomed to perish. Now, only Pang Sa, the guildmaster of the Mages Guild, remained. He witnessed Song Sai's gruesome death with his own eyes, his heart completely filled with terror. Knowing he stood no chance against this ferocious beast, he was about to flee when he saw the city lord, who had been lying in a pool of blood, rise back to his feet. Wiping the blood from his lips, he roared at the beast. As long as I stand, the city stands. If you want to destroy Hushan City, you'll have to step over my dead body. With that declaration, he charged headlong at the beast, which loomed like a mountain. Boom! Before he could even strike, the beast raised its foot and crushed him into a blur of blood and flesh. Though the city lord perished, his unyielding will ignited the fighting spirit of the assembled professionals. Pensa too forced down his fear. Though he lacked the power to slay it. But if he could stall it long enough for reinforcements to arrive, there might still be a chance. If he fled now, the entire city of Hushan would be reduced to ruins. Pensa growled low, his staff blazing with intense light. Shards of ice rained down upon the monstrous beast like a torrential storm. The beast was caught off guard by this sudden assault. Yet only fine cracks appeared on its hard hide. The beast roared in fury, instantly opening its gaping maw. A torrent of scorching dark breath erupted from its maw, instantly vaporizing the sky-filling icicles while sweeping toward Pensa. Pensa's face paled as he swiftly swung his staff, conjuring a protective shield before him. But in the blink of an eye, the shield began to tremble violently. It couldn't withstand the beast's terrifying power. Quick! Support President Pengsa with everything you've got, or we'll all die. The adventurers' expressions turned urgent as they launched relentless attacks at the beast. The beast unleashed its blazing dark breath toward the resisting adventurers. Though most of the professionals were instantly killed or wounded, it finally bought Pengsa a moment to breathe. Forbidden spell, world-destroying lightning. Pengsa roared, raising his staff high. This was his ultimate skill. Once unleashed, it would instantly drain his mana reserves. But in this life-or-death situation, there was no room for caution. As his voice echoed, the gem at the staff's tip blazed with blinding light. The surging power within erupted violently toward the heavens. In the next instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds, and bolts of lightning descended from above, striking the ferocious beast with fury. Lightning flashed, and deafening booms reverberated. The beast thrashed desperately within the lightning, emitting agonized howls. Yet soon, a look of unbridled fury ignited in its eyes. Bearing the damage, it charged fiercely toward Pengsa. Roar! The beast swallowed him whole. Pengsa let out only a piercing scream before being chewed and swallowed alive. With that, the city lord and the 3 guild masters all fell in battle. The citizens and adventurers within the city were utterly overcome with despair. Wails and screams of terror echoed throughout the entire city. The beast stood in the city center, letting out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The city trembled, the earth cracked. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had descended. Chapter 78, The Hourglass of Fate, Rewinding Time. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, who had yet to arrive, rode atop the fiery wings of the celestial falcon, racing toward Hushan City at breakneck speed. After several minutes, he finally spotted from above a monstrous beast, its form as vast as a mountain, rampaging through the city. Countless citizens were being brutally slaughtered. Jiang Feng activated his true vision eye, and golden light instantly swirled within his gaze. Primordial Savage Beast. Level 300. HP 6,800,000. Combat Power 3,270,000. Skills: Primordial Overlord Stance, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Dark Blaze Breath. Jiang Feng frowned, surprised that this ferocious beast was a whopping level 300. He immediately summoned his sword spirit, Primordial Mystery Slash. In an instant, the sword spirit transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slashing toward the ferocious beast in Hushan City. The sword light tore through the void, reaching the rampaging beast in mere blinks. Facing the descending blade, the beast's massive form abruptly dodged to the side. Yet its speed proved far too slow for the sword spirit. The sword spirit, now a streak of light, struck with terrifying force, its blade cutting into the beast's body. Swoosh! The strike carved a long gash across its body, black blood gushing relentlessly from the wound. Roar! The primordial beast roared in fury toward the heavens. Had it not dodged in time, it would have been gravely wounded by that strike. A pair of blood-red pupils locked onto the blade as it swung toward it once more. Its thick scales bristled, and its massive frame assumed a defensive posture. We must find a way to drive it out of Hushan City. Otherwise, this battle will likely spell the city's doom. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in thought as he commanded the sword spirit to launch a fierce assault, driving the beast back. Simultaneously, he drew the star-shattering staff, amplifying the sword spirit's attack power significantly. If it could be slain with minimal disturbance, that would be ideal. But the beast's hide was far too tough, and its health bar was downright absurd. Otherwise, given the sword spirit's combat prowess, it would have been annihilated. The ancient beast of the wilderness retreated step by step under the sword spirit's assault. Yet just as it was about to retreat beyond the city walls, it suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged violently toward the sword spirit. Outside Hushan City, several black-clad figures witnessed Jiang Feng arriving within the city atop his beast mount. They began chanting incantations, activating the apocalyptic formation they had long ago set up within the city. Their objective was not only to eliminate Jiang Feng, but to obliterate the entire city of Hushan along with him. In an instant, a dazzling array glow erupted around Hushan City. Within this vast formation, countless violent energies surged forth, indiscriminately obliterating everything in their path. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Feng was instantly taken aback. He hadn't expected them to play so dirty. It seemed he had been far too careless. Above the sky, a massive black vortex appeared. Resembling a black hole, it emitted a heart-stopping suction force. It seemed poised to swallow everything within He Mountain City whole. In an instant, howling winds swept through, sand and stones flew wildly, and countless crumbling walls and debris were sucked into the black vortex. Countless practitioners and citizens were sucked in, their bodies torn apart by the vortex. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed as he summoned the Abyssal Dragon King, commanding it to join the blazing Sky Falcon in attacking the vortex in the sky. Let's see how much you can swallow. In the next instant, the Abyssal Dragon King unleashed its world-destroying dragon breath, unleashing terrifying dragon breath relentlessly at the black vortex in the sky. The blazing Halo Falcon unleashed its Halo Feather Assault, relentlessly pounding the black vortex. Empowered by the star-shattering staff, their combined combat power soared to over 2 million. The black vortex began to emit violent tremors, its suction weakening slightly. Just as the surviving professionals within the city believed they were about to shatter this bizarre black vortex. The black-robed figures outside the city began amplifying their magical power, continuously reinforcing the formation. The vortex within the city regained its stability, even beginning to devour the attacks of the two great beasts. Jiang Feng summoned two more ancient tier beasts. The appearance of four ancient grade beasts caused the practitioners to stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Who would have thought this terrifying beast master actually possessed four ancient grade beasts? One must understand that possessing even a single ancient grade beast would make one among the most elite beast masters in the entire 10,000 phenomena kingdom. Yet this man possessed a full four. The appearance of four ancient grade beasts unleashed such overwhelming power that even the primordial ancient beast paled in comparison. The black vortex in the sky trembled violently once more. Everyone believed this time the beast master would surely overcome the crisis. But Jiang Feng's brow furrowed instead. He couldn't shake a nagging sense of foreboding. Sure enough, moments later, the black vortex in the sky began to multiply and reflect the damage it had absorbed. This terrifying force reduced the entire city of Heshan to ruins in an instant. Every living soul within the city was utterly annihilated. Jiang Feng and his beast companion also suffered significant backlash. But swiftly, Jiang Feng activated the life trajectory hourglass. As the life-tide hourglass activated, Jiang Feng found time itself had slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. Everything around him seemed to freeze in place. In the blink of an eye, everything around him began to rapidly reverse. Every scene before Jiang Feng played out like a reverse play video. The sensation was profoundly surreal. Is this the power of time reversal? A hint of astonishment flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Soon, as he realized everything around him shifting once more, he found himself back at the very moment he had just let the sword spirit strike down. After his recent ordeal, Jiang Feng naturally had no intention of flying into the city again. That ancient beast of the wilderness was merely bait. He began circling outside the city atop the blazing heaven falcon. As long as he stayed outside the formation, he wouldn't be trapped like a caged beast. Jiang Feng then activated his true sight eye to scan the city's outskirts. Soon, he spotted several hidden figures. "Heh, you think you can lure me into a trap?" A cold smile curled Jiang Feng's lips. "Let's see how I wipe out your little rat gang." He then drew the star-shattering staff, commanding the blazing falcon to strike at their hiding places. Boom! 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 The black-clad figures were utterly stunned, never expecting Jiang Feng to uncover them so swiftly. Chapter 79, Mission Accomplished, Obtained the Calamity Crystal. Under the sudden barrage of attacks, the black-clad figures suffered heavy casualties. Yet they must lure Jiang Feng into Heshan City, for a deadly formation had been set within. Once Jiang Feng stepped inside, no matter how many resurrection methods he possessed, he would eventually be drained to death. But Jiang Feng had already discerned their intentions. He would not set foot within Heshan City. This left them utterly perplexed. The leader of the black-clad figure's expression darkened. Judging by Jiang Feng's actions, it seemed he had already discovered the apocalyptic formation set up within the city. After all, they had spent several days meticulously arranging it here to conceal their presence. Logically, there should be no flaws whatsoever. Could that kid actually possess prophetic abilities? At that moment, within Heshan City, a dazzling sword beam erupted from the blade of the sword spirit, shattering the void as it slashed toward the ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a deafening roar. The immense shockwave reduced every building within 100 meters of its center to ruins. Simultaneously, its aura surged rapidly, and its form continued to swell. It was unleashing the primal power within its body. Boom! It raised its massive claw and struck out at the incoming sword light. A massive energy fluctuation exploded in the air. In an instant, terrifying shockwaves radiated outward from the collision point, sweeping across the surrounding area. Amidst the dust, the beast's claws were covered in a dense web of sword marks before shattering completely. Countless splatters of foul-smelling black blood spurted from the wounds on its forepaws. Feeling the terror of the blade before it, the beast's eyes flickered with intense fear. Facing the returning sword light, the beast's pupils flickered incessantly. A pair of enormous wings erupted from its back, frantically flapping as it attempted to flee toward the city gates. Seeing the colossal beast attempt to flee, the black-clad figures swiftly cast their secret techniques to restrain it, forcing it to remain within the city walls. Thus, the beast could only circle endlessly along the outskirts of Heshan City. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of energy pierced through the air, carrying a devastating aura as it slashed down toward its head. Roar! The beast let out another fierce, resentful roar. Yet as the roar echoed, its body was engulfed by dazzling sword light. In the blink of an eye, it shattered completely, crashing violently into the city below. Boom! The entire city of Heshan and the surrounding 100-mile radius felt a powerful tremor. Every structure within the city collapsed, claiming countless lives among both professionals and civilians. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. He had intended to minimize casualties, but that was clearly impossible now. Especially since the city had long been sealed within a world-ending formation once stepped into, it was a death sentence. The beast is dead. Now it's time to deal with you. With a flick of Jiang Feng's wrist, the sword spirit returned to his side. The black-clad figures stared in shock at the slain primordial beast. They never imagined Jiang Feng could slay it so effortlessly. For a moment, a strong urge to retreat surged within them. But it was too late. A flash of swordlight, too swift for the naked eye to follow, severed every one of their heads from their bodies. Jiang Feng extracted the beast's heart and opened the Great Yen task interface. He submitted the quest. With the successful submission, Jiang Feng received 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals and 500,000 merit points. With these 3 tribulation crystals, he could now subject his beast to the tribulation. De Yen, Tianjing. Yi Heling, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly heard his subordinate report. Elder Yi, Jiang Feng has completed the mission and slain that ferocious beast. Hearing this, Yi Heling's eyes snapped open, revealing a look of astonishment. He sprang to his feet. What? You say Jiang Feng killed that ferocious beast? Yi Heling's eyes held a look of astonishment and doubt. The subordinate nodded. That's correct. He has presented the beast's heart and submitted the mission. Upon receiving the confirmation, Yi Heling's heart trembled uncontrollably. After all, Eagle Sauce Nation had set up a deadly trap this time. Yet even that hadn't been enough to eliminate Jiang Feng. It seemed Jiang Feng truly was the future hope of Great Yen. Could I have been wrong all along? Yi Heling sighed heavily, his expression deeply conflicted. He was both delighted by Jiang Feng's extraordinary prowess. Yet he couldn't help feeling guilty for having treated Jiang Feng as a sacrificial pawn earlier. But soon, he shook his head. After all, everything he had done was for the sake of Great Yen. Even if Jiang Feng discovered it later and came to settle the score, he wouldn't utter a single word of complaint. Jiang Feng's current display of power was already sufficient to make him a pillar among the Great Yan's elite warriors. If he could pass the trials of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, he might well become the next Emperor of Yen. At this thought, a glimmer of delight flickered in Yi Heling's cloudy old eyes. Arriving at the capital of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, Jiang Feng informed the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom of his victory over the ferocious beast. He also intended to return home. Upon hearing this, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena looked slightly regretful. He had hoped Jiang Feng might stay a little longer. Yet now he was departing so soon. After all, with Jiang Feng a formidable Beast Tamer stationed here, the smaller nations surrounding the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom dared not act recklessly. Now Jiang Feng was suddenly departing, and his daughter had yet to bear him an heir. His departure now left the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom with profound regret. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom attempted to offer words of persuasion, but Jiang Feng waved him off. In that case, I wish the envoy a safe journey. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom sighed. Seeing Jiang Feng prepare to depart, Panna's expression twisted with conflict, her eyes flickering with reluctance. Summoning her courage, she called out to Jiang Feng, "Envoy. Is there something you need?" Jiang Feng turned to look at her. "This, that." Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, momentarily too embarrassed to speak. Should she stay here or follow Jiang Feng away? After all, these past days had been not only carefree and joyful. Even her brothers and sisters now looked at her with envy and a newfound respect. She knew all this attention came solely because she was by Jiang Feng's side. After spending these days with him, she found Jiang Feng to be a truly decent person, and life by his side had been quite good. Deep down, she truly wished to leave with Jiang Feng. But after all, her role was merely that of Jiang Feng's tour guide. Jiang Feng seemed to read her thoughts instantly. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take you away." After all, Wanxiang Kingdom was her home. If he suddenly took her away, she'd likely find herself in unfamiliar territory back in Dian. Besides, Jiang Feng couldn't possibly take her along for everything he did. Hearing this, Panna's eyes instantly dimmed. Though she had mentally prepared herself for this possibility. Hearing Jiang Feng's refusal spoken aloud still sent a sharp pang through her heart. Her head dropped once more, her eyes reddened, and her delicate fingers fidgeted unconsciously. "But when I return to the Kingdom of 10,000 Visions next time, I still hope you'll be my guide." A warm smile spread across Jiang Feng's face. Hearing this, Panna suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Then she smiled and nodded cheerfully, "Yes." Chapter 80, Why the Sudden Silence? As Jiang Feng rode the blazing heaven falcon toward the Great Yen Kingdom. Midway, a figure cloaked in black materialized mid-air, blocking his path. "Young upstart, your journey ends here," the cloaked figure's voice rasped with a cold chuckle. "I didn't expect you lot to still be clinging to hope. But whatever tricks you have, bring them all out now. Don't delay my journey." Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he scanned the cloaked figure with his true vision eye. A 9 transformation expert from Eagle Nation. An intense, bone-chilling cold emanated from the figure's body. His sinister eyes beneath the cloak fixed intently on Jiang Feng as he spoke with a wicked tone. "You sharp-tongued brat, rest assured I'll personally escort you back to Great Yen. Only your corpse will make the journey. Hopefully in your next life, you'll remember this: when facing an enemy, it's best to strike first." Before the words had fully faded, the cloaked figure vanished instantly, leaving not a trace of his presence behind. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Though he could no longer sense the man's presence. His movements could not escape the scrutiny of the true sight eye. Suddenly, mist churned behind Jiang Feng as a withered claw, brimming with terrifying power, lunged toward him. Clang! The sword spirit shot through the air, manifesting several sword shadows that slashed at the withered claw. The cloaked figure uttered a sound of puzzlement. His concealment techniques were undoubtedly top tier. Even a peak 9th transformation expert would struggle to see through them. Even if someone could see through it, they couldn't possibly detect it in such a short time. This sensation felt as though there was nowhere to hide before this young man. Boom! In that instant, the withered claws were sliced into countless fragments by the sword's light. Yet the next moment, the withered claw coalesced once more, surging forward with terrifying momentum as it lunged toward Jiang Feng. The blazing falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of meteor-like flames that slammed into the withered claw. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, their shockwaves sweeping through the void at breakneck speed. In that instant, countless sword shadows of the sword spirit surged toward the cloaked figure. His robes were shredded by the sword light, revealing the eerie face concealed beneath the cloak to Jiang Feng. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, with sunken cheeks. Holy, the ultimate reward guy? Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. How many times did he have to reward himself to end up looking like this? The cloaked figure, clearly wary of the sword spirit's power, swept his sleeve to activate a defensive scroll. Under this protective scroll, he was immune to any damage for a full minute. As a 9 transformation powerhouse, his strength wasn't just in his own abilities, it was also in his collection of rare and precious equipment and items. A cold, cruel smile then spread across his face. Though I know not how you acquired such absurd abilities, once I slay you, I shall search your memories and forcibly extract every last one. In an instant, his body swelled explosively. What had been a frail frame now became monstrously massive. His face became covered in black bristles, and his head swelled to the size of a boulder. His arms and legs swelled to the thickness of water barrels, their fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng could sense his power surging uncontrollably. Ha! You can actually transform into a beast. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, yet there was no trace of fear. Within mere breaths, the cloaked figure had fully transformed into a savage gorilla. Clenching his fist, now brimming with explosive power, he slammed it toward Jiang Feng. Amidst the sky-filling meteor fire, the fur on his body ignited. Yet to him, it caused only minor scrapes. Kid, die! The beast-transformed cloaked figure roared, his fist tearing through the air with terrifying, overwhelming force. Such a blow would likely overwhelm even a fierce beast with 1,000,000 hit points. Jiang Feng immediately summoned his sword spirit, striking directly at the fist. Where the two collided, the void trembled, sending out violent spatial ripples. What? A piercing scream erupted from the black-robed figure as his arm was cleaved back by the sword's energy. Had he not been protected by a special defensive scroll? His arm would have been pierced clean through by that blade, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Interesting. The sword you wield is no ordinary blade, it possesses ascension spirit. The black-robed man's eyes burned with intense greed. A treasure of this caliber ranks among the highest tier of sacred-grade artifacts. The cloaked figure gave a chilling smile. Boy, you're no ordinary beast master. An ordinary beast tamer couldn't possibly control a sword spirit. When did I ever say my profession was a beast tamer? Jiang Feng's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. At that moment, the cloaked figure attempted to attack Jiang Feng again, but under the sword spirit's counterattack, he could only retreat temporarily. After several exchanges, Jiang Feng realized this opponent's strength and defense were not only absurdly high. Even his speed was beyond expectations. Truth be told, he truly lived up to his reputation as a 9 transformation expert. Facing the sword spirit's assault, a golden light shot forth from the black-robed man's hand. It was an attack formed by 7 curved blades. Under Jiang Feng's true vision eye, he discovered that each of these 7 curved blades was of holy tier quality. What a grand gesture! A flicker of intense desire flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. If he could acquire these 7 scimitars, he would gain a formidable trump card. Though their combined strike would pale in comparison to the sword spirit's might, it could buy him several crucial minutes. Boy, watch me smash you and your beast companion into mincemeat with a single punch. Ha! A savage grin twisted the black-robed man's face as he unleashed another punch toward Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, behind Jiang Feng, a withered claw materialized once more, reaching to seize him. Yet Jiang Feng uttered only a single word, spoken with utter calm: stop. The moment the word left his lips, the black-robed man, now transformed into a raging gorilla, found himself utterly immobilized. His body felt bound by the very forces of heaven and earth, unable to control even his own limbs. Jiang Feng produced a life-death talisman and planted it into the man. Under Jiang Feng's control over his life force, the black-robed man seethed with resentment yet could only submit to Jiang Feng's will. Why the sudden silence? Jiang Feng asked, his expression amused as he looked at him. Chapter 81, The Blazing Falcon, Facing Tribulation Once More. While the effects of the life dominion were still active, Jiang Feng ordered him to surrender all spatial artifacts on his person. Though the controlled black-robed man desperately resisted and tried to stop it, he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as his spatial bracelet was handed over to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng picked up the spatial bracelet and glanced inside, discovering quite a few valuable items. Among them, an item named the Same-Tier Quality Creation Blue Lotus caught Jiang Feng's attention. This item essentially functioned as a permanent health lock, rendering the user invulnerable to all damage. Its effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, he possessed the god-defying skill of life control. Otherwise, if this fellow activated the Divine Lotus, dealing with him would likely require considerable effort. Once the control effect took hold, the black-robed man roared in fury. "Boy, what have you done to me?" Though he sensed the strange force binding him had vanished, he could distinctly sense that his body had been cursed. "Nothing much. Just a life and death curse. If you disobey my orders, I can take your life any time," Jiang Feng said with a calm expression, then turned to Ruan Yuan beside him and ordered. "From now on, this guy is yours. He's your little brother." Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Having a ninth transformation expert as his subordinate felt incredibly satisfying. "Hey, hurry up and call me Master Ruan," Ruan Yuan shouted at the black-robed man. Hearing this, the black-robed man's anger flared, and he was about to strike at Ruan Yuan. But suddenly, he felt as if his heart had been seized in an iron grip, as though it might shatter at any moment. "If you don't behave, you'll die right here," Jiang Feng remarked with a dismissive glance. The cloaked figure could only hold back for now. His spatial bracelet contained an item capable of dispelling such curses. But right now, that kid had snatched his spatial bracelet. "Oh ho, weren't you shouting quite arrogantly just now?" Ruan Yuan walked up before him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The black-robed man had now reverted to his true form. His eyes still burned with fury as he glared at Jiang Feng, unwilling to accept defeat. He never imagined this kid possessed such bizarre abilities capable of even manipulating him. Seeing his attitude, Ruan Yuan delivered a sharp slap across his face. "What's that look on your face? Still not convinced? Get down on your knees before Master Ruan." Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on the black-robed man's face. You're asking for death." The black-robed man erupted in fury. As a 9-transformation powerhouse, when had he ever endured such humiliation? He immediately summoned a withered claw, formed from condensed magical energy, and hurled it toward Ruan Yuan. Yet the moment the withered claw materialized, Jiang Feng activated his life-death talisman, causing it to disintegrate instantly. A tiger stripped of its teeth and claws held no threat whatsoever in his eyes. "Seems you still don't understand the situation," Jiang Feng murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. He then activated the life-death talisman once more. The excruciating agony unleashed by the life-death talisman felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at the black-robed man's heart. His body convulsed violently, his features contorted into a hideous grimace, as if he were determined to resist the curse's power to the very end. Alas, the spell's power was simply too overwhelming. All the black-robed man's trump cards were stored within his spatial bracelet. Without the secret treasures within the spatial bracelet, he had no way to break the life and death curse. After a fierce struggle, the black-robed man's vitality grew dangerously weak. He hastily raised his hand and cried out. "Wait! I surrender!" Who would have thought that after a lifetime of hunting others, he'd be outmaneuvered by this kid? "Since you admit defeat, why not call me Master Ruan?" Ruan Yuan sneered. Master Ruan." The cloaked figure bowed his head, yet a cold, murderous intent still flashed in his eyes. The humiliation suffered today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Jiang Feng shook his head. "Enough. This one must not be spared. Absorb his flesh and blood to enhance your own strength." Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. "Then I'm truly grateful, young Master Jiang." A series of eerie, cackling laughs erupted from his mouth as he unleashed a palm strike directly at the black-robed figure. The black-robed man instantly sensed danger and prepared to block the attack. But Jiang Feng, standing nearby, unleashed the life-death curse. Powerless to resist, the black-robed man spat a mouthful of blood under Ruan Yuan's strike. Immediately, a powerful suction erupted from Ruan Yuan's palm, frantically absorbing the black-robed man's blood. "Young Master Jiang, I've now reached the peak of the 8th transformation. I'm just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 9th transformation." After absorbing the black-robed man's flesh and blood, a look of delight spread across his face. He never imagined he'd have the chance to ascend to the 9th transformation in this lifetime. Jiang Feng nodded. Glancing at the black-robed man, now nothing but skeletal remains, he continued guiding the blazing heaven falcon toward the Great Yin Empire. Simultaneously, he began contemplating how to utilize the Calamity Crystal. These tribulation crystals possessed extraordinary power, suitable for any beastmaster's tribulation. Now possessing 3 tribulation crystals meant he could undergo the beast tribulation 3 times. But how to allocate these 3 calamity crystals proved somewhat troublesome for Jiang Feng. The blazing heaven falcon had already undergone 1 tribulation, leaving the remaining 3 crystals for his other 3 ancient tier beasts. Yet to complete his fourth transformation quest, he needed either a fourth-tier beast to undergo the ordeal or to contract a stellar-grade beast. After much deliberation, Jiang Feng decided to use all 3 tribulation crystals on the blazing glorious falcon. After retrieving the 3 tribulation crystals, Jiang Feng began the tribulation process for the blazing glorious falcon. He recalled that the first tribulation had boosted the blazing glorious falcon's base attributes by 100,000 points. He wondered how much its combat power would surge after enduring 4 calamities. With that thought, Jiang Feng channeled his spiritual energy to offer 1 tribulation crystal to the blazing halo falcon. After consuming the tribulation crystal, the flames engulfing the blazing halo falcon surged with unprecedented ferocity and intensity. The surrounding space began to boil and warp. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuan couldn't help but look startled. After all, subjecting a beast to tribulation was an extremely perilous endeavor. Although beasts undergo immense enhancement after completing the ordeal, the slightest mishap during the ordeal could result in backlash. And such damage was irreparable. At best, the beast's rank would plummet. At worst, instant death was entirely possible. A prudent beastmaster would only subject their beast to the ordeal in a secure environment after meticulously verifying its condition multiple times before subjecting it to the ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly, while they were still on the road, young Master Jiang had this beast undergo the ordeal. What kind of audacity would it take to do something like that? The blazing halo falcon's flames now burned with ferocious intensity, its flight through the sky resembling a colossal meteorite. Jiang Feng could sense its energy depleting rapidly. He summoned it into the beast-taming realm, where its condition could be swiftly replenished. Chapter 82, Journey to the Great Yen Celestial Capital. Accountability. Boom! After the blazing sky falcon's flames reached a terrifying temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, its wings flapped, and countless sparks rained down upon the entire beast-taming space like a celestial tribulation. Jiang Feng distinctly sensed its aura grow several times more potent. Blazing Celestial Falcon successfully completed its tribulation. Current beast, Blazing Sky Falcon second tribulation. Level, LV 116. Strength, 966,000. Constitution, 845,000. Agility, 915,000. Spirit, 780,000. Combat power, 1,050,000. Skills, Meteorite Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Assault, Corona Wings. Evolution points required for next evolution. During the second tribulation, did the base stats increase by 200,000? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with delight. If it were to undergo the fourth tribulation, how much more would it increase? Driven by curiosity and doubt, Jiang Feng once again subjected the blazing glorious falcon to tribulation. Typically, other tamed beasts would appear extremely weakened after completing a tribulation. But within Jiang Feng's god-tier beast taming space, such issues simply didn't exist. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the blazing glorious falcon had fully recovered to its peak condition. Continue enduring the tribulation. Jiang Feng fed it another tribulation crystal. Soon, the blazing glorious falcon's aura surged once more. The temperature of the flames on its body surged once more, setting the entire beast-taming space ablaze. The space twisted and warped, and the surrounding seawater began to boil. Both the abyssal dragon king and the mountain-sealing black tortoise felt as if they were bathing in a boiling cauldron. This time, the flames engulfing the blazing halo falcon likely approached the extreme heat of 100,000 degrees. Such terrifying heat could instantly melt even alloy steel into a pool of molten iron. The entire beast-taming space seemed to transform into a smelting furnace. Under such extreme heat, the blazing halo falcon's physical form was undergoing relentless tempering. Jiang Feng, concerned that the other beasts might be affected, summoned them out first. He had no idea how much time had passed. Finally, amidst a piercing shriek, the blazing glorious falcon completed its ordeal. Before Jiang Feng's eyes, its information appeared. Blazing Sky Falcon successfully completed its tribulation. Current beast, Blazing Halo Falcon 3 tribulations. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Combat power, 1,360,000. My combat power has already surpassed 1 million? Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such a massive surge of over 300,000 in combat power. Keep going, strike while the iron's hot. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Feng administered the final tribulation crystal to the Blazing Glow Falcon. After enduring 2 consecutive trials, the Blazing Glorious Falcon's wings had transformed into dazzling gold. Its body had also grown significantly larger. As flames surged upward, the Qi Huang Sky Falcon's feathers ignited once more. This time, the flames were no longer red, they were golden. The flames now reached temperatures exceeding hundreds of thousands of degrees. Its aura surged forth like the fury of dozens of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, sweeping through the beast-taming realm. Endless flames blazed fiercely, radiating dazzling brilliance. Golden waves of flame surged and roared through the void, its vast aura flowing like an ocean. Perhaps due to enduring 2 consecutive trials, the body of the blazing celestial falcon seemed on the verge of collapse, its surging energy threatening to explode at any moment. This is bad. Did I rush things too much? Jiang Feng's brows furrowed deeply as he closely monitored the blazing Halo Falcon's ordeal. Enduring trials was like rowing against the current. Progress was essential. If this trial failed, all previous trials would ultimately become nothing but a bubble. Jiang Feng immediately produced the Transformation Blue Lotus and administered it to the blazing Radiant Sky Falcon. Under the Transformation Green Lotus S enhancement, the blazing Glorious Falcon's condition eased somewhat. However, the situation remained far from optimistic. Besides silently praying for the Qi-Huang Sky Falcon, there was nothing else they could do. After all, within the beast-taming realm, no matter how severe the injuries the Blazing Glory Falcon sustained, they would heal. But at present, if the Blazing Glow Falcon's state became unstable, it might instantly explode, leaving not even its bones behind. Young Master Jiang, we've entered the territory of Great Yen. Jiang Feng heard Wang Yuan's voice in his ear and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the three ancient tier beasts beside him, Jiang Feng spoke slowly. Very well. Proceed immediately to the Great Yen capital to demand accountability. The envoys of the 7 nations have repeatedly targeted me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might start thinking I'm an easy target to push around. Understood, young Master Jiang. Wang Yuan nodded, his heart trembling. Young Master Zhang's grand procession to the capital this time would surely lead to a major upheaval. Though the outcome remained uncertain, it was certain to unleash a storm of bloodshed. As 3 ancient great beasts cleared the path ahead, the gathered practitioners of Great Yen were utterly stunned. Gazing up at the 3 colossal beasts soaring through the sky, their massive forms obscuring the sun, they felt both dread and awe. Who possessed such power to command 3 ancient tier beasts? This was a sight they had never witnessed before. In the cities Jiang Feng passed through, nearly half the urban landscape was shrouded in shadow. Professionals and citizens alike pulled out their phones, recording videos and uploading them online. The moment these videos surfaced, they instantly caused an uproar across the internet. In the major cities of the Great Yen Empire, many had implemented flight bans. Violators faced penalties ranging from fines to immediate detention. Yet not a single enforcement officer dared to step forward and intervene in these no-fly zones. After all, the sheer intimidation of 3 ancient great beasts exerted an overwhelming pressure upon them. After all, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. It was highly likely they would be instantly obliterated by those ancient great beasts before even getting close. There's no need to risk your life over a mere rule. Faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 3 ancient great beasts, the city lords steeled themselves and approached to inquire. However, Jiang Feng had no interest in acknowledging them. After he produced the Great Yen royal seal, the city lords obediently retreated. They gazed in the direction the 3 ancient great beasts had departed, which seemed to be precisely the capital of the Great Yen Kingdom, Tianjing. At that moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming also sensed an extraordinary aura rapidly approaching from the direction of Tianjing. Could it be Jiang Feng has returned? Qi Daoming murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the dark silhouette on the horizon. He never imagined that in such a short time, Jiang Feng had already grown to this level. 3 ancient great beasts? Only those ancient monsters who hadn't yet been laid to rest possessed such profound foundations. And how old was Jiang Feng? Barely 20, perhaps? Chapter 83, Where are the envoys of the 7 nations? Come forth and meet me. The envoys of the 7 nations, sensing the aura of 3 ancient great beasts, all frowned. Who would have thought that brat actually made it back alive? The blond man from Eagle Sauce Nation's eyes flickered as he held a glass of red wine, taking a light sip. Gazing at the ancient great beast traversing the void in the distance, he appeared deep in thought. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already arrived above the capital city of Tianjing in the Great Yen Kingdom. His gaze swept over the central palace of the capital before settling upon the guest star palace on the opposite side. His expression remained impassive as he declared, "Where are the envoys of the 7 nations? Come forth and meet me." At that moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming stepped forward before Jiang Feng. "I have heard of your affairs, but now is not the time to stir trouble." He knew Jiang Feng had made such a grand entrance into the capital to settle accounts with the envoys of the 7 kingdoms. But this was a critical moment, and he didn't want Jiang Feng to cause any trouble. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the Grand Elder's words, his gaze fixed firmly upon the guest star palace. "What? Are the envoys of the 7 kingdoms nothing but a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows?" Jiang Feng's cold voice echoed, causing the faces of the 7 nations' envoys within the guest star palace to flush crimson. This young upstart was utterly insolent, daring to insult them so blatantly. Yet the professionals in the capital were filled with excitement and elation. Who would have thought this beast master would be so unyielding? He showed the envoys not a shred of courtesy. This was the true bearing of a Great Yen master. Remember when the envoys from the 7 kingdoms suddenly arrived in Great Yen? Their arrogant demeanor had already rubbed them the wrong way. So Jiang Feng's words caused their hearts to surge with excitement. "You must be Jiang Feng. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. A peerless talent like yours is a rare gem even among the 7 kingdoms." A magnetic voice echoed through the guest star palace. Then, the blonde-haired man materialized directly opposite Jiang Feng. The other envoys swiftly stepped forward, their feet hovering in midair as they positioned themselves behind the blonde man. These 7 individuals likewise radiated a powerful, formidable aura, making the 3 ancient grade beasts seem almost insignificant by comparison. Even Wang Yuan, standing beside Jiang Feng, couldn't help but feel a chill. These were 7-9 transformation powerhouses. Whether he could even last a minute before them was doubtful. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained utterly composed. You've attempted to assassinate me multiple times. It's time to settle this debt. Ha! Boy, never mind what evidence you might have. Just look at you daring to show such disrespect with only 3 ancient grade beasts. Is this how the Great Yin treats its guests? The Shiva Kingdom envoy sneered coldly. Though the combined might of 3 ancient grade beasts was formidable compared to their 7-9 transformation masters, the gap was not just a little bit. This brat's arrogance knew no bounds. Do we even need to discuss evidence with the likes of you? Jiang Feng snorted coldly, then a flash of sword-light shot out, striking directly at the envoy who had just spoken. None of the onlookers had anticipated Jiang Feng striking without warning. Boom! Under the lightning-fast sword strike, the Shiva envoy's eyes darkened instantly as he raised his arm to block. Yet the sword's power was beyond ordinary. His arm was severed in an instant. Witnessing this, the crowd sucked in their breath in unison. This beast master could wield a sword? And with a single strike, he severed the 9 transformations envoy's arm. Their mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. You dare injure me, boy! The envoy's rage boiled over instantly. The severed stump of his arm regenerated completely in the blink of an eye. His surging aura shot skyward, carrying a terrifying aura of malice. Behind him, a colossal, grotesque Buddha statue materialized in the void. The statue possessed 4 thick arms, each grasping a triangular golden trident. This was the spectral form of Shiva, the god of the Shiva kingdom. So what if I've wounded you? Today, I shall not only sever one of your arms, but also drive you all out of the borders of my great Yin kingdom. Jiang Feng's expression was icy cold, his gaze burning with intensity. Elder Qi, if you don't provide an explanation for today's events, this young man may not be able to protect himself. The man from the Eagle Empire raised his hand toward the Shiva Kingdom envoy, signaling him to hold his position. He had been fretting over lacking grounds to arrest Jiang Feng, but never expected this hot-headed youth to strike first. After all, they were envoys representing their respective nations. Jiang Feng dared to openly attack them, envoys of their respective nations, and spoke with insolence. This undoubtedly gave them leverage to pressure Jiang Feng or the Great Yin Kingdom. Shi Daoming hadn't anticipated Jiang Feng acting so impulsively. But Jiang Feng must be protected. Confession? You lured Jiang Feng to the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena, intending to eliminate him once and for all. Do you think I am unaware of this? Shi Daoming's expression turned stern as he confronted them. Hearing this, the blonde man's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced down at Yi Heling standing before the guest star palace. But soon, a smile spread across his face. I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding here. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this properly. After all, openly confronting them here would benefit none of them. Shi Daoming naturally caught the subtext in his words. He turned to Jiang Feng and said, Jiang Feng, put your beast back. It's best not to make this situation any more dramatic. Shi Daoming didn't want to leave no room for maneuver. They were envoys from the 7 nations. Attacking them would undoubtedly be seen as a provocation against the 7 nations. If the 7 nations used this as a pretext to declare war on the Great Yin Empire, it would lead to devastating consequences. However, Jiang Feng's gaze swept over the envoys of the 7 nations like a knife, his voice cold as he said, Elder Qi, your words are unnecessary. Today's matter is a personal grudge between them and me. I, Jiang Feng, will never allow myself to be slaughtered at will. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Feng summoned the sword spirit once more to attack them. The blade flashed with a fierce, piercing light once more. Countless sword shadows surged forth like a storm, assaulting the envoys of the 7 nations. Though Jiang Feng had no certainty of slaying them, he could certainly teach them a lesson. The 3 ancient great beasts also unleashed their ferocious battle intent, vast and overwhelming like a boundless ocean. In an instant, the battle erupted. Seeing Jiang Feng's unyielding and fierce temperament, Shi Daoming could only sigh softly. He recalled how, in his youth, he too had been as fearless and heroic as Jiang Feng. Yet now, with age and greater power, he had grown timid and hesitant. With a flick of his wrist, he erected a sturdy barrier below, shielding the city from the battle's fallout. Facing Jiang Feng's attack, the blonde man sneered coldly. Jiang Feng, do you realize that your actions today have violated the rules between nations? If you remain stubbornly obstinate, today's events will not end well. Jiang Feng, however, showed no fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and retorted. Rules? When did you foreigners ever give a damn about rules? Chapter 84, The War Begins. At that moment, Shi Daoming addressed the Great Yan's sovereign-level powerhouse. The envoys of the 7 nations sought to slay our Great Yan's quasi-godson. Their crime is unforgivable. Guards! Seize the envoys of the 7 nations. They shall await the emperor's judgment. Hearing this, the guardian of the nation hesitated for a moment before immediately moving to seize the envoys. The blonde man, who had maintained his composure until now, also looked grim. Are you truly willing to risk offending the 7 nations over a mere youth? If you truly wish to know, very well. I shall tell you, Jiang Feng bears the destiny of our great Yin nation. Shi Daoming's expression was resolute. Waging war against your 7 nations is merely bringing it forward. Hearing this, the blonde man's expression darkened completely. Though he preferred to avoid a full-blown confrontation, there was no other way out now. If blame must be placed, it lay solely with their previous failures to eliminate that boy. You brought this upon yourselves. The Shiva envoy roared in fury. Behind him, the ethereal form of Shiva instantly erupted with overwhelming might. As forearms swung, unleashing a barrage of golden light blades that swept toward Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, the envoy from the Bear Nation clenched his fist with brutal force. Thunderous energy surged upon his fist, swirling like countless thunderous stars emerging. Thunderous divine patterns flickered across his fist. As he unleashed his punch, intense ripples erupted throughout the surrounding space. The Abyssal Dragon King opened its maw, unleashing a world-ending dragon's breath. The attack slammed toward them. Yet against the combined might of 2 9 transformation powerhouses, the Abyssal Dragon King's world-ending dragon breath proved somewhat feeble. Jiang Feng drew forth a star-shattering staff, boosting the attack power of his 3 beasts by 170%. The underworld hound and the mountain-anchoring black tortoise immediately unleashed the surging power within their bodies, meeting the onslaught head-on. Boom! A tremendous sonic wave erupted where their attacks collided. In an instant, the heavens turned upside down, and space itself collapsed. Cracks erupted across the void, resembling abyssal chasms. Even the protective barriers within the city below began to violently tremble. Fortunately, as the capital of the Great Yin Kingdom, Tianjing City naturally harbored countless powerful cultivators. They immediately acted in unison, channeling their magical power to bolster the barrier's integrity. As they watched the battle unfolding in the heavens, their eyes occasionally flickered with astonishment. A battle between 9th transformation experts was nothing short of earth-shattering. Even a 5th transformation practitioner who stumbled into it would likely be shattered into fragments by the terrifying shockwaves. Within Tianjing City, many people pulled out their phones to livestream the magnificent battle unfolding before them. In Pingcheng, Bai Lingyue also witnessed the battle through a livestream. The moment she saw the ancient great beast being ridden in the heavens, Jiang Feng's figure immediately flashed through her mind. She was astonished by how unfathomably deep his current power had become. Yet at the same time, she couldn't help but worry about his safety. After all, the envoys of the 7 nations were all 9 transformation powerhouses, their methods and depths unfathomable. The live feed barely revealed the faces of those battling above, showing only blurred silhouettes. Jiang Feng, please stay safe. Bai Lingyue could only silently pray in her heart. At that moment, at the entrance to a 2nd transformation's secret realm. After relentlessly grinding monsters and leveling up over this period, Liu Yunxi's level was nearing the threshold of the 3rd transformation. As an ice mage, she was constantly receiving invitations from major guilds. She had even received an acceptance letter from the Sacred Magic University. She had become the object of everyone's admiration. She had no shortage of admirers and sycophants. In the past, she would have been flattered and overwhelmed. But she had grown accustomed to her status. Ordinary young talents no longer caught her eye. At that moment, a girl who had been leveling up alongside Liu Yunxi stared at the live-streamed battle on her phone, her face filled with awe and wonder. The chat was flooded with shocked comments, while excited netizens continuously spammed the screen. Great Yin is unbeatable. The 7 nations envoys better log in now. I've been fed up with these foreign envoys for ages. Today I finally get to see them get thoroughly beaten. That beast master is seriously strong. And he looks so young and handsome. I want to marry him. Master, I want to bear your children. The screen was flooded with comments, making it nearly impossible to see the battle. Shanxian, what are you watching so intently? Liu Yunxi called out to the girl watching the livestream, then added. Hurry up and get ready. We're about to enter the next dungeon to farm monsters. By the time Holy Magic University starts, I'm entering as a 3rd-class ice mage. She'd been so busy diving into dungeons and grinding monsters lately that she hadn't had the heart to follow the hot topics online. Of course, she had heard the team leader mention that a terrifyingly powerful beastmaster had recently emerged in Great Yin. But what did that matter to her? As long as she could enter Holy Magic University at a 3rd transformation level, she would gain the Academy's favor and access to its resources. Then, she wouldn't just gain access to higher-level circles, but also rub shoulders with those exceptionally gifted children from prominent families. This would greatly aid her future growth. Yunxi, hurry and watch this livestream. Doesn't that man standing atop the dragon's head look familiar to you? A girl named Shanxian hurriedly placed the live stream screen in front of Liu Yunxi. What man? Liu Yunxi looked at the live battle footage with a puzzled expression. But the moment she saw the scene, her eyes widened in shock. She shook her head violently, exclaiming, impossible. It absolutely can't be him. Although Jiang Feng had also awakened as a beast master, his current abilities were nowhere near sufficient to contract an ancient tier beast. And 3 ancient tier beasts at that. Based on her guess, Jiang Feng was probably still toiling away in some beginner dungeon, working like a slave for others. How could the beast master standing before them, capable of battling a 9 transformation expert, possibly be that good for nothing Jiang Feng? Right? You think he looks just like Jiang Feng from our class too, but I don't think it could be him either. Shanshan chuckled softly, surprised that Yunxi had recognized the figure's silhouette at a glance. So she teased, Yunxi, come clean, aren't you still hung up on Jiang Feng? After all, you said that when Jiang Feng heard you'd awakened as an ice mage, he broke up with you voluntarily to avoid holding back your future. In a way, that kind of man is actually pretty decent. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi's eyes flicked away. She hadn't told anyone that it was actually she who had dumped Jiang Feng, believing he wasn't good enough for her. Instead, she told others that Jiang Feng had initiated the breakup because he felt unworthy of her. Chapter 85, Professional Advancement, Demigod. Liu Yunxi's expression turned cold. Shanshan, you know Jiang Feng and I were never meant to be on the same level. So please, don't mention him in front of me. Alright. Shanshan nodded before returning her attention to the live stream. Just as Liu Yunxi was about to leave, she suddenly heard Shanshan yell, "Ah! What's wrong?" She glanced back at Shanshan. Shanshan immediately held her phone's livestream directly in front of Liu Yunxi's face. Look! That's definitely Jiang Feng. In the footage, Jiang Feng rode atop the Abyssal Dragon King's head. The next second, the Abyssal Dragon King's aura shifted abruptly, unleashing a terrifying dark abyssal storm that swept across the heavens and earth. The entire live stream screen darkened. Jiang Feng's figure was also concealed in the darkness. No, impossible. How could it be Jiang Feng? Liu Yunxi shook her head repeatedly, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. How could Jiang Feng have grown so powerful in such a short time? A flood of complex emotions surged through her heart. Yunxi, it is Jiang Feng. Do you really think there are 2 people in the world who look exactly alike? Shanshan remarked from the side. Hearing this, Liu Yunxi bit her red lips tightly. Truthfully, she had recognized Jiang Feng at a glance. After all, she had shared countless intimate nights with him. She even knew exactly how many eyelashes he had. But she simply refused to dare not believe that in such a short time, Jiang Feng had become a top-tier beastmaster. She had always believed she and Jiang Feng belonged to 2 different worlds. Yet his ascent had been nothing short of astonishing. In a sense, she and Jiang Feng truly belonged to different classes. From now on, Jiang Feng would be someone she would have to look up to. The thought filled Liu Yunxi with overwhelming regret. How could she have broken up with him when he was at his lowest? Had she not ended things, she too could now stand beside Jiang Feng, basking in the admiration of all. At that moment, the blonde envoy from Eagle Nation's eyes glowed with icy coldness. He extended a finger, its surface radiating a golden glow like molten metal, its tip entwined with arcane runes. These runes surged and intertwined at his fingertip, filled with an ancient aura. Instantly, a palm imbued with terrifying killing intent materialized, crashing down toward Jiang Feng. Even those far away could sense the overwhelming might within that palm, a force potent enough to tear the heavens apart. Seeing this, Qi Daoming immediately intervened to shield Jiang Feng. His magical power surged, instantly forming a massive barrier before Jiang Feng. Boom! A thunderous explosion of energy erupted, rolling like a celestial thunderclap. The void trembled violently. After withstanding the blow, the barrier shattered into fragments in an instant. But in that very instant, the envoy from Bear Country vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was already standing less than a meter in front of Jiang Feng. Boy, your life ends here. A chilling smile spread across the Bear Nation envoy's lips. Then, a series of thunderous booms erupted from within his body, tripling his power in an instant. As a 9 transformation powerhouse, his combat strength already approached 3 million. With this threefold boost, it soared to a staggering 9 million. At such close range, even the flaming emperor himself stepping in couldn't save this kid's life. Qi Daoming's pupils dilated in horror. That single punch would likely obliterate Jiang Feng instantly. He tried to intervene again, but was blocked by 2 9 transformations envoys. Elder Qi, we are your opponents. If you dare kill my great Yan's divine heir, I will make your nations pay with everything they have. Qi Daoming roared in fury, causing countless fissures to appear in the surrounding space. From within these cracks emerged innumerable chains, each glowing with an eerie light. With a tearing sound, the chains instantly pierced through the bodies of the 2 envoys. However, as 9 transformations practitioners, they possessed abundant vitality and self-preservation artifacts. By the time Qi Daoming attempted to shield Jiang Feng, it was already too late. Yet, mere seconds earlier, Jiang Feng's information panel flashed with the notification, blazing heavenly falcon successfully endured the tribulation. Simultaneously, a mission submission panel materialized before his eyes. Current quest, 4th transformation. Requirements, possess a stellar tier beast or a beast that has endured the 4th tribulation. Time limit, none. Task status, completed. Submit? Note, this quest can be converted into a class advancement for 1 million evolution points. Upon seeing this information panel, excitement flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected another opportunity for a profession advancement. Without hesitation, he murmured, "Confirm." The next second, a dazzling light erupted from Jiang Feng's body, his eyes radiating boundless divine brilliance. Professional advancement complete. Class, Demigod. Level, LV 120. Strength, 283,000. Stamina, 254,000. Agility, 200,550. Spirit, 308,400. Combat power, 353,200. Skills, Sovereign of all living things, Lifelock, Divine Might, Divine Affinity, Demigod Realm, True Sight, Command Spirit Control, Summoning. Divine Might. Description, release the awe-inspiring presence of a deity. In the eyes of all beings, you shall be the supreme god. Cooldown, none. Lifelock. Skill description, locks your health bar. No damage from any attack can reduce your health. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 3 days. Divine Affinity. Skill description, each time you level up, you permanently increase your Beastmaster's base attributes by 5%. Cooldown, none. Demigod Domain. Skill description, the domain rapidly expands around you, controlling the surrounding space. Enemies cannot escape the domain, and their combat power decreases by 10% per second. Cooldown, 3 days. Holy, that's insane. Upon reading the skill description, Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine, utterly stunned. Holy, they just turned me into a demigod? This was the first time he'd ever seen someone's profession listed as demigod. And that person was me. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Facing the terrifying punch from the Russian envoy, Jiang Feng immediately activated Lifelock. Boom! The fist slammed into Jiang Feng's body, unleashing a deafening shockwave. Over 9 million damage points were unleashed, striking Jiang Feng with full force. Unparalleled force surged violently, causing the very space around Jiang Feng to begin collapsing. Damn it! The divine son of Great Yan is dead. Even if it takes the might of an entire nation, I will make your 7 kingdoms bury him. Shi Daoming erupted with overwhelming fury, causing spatial tremors that instantly rippled across the entire sky. At that moment, the very heavens and earth changed color. He had staked the Great Yan's last shred of fortune on Jiang Feng. Now that Jiang Feng was dead, the Great Yan's destiny was severed. The 7 kingdoms would soon face the Great Yan's most terrifying wrath. Even national annihilation would be no obstacle. Chapter 86, Execution of the 7 Nations Envoys. Your power is formidable, but it's a pity you met me. Jiang Feng's voice echoed from the void. Despite sustaining nearly 10 million points of damage, he hadn't lost a single drop of blood. What? How could you possibly be alive? The envoy from Bear Nation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was his fatal strike. 9 million damage would instantly kill even a level 200 ferocious beast. Yet the kid before him remained unscathed. How could this be possible? He was certain that under the force of his punch, the kid wouldn't have had a chance to use any life-saving items. Even if he had one, it would have shattered instantly. Was this kid some kind of immortal freak? Not only was he utterly stunned, but everyone present froze in disbelief. The world fell silent. Shi Daoming, snapping out of his daze, immediately approached Jiang Feng's side. He scrutinized Jiang Feng's current state. He found Jiang Feng completely unharmed. You're truly unharmed? Shi Daoming stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief. Jiang Feng gave a light chuckle. Rest assured, senior elder. To me, this is but a mere breeze. He then turned his gaze toward the envoys of the 7 nations. Now it's time for me to show my true abilities. The moment the words left his mouth, they felt a dizzying sensation, then found themselves seemingly immersed in a vast, star-filled galaxy. This is a domain. How could you possibly possess a domain? The envoys from the 7 nations were utterly panicked. After all, domains were something only 10th-rank powerhouses could wield. Within a domain, everyone falls under the control of its caster. How could this kid possibly unleash a domain? Jiang Feng offered no reply, instead releasing the 4 Cataclysm Blazing Glorious Falcon. Current Beast, Blazing Glorious Falcon 4 Tribulations. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Combat Power, 1,870,000. The blazing celestial falcon radiated golden crimson flames. The dazzling golden radiance completely filled the entire demigod realm, nearly blinding them. With a combat power of 1,870,000, amplified by the star-shattering staff, it surged directly to over 5 million. Witnessing Jiang Feng's prowess, the envoys of the 7 nations all felt a pang of dread. Yet within this domain, 7 against 1, victory was not entirely beyond their reach. Though their power would be diminished within the domain, slaying this youth would shatter it. Without further hesitation, the 7 envoys unleashed wave after wave of skills, attacking Jiang Feng with relentless fury. Overwhelming powers surged relentlessly within the demigod's domain. Yet their attacks failed to inflict any damage. Instead, their own strength steadily diminished. Within 10 seconds, their combat power had diminished by a full 100%. The only reason they could still barely hold on was due to the various life-saving items they carried. As they witnessed their own power steadily eroding, yet Jiang Feng and his beast remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, the eyes of the Seven Nations envoys filled with profound despair. "Young man, if you spare me, the Bear Nation pledges a century of peace with Great Yen." The envoy of Bear Country began pleading. "My Shiva Kingdom too will maintain a century, no, 3 centuries of peace with Great Yen." Jiang Feng ignored their supplications, commanding the blazing glorious falcon to continue its assault. Under the falcon's assault, the envoys' bodies instantly exploded in flames. "By slaying envoys of other nations, you have severed all ties between our countries." The Eagle Nation envoy glared at Jiang Feng with icy eyes, seemingly trying to pressure him. "So what? Do you think I still fear your 7 nations?" Jiang Feng scanned the blonde man's information with his true sight eye. It turned out this body was merely one of his avatars. "You're mistaken. Behind us stand the mighty warriors of the Starry Sky Great Wall." The blonde man spoke with detached calm. For years, 10th transformation masters had journeyed to guard the Starry Sky Great Wall. It wasn't merely out of some lofty sense of duty to protect the world. Rather, it was because the treasures on Blue Star that could catch their eye were now few and far between. Only the boundless expanse of the cosmos held countless treasures. Yet wherever people gather, disputes and entanglements inevitably follow. The guardians of the Starry Sky Great Wall hail from various nations, and they are not united as one. To prevent the Great Starry Sky Wall from being overrun by outsiders. Therefore, they must control and screen those permitted to come. What of the Starry Sky's mighty warriors? Anyone who stands against me, even a god, will meet my blade. Jiang Feng's expression remained impassive. Today, no words of yours will save your lives. Boom! 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 As the blazing celestial falcon flapped its wings, countless golden flames surged toward them like a meteor storm. An aura of annihilation filled the entire demigod realm. Terror gripped their faces as every magical artifact they deployed shattered into oblivion. In the end, they could only meet their demise with unwilling eyes. By the time Jiang Feng dissolved the domain, the figures of the 7 nations envoys had been utterly annihilated. "Elder, I have slain the envoys of the 7 nations. Should war break out, I stand ready to face it alone." Jiang Feng spoke calmly to Qi Daoming. Hearing this, Qi Daoming's heart trembled. He never imagined Jiang Feng could single-handedly eliminate the envoys of the 7 nations. Could it be that Jiang Feng was actually a 10th transformation powerhouse who had reincarnated through soul possession? Especially the domain he had previously unleashed, only a 10th tier powerhouse could comprehend such a feat. Since he's killed them, then let him kill. Qi Daoming sighed softly. "Our delaying tactics were meant to buy you time to grow stronger. But now that your power has reached such terrifying heights, Great Yen no longer needs to lie dormant. It's time." The Great Yen has remained silent for too long, letting them think we're easy to bully. At that moment, Yi Helling approached Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with remorse. Qi Daoming introduced him to Jiang Feng. "This is 3rd Elder Yi Helling." Yi Helling addressed Jiang Feng frankly. "Jiang Feng, it was I who issued the Great Yen mission sending you to the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. If you harbor resentment toward me, you may strike me down here and now." This old man will utter not a single word of complaint. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. He had been planning to hunt down the traitor. But he never expected this person to step forward himself. But he never imagined it would be the 3rd Elder of Great Yen. Jiang Feng's gaze immediately shifted to Qi Daoming. Yet Qi Daoming's expression showed neither surprise nor anger. For he had known of this matter since the mission was first issued. Chapter 87, Declaring War on the 7 Nations. After the 1st Elder's explanation, Jiang Feng finally understood the 3rd Elder's purpose. Once he grasped the full story, Jiang Feng's lingering resentment dissolved. After all, this mission had earned him 3 calamity crystals and allowed him to advance his profession. His profession had now ascended to demigod. That million evolution points were certainly well spent. Especially the passive skill Divine Favor, it was nothing short of game-changing. Every time he leveled up, it granted his tamed beasts a 5% boost to their base attributes. And it was a permanent boost. If he were to level up 100 times, he could grant his tamed beast a whopping 500% increase in base attributes. This is hundreds of times more powerful than that legendary Fire Dragon King's heart. This is undoubtedly a god-tier skill. The mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration surging through Jiang Feng's heart. Below, the Great Flame practitioners erupted in stunned murmurs. This young Beast Tamer had single-handedly annihilated the envoys of 7 nations. Such power was utterly terrifying. His name would surely be forever etched into the annals of Great Yan's history. But slaying the envoys of the 7 nations today meant he had officially severed ties with them. A war between nations was brewing, and a storm of bloodshed was bound to follow. Upon learning that their envoys had perished in the Great Yan, the rulers of the 7 nations. This was an outright affront to their nations. How could they possibly tolerate such an insult? After deliberating, they resolved to launch a simultaneous war against Great Yan. Before long, a series of messages appeared on everyone's information panels. Eagle Nation prepares to declare war on Great Yan. The victor shall gain a boost to national fortune. Shiva Nation prepares to declare war on Great Yan. The victor shall gain a national fortune boost. Country XX is preparing to declare war on Great Yan. The victor will. The Bear Nation prepares. Seeing 7 nations consecutively declare war on Great Yan, the nation's professionals all wore uneasy expressions. Shi Daoming's expression also darkened. Though he had anticipated that war between the 7 nations and Great Yan was inevitable, he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. All eyes now turned to the Grand Elder, wondering how he would decide. These consecutive declarations of war by the 7 nations were nothing more than an attempt to intimidate the Great Yan Empire. Yet if they yielded without a fight, the Great Yan might never hold its head high among the nations again. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Daoming's expression grew solemn as he declared, "The Great Yan shall accept this challenge." The next moment, a notification appeared on everyone's interface. Great Yan declares war on Eagle Nation. The victor will gain a boost to national fortune. Great Yan declares war on Shiva Nation. The victor shall gain a boost to national fortune. Note, the national war will commence 1 month from now. All professional players of each nation are advised to prepare accordingly within this period. Note, the mighty guardians of the starry sky Great Wall cannot intervene in the wars between nations. Note, due to the large number of participating nations, the victor will receive a special reward, qualification to open the sacred realm. Upon learning the war would commence in a month, Jiang Feng couldn't help but let a peculiar smile curve his lips. He had assumed hostilities would commence immediately, but now he must wait an entire month. If I just level up non-stop during this month, won't those 7 nations be blown to smithereens? However, the mention of the sacred realm access later piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. What exactly was this sacred realm? As the senior elder Qi Daoming and the third elder Yi Heling saw the qualification for opening the sacred realm, their eyes flashed with a hint of fervor. Elder Qi, what exactly is this sacred realm? Jiang Feng asked, his expression puzzled. Qi Daoming's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. The sacred realm is the opportunity for all 9th transformation cultivators to advance to the 10th transformation. Moreover, within the sacred realm lie various divine grade artifacts, equipment, items, and more. Rumor even has it that the sacred realm holds the chance to ascend to godhood. The source of divinity was the opportunity obtained by the Great Yan ancestors from the sacred realm. However, the last time the sacred realm opened was 1,000 years ago, so the information that has been passed down to the present is rather scarce. Hearing that the sacred realm contained divine grade artifacts and equipment, Jiang Feng's throat moved slightly, his eyes burning with fervor. Moreover, the sacred realm held the possibility of ascending to godhood. For someone like Jiang Feng, a demigod, the prospect of truly ascending to godhood was an irresistible temptation. At that moment, Qi Daoming addressed Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, you are the pivotal figure in this national war. In half a month, the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents will open. I hope you can pass. Rest assured, Senior Elder. I'm confident. Jiang Feng nodded with a smile before inquiring, may I request an audience with the Yan Emperor? After all, Ruan Yuan had mentioned that an ordeal symbol was in the Emperor's possession. If he could persuade the Yan Emperor to grant him this profound symbol, he would be one step closer to unlocking the miniature world within the boundless source. Upon hearing this, Qi Daoming sighed. The Yan Emperor's lifespan is nearly spent. He has already entered a state of deep slumber. Therefore, you cannot see him for now. However, on the day the national war begins, we will personally awaken the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor, knowing his time was nearly up, had entered a state of self-induced slumber. He intends to give his final contribution to Great Yan in his last moments. This national war determined the rise or fall of Great Yan. Victory would allow Great Yan to endure for several more years. But if we fall, the Great Yan may never rise again. The national war would be the moment the Flame Emperor displayed his might to subdue all corners of the realm and also the moment of his demise. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Jiang Feng's eyes. The Emperor of Yan had devoted his entire being to the Great Yan Empire, his heart still bound to it even in his final moments. Such unwavering devotion to the nation could not help but move Jiang Feng. He resolved that on the day of the Great Yan's national war, he would reveal his true strength. He would show the Yan Emperor that the Great Yan had worthy successors. I understand, Jiang Feng nodded solemnly. Qi Daoming spoke again, within this month, whatever you require, just tell me. I will coordinate resources from across the entire Great Yan Empire to provide them for you. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Feng instinctively bowed. Qi Daoming smiled. No need for thanks. The future of Great Yan rests upon your shoulders. You are its sole hope for renewed prosperity. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with resolve. He took a deep breath. In that case, I shall handle everything. After Jiang Feng departed, he received some materials from the Grand Elder that were needed for the beast taming trial. He then headed to the high-level instance to grind monsters. All he needed now was to level up to enhance his beast taming prowess. Within half a day, Jiang Feng swept through multiple high-level instances within the capital. His level skyrocketed, reaching the 4th transformation at level 150. Under the buff of the passive skill, Divine Affinity. The Beast Tamer's base attributes including defense, spirit, agility, constitution, combat power, and more. Permanently increased by 150%. Combined with the Star-Shattering Staff's 170% boost, he now possessed a total enhancement of 320%. A pure stat monster. Chapter 88, Chance Encounter with Ouyang Yue. My level's been grinding along nicely. Time to pay the Ouyang family a visit. Jiang Feng planned to visit the Ouyang family to borrow the spatial compass, then head to the previous instance to retrieve the Life-Death Essence Talisman. Just as he was about to head to the Ouyang residence, he unexpectedly ran into Ouyang Yue on the way. She wore a white dress, revealing her long, fair legs, making her quite eye-catching. Senior, I never expected to run into you here. Ouyang Yue approached Jiang Feng with a delighted expression, greeting him warmly. Jiang Feng's eyes also showed surprise at encountering her here. No need to call me senior, just call me Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. He could sense that her aura was now significantly more profound than before. It seemed her cultivation had advanced considerably after absorbing the 10,000-year-old frost essence. All right. Ouyang Yue nodded, then suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The scene of Jiang Feng battling the Seven Nations envoys had already gone viral across Great Yan and even abroad. Jiang Feng inquired, by the way, I wonder if your Ouyang family possesses an artifact called the spatial compass? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yue nodded. Yes, we do. Does the senior need this item? The 10,000-year-old ice marrow he had gifted her last time had boosted her strength several-fold. She naturally cherished this kindness deeply. Indeed. If possible, I'd like to borrow it for 2 days, Jiang Feng said with a slight nod. Ouyang Yue agreed readily without hesitation. I'll inform the elders of the family about this matter. They certainly won't refuse. After all, given Jiang Feng's current status and reputation, the Ouyang family had no grounds to refuse. After all, this was an opportunity to forge ties with a top-tier Beast Tamer. Anyone else would only be left with envy. Jiang Feng, there's something I'd like to ask of you. I wonder if you'd be willing to agree. Ouyang Yue asked hesitantly. Tell me what it is first. Jiang Feng replied, knowing he needed to understand the nature of the request before agreeing or declining. Ouyang Yue explained, the 3 great families hold a joint trial every year. Teams that pass the trial receive rewards contributed by each of the 3 families. This time, I'm still short 1 archer or warrior with formidable strength below the 6th transformation. Would you be able to recommend someone to me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. After all, for him, it was merely a matter of creating a secondary account to help her pass the trial. He planned to do her this small favor first, then borrow the spatial compass. 2 days later, Jiang Feng arrived at the rendezvous point wearing the omniscient mask. He saw 3 people standing beside Ouyang Yue. One was a fair-skinned, plump man, smiling broadly as he chatted with the other 2. The other 2 were a burly man and a voluptuous woman in her mid-20s. A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he instantly scanned the 3 individuals' information. The fair-skinned, plump man was a 4th transformation blood warrior. The burly man was a light knight. As for the curvaceous woman, she was a pupil mage. Noticing Jiang Feng approaching, Ouyang Yue stepped forward and greeted him, hello. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the mask he wore. MHM. Jiang Feng nodded. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Ouyang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Jiang Feng himself to come assist and she blurted out, Jiang. Jiang Feng preemptively introduced himself, yes, my name is Jiang Chen. 4th tier archer class. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's heart skipped a beat. With Jiang Feng joining them, this trial would be easily passed. But it seemed Jiang Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, so she didn't press the matter. She then introduced the other 3 teammates to Jiang Feng. First was the voluptuous woman. This is Lu Shangling, an instructor from Tianjing Academy. Her profession is pupil master, Ouyang Yue introduced. Hello, Jiang Feng said. Hello, I'm Pang Qingfeng, a 5th transformation blood warrior. The fair-skinned, plump man grinned broadly as he greeted Jiang Feng. The burly man, however, wore a noticeably colder expression toward Jiang Feng. This is Wang Long, a 5th transformation light knight. Ouyang Yue continued the introductions. Jiang Feng paid no mind to the man's cool reception. Ouyang Yue explained, this trial's rules for the 3 major families are to kill the marked beasts in the 6th tier Spirit Illusion Forest dungeon as quickly as possible. Points will be awarded based on their strength. The team with the highest points will be crowned the champion of this trial. Afterward, Ouyang Yue led the group to the center of the square to register their team. Numerous 5-person teams bustled about the square. Among them were many descendants of the 3 great families, as well as students from various academies. Their faces all appeared youthful. The rules of the 3 great families competition stipulated that participants must be under 30 years of age and not affiliated with any faction. Of course, the joint trial of the 3 great families served 2 purposes. First, to train the younger generation of the families. Second, to select and recruit talented professionals. Everyone, the trial is about to begin. You may now enter the secret realm. As the middle-aged man on the stage announced this, the teams that had completed registration were the first to enter the instance portal set up ahead. The teams still waiting to register immediately voiced discontent, complaining. Hold on. We haven't even finished registering yet. How come they get to go in first? Is that fair? The middle-aged man merely glanced at them before replying indifferently. Being able to complete registration early is also a measure of strength. At this, the teams fell silent. Yet their faces betrayed obvious anxiety, each hoping to complete registration quickly. After all, entering first meant they could secure the marked beasts first, earning higher points. The rewards offered by the three great families were exceptionally generous. Moreover, if they caught the attention of the three great families, they could instantly reach the pinnacle of success. Each of the three great families controlled vast conglomerates with immense resources and influence. For the professionals participating in this trial, it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for an interview. Securing a position within any of the three families' enterprises guarantees a starting annual salary of at least 1 million. Seeing at least a dozen teams still waiting in line ahead, Pang Qingfeng felt a surge of impatience. He turned to Ouyang Yue and said, Miss Ouyang, you are, after all, the prodigal daughter of one of the three great families. Could you possibly let our team cut in line and go ahead? Chapter 89, Holy crap, that's awesome. No. Ouyang Yue's refusal was unequivocal. Everything must follow the trial rules. If people started gossiping, it would only cast doubt on the fairness of this competition. After all, this wasn't solely organized by the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng looked utterly speechless. Wasn't this just a case of turning a blind eye? Wan Long, standing nearby, spoke coldly. If we hadn't been waiting for this guy, we'd have already gone in by now. His words were clearly meant to stir resentment toward Jiang Feng among the others. Look, Pang Qingfeng interjected, he is, after all, Miss Ouyang's friend. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to speak like that? Pang Qingfeng reminded him. This Wan Long thought his job as a paladin made him so arrogant he couldn't stand it. What's there to be so cocky about? You'd make people think you're a paladin. Then he grinned at Jiang Feng and said, Don't worry, buddy. I'll tank the damage for you later. You just focus on dealing damage from the back. Alright. Jiang Feng smiled. He'd get to experience being a marksman for once. After over 10 minutes, they finally entered the spirit-haunted forest dungeon. A hazy green forest stretched out before them. The squads that had entered earlier had already claimed some marked beasts, their eyes fixed warily on the newcomers. After all, the rules of this trial made no mention of prohibiting the snatching of others' points. True to their expectations, the later arriving teams now watched the rapidly departing ones with predatory eyes. After all, plundering weaker teams proved far more efficient and quicker than grinding through monsters. Upon entering the instance, Jiang Feng instinctively reached to summon his beast to clear the area. Just then, Ouyang Yue's voice rang out, let's move on. The deeper we go into the instance, the higher the points we'll earn for slaying the beasts within. Wan Long also drew his weapon, the Great Sword of Light, a dark gold tier piece of equipment. This was the perfect gear for his class, offering flawless synergy and significantly boosting his burst damage. This nearly made Pang Qingfeng drool with envy, as he himself only possessed gold tier equipment. Seeing Pang Qingfeng's envious expression, Wan Long snorted coldly, what a provincial bumpkin. Pang Qingfeng retorted indignantly, it's just a dark gold weapon. I have a friend who has one too. What's so great about it? That was until Jiang Feng drew his own Fire Dragon King longbow. The intense heat emanating from the Fire Dragon King longbow startled the others, causing them to gasp in astonishment. That's an epic-grade longbow. Pang Qingfeng's eyes widened as he leaned in close to Jiang Feng, scrutinizing every detail of the Fire Dragon King longbow. Even Ouyang Yue's face betrayed a look of astonishment. But she knew that with Jiang Feng's strength, defeating high-difficulty bosses wasn't exactly a challenge. Upon seeing the Fire Dragon King longbow, Wan Long was utterly astonished. He never imagined this fellow would possess an epic tier bawa piece that would undoubtedly be the grand finale at any auction. A fourth transformation archer wielding an epic tier bao. Just who was this guy? As the group advanced deeper into the dungeon, they witnessed numerous intense battles erupting in various locations. Some were clashes with ferocious beasts, others were skirmishes between rival squads. Ouyang Yue chose not to intervene after all, this was one of the trial's unwritten rules. She had her own principles, she wouldn't prey on weaker squads. There's a level 170 Shadow Berserker bear up ahead. We should spread out and surround it first. The voice belonged to Liu Shangling, an instructor from Tianjing Academy. Shadow Berserk bears possessed astonishing defense and explosive power, and unlike other bear-type beasts, it possessed shadow power, and when unleashing its latent potential, its speed could reach several kilometers per second. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng nodded, keeping watch for any movement as he circled around the perimeter. Ouyang Yue, however, unleashed her magical power directly, causing a massive block of ice to plummet from the sky. Boom! The ice block slammed directly into the Shadow Berserker bear. The shadow berserker bear froze instantly, encased in a massive block of ice. At that moment, Wang Long leaped forward, wielding the great sword of light as he swung it down toward the shadow berserker bear. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared across the massive ice block. Roar! The shadow berserker bear let out a furious roar, instantly shattering the ice encasing its body. Its pair of crimson eyes blazed with boundless fury. The next second, the shadow berserker bear swiped its massive paw, sending Wang Long flying. Lu Xiangling immediately activated her eye technique, forcibly restraining the shadow berserker bear. Seeing Ouyang Yue about to act, Jiang Feng chuckled softly, "You pinned down its movement. I'll handle the damage." Ouyang Yue nodded at his words before casting her Icebind spell once more. Whoosh! 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 A long trail of fire streaked across the sky. The damage numbers on the shadow berserker bear skyrocketed. Holy, that's insane! Pang Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was Jiang Feng's skill or the effect of the epic tier longbow in his hands. The absurdly fast attack speed left everyone speechless. Before long, the shadow berserker bear was engulfed in a hail of arrows. A terrifying surge of power erupted from its body, shrouding it entirely in a dark, eerie glow. The next instant, its form vanished from its original position. When it reappeared, its massive claws slammed down toward Jiang Feng's head. If he couldn't block it in time, his head would likely explode like a watermelon. Watch out! Ouyang Yue's expression turned alarmed as her magical power surged within her. She immediately unleashed an ice wall to block the attack. Jiang Feng drew his bow like a full moon, leaping onto the ice wall in a single bound. He unleashed a volley of arrows toward the shadow bear cuckoo below. Under the hail of arrows, the shadow berserker bear was pierced like a hedgehog, its body now ablaze as a fiery beast. Pang Qingfeng immediately rushed to Jiang Feng's side. His blood energy surged as he delivered a punch directly to the shadow berserker bear's body. Boom! The thunderous impact sent the shadow berserker bear flying several meters away. Haha, that punch was crucial, right? Pang Qingfeng flashed a broad grin, revealing his pearly whites as he said to Jiang Feng. Not bad. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. At that moment, Wang Long raised his glowing greatsword once more, stepping forward to strike at the shadow berserker bear. However, before the blade could touch the shadow berserker bear, it was incinerated by the scorching effect of the Fire Dragon King longbow. After the shadow berserker bear's demise, an energy mark flew from its body and attached itself to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's interface displayed an increase in his points. Ha? Why did the points only go to me? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Beside him, Pang Qingfeng stared at the shadow berserker bear's corpse. Why didn't it drop any loot after being killed? Chapter 90, The Yang Family's Prodigy. Ouyang Yue explained, this dungeon was jointly created by the three major families. Killing the beasts only grants points, no loot drops. Moreover, only the player who delivered the final blow receives the points. After the trial concludes, the team's total points are the sum of each member's individual points. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng felt somewhat deflated. This was a level 170 ferocious beast. In a normal instance, with good luck, it might even drop a dark gold tier item. But he quickly turned to Jiang Feng with a smile. Bro, our teamwork was unbeatable. Once we're out, let's exchange contacts. Want to run dungeons and farm monsters together? Sure, but it depends on when I'm free. Jiang Feng didn't refuse his request. After all, he found the chubby guy rather likable. After that, Jiang Feng drew his Fire Dragon King longbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows at the emerging beasts. After several consecutive engagements, the four began supporting Jiang Feng, adopting a 4-protect-1 tactic. It wasn't that they wanted to play support, it was simply that Jiang Feng's firepower was overwhelming. Especially his draw speed, it was like a human Gatling gun, damn it. Wherever they fought, the surrounding woods burst into intense flames. At that moment, on a blue light panel outside the instance, displayed the point standings of each squad within the instance. The leaders of the three major families could instantly see the shifting scores of each team with a single glance. Some teams plummeted instantly from mid-ranking to dead last. Others shot up dozens of spots from the back of the pack. It was obvious that the teams at the front had their points snatched away by those surging up from behind. When they saw Ouyang Yue's team steadily climbing the rankings, the Ouyang family's high-ranking members wore satisfied smiles. A senior member of the Yin family, one of the three great clans, offered flattering praise. Miss Ouyang's prowess is astonishing. I believe she might just lead her team to claim the top spot in this trial. After all, Ouyang Yue had awakened the rare Holy Ice Mage class. This was something all three great families envied deeply. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiao, the head of the Ouyang family, smiled even more broadly, though he remained courteous in his response. Not at all. Your Yin family's younger generation is equally formidable. In response, the expression of the senior member from the Yang family, one of the three great clans, remained impassive. While the Ouyang family had produced a sacred ice mage, the Yang family had also given birth to a prodigy. While not rare professions, they were a one-in-a-million dual class combination, Thunder Mage and Swiftblade Warrior. Each of these professions stood alone as elite classes, let alone the fusion of both into one. Currently topping the dungeon points leaderboard was the Yang family's prodigy, Yang Yongming. He dominated the field with 10,000 points, a staggering 3,000 point lead over second place. Thus, when the Yin family claimed Ouyang Yue could claim first place, they naturally scoffed at the notion. Inside the dungeon, Jiang Feng's team swept through the dungeon with an utterly outrageous combat style. Even the flying beasts in the sky were shot down. Many players took notice of their squad, especially when they saw the epic tier fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Shock and envy flashed in their eyes. Up ahead, they spotted one squad encircling another. The leader was a handsome young man. He swept his gaze over the surrounded squad and spoke with an air of arrogance. "Transfer all your points over here, or don't blame us for taking them by force." Hearing this, the surrounded squad looked anxious, but some refused to hand over their points. The next instant, a thunderous attack ripped through the air, striking the professional who refused to hand over his points. The impact caused the professional to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, losing control of his bowels. Witnessing this gruesome fate, the remaining squad members reluctantly transferred their points. After all, suffering such a humiliating fate in public was utterly mortifying. Even passing squads found their path blocked by the thunder. My rule is simple: pluck the feathers from the geese that pass, and strip the hides from the beasts that flee. The voice of the handsome young man rang out, his gaze fixed on the teams preparing to leave. "What gives? We earned every single point by hunting those beasts." A squad leader protested indignantly. "Why?" "Because I have the strength." The handsome youth snorted coldly, then a powerful surge of electricity instantly enveloped them all. In his eyes, the squads and the marked beasts were merely tools for him to rack up points. His points had crushed the second-place contender by a landslide precisely because of these two methods of earning them. After sensing his astonishing power, the other professionals had no choice but to hand over their points. "This guy is way too aggressive, openly plundering others' points like that." Pang Qingfeng couldn't stand the sight of that dashing young man. Ouyang Yue gazed at the handsome youth suspended mid-air. His name is Yang Yongming. He's the prodigy of the Yang family, possessing dual professions. Jiang Feng also studied the information panel of the man named Yang Yongming with keen interest. Thunder Mage, Swift Blade Warrior? His strength likely far surpasses other practitioners at the same level. "Let's go. There's no need to waste time fighting him," Ouyang Yue said. While she didn't exactly despise Yang Yongming's actions, she certainly harbored no fondness for him either. Yet Yang Yongming had spotted Ouyang Yue instantly. With a flash of movement, he appeared before the group. "Yue, it's been a while. I heard your skills have improved. How about we spar?" A confident smile played on Yang Yongming's lips. At his side stood a stunning woman clutching an emerald green bow. In his eyes, among all the practitioners venturing into the secret realm this time, only Ouyang Yue, the holy ice mage, was worthy of being his opponent. "But I have no interest in fighting you." Ouyang Yue refused outright. At that moment, the woman with the emerald bow noticed the Fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Her eyes lit up with delight. She turned to Yang Yongming and pouted. "Young Master Yang, I really like that bow and arrow." Yang Yongming glanced at Jiang Feng, who wore the 10,000 phenomena mask, then his gaze settled on the longbow. The next second, the Fire Dragon King longbow's information appeared before his eyes. "An epic tier longbow?" Yang Yongming was taken aback. Epic tier weapons were priceless pieces of equipment. He then addressed Jiang Feng, "Name your price." "I want that bow." "Sure thing. Sell me the woman beside you, and this bow is yours." Beneath the mask, Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of mockery. Chapter 91, Ouyang Yue's Warning. Hearing this, Yang Yongming's brows furrowed, his expression darkening instantly. This reckless fool dared speak to him like that it was nothing short of a provocation. Pang Qingfeng secretly shot Jiang Feng an admiring glance. This was the Yang family's prodigy, a revered figure of unparalleled talent. Anyone who dared to tease him like this would likely lose half their life. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng and coldly demanded, "Who do you think you are, daring to covet my woman?" "Oh? It was you who coveted my longbow first." Jiang Feng's tone held not a shred of fear. Ouyang Yue addressed Yang Yongming with a cold expression. "I advise you to treat my friend with respect. Provoke him, and I fear even your entire Yang family won't be able to protect you." At these words, not only did the expressions of the few people in the squad shift visibly, all eyes turned to the masked Jiang Feng, their minds racing with speculation about the true identity of this fourth-tier archer. Hearing this, Yang Yongming's brow furrowed. Had anyone else uttered those words, they would likely have dismissed it as mere bragging. But coming from Ouyang Yue, it carried weight. After all, Ouyang Yue held a status equal to Yang Yongming's. Both were prodigies that the two great families of Tianjing held in high esteem. Yet Ouyang Yue delivered it with a warning tone. This clearly indicated that the masked man beside her was no ordinary individual. Though Yang Yongming acted with reckless abandon, it didn't mean he was foolish. Upon hearing those words, he naturally abandoned any thoughts of causing trouble for Jiang Feng. After all, a fourth-tier archer possessing an epic-tier longbow. was itself a testament to the formidable power backing the masked man. Of course, though he thought this privately, he still needed to save face publicly. His expression carried a hint of cold arrogance as he declared, "For Yue's sake, retract what you just said, and I'll let it slide." After all, as a prodigy, he couldn't help but carry a certain pride. But the stunningly beautiful woman clutched by Yang Yongming didn't believe Ouyang Yue's words at all. After all, the Yang family was one of the 3 major powerhouse clans in Tianjing. How could someone hiding behind a mask possibly have such deep connections? Most crucially, Jiang Feng's earlier words had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Being treated like merchandise felt like being treated like a whore. And she genuinely coveted that legendary Fire Dragon King longbow. Young Master Yang, that man's words were clearly meant to belittle you. If you can swallow your pride, the rest of us certainly can't. As she spoke, the exquisite woman pressed her chest against him. Most men wouldn't risk losing face in front of such a beauty. But upon hearing those words, Yang Yongming slapped her across the face. Smack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the air. A bright red handprint appeared on the exquisite woman's face. Yue is my friend, and her friends are my friends too. If you dare speak like that again, you can get out right now. Yang Yongming's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Making enemies over a woman? That wasn't his style. After all, women were merely tools for his amusement. Witnessing this scene, the others were stunned, their conviction about Jiang Feng's terrifying status only deepening. The exquisite woman, struck by that slap, dared not utter a sound. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. It seemed Yang Yongming wasn't some brainless prodigy after all. Seizing the shift in topic, Yang Yongming turned his gaze back to Ouyang Yue and proposed. How about we have a sparring match? If you win, I'll transfer all the points I've earned to you. If you lose, you hand over all your team's points. What do you say? As he spoke, several members of Yang Yongming's team had already surrounded them. Clearly, whether Ouyang Yue agreed or not, they intended to seize the points by force. Within this trial dungeon, even if killed, one would only be forced to exit the instance there was no real danger to life. Ouyang Yue recognized this fact immediately, choosing combat without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted from her body. A powerful icy force radiated outward from her, rapidly spreading across a 100-meter radius. Good. Very good. Let me see what you're made of. Yang Yongming's lips curled upward as a heart-stopping thunderstorm erupted around him. Simultaneously, an epic wind thunder sword, crackling with lightning, appeared in his hand. The combined power of his dual professions propelled his combat prowess to new heights. The extraordinary spectacle erupting between the two was sharp and intense. Numerous practitioners were drawn to the scene by the extraordinary display. Look! It's the prodigies of the Yang and Ouyang families displaying their formidable power. To witness a battle between prodigies with our own eyes, this should be quite the spectacle. I wonder who holds the upper hand in strength. That's obvious. Yang Yongming, with his 2 top-tier professions, is clearly the stronger one. Alright, who dares to bet against our team? I'll put all our team points on the line. Damn it, Yang Yongming already took all your points. What are you betting with? Trying to get something for nothing, huh? Then we'll bet 1,000,000 Federation credits on Yang Yongming's victory. Alright, we're in. Overhearing the professionals' conversation nearby, Pang Qingfeng's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Hold on, don't start fighting yet. Let me place my bet first. He wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity to rake in extra cash. The others understood his reasoning. After all, this money was practically free money. After placing their bets, Pang Qingfeng stood before Jiang Feng and declared, Brother Jiang, I'll cover your back this time. We absolutely have to secure this victory. Got it, Jiang Feng replied with a confident smile. As Yang Yongming and Ouyang Yue commenced their duel, both teams' members plunged into all-out combat. The exquisite woman's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Feng. Even now, her face still throbbed with pain. She drew her bow and unleashed a volley of arrows at Jiang Feng. The whistling arrows swiftly closed in on Jiang Feng. At that moment, Pang Qingfeng clasped his arms together, the armor on his forearms directly blocking the incoming arrows. His Blood Warrior class not only granted him exceptionally high health, but his passive talent also boosted his defense. Compared to warriors of the same level, his health and defense were roughly 60% higher. He was essentially a human meat shield. Jiang Feng reacted just as swiftly, raising the Fire Dragon King longbow in the next instant and drawing it back with all his might, unleashing an arrow at the exquisite woman. Under the overwhelming barrage of fire, the exquisite woman found herself nearly without cover. She could only scramble for cover, hiding behind a thick ancient tree. At that moment, an assassin blurred into motion, streaking toward Jiang Feng. Chapter 92. Do you need me to intervene? If they could eliminate this archer, the battle would swing back under their control. Wanlong, why the hell are you tanking? Get the hell back here. Pang Qingfeng watched the guy still acting as a tank, trading blows with the enemy, and his temper flared. Wanlong remained impassive upon hearing this, for he had bet everything on Yang Yongming's victory. So he'd been holding back the entire time. After all, he knew that no matter how powerful Ouyang Yue was, she was still just a mage class. Yang Yongming, however, was not only a thunder mage but also a swordsman. In a battle with such a disadvantage, the odds of victory were clearly slim. At that moment, Lu Xiangling immediately activated her eye technique, drawing the assassin into her illusory realm. Yet the assassin class player clearly held back, and in the split second before being trapped in the illusion, he had already launched a flying dagger toward Jiang Feng. Pang Qingfeng tried to intervene, but the archer in the distance gave him no chance. Seizing the opening, Jiang Feng unleashed another volley. A long string of flaming arrows pierced the assassin's body. Yet the flying blade failed to pierce even Jiang Feng's skin. The entire scene left everyone dumbstruck. Holy, brother Jiang, you're still alive? Pang Qingfeng stared wide-eyed at Jiang Feng, utterly incredulous. In such a short time, he'd had no chance to use his life-saving items. Moreover, life-saving items were extremely expensive. And unless absolutely necessary, even if expelled from the instance, most people wouldn't use them lightly. What they didn't know was that Jiang Feng's symbiosis effect had upgraded, allowing him to redirect damage into his beast space even without summoning his beast. It could be said that Jiang Feng's current health pool was in the millions. Even if the two prodigies, Yang Yongming and Ouyang Yue, unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously, they couldn't possibly take down Jiang Feng in an instant. What ordinary people saw as geniuses and powerhouses were merely the threshold for facing Jiang Feng. Within just a few exchanges, Yang Yongming's 4 teammates were all knocked offline, forcibly ejected from the instance. Pang Qingfeng stared blankly at the vanishing figures, feeling like his own tanking role had become redundant. Ha! Those useless fools got taken out that fast? Yang Yongming, locked in combat with Ouyang Yue, caught a glimpse of the others being kicked from the instance. Still, in his eyes, it was all thanks to the power of that epic tier fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Fine. Let them see that true prodigies aren't compensated for by numbers alone. With Yang Yongming's cold shout, his aura surged once more. Rolling bolts of celestial lightning crackled across the sky. Suddenly, they crashed down upon the forest below, like apocalyptic thunderbolts. Countless spectator squads were instantly swept out of the instance. Yang Yongming is simply too powerful. That must be his ultimate skill as a thunder mage, right? Indeed. And his other class, the swordsman, also possesses an ultimate skill. Who among the younger generation of Great Yen could possibly rival him? Looks like the Ouyang family's prodigy is doomed to lose this time. After all, sheer numbers don't count for much against overwhelming power. Pang Qingfeng's face instantly drained of color. It's over. I bet everything I own on this. I'm ruined. He wanted to slap himself silly right then and there. He felt like dying. At that moment, Ouyang Yue's expression turned grave as her magical power surged to its fullest, causing the frigid aura to intensify once more. From the raging blizzard emerged a majestic ice dragon, its body stretching nearly 1,000 feet. Its massive jaws opened wide, lunging toward Yang Yongming to devour him. Is this your ultimate skill? Then witness my self-created fusion technique. Yang Yongming's lips curled into a sneer. A dazzling purple lightning blow erupted from the wind thunder sword in his hand. With a sudden burst of power, he swung his sword at the ice dragon. This strike was called the Thunderbolt Gale Slash. A ferocious gale, carrying terrifying thunder, tore through the void, striking down with unstoppable force. The spectacle was immense and awe-inspiring. Boom! The ice dragon barely lasted 2 breaths under this strike. Its icy head began to shatter violently, followed by its entire 1,000-foot-long body disintegrating. All present stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shock at the scene. As the ice dragon shattered, Ouyang Yue also suffered severe injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She had lost. Yet the surging thunderous sword energy showed no sign of stopping. Swept toward Ouyang Yue with overwhelming force. Just as everyone thought she was about to be forcibly expelled from the dungeon, a figure stepped before her. Need me to step in? Jiang Feng looked at her, his voice carrying a hint of gentle amusement. Ouyang Yue stared blankly at the masked Jiang Feng, momentarily speechless. Behind him, a thunderous sword she carrying the might to annihilate all things surged toward them in an instant. Jiang Feng sheathed his longbow and met the surging thunderous sword energy with a palm strike. Boom! 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 The surging sword energy Jiang Feng blocked could not advance a single inch further. Jiang Feng himself, however, stood as immovable as a mountain. The sword she carved a trench over 10 meters deep into the ground on both sides. At that moment, everyone was utterly stunned. The masked archer had actually caught Yang Yongming's signature strike with a single hand. How was this possible? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have dared believe it was real. Yang Yongming, suspended in midair, stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what had just occurred. His strike was so devastating that not even a 4th-tier cultivator would dare to block it head-on, let alone a 7th-tier powerhouse. And now, seemingly blocked by a casual palm strike? You! How could you possibly block my strike? In that moment, this top-tier prodigy was plunged into self-doubt. Ever since he had created this peerless sword technique, no one at his level had ever managed to block it. It could be said he had never missed. I'll give you another chance. If you can injure me within 10 minutes, our team's entire points will be transferred to you. Jiang Feng looked at Yang Yongming, his gaze as still as a calm lake. Truth be told, Jiang Feng admired Yang Yongming's strength. After all, the great Yan Empire needed strong warriors. Given time, Yang Yongming might well become a legendary powerhouse renowned across the land. Yang Yongming's heart burned with rage at Jiang Feng's gaze. He could clearly sense that it was the gaze of a superior looking down upon an inferior. As an unparalleled prodigy, his pride absolutely refused to tolerate such treatment. And what's more, this guy was practically the same age as him. Are you looking down on me? Raging flames burned in his eyes as his aura erupted uncontrollably. The sky instantly darkened with storm clouds, and countless thunderclaps roared like the heavens' wrath. Though I don't know how you blocked my strike, you shall pay for your arrogance. Chapter 93, Will you follow me? Outside the instance, numerous adventurers had been forcibly ejected. The high-ranking members of the three major families couldn't help but frown at the sight. They had no recollection of setting up a boss capable of instantly wiping out adventurers on such a large scale within the secret realm. What on earth was going on? Soon, as the expelled adventurers explained the reason, they finally understood. Yet they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The prodigy of the Yang family possessed such terrifying strength. Though only at the 5th transformation level, their explosive power was utterly comparable to that of 7th transformation experts. The expression on Ouyang family head's face darkened slightly. Judging by this, his daughter would likely struggle to defeat Yang Yongming. The Yang family elders wore smug expressions. Their family's prodigy alone could suppress the prodigies of the other two major families. At that moment, Yang Yongming's magical power surged violently within him. The heavens and earth were stirred by swirling winds and crashing thunder. The forest below swayed violently in the gale. The onlookers, all practitioners, paled at the sight and hastily retreated. Jiang Feng's sleeves flapped wildly in the gale, yet his body remained utterly still amidst the raging winds. Yang Yongming's long sword transformed into a coiling dragon, its tip covered in dense thunder patterns. In the next instant, he swung his sword at Jiang Feng. The surging sword energy formed a terrifying whirlwind, carrying boundless, violent thunderous power that rippled through space. In the blink of an eye, it reached Jiang Feng. With this strike, he would make this audacious upstart who dared to look down on him understand what absolute power truly meant. Yet Jiang Feng merely raised his hand slightly, effortlessly blocking the raging sword energy. This strike, which should have been devastating, didn't even leave a scratch on Jiang Feng's hand. Shock. An indescribable look of shock spread across Yang Yongming's face. The same stunned expression spread across the faces of the onlookers in the distance. This can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Yongming's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. Immediately, he unleashed wave after wave of sword energy from within his body, striking toward Jiang Feng. Raging thunder sword chi surged down like a violent storm. Simultaneously, countless rolling thunderbolts, like divine punishment, pounded down upon Jiang Feng. Even a 7th transformation expert couldn't withstand his full force assault. Yet even under such a ferocious onslaught, Jiang Feng's figure remained unshakable. The surrounding forest had been reduced to scorched earth by the thunderous sword chi. Yet Jiang Feng stood his ground, not shifting his feet even an inch from start to finish. Holy crap, is this guy even human? That terrifying defense, even a 7th rank powerhouse specializing in defense would be left in the dust. You're absolutely right, but let's keep it civil, shall we? Everyone was stunned, especially considering this guy was just in archer class. Could he possibly be wearing some god-tier protective gear? Yet after scrutinizing him closely, they detected no aura of any item around Jiang Feng. That guy was actually taking Yang Yongming's attacks head-on with his bare body and remained completely unscathed. Yang Yongming, suspended in the sky, was utterly dumbfounded, even questioning whether he was hallucinating. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have been taken out in a single strike by now. Yet the howling winds whipping past his ears made it painfully clear this was no illusion. Even unleashing his ultimate trump card felt like punching cotton against this god-tier defense. How the hell did you pull that off? Yang Yongming fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng as his aura steadily weakened. This time, he had given it his all, yet hadn't managed to scratch the guy. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward. Simple. I'm just using defensive power to block your attacks. Hearing this, Yang Yongming nearly lost his composure, furious enough to spit blood. He knew full well this man possessed terrifying defensive power, but how could he have such absurdly high defense? Could it be that this guy was also a dual-class character? A marksman class as an archer and a tank class as a warrior? Your skill is impressive. Perhaps one day you'll grow strong enough to break through my defenses. As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly removed the mask from his face. Beneath the mask lay the face of a youth, fair as jade and strikingly handsome. It's you. Yang Yongming's pupils dilated as he stared at Jiang Feng's face in disbelief. This shock surpassed even the moment he'd witnessed Jiang Feng deflect his attack. This was the same man who had single-handedly annihilated the envoys of 7 nations, a peerless Beast Tamer of legendary strength. Such power was beyond even his own reach. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Jiang Feng. Who would have thought this revered titan would participate in the 3 great families' trials? Pang Qingfeng stared at Jiang Feng in utter disbelief. I just called the top-tier Beastmaster brother? Wang Long was equally stunned. The memory of his earlier disrespectful tone toward Jiang Feng instantly drenched his back in cold sweat. He was grateful the master had a forgiving temper and didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, he would have been instantly obliterated. At this moment, Jiang Feng's mere revelation of his true form radiated an aura of invincibility. No wonder I couldn't scratch you. I lost fair and square. Yang Yongming gave a bitter smile, and the phrase "a mayfly shaking a tree" came to mind. Your strength and talent are formidable. Would you be willing to follow me? Jiang Feng looked at Yang Yongming with a hint of admiration in his eyes. My goal is to conquer the cosmos. Will you become the sharp blade in my hand? This Yang Yongming possessed both talent and strength, yet before someone like me a cheat code he still seemed so insignificant. Still, with proper cultivation, he could become a formidable asset. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yongming's entire body trembled, and the gloom in his eyes instantly brightened. To follow such a terrifyingly powerful figure, a peerless prodigy beyond compare, was an opportunity he could never pass up in his lifetime. I will follow you. Yang Yongming answered with unwavering resolve. Very well. I possess the legacy of a great master of the sword way. I shall entrust it to you now. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Feng transferred the sword path inheritance of the Holy Lord of Lanyun to him. After all, as a non-swordsman, it would be of little use to him. Entrusting the legacy to him also served to find a successor for the Holy Lord of Lanyun. The moment the inheritance was transmitted, Yang Yongming's eyes blazed with light, his expression trembling with excitement. With this inheritance, his strength would skyrocket. Thank you, Your Excellency. I swear to follow you to the death. Yang Yongming expressed his profound gratitude to Jiang Feng. This legacy was of extraordinary value, yet the noble lord had gifted it to him with a mere wave of his hand. It was clear how much he valued him. From now on, just call me young Master Jiang. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod, a satisfied expression crossing his face. It meant he'd have someone to assist him in future battles across the cosmos. The thought of Yang Yongming declaring years later that following him had been the luckiest decision of his life. Especially after adding the caveat, of course, that's all in the past, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 94, I just teleported right in. At that moment, on the leaderboard outside the instance, everyone watched as Yang Yongming, who had dominated the top spot, plummeted instantly to last place. Yang Yue's team's score had now taken the top spot. Shock spread across the faces of the 3 major clans' leaders. This meant Yang Yongming had actually been defeated. Ha! It seems the prodigy of the Yang family truly has the edge. The Yang family's high-ranking members now wore expressions of pure excitement. Meanwhile, the Yang family's elders frowned in disbelief their prodigy had actually lost. Yang Yue had undeniably become the undisputed top prodigy among the 3 great families. For this trial's rewards, they had indeed offered quite a few precious items. Originally, they had assumed Yang Yongming would claim first place, and these items were intended as an indirect reward for him. But unexpectedly, he had lost. This was a major loss. Sharing the same grim expressions as the Yang family elders were the professionals who had bet on Yang Yongming's victory. Many had placed hefty wagers, only to see it all go down the drain. These people looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, and some even buried their heads in their hands and wept. Damn it, all my money's gone. Damn it, that was my wedding fund plus a huge loan. Looks like I'll have to rely on my hand for the rest of my life. I borrowed a huge sum too. Even if I had 10 kidneys, I couldn't pay it back now. Someone tried to offer comfort. Look at that guy over there, he just lost 10 million and he's not even flinching. As he spoke, he pointed to a professional player with a blank, dazed expression. His gear was only high-tier silver grade. Even after losing 10 million, he remained utterly unmoved. Soon, someone wiped away tears, walked over, and patted the man on the shoulder, asking in confusion. Buddy, your gear and body parts together aren't worth 10 million. You've lost everything, how can you stay so calm? 10 million in debt? Death settles it all. The man gave a dull chuckle, then blankly picked up a long blade, preparing to end it all. This money was borrowed from various black market platforms. Now that it was all gone, he was finished. Holy, bro, don't do this. Money can be earned back, but once you're dead, you lose everything. The professional gambler snatched the long knife from his hand, stopping him from taking his own life. Hearing this, 2 streams of cloudy tears rolled down his cheeks. I'm not giving up, I just want to restart. As the trial concluded, Yang Yue led Jiang Feng out. The head of the Yang family hurriedly led the clan's high-ranking members to greet them personally. When he caught sight of Jiang Feng standing nearby, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. Could this be the pretty boy his daughter was keeping on the side? When the senior family member beside him pointed at Jiang Feng, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. You are the top-tier beastmaster who slew the envoys of the 7 nations? The words exploded like thunder in the Ouyang family head's mind. Yet he also felt fortunate he hadn't spoken earlier. Had he unleashed a torrent of scolding? The Ouyang family would likely be expelled from the 3 great clans today. The high-ranking members of the other 2 families were equally stunned by Jiang Feng's appearance. They now understood why their own prodigy had suffered such a crushing defeat. It turned out his opponent wasn't Ouyang Yue, but this extraordinary beastmaster. The 2 families shot strange glances at the Ouyang family's elders. Damn you, Ouyang family. Hiring a superpowered stand-in? That's nothing but cheating. But they dared only mutter their complaints under their breath. Not only could Yang Yongming not defeat Jiang Feng, even if every member of the Yang family joined forces, they'd likely last only a few minutes. This one is Ouyang Shao. Greetings, Your Excellency. Ouyang Shao greeted Jiang Feng with utmost courtesy. Jiang Feng smiled and waved his hand. Uncle, you're too kind. Uncle? Ouyang Shao froze upon hearing this, momentarily doubting his own ears. Such a terrifying beastmaster was actually calling him uncle? After all, though this Beast Tamer appeared so young, his actual age was likely greater than even his own great-grandfather's. Not just him, even the high-ranking members of the 3 great families found it hard to believe Jiang Feng was only 20. How could a mere 20-year-old become the master of several ancient great beast tamers? Truthfully, it wasn't their fault. After all, if this truth were spoken aloud, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. At this moment, a senior member of the Yang family noticed something amiss and murmured in confusion. Hold on, wasn't this trial instance set to only allow access to practitioners below the 6th transformation? Is there a problem? Then how did that beastmaster get in? At this question, everyone froze in shock. They had implemented multiple layers of verification specifically to prevent any powerhouses above the 6th transformation from entering. Even if a higher-tier powerhouse tried to conceal their rank, they'd be detected instantly. At this point, Ouyang Shao also asked Jiang Feng with some curiosity, Sir, I wonder what method you used to conceal your cultivation level. Method? I just teleported straight in. Jiang Feng chuckled. This statement stunned them. Could it be that the instance had malfunctioned? A 7th-tier elite from the Yang family attempted to enter the instance but was immediately blocked. Could it be that this top-tier beastmaster, whose strength was unmatched, hadn't even reached the 6th tier? Then what is your current level? Ouyang Shao cautiously inquired. 4th tier, level 150, Jiang Feng replied directly. This single statement left the 3 major families' leaders in a state of stunned silence. You possess several ancient great beast tamers, yet you claim you haven't even reached the 5th transformation? Was he treating them like fools? I never expected you to be so witty and humorous, sir. Ouyang Zhao's smile seemed slightly stiff, then he appeared to recall something and asked, By the way, I heard from Yue that you wish to borrow our Ouyang family's spatial compass? That's correct. Would it be possible for you to lend it to me, uncle? Jiang Feng inquired. Ouyang Shao gave an awkward chuckle. Unfortunately, it was borrowed by the leader of the Rose Guild half a month ago. The Rose Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in Great Yen. Moreover, the guild only accepts female members, with specific requirements for appearance and physique. Thus, its members were all female adventurers, each quite attractive. However, Ouyang Shao quickly added, I've already notified them to return it promptly. But it seems their guild is facing some issues at the moment, making it temporarily unavailable. If you need it urgently, you could go directly to their guild to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded. Then I'm truly grateful, uncle. He knew the Rose Guild must be facing a thorny problem, one even the Ouyang family couldn't easily resolve. Ouyang Shao clearly hoped he would help retrieve the spatial compass for them. Chapter 95, The 10,000 Poisons Sect. The Rose Guild was located in Yunhai City, in the southern part of the Great Yen Empire. With a population nearing 10 million, Yunhai City was an exceptionally bustling metropolis. Jiang Feng immediately summoned the Blazing Heaven Falcon to Yunhai City. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar force within him since advancing to the demigod profession. He crossed his legs on the fiery falcon's feathered back, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed this force within him. As Jiang Feng channeled it, the force surged through his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. The sensation felt like a profound cleansing of his very essence, utterly mystical. As impurities and toxins continuously exuded from his skin, Jiang Feng, already handsome, underwent a profound transformation. His skin grew fairer, his facial contours more defined, his jawline sharp and pronounced. His profile now radiated a certain rugged determination. Beneath his clothing, his physique was now perfectly proportioned, with defined abdominal muscles radiating a unique beauty. A divine aura now emanated from his brow. He was practically unrecognizable compared to his former self. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd undergone a complete transformation. Beyond the physical transformation, his stats had also skyrocketed. Perched atop a mountain where clouds billowed like seas, a simple courtyard stood. Within the courtyard, over 100 children were submerged in cauldrons of poison. Pain twisted their faces. their skin covered in dense clusters of black toxins and fist-sized pus-filled boils. Some had been reduced entirely by the venomous liquid, turning into pools of foul-smelling sludge. An elder with hair streaked black and white stood at the front, carefully observing the children immersed in the cauldrons. In less than 10 minutes, more than half of the children had been corroded by the venom. Is this batch of children's constitution still inadequate? A sinister gleam flickered in the old man's eyes. To successfully forge the 10,000 poison body, he had already sacrificed nearly 10,000 children for experimentation. And these children were all carefully nurtured by him. Yet to this day, not a single one had proven capable of withstanding the venom's corrosive effects. As his gaze shifted, the old man's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze locked onto a delicate little girl in the corner. Her eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat forming densely on her forehead as she writhed in agony. The pitch-black venom seeped into her skin, rapidly turning her body dark. Yet, as time passed, she had completely absorbed the venom, her flesh regaining its fair and delicate appearance. This scene caused the old man's breathing to grow slightly ragged. Has she finally succeeded? He stared at the child as if he had found a priceless treasure, simultaneously sensing the aura of profounding poison emanating from her. Yet to forge the 10,000 poisons body, several most precious ingredients were still required. Most had already been gathered, leaving only one sacred grade 9 depths sacred heart lotus remaining. Once this little girl fused with the 9 depths sacred heart lotus, she would possess terrifying venomous power and an indestructible body. She would become the 10,000 poisons body, a power lost to legend for centuries. Centuries ago, a being possessing the 10,000 poisons body had once emerged. With his venom alone, he transformed an entire nation into a land saturated with toxic miasma, barren and lifeless, where even the slightest contact meant certain death. To this day, the ruins of that nation remain known as an absolute forbidden zone. Should his experimental method succeed, it would bring the 10,000 poisons body back into the world. It would also make the 10,000 poisons sect's name reverberate across the world. Seeing the poisonous liquid in the vat where the little girl was submerged had dried up, the old man hastily poured the contents of the other vats where children had already dissolved into venom back into the little girl's vat. After all, this vat of poisonous liquid was not cheap to produce, it couldn't be wasted like this. At that moment, a figure flickered into existence behind him, reporting in a deep voice. Chairman, our operation has failed. Though we released the miasmic poisonous mist within the Rose Guild, our men were also killed by the Rose Guild's powerful fighters. The purpose of this operation was to retrieve the sealed, saint-grade material, the 9 depths sacred heart lotus. The Rose Guild had acquired a sealed saint-grade material at an auction, the 9 depths sacred heart lotus. Unfortunately, the failure of this operation meant the Rose Guild would inevitably tighten its defenses. It would be exceedingly difficult for their agents to infiltrate the Rose Guild again. Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "In that case, dispatch men to arrest key members of the Rose Guild en masse. I believe by holding their lives as leverage, the Rose Guild will inevitably yield to our demands." Yes. The figure nodded in agreement before vanishing once more. Outskirts of Yunhai City. Several men ambushed a woman clad in combat gear. She was one of the core members of the Rose Guild, named Shinchunying. "Hehe, sweetheart, you're not getting away." The leader of the group leered unabashedly at her pretty face and voluptuous curves. "They say every woman in the Rose Guild is top tier. Wonder what it'd be like to taste one?" Shinchunying's expression darkened instantly. "Who the hell are you?" she snapped coldly. As she spoke, power surged within her, ready to strike back at the men. Yet the next moment, her body felt as though it were being devoured by a million ants, the agony overwhelming. Her complexion instantly drained of color. "Heh, I advise you not to waste your strength. The more you struggle, the faster the toxin will spread through your body." The leader sneered coldly, "If you cooperate willingly and let us have our fun, I might grant you the antidote to alleviate the poison." Hearing this, Shinchunying instantly guessed their identities and demanded, "Are you from the 10,000 Poisons sect?" Only the 10,000 Poisons sect excelled at poisoning silently and without trace. "Correct. If you know what's good for you, cooperate quietly. We won't take your life." The leader's lips curled into a smug grin as he slowly approached her. A pair of rough hands prepared to give her a thorough massage. "Even if I die, I will never be defiled by you beasts." A cold glint flashed in Shinchunying's eyes. The 10,000 Poisons sect was notorious for its depravity and treachery. They also had a habit of stealing and abducting children. Anyone confirmed to be a member of the 10,000 Poisons sect was executed on the spot, without any legal recourse. Moreover, these Wantua sect members had invaded their Rose Guild, clearly coveting the guild's treasures. As she spoke, Shinchunying swung her weapon, preparing to strike back. Yet the very motion of her arm triggered excruciating pain, draining her of all strength in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, unable even to muster the energy to stand. "Heh, no need to resist so fiercely," the leader remarked as he approached her. He then pulled a poison pill from his spatial ring, flashing a peculiar grin. "You know what this is, don't you? This concoction used to be called the Union Powder. Once ingested, if the woman doesn't copulate with a man within half an hour, she'll drop dead on the spot. Chapter 96 Holy, testing officials with this? And once it takes effect, it completely robs you of your reason, turning you into a heat-crazed. At these words, Shin Chunying's face turned as white as paper. She'd rather kill herself or get sterilized than be defiled by these beasts. But now she couldn't muster any power within her body, leaving her completely at their mercy. The leader immediately pried her lips open with his fingers and shoved the poison pill inside. He then forced a bottle of water down her throat, making her swallow it all. Panic flashed in Shin Chunying's eyes as she frantically reached to gag herself, trying to vomit it out. But the man seized her wrist. His eyes burned with lust and he licked his lips unconsciously. He didn't need to use force at all. He only had to wait for the poison to take effect, and this woman would become a toy for them to toy with. You damned beasts! Shin Chunying's beautiful eyes flushed crimson. In her despair, she felt nothing but utter humiliation. She had always kept herself pure, remaining untouched to this day. Yet now she was about to be defiled by these beasts of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even if she wanted to die now, she couldn't. Seeing Shin Chunying's expression of utter humiliation, the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect wore lewd, unrestrained grins. They intended to toy with this woman thoroughly before taking her back to be imprisoned. Just as they were about to unfasten the combat suit she wore, they suddenly felt the air grow scorching hot, and the sky's light became blindingly harsh. "Ha! Why am I suddenly feeling so hot?" one of the Wanta sect men murmured in confusion. Surely it was this girl who had consumed the union powder, so why were they feeling the heat too? Could the potency be so strong it infected them all? Just as they were about to proceed, a shrill screech pierced the sky above. The group instantly looked up to see a massive, menacing bird of prey streaking across the sky, its golden flames blazing. That's an ancient flying beast. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the blazing halo falcon. The terrifying aura emanating from the ancient-grade mount instantly made their legs go weak and sent shivers down their spines. They froze in their tracks, intending to wait until this terrifying beast departed before acting. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing both arms of the group in an instant. As Jiang Feng descended, fear and shock filled their eyes, as if they were witnessing a deity. Their bodies shook violently as they cried out, "Master, we were wrong. We don't want this woman. Please spare our lives." Shin Chunying, too, stared at Jiang Feng with a look of awe, as if witnessing a god descending from the heavens. In the final moment before she lost consciousness, she hurriedly cried out, "Sir, these men are beasts from the 10,000 Poisons sect. I implore you, senior, to execute them on the spot." 10,000 Poisons sect? Jiang Feng pondered briefly. This organization seemed to be listed on the Great Yan Empire's heretical cult registry. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he instantly discerned the men's identities. So they truly are the scum of the 10,000 Poisons sect. No wonder they dared to commit such heinous acts in broad daylight. Jiang Feng raised his finger slightly, and the sword spirit instantly slit their throats. When he reached Shin Chunying's side, he found her completely unconscious. Her entire body felt feverish, her face flushed crimson, and her temperature was alarmingly high. The toxins within her body had now fully taken effect. Unconscious, she felt only the burning heat within her body. Instinctively, she began stripping off her clothes, seeking relief from the scorching sensation. She even embraced Jiang Feng of her own accord, as if desperately seeking something. "Ha! I did save you, but you don't have to be this enthusiastic, do you?" Jiang Feng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But at this moment, Shin Chunying could no longer hear anyone's words. Completely lost in a haze of sensual surrender. "Damn, testing officials with this?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her delicate form. But he quickly sensed something was off. He immediately used his true vision eye to scan the woman's information and status. So she's been poisoned with a love potion by those Wanta sect bastards. No wonder she's so fiery. Jiang Feng murmured to himself before producing an antidote pill for her to take. Before he could even place the pill in her mouth, she began sucking hard on his finger. A wave of warmth spread through his finger, causing it to twitch involuntarily. However, even after taking the antidote, Shin Chunying showed no signs of relief. This poison from the 10,000 Poisons sect is quite potent, even a high-quality antidote pill can't counteract it. Watching Shin Chunying engulfed in flames, Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. "Very well, I suppose I'll have to see this through to the end." After all, though he was a man of principle, he couldn't stand by and watch someone die. He had to find another solution. Half a day later, seeing Shin Chunying fully recovered, a faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips. His efforts hadn't been in vain, he'd finally pulled her back from the brink of death. "Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Shin Chunying of the Rose Guild." Shin Chunying stood up, her expression solemn as she thanked Jiang Feng. Though she didn't know how the poison had been neutralized, seeing her clothes intact, she realized she had narrowly avoided being defiled by those beasts of the 10,000 Poisons sect. During their conversation, Jiang Feng learned that the Rose Guild had acquired a sealed Saint Tier material half a month prior. However, the 10,000 Poisons sect coveted this item and infiltrated the Rose Guild's base. Just as the Rose Guild retrieved the Holy Tier material using their spatial compass, The 10,000 Poisons sect suddenly moved to seize it. They failed, however. Though the Wanta sect members were killed on the spot, they released an extremely potent toxic miasma throughout the base before dying. The Rose Guild's elite joined forces to suppress the toxic mist, preventing its spread. Otherwise, half of Yunhai City might have become a toxic wasteland. But eliminating the toxins proved extremely troublesome. They tried various items to no avail. Thus, Shen Chunying was tasked with finding a solution to neutralize the toxic mist. Unexpectedly, she was ambushed midway. No worries. I have a solution for the toxic mist, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Shen Chunying's face lit up with excitement. You mean it? If they could clear the toxic miasma, they could retrieve the spatial compass and the 9-depths sacred heart lotus. Chapter 97, Yi Lanqing. Upon arriving at the Rose Guild, Jiang Feng discovered its base was exceptionally vast. Moreover, as he moved about, he noticed that everyone passing by was uniformly beautiful young women, a sight that was quite pleasing to the eye. Even the slightly older women retained an enduring charm, possessing a unique allure. Many girls were also discreetly eyeing Jiang Feng, their cheeks flushed, looking somewhat starstruck. It was well known that the Rose Guild's base rarely permitted men to enter. Especially when they caught sight of Jiang Feng's handsome face. They felt as though they'd spotted a popular male celebrity, their hearts fluttering wildly. Soon, Shen Chunying led Jiang Feng to a dedicated reception lounge for guests. She then turned to report the news to the guild leader. In a luxurious yet uncluttered office. A woman who appeared to be in her late 30s yet still possessed an enduring charm. She was Hua Lingxi, the president of the Rose Guild. Hua Lingxi looked at Shen Chunying and asked, "Well, did you find a way to dispel the toxic miasma as I instructed?" Upon hearing this, Shen Chunying recounted her encounter with the sneak attack by the 10,000 Poisons sect. Hearing her account, Hua Lingxi's expression grew grave. I never imagined the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect could be so despicable. But the Wanta sect members were truly cunning. Even the Rose Guild, intent on eradicating them, struggled to locate their main base. It was as if the enemy lurked in the shadows while they operated in the open. Especially when she heard that Shen Chunying had been rescued and that the man possessed a solution to purge the toxic miasma from the base. A flicker of joy appeared in her eyes. Quickly, take me to meet that powerful individual. At that moment, a tall woman entered from the conference room doorway. She immediately shot Shen Chunying a scornful look and addressed Hua Lingxi. Teacher, don't let Shen Chunying fool you. She didn't bring back any powerful expert, she clearly just brought a pretty boy to our guild. Hua Lingxi looked at her in confusion and asked, what's going on? Before Shen Chunying could speak, the tall woman sneered. Teacher, you might not know this, but the man she brought back looks younger than me. Even our guild's 2 9-turn experts couldn't accomplish what he claims. How could that kid possibly manage it? In my opinion, Shen Chunying likely fell into the 10,000 Poisons sect's trap using this identity to infiltrate our base and steal the spatial compass and the 9-depths sacred heart lotus. Hearing this, Shen Chunying's expression darkened with anger. The woman speaking with such sarcasm was Yi Lanqing. Both she and Shen Chunying were students meticulously cultivated by guild leader Hua Lingxi. However, their relationship had always been strained, bordering on antagonistic. Shen Chunying hadn't expected Yi Lanqing to step forward at this moment to mock her and slander Jiang Feng. Seeing Shen Chunying's anger rise, Yi Lanqing's expression grew even more smug as she sneered. I was listening at the door just now. You claimed someone from the 10,000 Poisons sect drugged you with aphrodisiacs. Looks like you've not only been defiled, but you've lost your mind too. How could you possibly believe that pretty boy could purge the base of its toxic miasma? At his words, Shen Chunying's expression instantly turned icy. Her voice dripped with fury as she retorted, what did you say? Could it be you don't understand what I'm saying? Yi Lanqing snorted coldly. Or has that pretty boy fried your brain? How else could you possibly believe his nonsense? Shen Chunying gritted her teeth, pointing at her angrily. Yi Lanqing, are you out of your mind? I'm your senior sister. How dare you speak to me like this? A cold gleam flashed in Yi Lanqing's eyes as the aura of a 5th-tier cultivator erupted from her body, ready to teach Shen Chunying a lesson. I never considered you my senior sister. You're utterly unworthy of the title. Shen Chunying's expression remained icy, her aura matching Yi Lanqing's in intensity. Enough! Hua Lingxi stood up abruptly, slamming her hand on the table as she barked at both of them, calm down. Furrowing her brows, Hua Lingxi turned to Shen Chunying and demanded, what level of power does this man you mentioned possess? Shen Chunying hastily explained, teacher, though he's young, he possesses an ancient great beast. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Yi Lanqing couldn't help but snort derisively. You don't think before you speak. How could someone so young possess an ancient great beast tamer? Do you have any idea the immense cost involved in cultivating an ancient great beast? Why not just say he's that terrifying beastmaster who slaughtered the envoys of the 7 nations earlier? I think he's truly scrambled your brain. Hearing this, Hua Lingxi's frown deepened. She grew increasingly suspicious that Shen Chunying had been deceived. Had ancient tier beasts become as common as cabbages? Besides that peerlessly powerful beastmaster. Now another youngster had contracted an ancient grade beast master? Truthfully, Xinchunying couldn't be blamed. After all, when Jiang Feng annihilated the envoys of the Seven Nations, he unleashed the blazing halo falcon within the demigod realm. Moreover, after absorbing the feedback energy from the demigod's power, his appearance and aura underwent a profound transformation. That's why she failed to recognize Jiang Feng's identity. Seeing the doubt on her teacher's face, Xinchunying explained, "Teacher, trust me. If you truly don't believe me, you can have him try it and see for yourself." Yilanqing was the first to refuse. "No. If he truly is from the 10,000 Poison sect, do you realize the immense loss our Rose Guild would suffer if he stole 2 treasures and fled?" Xinchunying snapped, "You're just making excuses. Instead of finding a way to purge the miasma, you're doing everything in your power to obstruct the person I brought back. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're afraid that if the person I found truly removes the miasma, my achievements will forever overshadow yours." Exposed, Yilanqing's expression turned icy. "If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." "Enough. Both of you, stop arguing immediately." Hua Lingxi snapped, then turned to Xinchunying. "Take me to see him now." "Understood." Xinchunying nodded in agreement, then led Hua Lingxi to the waiting room to meet Jiang Feng. Yilanqing remained frozen in place, her expression dark and cold as she clenched her fists. Inside the waiting room of the Rose Guild, several Rose Guild members peered furtively at Jiang Feng from the doorway. They never imagined a guy could be this handsome. His looks could easily outshine any top-tier young heartthrob. Whether viewed from the side or head-on, his features were flawlessly perfect. He was the very embodiment of the Prince Charming they had always fantasized about. Jiang Feng watched the girl stealing glances at him with a smile in his eyes, a wave of emotion welling up inside him. If being handsome was a crime, then he was undoubtedly guilty of a capital offense. Chapter 98. What? You want a slap too? Several female members, flushed with courage, were about to step forward to ask for his contact information. But a stern reprimand from behind sent them scattering in fright. "Why aren't you all at your posts? What are you doing crowding around here?" At the sight of the guild leader approaching, the female members scattered like startled birds. Immediately after, 3 women approached Jiang Feng. A faint golden glow flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he took in the other two's information. The mature woman, still radiating charm, was at the 7th transformation level. Behind her stood another tall woman, a 5th transformation. However, the tall woman's gaze toward him seemed tinged with disgust. Hua Lingxi appraised Jiang Feng from head to toe while simultaneously using her appraisal skill to scan his information. Yet the next moment, her eyes widened in sudden shock. Because all of Jiang Feng's information was filled with question marks. Class? Level, 4th job, level 150. Skills? Combat power? She couldn't even discern the class panel of the youth before her, only managing to see his level. It was well known that for any class below 6th transformation, no hidden item could evade her appraisal skill. Unless this youth's class was some unseen, transcendent profession. But according to Xinchunying, wasn't he a Beast Tamer? Yet the extraordinary aura emanating from him, coupled with the divine radiance flickering between his brows. She could tell this youth's identity was far from ordinary. Realizing it was impolite to keep staring at Jiang Feng, Hua Lingxi spoke up. "I am Hua Lingxi, leader of the Rose Guild. Chunying mentioned you not only saved her but also possess a method to purge the miasmic poison?" Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled slightly and nodded. "That's correct. Lead the way." At that moment, Yilanqing sneered, "Humph, you really have some nerve. You think you can purge the miasmic poison? Teacher, do you truly believe this kid has such abilities? If he really has a solution, it can only mean he's from the 10,000 Poison sect." Her gaze suddenly turned icy as she pressed him with an accusatory expression. "Tell me, are you or are you not from the 10,000 Poison sect? Did you come to our Rose Guild to seize the spatial compass and the 9-depth sacred heart lotus?" Xinchunying's expression darkened, about to rebuke Yilanqing when Jiang Feng spoke up. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "By the way, who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Yilanqing wore an air of arrogance. "I am the guild leader's student and the eldest daughter of the Yi family of Yunhai City." However, the moment her words fell, Jiang Feng raised his hand and slapped her across the face, asking coldly, "Did I speak to you?" The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the room. Everyone present froze in shock. You dare hit me." Yilanqing clutched the bright red handprint on her cheek, glaring furiously at Jiang Feng. She never imagined this unknown pretty boy Xinchunying had brought back would dare to strike her. "This slap is merely a lesson. If you dare to act insolently in my presence again, don't blame me for being more severe." Hua Lingxi immediately snapped at Yilanqing, "Shut it. Stop this nonsense and apologize to him right now." Yilanqing stared at her teacher in disbelief. She never imagined her mentor would order her to apologize to some pretty boy. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow indifferently. "I'm in a hurry. Take me to see the miasma." "Very well, follow me." Hua Lingxi nodded. Yilanqing glared at Jiang Feng's retreating back with a vicious expression, gritting her teeth as she followed. She seethed inwardly, "You'll pay for that slap." Guided by Hua Lingxi, Jiang Feng arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of a fortified building. After swiping her ID card several times through the security gates, they entered a hall shrouded in toxic miasma. A purple light barrier encircled the entire hall, preventing the toxic mist from escaping. On either side stood two elderly women, seemingly in their 60s or 70s, keeping watch. Upon seeing the two elders, Hua Lingxi addressed them respectfully, Elder Chen, Elder Yi. The elder addressed as Elder Chen gave a faint nod and inquired, "Well, have you found a solution?" Hua Lingxi nodded. "This young man claims he has a way to deal with these toxic vapors." She gestured toward Jiang Feng standing behind her. At that moment, both 9-turn-old women turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Feng. The one addressed as Elder Yi snorted coldly. "You expect this wet behind-the-ears brat to purge the toxic miasma here?" After all, they had tried every conceivable method to purge this toxic miasma, yet none had yielded any results whatsoever. Just then, Yi Lanqing caught up. The old crone known as Yi Lao's eyes softened instantly. Yi Lanqing immediately spoke with a pout, "Great-grandmother, I kindly warned that boy not to come in, but instead of appreciating it, he actually slapped me across the face." Her eyes welled up with tears as she adopted a pitifully helpless expression. A stark contrast to her earlier insolent and rude demeanor. Yet, in the gaze she cast toward Jiang Feng, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of viciousness flashed. If great-grandmother, a 9-turn cultivator, were to intervene, she could certainly teach that brat a harsh lesson, turn him into a cripple. Shen Chunying's expression tightened as she hurriedly explained, "Old Yi, please hear me out. It's not as she says." "Shut up." The old crone snapped coldly, her 9 transformations aura erupting violently. "Whether it's as Chinger said or not, I ask you, is the slap mark on her face fake?" Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Elder Yi, Shen Chunying trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. After all, the slap mark on Yi Lanqing's face was indeed from Jiang Feng's hand. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. It was well known that old Master Yi was fiercely protective of his own. This matter would likely not be resolved so easily. "Boy, did you strike that blow?" The old woman fixed Jiang Feng with a piercing, icy stare. "That's right, I did it," Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. "What? You want a slap too?" Hearing this, the others were stunned. They hadn't expected him to speak so insolently to a 9-turn cultivator. He clearly held no regard for Elder Yi. "You insolent brat! Has no one taught you how to speak?" The terrifying aura radiating from Elder Yi instantly crushed down upon Jiang Feng like dozens of towering mountains. Hua Lingxi and Shen Chunying beside him both felt an unbearable pressure. They knew old Yi was truly enraged. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Feng unleashed his demigod domain, enveloping everyone within its grasp. This is a domain. The 2 9-transformation old women were instantly stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was a skill only mastered by 10 transformation powerhouses. Chapter 99, Successfully Obtaining the Spatial Compass. "You call me ill-mannered? Do you intend to teach me how to speak?" Jiang Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at the old crone. As he spoke, he summoned the Abyssal Dragon King. Within the demigod realm, the Abyssal Dragon King's colossal form radiated a terrifying aura. Those present were all shaken, unable to suppress gasps of astonishment. They never imagined the youth before them was the terrifying powerhouse who had slain the envoys of the 7 nations in Tianjing that day. Beside him, Yi Lanqing's face was etched with terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She never imagined this kid could actually be that beast-taming powerhouse. This time, she had truly painted herself into a corner. Shen Chunying looked utterly incredulous. The old woman surnamed Ji, having witnessed Jiang Feng's power, swallowed hard, her face drained of color. Her expression was filled with terror as she hurriedly spoke, "My lord, I have overstepped my bounds. I beg your forgiveness. Weren't you strutting about just moments ago?" A cold smile curled the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth. The old woman's heart sank instantly. She hurriedly added, "If you're willing to spare me, I'll gladly give you all my treasures." The treasures of a 9-transformation powerhouse held undeniable allure for ordinary people. But Jiang Feng held little interest in her treasures. With a flick of his wrist, the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light in the void, slashing fiercely toward her. The old woman surnamed Ye's expression turned horrified as she immediately deployed her techniques to block the strike. Unfortunately, within this semi-divine domain, her attributes and strength steadily diminished with every passing second. Under the strike, her body was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. A large mouthful of blood spurted from her lips, and multiple wounds torn open by the sword's energy gushed continuously. Witnessing this scene, the others' eyes widened in utter shock. A single strike had inflicted such devastating injuries upon Elder Yi, a 9-transformations powerhouse. No wonder he possessed the strength to slay envoys from 7 nations. This strike was merely a lesson for you. Had you not been a 9-transformations master of Great Yen, you would already be a corpse? Jiang Feng spoke with a cold, icy expression. He then commanded the Abyssal Dragon King to absorb all the toxic miasma. Whoosh! The thick toxic mist surged into the Abyssal Dragon King's maw, vanishing at a visible pace. However, the Abyssal Dragon King's vitality rapidly began to wane. The toxicity of this miasma was unexpectedly potent. Considering that the Abyssal Dragon King's various resistances had far surpassed its previous levels thanks to Jiang Feng's skill, Divine Affinity. Yet it still couldn't easily withstand the venom of the toxic mist. In less than a minute, the vast majority of the toxic mist had been purged, leaving behind several oddly shaped stones. Engraved upon these stones were purple haloed inscriptions that continuously emitted the toxic mist outward. Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he swiftly deciphered their meaning. These very sources of miasma were the cause of the entire area being filled with toxic miasma. He immediately summoned his spirit sword and shattered them with a single strike. Only then did the ceaseless flow of toxic mist cease. Once the miasma was completely purged, two objects appeared in its place. One was a spatial compass floating mid-air, while the other was the 9-depth sacred heart lotus. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with delight. He first summoned the Abyssal Dragon King into his beast taming space to recover. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he drew the spatial compass into his hand. As for the 9-depth sacred heart lotus, Jiang Feng didn't have any particular plans for it. After all, it had been acquired by the Rose Guild. With the spatial compass in hand, he could now journey to that volcano from before, enter the formation within, and obtain the profound symbol. I'll temporarily borrow this spatial compass. I'll return it to the Ouyang family for you later, Jiang Feng said to Hua Lingxi. Hua Lingxi snapped back to her senses and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, sir, for resolving this miasma poison for us. Please do not leave, senior. Our Rose Guild will offer a generous reward in return. Hua Lingxi then led Jiang Feng to the guild's treasury to select items as a token of gratitude. Upon seeing the myriad rare treasures within the vault, Jiang Feng was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the Rose Guild's collection of treasures to far exceed his imagination. But then again, it made sense. After all, the Rose Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in Great Yan, and its foundations were solid. After some deliberation, Jiang Feng selected additional materials for beast taming and tribulation preparation. By his calculations, the materials he currently possessed were sufficient to forge 5 or 6 tribulation crystals. If all were used for the blazing glow falcon, it would likely succeed in forging a beast capable of enduring 9 tribulations. Not only was there not a single 9th trial beast in all of Great Yan, even across the 7 kingdoms, not a single beast that had endured 9 tribulations had ever been born. Just as Jiang Feng was about to leave, he discovered the entire Rose Guild base had been completely surrounded. An elder with hair half black, half white stood suspended in midair, surveying the entire Rose Guild. In an instant, the entire Rose Guild sounded its alarm bells. Behind the old man stood a group of bound women. The old man's gaze swept over the crowd below, finally settling on Hua Lingxi. His expression remained impassive as he stated, President Hua, these are all core members of your Rose Guild. If you don't want them to meet their end, hand over the 9-depth sacred heart lotus. Seeing the bound guild members, Hua Lingxi's expression darkened. Are you from the 10,000 Poison Sect? Indeed. I am Tang Qianrong, the sect master of the 10,000 Poison Sect. If you know what's good for you, hand over the item. The old man gave a slight nod, his words laced with menace. Otherwise, not only will they die today, but your Rose Guild will face devastating consequences. You should know what matters more. Hua Lingxi would never hand over the 9-depth sacred heart lotus, not to mention Jiang Feng hadn't left yet. The fact that the notoriously vicious 10,000 Poison Sect dared to openly surround the Rose Guild. They would never let them off easily. Stop dreaming. Your 10,000 Poison Sect mobilized such a large force, perfect timing to wipe you all out. Hua Lingxi said coldly. Seems you won't understand the consequences of provoking this old man until I show you a thing or two. Tang Qianrong gave a sinister chuckle. Then, his magical power surged, and a vast cloud of poison settled above the Rose Guild. Immediately, a torrential downpour of poison rained down from above. At that moment, Jiang Feng, standing nearby, glanced at the old man in the sky and remarked indifferently, since you're all from the 10,000 Poison Sect, you'll all stay here today. Hearing this, Tang Qianrong's eyes flashed with contemptuous laughter. You mere whippersnapper, how dare you speak such words? But the very next second, his expression froze completely. Chapter 100, The Blazing Falcon appears. A faint smirk touched Jiang Feng's lips as a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A 9 transformation poison master posed no real threat to him. He raised his hand lightly, and a golden light surged from his palm. Blazing Sky Falcon, manifest. Accompanying Jiang Feng's low command, a deafening, ferocious cry pierced the heavens. Golden light coalesced, revealing a colossal, flame-covered giant bird materializing from the void. Its wingspan stretching over 1,000-zhang, its entire body engulfed in blazing crimson gold flames. The moment the blazing sky falcon appeared, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. The poisonous rain falling from the heavens evaporated into wisps of green mist before touching the ground. Tang Qianrong's previously disdainful expression froze instantly, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. This is an ancient tier Beast Tamer? He stared in disbelief at the golden flame giant bird before him, his voice trembling noticeably. And a blazing halo falcon that has endured 4 calamities? How is this possible? But do you really think a single ancient grade beast can stand against my 10,000 poison sect? This spreading poison gas will only cause more people to die by my venom. Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, replying calmly, is that so? What if I have a second one? The words had barely left his mouth when the terrifying form of the abyssal dragon king materialized, instantly unleashing immense pressure. It opened its dragon maw and began devouring the toxic fumes, which vanished from the air at a visible speed. Jiang Feng also noticed that after devouring the poisonous gas, the abyssal dragon king's resistance to toxins had significantly increased. It had even developed a new toxic ability. This was an unexpected bonus for him. No, impossible. 2 ancient tier beast masters? Who the hell are you? Tang Qianrong's pupils dilated violently, but then he seemed to remember something. Pointing at Jiang Feng, he stammered, wait, you're that beast master. At that moment, the members of the 10,000 Poison sect, upon seeing the 2 ancient tier beast masters, were terrified out of their wits and began scattering in all directions. Especially that abyssal dragon king. It belonged to that terrifying beast master who had slaughtered the envoys of 7 nations in Tianjing. That terrifyingly powerful Beast Tamer was someone they could never hope to provoke. At that moment, the blazing halo falcon let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently, unleashing terrifying waves of fiery heat that radiated outward. The fleeing practitioners were instantly reduced to ashes by the engulfing flames. Tang Qianrong forced himself to remain calm, forming a seal with his hands. 10,000 Poisons Transformation Array, activate. As he moved, countless green toxic vapors surged from the surrounding air, coalescing into serpentine forms that lunged toward Jiang Feng and the blazing sky falcon. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he uttered a light command, burning heaven wings. The blazing halo falcon's wings blazed with even greater brilliance, the flame's temperature surging to terrifying heights. Before the serpent-like vapors could draw near, they vaporized into nothingness under the intense heat. Tang Qianrong's face paled. He never imagined his prideful poison technique would be so easily countered. At that moment, the blazing sky falcon spread its wings fully. The flames covering its body instantly turned pure white, their heat suffocatingly intense. It let out a deafening, piercing cry before diving straight toward Tang Qianrong. Tang Qianrong's face paled as he hastily summoned a green shield to block the attack. Yet under the blazing falcon's assault, the shield crumbled like paper, instantly reduced to ashes. No! Tang Qianrong let out a piercing scream as the falcon's flames engulfed him. When the flames finally dissipated, he lay charred and blackened, plummeting from the sky. The onlookers, especially the professionals who had come to apprehend the 10,000 Poison sect, watched the scene with utter shock in their eyes. Thanks to your intervention, Lord, the Rose Guild would have suffered heavy losses today, Liu Yunxi said gratefully. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. It was nothing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixing on the falling Tang Qianrong. The elderly man, who should have been gravely wounded, vanished like smoke. The old man had feigned death. Jiang Feng sneered coldly, trying to escape? Not so fast. He leapt onto the back of the blazing glorious falcon. The blazing glory falcon let out a piercing cry, its wings beating as it transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. Jiang Feng closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, quickly locking onto Tang Qianrong's aura. That cold, venomous aura was rapidly moving toward the southern part of the city. Head that way. Jiang Feng pointed toward the distance. The blazing glory falcon immediately adjusted its course and accelerated its flight. In a secluded courtyard atop the mountain, Tang Qianrong burst in with a ferocious expression. Facing Jiang Feng's relentless pursuit, he stood no chance. His only option was to flee with the little girl whose body was compatible with all poisons. As for the 9 depths sacred heart lotus, though it was the most suitable fusion material, he would have to find another substitute for now. Once the 10,000 Poisons physique reached perfection, he would possess the opportunity to rise again. However, Jiang Feng, mounted upon the blazing heavenly falcon, had already locked onto the secluded courtyard. When he witnessed the scene within, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Several children, barely a few years old, were submerged in medicinal vats filled with potent venom. Even in some medicinal vats, bleached bones still float. Clearly, they had been dissolved by the venom. Jiang Feng never imagined the 10,000 Poison sect could sink to such beastly, inhuman acts. Stop running. Today, this place will be your grave. Jiang Feng shouted coldly at Tang Qianrong below. Tang Qianrong sneered coldly, forming a seal with his hands as a green light surged into the little girl's body. If you dare to move, I'll activate the toxins within her. She'll become a walking source of poison, and the entire district will be engulfed in toxic fumes. The little girl screamed in agony as green patterns began to emerge on her face. I advise you to stop this futile struggle. Today, you die no matter what. Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit and struck toward Tang Qianrong. You forced my hand. Tang Qianrong activated a top-tier defensive scroll to block the strike, his laughter growing feral. This girl is a half-finished 10,000 Poisons body meticulously cultivated by our 10,000 Poisons sect. Though imperfect, she's more than enough to bury every living soul within 1,000 kilometers. As his words fell, the green patterns on the little girl's body grew more pronounced, and wisps of green poisonous gas began to seep from her. The child convulsed in agony, green tears streaming from her eyes. It hurts. Save me. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, his expression growing even colder. He could not possibly spare Tang Qianrong, so he would have to eliminate both him and this pitiable little girl. Slash! Jiang Feng roared. Jiang Feng's sword spirit erupted with a dazzling white light that pierced the heavens, striking down with a single slash. The mystical ice barrier formed by the scroll in Tang Qianrong's hand began to crack like a spiderweb. Terror flashed through Tang Qianrong's eyes. He knew he could never withstand this strike. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision to pour all his power into the girl's body. With his power, he could temporarily transform her into a true body of 10,000 poisons, though it would last no longer than 30 minutes. Yet those 30 minutes, while insufficient to gravely wound that youth, would be ample to transform half of Yunhai City into a forbidden wasteland of poison. Chapter 101, Entering the Sealing Array. Ah boy, consider this an epic parting gift from this old man before I die. As Tang Qianrong emitted a shrill, mocking laugh, his body shattered at the same moment. The toxins within the little girl erupted instantly. Her expression twisted in agony and struggle, the green patterns on her face growing ever more pronounced. Seeing this, Jiang Feng swiftly ordered the sword spirit to end her suffering, preparing to grant the little girl a final resolution. Slash! Jiang Feng commanded decisively. The sword spirit obeyed instantly, its blade flashing with a cold light as it struck down. The blade's light sliced through the air, piercing her heart with a crisp cracking sound. The toxins within her body erupted like a detonated powder keg, spreading outward in an instant. The little girl's body dissolved into an endless cloud of poison, green liquid churning through the air, releasing a pungent stench. The spectating professionals watching the scene paled visibly. If the poisonous gas wasn't contained quickly, the entire city of Yunhai might be engulfed in this terrifying toxic fog. Quick! Contain this poison, a professional shouted, panic etched on his face. Mages chanted incantations aloud, weaving spells that formed interlocking barriers of light in the air, attempting to hold back the encroaching poison. Yet the toxin's spread far exceeded their expectations, and its power surpassed all belief. Within moments, the barriers were already riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The green mist surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the surrounding area. Jiang Feng watched the scene with quiet astonishment. He had believed that with the power of the sword spirit, it could be easily slain. Instead, it had directly detonated the toxins within her body. Surrounded by this poison, the little girl seemed to recover swiftly from even the most severe injuries. Realizing this, Jiang Feng could only command the Abyssal Dragon King to swallow both the toxic mist and the little girl whole. After all, the Abyssal Dragon King now possessed extraordinary resistance to toxins, and consuming them would only further enhance its immunity. Otherwise, leaving the girl here risked her becoming a toxic source capable of destroying the city. Now that I have the spatial compass, it's time to head to that formation and retrieve the profound symbol. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he immediately prepared to head toward the previously marked instance. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone to contact Ruan Yuan, instructing him to join the mission. After all, that guy knew a bit more and could be useful in critical moments. Young Master Jiang, have you secured the spatial compass yet? Ruan Yuan's voice carried a hint of urgency as he stared intently at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod, his fingertips tracing the ancient compass. A faint metallic sheen glinted between his fingers. MHM. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's face lit up with joy, his breathing becoming heavy. Great! With this, we can finally enter that sealing formation. Without further delay, the two immediately set off for the previously marked instance. The moment they reached the instance entrance, a chorus of gasps erupted. Look! That's the blazing halo falcon. Holy crap, it really is that legendary beast master. He's actually coming to this dungeon? Could there be some earth-shattering secret inside? The professionals who had been stationed at the entrance now stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock and confusion. They gazed at the colossal figure soaring across the sky, murmuring among themselves as they speculated about Jiang Feng's intentions. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the surrounding stairs, leading Ruan Yuan straight into the dungeon. Jiang Feng walked straight to the massive volcanic crater he had seen earlier. He took a deep breath, clutched the spatial compass tightly in his hand, and dove headlong into the sealing formation. A strange force surged from the compass, enveloping them both. The surrounding scenery instantly warped, as if being kneaded and pulled by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, they found themselves in a hazy, gray expanse. Howling winds and rolling thunder echoed around them, as if they were in the midst of the apocalypse. Is this the interior of the sealing array? Jiang Feng surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. The sky here resembled torn rags, streaked with unsettling gray fissures. The ground was pockmarked with irregular bumps and hollows, as if it had endured a brutal, savage battle. Without the protection of the spatial compass, even the strongest warriors would be torn to shreds by this terrifying storm. Ruan Yuan said, still visibly shaken, his face slightly pale. The two advanced cautiously. This space seemed endless, filled only with the howling wind and deafening thunder. No other sound penetrated the void. Didn't they say there were profound symbol runes here? How come we haven't seen a single trace? After walking for a long time, Jiang Feng finally couldn't help but speak up, his tone tinged with confusion as he looked at Ruan Yuan skeptically. Ruan Yuan looked equally bewildered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Young Master Jiang, I don't know either. He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. He feared Jiang Feng might mistake his hesitation for deception. He knew Jiang Feng's temperament well, decisive and ruthless, with no room for ambiguity. Never mind. Let's keep searching ahead. Seeing no reason to suspect deception, Jiang Feng paused briefly before deciding to continue the search. After all, they had come this far, they couldn't return empty-handed. After walking a bit further, faint black shadows began to appear in Jiang Feng's line of sight. His heart stirred, and he quickened his pace. As he drew closer, both men gasped in shock. Those dark shadows were, in fact, corpses. Some stood, some lay, each in a different posture, but without exception, all had lost the breath of life. A heavy stench of death emanated from these corpses. Their skin was shriveled and clung tightly to their bones, as if all moisture had been drained from them. Some corpses still had their eyes open, their vacant stares seemingly still holding traces of the terror they had felt in life. These people must have all come searching for the great mystery symbol. Ruan Yuan's expression grew grave as he frowned and said, Young Master Jiang, within this grand formation, there are likely two possible outcomes. One is the land of life, where no danger exists and one can emerge alive. But if one falls into the land of death, it is likely a journey with no return. Seeing these people consumed by the aura of death, Ruan Yuan knew they must have entered the land of death. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod. It seemed they needed to leave this realm of death as soon as possible. Even from corpses that had been dead for who knows how long, one could still sense the formidable aura emanating from them. They must have been formidable warriors in life. Chapter 102, Star Realm Alien Race, the Thunder Clan. Boom! Boom! The muffled thunder grew increasingly deep and heavy, each roll closer than the last, like war drums beating relentlessly against one's heart. Jiang Feng summoned the blazing glorious falcon into his beast taming space, then strained his eyes to peer into the distance. At the horizon's edge, the world was shrouded in chaos. Ink-black clouds churned like rolling ink, thunderclouds hanging low, seemingly within reach. Blinding bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, carrying the destructive might to obliterate all, mercilessly crashing down upon the earth. It was a boundless ocean of thunder and lightning, silver serpents dancing wildly, electric flashes flickering endlessly, stretching beyond sight. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed as he slowly approached the sea of thunder. The closer he got, the more deafening the thunderclaps became, as if they would tear his eardrums apart. The air thickened with a scorched, acrid stench. Visible waves of energy surged outward like raging storms and towering waves. Finally, Jiang Feng and Ruan Yuan reached the edge of the Thunder Sea. The apocalyptic scene before him sent shivers down his spine. Each thunderbolt that cracked down was dozens of meters wide and thick as a water barrel. They came one after another, relentless and unending, as if they would never cease. Jiang Feng gazed into the depths of the Thunder Sea, where the lightning grew denser and more ferocious. Like snarling dragons rolling and roaring within the dark clouds, unleashing a terrifying, destructive force. Even more bizarrely, despite such fierce thunderbolts striking the ground, they left no trace whatsoever, not even a hint of scorch marks. The ground remained perfectly level, as if nothing had ever occurred. Young Master Jiang, every single bolt of lightning here packs the full force of an 8th-tier lightning mage's strike. Ruan Yuan's voice rang in his ear, tinged with astonishment. Jiang Feng was well aware of the terror of the thunder tribulation, and the sheer density of these strikes was enough to shock the world. However, facing these thunder tribulations, Jiang Feng felt no fear whatsoever. After all, he could transfer the damage to the Jingyue Xuanwu within his beast taming space. Within his god-tier beast taming space, the Jingyue Xuanwu's recovery speed was absurdly fast, so Jiang Feng wasn't overly concerned. Young Master Jiang, look over there! Ruan Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Jiang Feng looked in the direction Ruan Yuan was pointing. The next second, he froze in place for a long moment. Amidst the sea of thunder, a towering, imposing figure floated in the void. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figure within the Thunder Sea. The figure remained utterly motionless, allowing the thunder tribulations to strike him without so much as a flicker of reaction. Jiang Feng immediately activated his true vision eye to discern the man's information. Name, Lei Yao. Level, 295th tier of the 9 transformations. Constitution, Frenzy Thunder Battle Body. Race, Thunder Clan. Status, Death Chi Corrosion. Thunder Clan? Jiang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This wasn't a race native to Earth Star. He had heard of them before. The Thunder Clan resided on a civilized planet beyond the starry sky Great Wall. The Thunder Clan was a vast race, considered one of the stronger civilizations among the myriad races of the cosmic starry sky. The Thunder Clan member named Lei Yao now glowed with a faint blue-purple radiance, black horns protruding from his forehead. Circuit-like patterns crisscrossed his skin. With each thunderbolt strike, emitting blinding flashes as they absorbed and channeled the thunder's power. Just as Jiang Feng was about to step forward, he saw Ruan Yuan already rushing toward the Thunder Clan member, chuckling as he said, "Young Master Jiang, this fellow can actually withstand the lightning tribulation head-on." He must be carrying some top-tier treasure. Let me give him a thorough search. Wait! Jiang Feng barked sharply, but it was too late. Ruan Yuan had barely taken 3 steps toward the Thunder clan member when his expression abruptly changed. His body began to tremble slightly, the color draining rapidly from his face as if some invisible force was devouring his life energy. Back off! Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit to attack Lei Yao while rushing to Ruan Yuan's side, yanking him away. Ruan Yuan stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Still shaken, he gasped for breath. Young Master Jiang, this guy may be dead, but some kind of energy seems to be circulating within him. It can absorb life force. Jiang Feng nodded solemnly, his gaze returning to the corpse of the Lei clan member. Even under the corrosion of death energy, this corpse retained its instinct to absorb energy, truly bizarre. A Thunder clan expert of 9 transformations strength even in death, his internal energy circulation system continues to function. Jiang Feng mused, his Thunder clan bloodline can even resonate with this Thunder Sea after death. It seemed this man had forcibly submerged his body into this Thunder Sea at the moment of death. A bold idea took shape in Jiang Feng's mind. Ruan Yuan, retreat 100 meters. Do not approach, Jiang Feng instructed. Once Ruan Yuan retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. With each step forward, the air around him grew thicker and heavier. And waves of invisible suction assailed him, attempting to drain the vitality from his body. Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his thoughts, his god-tier beast taming space rippled slightly. The power of the mountain-subduing black tortoise quietly circulated throughout his body, forming an invisible barrier. The suction force touched the barrier and vanished instantly, like a stone sinking into the sea. Stepping before the Thunder clan member, Jiang Feng extended his palm and pressed it gently against the man's chest. In an instant, a violent surge of thunderous energy shot up his arm and into his body. Yet Jiang Feng remained utterly composed, allowing the force to rage unchecked within him. Conduct, Jiang Feng murmured. The divine tier beast control space within him suddenly trembled. The mountain-taming black tortoise let out a low, deep growl. And the violent thunder energy was instantly transferred into the beast taming space. Just as I thought, Jiang Feng murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. He discovered that although this Thunder clan member was dead, the peculiar energy circuits within his body remained intact, continuously absorbing energy from the Thunder Sea and transforming it into a special force. A resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Placing both hands on the Thunder clan member, channeling his full power as he attempted to connect that unique energy circuit to himself. This might grant his beast riding abilities enhanced lightning resistance and perhaps even awaken lightning attribute skills. It must be said, this Thunder clan member's body was like a thunder beat itself. It could help Jiang Feng absorb the power of thunder. Just then, Lei Yao slowly opened his eyes, his purple-brown pupils sweeping the surroundings. Finally, a living soul has come here. Thunder clan language. As he lay dying, he had forcibly transferred his body into this sea of thunder, sustaining his life with its power. But the death energy within him was too thick. Unless he could absorb another's life force, revival would be impossible. Now, at last, he had found his chance to revive. Yet he had only absorbed a tiny fraction of life force, insufficient to fully counteract the immense death energy within him. Draining the life force from these 2 humans before him would restore more of his power. But soon he sensed something amiss. This brat seemed to be treating him like a damn lightning conductor. Kid, lend me your life force to help me regain my strength. Lei Yao let out a savage laugh, then extended his sharp claws, lunging toward Jiang Feng. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through, cleanly severing his claws. Lei Yao's face instantly twisted with shock. Chapter 103, You? You dare to bow before me? Lei Yao immediately unleashed his thunder techniques. Amidst flashes of lightning, bolts rained down, closing in on Jiang Feng. Yet Jiang Feng remained unflinching. With a casual wave of his hand, the blazing falcon soared out of his beast taming space, its wings unfurling high in the sky. Its golden flamed feathers shimmered brilliantly amidst the thunder and lightning. With each beat of its wings, countless golden streaks of light crashed toward Lei Yao like falling meteors. Lei Ming immediately raised his hand to meet the attack, using the power of thunder to block it. You actually possess an ancient tier beast companion, one that has endured 4 calamities. Surprise flashed in Lei Yao's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of greed. If he could absorb the life force of the blazing glory falcon, he might regain 70 or 80% of his peak strength. Then he could seize the profound symbol. A cold smile curled his lips as his voice boomed like thunder. Boy, become my servant and sacrifice this blazing glory sky falcon. Otherwise, death is your only path. Jiang Feng scoffed indifferently, with you? The blazing falcon responded instantly, unleashing countless golden meteor-like flames that descended like divine punishment. Under the enhancement of Jiang Feng's divine affinity, its attributes and combat power received a permanent 150% boost. The blazing sky falcon's base combat power alone now exceeded 4,500,000. Lei Yao's heart lurched in shock. He hadn't expected this brat's beast to be so formidable. He immediately summoned all his thunderous power to defend. Amidst the crisscrossing lightning, the blazing sky falcon's assault raged like a storm, instantly engulfing Lei Yao. Golden meteor fire descended like apocalyptic divine punishment, engulfing Lei Yao. Even as he poured his full thunderous might into defense, he was relentlessly pushed back by the storm of assaults. Facing the blazing halo falcon's relentless onslaught, a fierce glint flashed in Lei Yao's eyes. His hands swiftly formed seals as thunder elements surged wildly within him. A lightning-clad figure identical to himself split from his body. This was his secret technique, Thunder Substitute. It would detonate upon impact, its power sufficient to severely wound or even kill this brat. You think this will defeat me, brat? Lei Yao sneered savagely, commanding the lightning clone to charge straight at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's gaze grew icy as he drew the star-shattering staff, murmuring a command, "Blazing Falcon, wings of the solar corona." The blazing falcon in the sky let out a piercing cry as its wings spread wide. In an instant, golden flames erupted from its body like the sun's corona, forming a ring of blazing light. The lightning avatar was instantly engulfed upon contact with this halo, vanishing like a firecracker meeting a cannonball. Then, the power of the solar corona continued to spread, charging directly toward Lei Yao himself. No! This can't be! Lei Yao screamed in terror, hastily gathering thunder energy to defend himself. But it was too late. The power of the corona wings far exceeded his imagination. The golden flames instantly breached his defenses, engulfing him entirely. A piercing scream echoed across the entire sea of thunder. When the flames finally dissipated, Lei Yao lay sprawled on the ground, charred black and barely breathing. Jiang Feng approached slowly, looking down at this member of the Thunder clan. Spare me. Lei Yao gasped hoarsely, his voice strained. I'll submit. Jiang Feng sneered coldly. You think you're worthy to submit to me? I have treasures. Lei Yao pleaded urgently, then produced a deep blue staff. At both ends of the staff, lifelike purple dragons were intricately carved. Lightning flickered in the dragon's eyes, radiating a formidable aura. This is the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff. One of my clan's most precious magical treasures. I'm willing to offer it up, just for my life. A flicker of interest crossed Jiang Feng's eyes, though his expression remained cold. The golden flames of the blazing falcon swirled around it, poised to strike again at any moment. Thunder Dragon Sky Shattering Staff. Type, weapon. Quality, near Saint tier. Usable level, LV 150. Attributes, attack plus 600k, agility plus 300k, spirit plus 250k. Description, one of the Thunder clan's most treasured artifacts. Grants a 150% bonus to Thunder elemental practitioners. Can imprint thunder marks upon enemies, detonating them instantly to inflict fatal damage. Hand it over, Jiang Feng commanded curtly. Lei Yao nodded reverently, then approached Jiang Feng, cradling the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff. But the next moment, Lei Yao's mouth twisted into a sneer, his eyes flashing with a crazed, sinister light. He suddenly raised the staff and swung it violently toward Jiang Feng's head. A purple dragon lightning shadow materialized, its terrifying thunderous pressure engulfing Jiang Feng. Little brat, at such close range, I'll see how this feeble beastmaster dodges it, ha ha ha. Yet the next scene froze Lei Yao's grin, turning it rigid before it began to tremble. Because beneath that strike, the brat not only caught his attack but remained completely unscathed. This can't be. Even with only 10% of my power remaining, I should still be able to kill a fragile Beast Tamer like you. Jiang Feng paid no heed to his shock, for this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a thing. Everyone assumed he was a squishy beastmaster, yet even as they died, they refused to believe how terrifyingly formidable his defenses truly were. Jiang Feng snatched the long staff and examined its appearance closely. The staff was incredibly heavy, its engraved runes exquisitely detailed, as if carved from a single piece of stone. Jiang Feng drew the 10,000 phenomena mask with one hand and slipped it over his face. Then, raising the staff, he swung it down hard toward Lei Yao's head. No! You can't kill me! I'm a powerful member of the Lei clan. If you kill me, you'll be declaring war on the entire Lei clan. Lei Yao shouted in terror. But before he could finish his words, his head exploded like a shattered watermelon. Boom! Lightning bolts erupted, and Lei Yao's body was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Nice staff! Jiang Feng chuckled, then stowed it into his spatial ring. Turning to Ruan Yuan, who had rushed over, Jiang Feng asked, by the way, did you hear what he was screaming as he died? Ruan Yuan gave an awkward chuckle. He said that by killing him, young Master Jiang would be declaring war on the entire Lei clan. He, too, had heard of the Thunder clan's reputation. The Lei clan was a powerful race beyond the starry skies, masters of thunder-based abilities, brimming with formidable warriors. After young Master Jiang had killed him, it was almost certain the Lei clan would come looking for trouble. If it were anyone else, Ruan Yuan would have assumed they'd be hunted down by the Lei clan. But if that person was young Master Jiang, then the Thunder clan's safety would be the real concern. Ruan Yuan continued, but young Master Jiang needn't worry. With your strength, even if the Thunder clan sends someone, they'd be no threat. Jiang Feng noticed Ruan Yuan's pallid expression, sensing his life force being eroded by death energy, rapidly fading away. Ruan Yuan had already had most of his vitality drained by this Thunder clan member. If this continued, he would likely perish here. Jiang Feng declared, "Let's go. We must leave this place and head for the land of life." Chapter 104, Obtaining the Symbol of Life and Death. Jiang Feng and Ruan Yuan plunged deep into the Thunder Sea, racing toward the land of life. Ruan Yuan's face grew increasingly pallid as his vitality continued to drain away, his breathing becoming rapid and faint. "Young Master Jiang, the mist ahead is growing thicker." Ruan Yuan struggled to point forward, his voice weak and barely audible. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. Ahead, a sea of white mist stretched like an invisible wall. The blazing heaven falcon let out a low growl. Golden flames flickered beneath its wings, faintly resisting the deathly aura within the mist. "Something's off," Jiang Feng murmured, then signaled the blazing sky falcon to slow its pace. At that moment, Jiang Feng's keen eyes spotted something drifting within the mist. It was a tattered talisman, jet black in color, its edges glowing with a faint, eerie light, appearing and disappearing within the mist. Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up. Ignoring his weakened state, he exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Jiang. That's a death talisman. The death talisman from the life-death mysteries." Legend held that the life-death essence talisman split into two parts. One being the life talisman, the other the death talisman. If united, they grant mastery over the power of life and death. Jiang Feng's eyebrow arched, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. "Young Master Jiang. Take it down quickly," Ruan Yuan urged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Feng did not act rashly, instead carefully observing the state of the half-talisman. He extended his hand, his spiritual energy reaching out like a thread. The moment it touched the talisman, a chill spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body. SSSSHHH. Jiang Feng felt a powerful suction, as if it were draining every ounce of vitality from his body. Had he not already activated his symbiosis skill to redirect the damage, he would have been drained of life in an instant. Such potent death energy. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed with gravity as he swiftly withdrew his hand. This deadly talisman is like a hot potato once touched, it voraciously drains life force. Jiang Feng's gaze darkened slightly. No wonder it can persist within this mist without being obliterated. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng retrieved a jade talisman. Guiding it with his spiritual energy, he propelled the jade talisman toward the death talisman. The moment the jade talisman touched the death talisman, it visibly darkened at a visible speed, eventually crumbling into dust. "Ha! This is a high-grade talisman, yet it couldn't even make a dent." Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, inwardly amazed. He reached out again, swiftly seizing a corner of the death talisman. Death energy surged into his body, but the symbiosis skill channeled it to his beast. With just a little more effort from the beast, he could seal the death talisman into the specially crafted jade box. Moments later, Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. "Got it." Seeing Jiang Feng remove the death talisman with his bare hands, Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Master Jiang truly possesses extraordinary abilities. If this death talisman could merge with a life talisman, one could control the life and death of others. Yet Jiang Feng's face betrayed little joy, instead wearing a weighty expression. Damn it, this half-talisman's power is far too potent. The dense death energy flowed through Jiang Feng and was absorbed by the Jingyue Xuanwu. But even within the beast-taming realm, the Jingyue Xuanwu struggled to fully recover. Still, it wasn't all bad news. At least Jiang Feng could vaguely sense the approximate location of the life talisman through the death talisman. Jiang Feng had the blazing halo falcon soar to a high vantage point to survey the surroundings. In the distance, a patch of emerald green was faintly visible, starkly contrasting with this desolate land. The blazing glow falcon let out a piercing cry, flapped its wings, and swiftly soared toward the land of life. Upon reaching the land of life, Ruan Yuan's complexion gradually regained its color. Surprised by the vibrant environment around him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Young Master Jiang, the life force here is incredibly potent. I feel the death energy within me being dispelled." Jiang Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over this verdant world. In stark contrast to the bleak desolation of the land of death, here the vegetation was lush and verdant, the air filled with a refreshing scent. As they continued forward, a colossal tree suddenly loomed ahead, its trunk so thick it would take dozens of people to encircle it. Its canopy spread like a vast green umbrella, shading the sky and blocking the sun. Most strikingly, the entire tree radiated a soft green glow, as if a living essence flowed within it. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. "Young Master Jiang, this is the legendary tree of life, possessing immense vitality. No wonder it can nurture birth talismans." Jiang Feng looked up and indeed saw a white light flickering at the very top of the tree of life. It was half a white talisman, radiating a peculiar aura. "That must be the life talisman," Jiang Feng murmured, a flicker of joy in his eyes. The blazing falcon sensed Jiang Feng's intent and immediately spread its wings, soaring toward the top of the tree of life. However, just as the falcon neared the life talisman, a green barrier suddenly materialized, repelling the blazing glow falcon. "A protective formation," Jiang Feng murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. Ruan Yuan stepped forward and respectfully said, Young Master Jiang, legend says the Tree of Life possesses sentience. Perhaps we must earn its approval to obtain the life symbol. Jiang Feng pondered thoughtfully as he walked slowly toward the Tree of Life. As he neared the trunk, a gentle, life-giving aura washed over him. He extended his hand and gently touched the trunk. In an instant, a stream of information flooded his mind. Balance between life and death is the way of heaven. He who holds the death symbol may claim the life symbol. Jiang Feng understood. He retrieved the death talisman from the jade box within his spatial ring and pressed it against the Tree of Life's trunk. The moment the death symbol touched the Tree of Life, a light interwoven with black and white flared. Intricate patterns emerged on the trunk, spreading all the way to the treetop. The protective array slowly dissipated. A half-sheet of white talisman drifted down from the treetop, landing steadily in Jiang Feng's hand. The life talisman is mine, Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. At that very moment, the life talisman resonated with the death talisman stored within Jiang Feng's spatial ring. Both talismans flew out automatically, drawn to each other in midair, and ultimately merged into one. A complete yin-yang talisman appeared before Jiang Feng, its black and white patterns intertwined, radiating mysterious fluctuations. Talisman of Life and Death Essence. Type, Special Item. Quality, Sacred Grade. Description, a mystical talisman that unites the power of death and life, enabling control over the forces of existence. The bearer can temporarily manipulate the transition between life and death, healing or withering living beings. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. The Life-Death Essence talisman's power far exceeded his expectations. Young Master Jiang, congratulations on acquiring the yin-yang talisman, Wan Yuan said respectfully, his eyes brimming with envy. Just as Jiang Feng was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. On the trunk of the Tree of Life, a portal slowly opened. What is this? Jiang Feng looked at Wan Yuan in confusion. Wan Yuan was equally stunned. Legend says the Tree of Life conceals a hidden realm within a secret domain. Young Master Jiang, having obtained the essence of life and death talisman, it seems the tree recognizes you and is willing to open the gate to this secret realm for you. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. Wait for me outside, Jiang Feng instructed Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement, watching as Jiang Feng stepped through the portal. Beyond the portal lay a small world brimming with vitality. At its center was a clear spring, its waters radiating a potent aura of life. Approaching the spring, Jiang Feng noticed something glistening at the bottom. Reaching in, he retrieved an emerald green seed. Seed of Life. Type, Special Item. Quality, Divine. Description, a mystical seed imbued with pure life force, capable of growing into an ancient tree of life. Its bearer may use it to restore vitality or even revive the dead. Chapter 105, Time to head to the Tower of Heavenly Pride. This is actually a god-tier seed. Jiang Feng's expression betrayed his shock. This was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on a divine grade item. Moreover, this life seed possessed such extraordinary effects. Jiang Feng promptly stored it within his system space. Of the three great mystery talismans, he had already obtained the talisman of life and death. With just two more, he could unlock the miniature world within boundless source. This prospect stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. Then he could plant this seed of life directly within it to take root and sprout. Jiang Feng looked down at the clear spring pool at his feet, crouched down, scooped up some water, and took a sip. A sweetness filled his throat, followed by a surge of pure vitality flooding into his body. After drinking this sip of sweet spring water, he felt his entire being become radiant and refreshed. Fountain of Life. Grade, Unknown. Description, contains potent life energy capable of healing wounds, enhancing mental strength and various attributes, and possessing rejuvenating effects. Life spring water? This is the real deal. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as he picked up a gold-grade water container and began filling it. This container could hold roughly a ton of the spring water. At first, Jiang Feng worried he might drain the entire life spring dry. But even after filling the bottle, the water level in the spring remained completely unchanged. I'll take this much for now. I'll come back when I need more. Jiang Feng tucked the bottle away with a smile and turned to leave. As he stepped out from the Tree of Life, Wan Yuan immediately approached him. Young Master Jiang, are you alright? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. I'm fine. We should be going now. This haul was no small matter, and his mood was greatly lifted. Time flew by, and the day of the Great Yin Tower of Heavenly Pride's opening drew near. The Great Yin Tower of Heavenly Pride had teleportation portals established in every major city. Thus, many were already itching to participate in the tower's trials. Ranking within the top 1,000 of the Tower of Heavenly Pride guaranteed decent rewards. Of course, ordinary practitioners covet the tower's ranking rewards. Powerful professionals, however, are aiming for the rewards of the top 10 in the Tower of Heavenly Pride. With the top spot offering a legendary tier set. Those who pass the trials of the Tower of Heavenly Pride may also obtain the coveted divine source. Once they obtain the divine essence, their future levels will surpass the 9 transformations. A 9th transformation powerhouse is sufficient to become a nation's top-tier elite. Yet before a 10th transformation powerhouse, all else is but ants. Originally, the Great Yin Tower of Heavenly Talents was open to all, but with Great Yin poised to wage war against the 7 nations, foreign prodigies were barred from entering. Let me check the dates. Today should be the official opening of the Tower of Heavenly Talents, right? Jiang Feng stretched lazily and addressed Ruan Yuan beside him. Ruan Yuan nodded. That's right, young Master Jiang. It's today. Alright, time to head to the Prodigy Tower's teleportation array. Jiang Feng yawned, then remembered something and asked, by the way, how much longer until you break through to the 9th transformation? Still a long way off. Ruan Yuan gave an awkward smile. After all, his current physical form could devour others' flesh and blood to enhance his strength. But following Jiang Feng meant fewer opportunities to feed on flesh. He couldn't very well leave Jiang Feng's side to go on a killing spree. If he did, Jiang Feng could make him vanish with a single thought. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. In that case, go to Shiva Kingdom incognito. Use its people to bolster your strength. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. He hastily agreed with gratitude before swiftly vanishing. Afterward, Jiang Feng approached the teleportation array and found it already crowded with people. Practitioners of every profession were itching to show their skills in the Tower of Geniuses. I heard the rewards for this Tower of Geniuses are exceptionally generous. First place gets a legendary grade set. Forget legendary gear, I'd be satisfied just making it into the top 1000. Jiang Feng listened to the surrounding chatter, a faint smile playing on his lips. While the legendary grade set was undoubtedly precious, what truly captivated him was the divine source. Just then, a rift suddenly opened in the sky above Tianjing. Several figures radiating powerful auras emerged from the fissure, their appearance instantly sending shockwaves through the crowd. Accompanying them were alien races from the starry skies, box-like beings with tails. There were also horned sky-blue mighty ox tribesmen, elves with pointed ears, and others. Who are those people? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the powerful auras emanating from them. His heart skipped a beat. The auras of those humans had clearly reached the 10 transformation realm. At that moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming turned to them, recognizing the formidable humans. Star Guardians, he addressed them, why have you brought these alien races here? A curly-haired man at the head of the group spoke calmly. These are my friends. I wish for them to participate in the Great Yin Genius Tower this time. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in anger. Absurd! The Genius Tower is a grand event of Great Yin. How dare you allow alien races to participate? This starry sky Great Wall Guardian dares bring alien races to this tower competition? This is an outrage. At that moment, the few alien races brought along swept their gaze over the professionals below. Disdain flashed across their faces. They hadn't expected these humans to be so weak. Is this all the strength you possess? Do you truly deserve to be called heavenly prodigies? A Fox Clan maiden covered her mouth and giggled, deliberately amplifying her voice so all could hear. Human prodigies? I doubt even our cubs could be stopped by them. A burly man from the Azure Ox clan pounded his chest, producing a thunderous rumble. Jiang Feng's gaze remained impassive. Not only were these alien races participating in the Great Yin Prodigy Tower, but they also held such contempt for the human race. That said, the fox and elf women were undeniably stunning beauties. Their skin was as fair and delicate as jade, their figures exquisitely curved and graceful. Under the imposing pressure of several 10 transformation powerhouses, Qi Daoming, despite being a 9 transformation expert, could only endure in silence. He could only lament that the Great Yin lacked powerful warriors stationed at the starry sky Great Wall. Otherwise these 4 and 10th transformation experts wouldn't dare bully them so brazenly. Yet Qi Daoming tacitly accepted this because he had taken a quick look at these foreign warriors. Though they all possessed 8th or 9th tier cultivation, they still fell significantly short compared to Jiang Feng. He was confident Jiang Feng could pass the trials of the Tower of Geniuses. As he stepped into the teleportation array, darkness enveloped Jiang Feng's vision. Then, a light appeared in the space, followed by a cacophony of noise. Immediately, a massive, ancient tower came into view. This tower stood 100 stories tall. The first 99 levels housed the duels of the participants who had come to compete. Those who reached the 100th floor would enter the final trial of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Chapter 106, Battle against the Elven Genius Maiden. Whether one could obtain the ultimate treasure within the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, the source of divine power, depended entirely on personal fortune. Beside the tower stood a massive ranking board. Jiang Feng glanced at the names on the board. Currently at the top was a storm mage named Ma Shunan, level 280, 9th transformation. However, he had only managed to reach the 60th floor of the Great Yin Genius rankings. It's worth noting one of the tower's rules. If a 9th transformation practitioner encounters a 6th transformation practitioner, the 9th transformation practitioner's strength will be suppressed to match that of a 6th transformation practitioner during combat. This meant that even a 5th transformation practitioner, if exceptionally powerful, could still reach the 100th tier of the prodigy rankings. But this remains an extremely remote possibility. At this moment, Jiang Feng's 5th transformation task appeared on his information panel. Current task, 5th transformation. Requirement: clear the 100th floor of the Genius Tower. Time limit: none. Clear the 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Jiang Feng murmured softly. This task wasn't particularly difficult for him. With his current strength, claiming invincibility within the 10 transformations realm was no exaggeration. Let me see just how formidable these foreign prodigies truly are. A peculiar smile suddenly spread across Jiang Feng's face. After all, these foreign prodigies dared to challenge the Great Yan Tower while openly dismissing the strength of Great Yan's practitioners. He wouldn't mind giving them a little taste of the awe that the Yan practitioners could inspire. With that, Jiang Feng stepped forward, entering the tower. A flash of light erupted before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery shifted instantly. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a vast, open plain. Distant, undulating mountain ranges stretched into the horizon beneath a sky as clear as a washed canvas. Indeed, it was a splendid place for combat. Within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, the moment he revealed his Beastmaster abilities, those practitioners would immediately choose to concede defeat. Even a moment's hesitation was considered disrespectful to Jiang Feng. Within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, bound by its rules, no one could use items. Combat relied solely on one's own strength. This restriction, however, proved insignificant to Jiang Feng. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Jiang Feng's ranking information rapidly soared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Name: Jiang Feng, profession, unknown, level, 4th transformation, level 150. Who is this Jiang Feng? His class can't even be detected by the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Whoa, a profession undetectable even by the tower? Could it be an entirely new, uncharted class? Look! Those non-human races' rankings are skyrocketing too. They're about to catch up to Jiang Feng. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers stared in astonishment at the shifting rankings. Below the 50th floor, the rankings changed as rapidly as a real-time refresh. However, the respawn time beyond the 50th floor becomes significantly longer. After all, those who make it past the 50th floor have essentially weeded out all the weaker adventurers. Jiang Feng yawned, waiting lazily for the Tower of Geniuses to match him with an opponent. Before long, a cool, detached voice drifted from nearby. Are you my opponent? Jiang Feng turned to see an elf girl dressed in a jade green gown standing not far away. She had pointed ears, exquisite features, and radiated a natural aura. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. An elf prodigy. Interesting. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he examined the elven prodigy. Name: Alia. Age: 372 years. Level: early 9th transformation. Occupation: Grand Elementalist. Combat power: 5,390,000. Upon seeing her age, Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so old. But he quickly recalled that the elven race possessed long lifespans and an innate affinity for magic. So 300 or 400 years was merely the age of adulthood for them. Alia gazed at Jiang Feng with keen interest. This human before her was strikingly handsome. It was well known that the elven race produced the most beautiful men and women, yet Jiang Feng's looks would still rank among the top even among elves. The elven maiden stood tall, her chest thrust out proudly. Though you are merely human, the fact that the Tower of Heavenly Talents matched you to me suggests you possess some skill. Come then, you strike first. Jiang Feng smiled, saying nothing more. He simply raised his hand and waved it lightly. In that instant, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. And a massive golden figure plunged from the void, a colossal raptor engulfed in golden flames. Seeing the appearance of the blazing heaven falcon, a flicker of surprise crossed Elia's eyes. An ancient tier beast? Interesting. So you're a beast master. But relying on just one ancient tier beast? You're nowhere near defeating me. As she spoke, her jade-green pupils reflected the sky-piercing golden flames, her long hair fluttering wildly in the turbulent air currents. Her toes lightly touched the void, and beneath her feet, a four-colored magic circle suddenly bloomed, spanning 100 meters in diameter. Her elemental pillars green, crimson, yellow, and blue pierced through the heavens and earth. I swear by the true names of the elements. Yet as she prepared to unleash her full power, she was startled to find her strength suppressed to the peak of the 4th transformation. What's going on? Alia frowned, then her eyes widened in shock. The Pride Tower automatically adjusts your power limit? So your strength is only at the peak of the 4th transformation? But how could someone at peak 4th transformation possibly possess an ancient tier beast? Could it be that the power behind him had prepared it for him? Her slender fingers flickered lightly, and a four-colored elemental aura shimmered around her. An ancient great beast is powerful, but it's nowhere near enough to handle me. Jiang Feng offered no reply, merely watching her stand off with the blazing glory falcon with keen interest. Though her power was suppressed, as a grand elementalist, Elia remained confident in her abilities. Wind dance! Alia commanded, summoning the surrounding wind elements into a raging tornado that surged toward the blazing sky falcon. The blazing sky falcon flapped its wings, unleashing terrifying golden flames that instantly obliterated the whirlwind. Countless meteor-like flames then rained down upon Elia. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Elia's eyes as she swiftly switched skills, Earth Ice Lock. Countless crystallized earth spikes shot skyward, intertwining with the swirling ice shards to form a deathly net that obscured the sky. Yet before the blazing falcon, this attack proved as fragile as paper, utterly powerless. Facing the blazing sky falcon's world-shattering onslaught, Alia's heart trembled with shock. As a prodigy among the elves, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent in over 3 centuries, especially among peers of equal rank. Ice-fire duet! Alia cried out, her hands weaving intricate seals as icy blue and scorching red elemental energies erupted violently around her. Chapter 107, We'll Meet Again, Jiang Feng. Both attacks collided in the air, erupting in a blinding burst of light. Ilia's petite form swayed within the energy storm, the shockwave hurling her hundreds of meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood spilled from her lips. Her emerald eyes held utter disbelief. How is this possible? This is only a 4th transformation battle. How can your beast be this powerful? Jiang Feng remained calm, offering no reply. With the enhancement of divine affinity, not only could he suppress Ilia, who was his equal in strength. Even at her peak, resisting the blazing glorious falcon's attack would be a struggle. At the same cultivation level, it was essentially a dimension-lowering strike. The blazing glorious falcon circled above his head, golden flames cascading like a waterfall, enveloping him entirely in divine radiance. Alia forced herself to her feet, a flicker of defiance still in her eyes. Her slender fingers traced an elegant arc. I haven't unleashed my full power yet, human. Elemental fluctuations in the air suddenly grew violent. Azure, crimson, golden, and azure light swirled rapidly around her, forming a dazzling elemental vortex. The earth trembled as countless emerald vines burst from the ground, coiling like serpentine spirits toward the blazing falcon. Simultaneously, dozens of ice spears coalesced in the sky, howling as they pierced toward the golden raptor. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, gaining fresh appreciation for the prowess of this elven prodigy. The blazing falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a burst of golden flames that vaporized all surrounding vines and ice spears in an instant. But Ilia had anticipated this, a faint smile playing on her lips. Elemental trap, activate. The vaporized plants and ice crystals did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced into countless minute elemental particles in the air. Suddenly contracting inward, they enveloped the blazing sky falcon. For directions cage, lock. Alia pressed her palms together. Her colored radiance abruptly tightened, forming a massive elemental cage that imprisoned the blazing falcon within. Your beast may be powerful, but before the elements, all must submit, Ilia declared confidently. Yet the next moment, her smile froze. The golden flames of the blazing falcon continued to expand, beginning to devour the energy of the elemental cage. It was a consumption beyond comprehension, like a bottomless pit voraciously absorbing the surrounding elemental power. Impossible. It's absorbing my elemental energy? Alia staggered back in shock. Jiang Feng finally spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. The elemental affinity of the elven race is indeed exceptional. However, my blazing sky falcon has now endured 5 calamities, gaining a unique ability it can feed on elements. With a deafening, earth-shaking cry, the golden flames surging around the blazing glory falcon erupted violently, instantly shattering the elemental cage. Having absorbed vast amounts of elemental energy, the blazing glory falcon grew even more colossal, its golden flames blazing with dazzling brilliance. Alia's face turned pale, yet she refused to concede. As an elite of the elven race, her pride forbade her from admitting defeat. Final technique, elemental storm. Ilia's beautiful face twisted slightly from the immense exertion. Yet she raised her hands high, channeling the last remnants of elemental power into her palms. A terrifying storm of elemental energy coalesced within her grasp. A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Truly worthy of the elven race's prodigy, even at a disadvantage, she could unleash such astonishing combat prowess. But all was already decided. Enough, Jiang Feng murmured. Blazing sky falcon, flame of the end. The golden raptor let out a piercing cry to the heavens, unleashing a blinding golden flame from its beak. The flame effortlessly pierced through Alia's elemental storm, slicing it cleanly in two as easily as cutting through tofu. The flame continued its advance, halting mere inches from Ilia's throat. A wave of heat washed over her, and Alia felt an unprecedented threat of death. Had that flame advanced just one more inch, she would have died without a doubt. Space abruptly froze, halting their duel in its tracks. I concede, Alia murmured softly, her emerald eyes brimming with complex emotions. The space of the Tower of Heavenly Pride began to warp. With the outcome decided, both combatants would be teleported out. In the final moment, Ilia gazed deeply at Jiang Feng and murmured, "Human, what is your name?" Jiang Feng. Alia nodded with a complicated expression, committing the name to memory. It seemed the prodigies of other races would soon face this troublesome fellow as well. She admitted she had started to underestimate her opponent, but that wasn't the main reason for her defeat. In fact, it wasn't even a reason at all. Even at her peak, she would have struggled immensely to handle that ancient tier beast. We will meet again, Jiang Feng. A dazzling light flashed, and her figure vanished from the battle space of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Watching her depart, Jiang Feng waved lightly, summoning the blazing halo falcon into his beast taming space to recover its energy. That said, the Tower of Genius's rules were undeniably favorable to him. Or rather, they favored summoner-type professions like his. After all, as a summoner, it wasn't his own strength that mattered, but the might of the creatures he commanded. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, he witnessed the elf Elia being forcibly ejected from the tower. Many adventurers quickly noticed this prodigy from a different race. Ha! An elite from a foreign race is nothing special after all, still defeated by our great Yen elite. Exactly. It seems our great Yen prodigy truly stands as the strongest under the stars. At that moment, a young man from the Azure Ox clan saw the defeated Elia and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Looks like the elven race is truly in decline, they can't even defeat a mere human prodigy. In his eyes, though, the elves possessed extraordinary elemental affinity. Under his overwhelming brute strength, capable of shattering any technique with sheer force, the feeble elves were no match for him. Hearing this, Elia refused to back down. You haven't met that guy yet. If you did, you'd probably lose pretty badly. Oof. Then I'll see for myself just how powerful this guy of yours really is. The young man of the Azure Wild Ox clan sneered with disdain. Their clan's strength ranked among the foremost, even among the myriad races of the cosmos. Even with the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses suppressing one's cultivation level based on an opponent's strength, he was confident he could utterly crush any opponent at the same cultivation level. At this moment, the rules of the Genius Tower allowed direct challenges against opponents ranked below the 90th floor. However, the prerequisite was that the challenger's cultivation level must surpass that of the ranked opponent. Jiang Feng, having secured the 90th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Talents through sheer dominance, making him the first to reach the 90th floor. Time flowed differently within the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies compared to the outside world, at a ratio of nearly 1 to dozens. Otherwise, with so many participants, who knows how long the battles would drag on. Chapter 108, An Ant is Still an Ant. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 87th floor, Su Qing, profession, dual blade assassin, level, 8th transformation, level 226. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 88th floor, Ouyang Yue, profession, holy ice mage, level, 5th transformation, level 179. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 89th floor, Yang Yongming, class, thunder mage, swiftblade warrior, level, 5th transformation, level 180. 91st floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Jiang Feng, class, unknown, level, 4th transformation, level 150. The young man of the Azure Mighty Ox clan let out a cold laugh upon seeing the rankings. A 4th transformation player of an unknown class managed to reach the top of the Tower of Pride? Since the rule state challenges must be below the 90th floor, I shall challenge Yang Yongming on the 89th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. With that, the young man of the Azure Wild Ox clan leapt into the tower. At that moment, Yang Yongming sat cross-legged mid-air, his eyes closed. His reason for remaining on the 89th floor all this time was to guard against those who sought to challenge Jiang Feng. Suddenly, ripples spread through the white vortex at the entrance. A burly man, his body as sturdy as an iron tower, stepped inside. 2 blue ox horns protruded from either side of his head, and his entire body pulsed with explosive power. An alien prodigy? Yang Yongming opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He spoke calmly, all who dare enter the prodigy tower must stop here. Ha, boy, you think your strength alone can make me stop? The young man of the Azure Mighty Ox clan sneered. This time, their alien race had offered substantial benefits to the powerful guardians of the starry sky Great Wall. This had secured them the chance to enter Earthstar, all for the purpose of seizing the divine source. If they failed to seize the divine source within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, they would suffer a tremendous loss. Yang Yongming rose to his feet, a dark purple longsword materializing in his hand. The young Tianqing Mangnia tribesman's aura surged violently, a mountain-like power surging within him. Boy, the might of my Tianqing clan is not something you can withstand. As he spoke, his form flickered through the air, plunging toward Yang Yongming like a blue meteor, each step causing the void to tremble violently. Heaven-shattering fist. With a low roar, his fist erupted with terrifying force, crashing down. The void trembled violently beneath the strike, as if it might collapse at any moment. Where the fist's wind passed, the air tore open in countless microscopic fissures. Yang Yongming's eyes narrowed sharply. His long sword shot from its scabbard in an instant, its blade gleaming like a rainbow as it met the terrifying fist head-on. Wind and thunder slash. With his sharp command, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and a fierce wind howled. Countless bolts of thunder poured down from the clouds, coiling around his body like silver serpents. With a single swing, surging sword energy coalesced into a galloping purple thunder dragon, striking toward his opponent. Boom! Thunder collided with fist winds, erupting in a deafening roar. Rolling thunder struck the young man of the Azure Ox clan, yet only left shallow scars upon his bronze-like skin. Is this the extent of your power? You disappoint me. The Azure Ox clan youth grinned, his eyes brimming with contempt. Seems the prodigies of your Earthstar are nothing special after all. With that, he unleashed another punch. This punch carried even greater force and momentum than before, hurtling toward Yang Yongming like a bolt of lightning, as if it could tear through space itself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, another punch erupted from his fist, this time carrying terrifying force. The fist's momentum solidified into a tangible force, crashing toward Yang Yongming with overwhelming power and lightning speed. Under the impact of this punch, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, as if unable to withstand the crushing pressure of its force. Seems I can't hold back any longer. Yang Yongming drew a deep breath, unleashing the power within him in an instant. The long sword in his hand blazed with dazzling light, its blade crackling with lightning as if a true dragon roared within. Heavenly Thunder Sword Slash. This ultimate technique, forged from his deeper understanding of the sword path after assimilating the legacy of that 10th transformation powerhouse. A supreme technique born from his deeper understanding of the sword's way. Even an 8th tier powerhouse would struggle to withstand this strike. The sword's light arced like a rainbow, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders, causing the entire space to tremble beneath its strike. A blinding flash of sword light erupted. Yang Yongming's long sword seemed to transform into thunder itself, striking with the power to annihilate all. Yet, confronting this terrifying strike, the young man of the Azure Ox clan sneered with disdain, advancing instead of retreating. He met the terrifying sword light head-on, unleashing a punch with all his might. Let me show you the power of my Tianqing Mangneo clan's bloodline. As his roar echoed, a brilliant azure light surged from his fist. Beneath the terrifying wave of light, a colossal, azure-hued wild bull apparition materialized, emanating a heart-stopping aura. It radiated the terrifying ferocity of a primordial beast. The colossal ox shadow roared as it charged toward Yang Yongming's sword light. The two forces collided violently midair. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. The entire 89th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride shook violently under the impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yang Yongming felt an unprecedented pressure. His sword light steadily retreated under the terrifying bull's onslaught, his expression growing grim. When the shockwave finally dissipated, Yang Yongming had been driven back hundreds of meters by that savage force. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the young Tianqing Mangneo tribesman bore a deep, bone-exposing sword wound on his right arm. But the latter seemed oblivious to pain, charging at Yang Yongming with a maniacal laugh. An ant is but an ant no matter how it struggles, it cannot escape being crushed. His punches grew fiercer, the azure wild bull roaring with terrifying pressure. Yang Yongming's sword light steadily dimmed under this overwhelming force. And his body was forced back relentlessly, looking utterly battered. He had accepted his defeat to Jiang Feng last time without resentment after all, that man had single-handedly slain 7 peak 9th transformation experts. Yet now, within the Tower of Heavenly Talents, this alien prodigy's power had already surpassed his own at the same cultivation level. Yet he still managed to catch Yang Yongming off guard with overwhelming, domineering force. This was hard for his proud spirit as a prodigy to accept. Very well then, I'll show you what true prodigy power truly is. Yang Yongming sneered coldly, then wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a wild, frenzied light. His voice thundered through the space like a clap of thunder, while the power within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Above, the already dense dark clouds grew even thicker, as if the entire sky had been stained black with ink. Countless thick bolts of lightning darted through the clouds, unleashing deafening roars. Heavenly Thunder Sword Body, activate. With a furious roar, Yang Yongming's body swelled violently. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, surging into his being. His aura surged relentlessly, transforming him into a living embodiment of the Thunder Emperor incarnate. This was a unique physique he had cultivated under the guidance of a 10-turn sword Dao master, capable of unleashing his power to extraordinary extremes. Chapter 109, before that one, you are merely crushed. A violent tempest instantly formed around him, causing his robes to flutter wildly. The mocking expression on the Azure Wild Bull clan youth's face froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This kid's strength was downright bizarre. He had faced countless prodigies from other tribes. But this was the first time anyone had ever made him feel such overwhelming pressure. Yang Yongming gripped his long sword tightly, the lightning aura on its blade surging to its peak intensity. Thunderous smash. He swung the sword forward with both hands. As the blade sliced through the air, the entire world seemed to fall silent. In the next instant, a colossal storm surged forth, carrying boundless heavenly thunder, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon that swept toward the young Tianqing Mangneo. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, space itself tore apart, leaving behind dark, jagged fissures. The young Tianqing Mangneo tribesman's expression changed, all trace of contempt vanishing. He roared in fury, his body erupting in brilliant azure light as he began to rapidly swell and transform. Celestial Azure Wild Ox true form, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The young sky blue wild ox's eyes blazed with savage fury as his body transformed into a colossal sky blue wild ox. This was the true form of the Azure Wild Ox clan once revealed. Its defensive power and combat strength would surge exponentially. The colossal Azure Wild Bull bellowed skyward, then abruptly lowered its head. Its two massive horns pointed directly at Yang Yongming. its entire body charging forward like a mountain. Boom! The collision between the two unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire space. The Thunder Dragon was torn apart by the colossal bull's impact, scattering into countless streaks of lightning across the landscape. But the Azure Bull fared no better. Countless lightning scars marred its iron-hard hide. And in some places, its bronze-like scales were even cleaved open, exposing the flesh beneath. Roar! The Azure Wild Bull let out a pained bellow, its eyes burning with even more savage fury. This brat was proving far too troublesome. So much so that it was tempted to break free from the Heavenly Pride Tower's restrictions, restore its peak strength, and crush the youth beneath its might. It lowered its head once more, its hooves stomping the ground violently as its entire body surged toward Yang Yongming like a streak of azure lightning. Yang Yongming's expression grew grave, his face turning pale. That single sword strike had drained too much of his strength. Even the hand gripping his sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Facing the young Tianqing Mangnio's renewed assault, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight into the terrifying impact. He was here to guard this place, to prevent any challengers from testing Jiang Feng. Having chosen to follow Jiang Feng, he could not abandon his post so easily. Especially since Jiang Feng had entrusted him with the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse. If he fell here so easily, what face would he have left to show Jiang Feng? Heavenly Thunder Sword Domain. With his low shout, the surrounding space suddenly transformed into a sea of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning darted through the air, weaving a vast sword formation that enveloped the Azure Wild Bull. Each bolt of lightning transformed into a sharp blade, piercing toward the Azure Wild Bull from all directions. Witnessing this, the young Tianqing Mangnia tribesman's eyes widened in shock. He roared in fury, "Boy, you're nothing but a spent force now. How dare you unleash such a skill? Are you trying to die?" Yet Yang Yongming paid no heed to his words, relentlessly draining his own power. "Fine. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The young Azure Wild Bull roared furiously, its massive form charging wildly through the Thunder Sword formation, shattering dozens of thunder blades with each impact. Yet more blades continuously materialized, descending in an unending torrent. Yang Yongming stood at the center of the sword formation, his long sword swinging relentlessly as he commanded countless thunder blades to attack. His face grew increasingly pale. Maintaining such an array demanded immense energy. The Azure Wild Bull's body was already covered in wounds of all sizes, yet its assault showed no sign of weakening. If anything, it grew more ferocious. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Azure Wild Bull's body suddenly erupted in a blinding azure light, shattering all the surrounding thunder blades. Its massive form burst through the sword formation, charging straight toward Yang Yongming. Yang Yongming had no time to dodge and could only raise his sword to block. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Yang Yongming was sent flying like a. He slammed heavily into a distant wall, spewing a mouthful of blood. The young Azure Mighty Ox Clan warrior did not cease his attack. He lowered his head once more, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. Struggling to his feet, Yang Yongming felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body was already covered in wounds, and his breath grew faint. It's not over yet. With immense effort, he raised his long sword, channeling his last ounce of strength into it. The young Tianqing Mangnia tribesman froze at the sight. Even in this state, the kid still refused to admit defeat. Then, a savage grin spread across his bovine mouth. "In that case, I'll finish you off myself." If such a human prodigy were allowed to grow, he would become a terrifying threat. To eliminate future trouble, he must be destroyed now. Yet just as the Azure Wild Ox Clan youth prepared to deliver the fatal blow to Yang Yongming, a sudden burst of light erupted from Yang Yongming's body, and his form began rapidly dissipating. This was the Prodigy Tower's protective mechanism activating, forcibly teleporting him away when his life was in grave danger. "No! I can still fight." Yang Yongming watched his body transform into a stream of light, steadily dissipating, his eyes burning with intense reluctance. The young man of the Azure Wild Ox Clan sneered, "If not for the Tower of Heavenly Pride forcing you out, you'd already be dead." Hearing this, Yang Yongming's expression turned icy cold as he retorted, "Even if you defeat me, before that one, you'll be utterly crushed." Hearing this, the young man of the Azure Wild Ox Clan burst into laughter, his contempt evident. "That guy you're talking about, his name is Jiang Feng, right? Once you're out of the Genius Tower, you'll see how I'll kick him out of it too, leaving him just as miserable as you are." At that moment, outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, the crowd watching the rankings change suddenly noticed that Yang Yongming's name, previously ranked at the 89th level, had been replaced. In its place now stood the name of the young man from the Azure Mighty Ox Clan. This can't be. The supreme prodigy from one of Tianjing's 3 great families actually fell to that foreigner. Exactly. How could this happen? Everyone knows the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies suppresses the higher-ranked opponent to match the lower-ranked one. Yet Yang Yongming has never lost a single battle within his own realm. This is bad. Could it be that the tower's ultimate treasure, the divine spirit source, will now fall into the hands of the foreign race? Many faces darkened, hearts filled with dread. After all, the war against the Seven Nations was only half a month away. If the divine spirit source fell into the hands of the Star Realm alien race now, how could Great Yen possibly withstand the combined assault of the Seven Nations? Was heaven conspiring to destroy Great Yen? Chapter 110, Your nails are too long time for a trim. No need to panic. If I'm not mistaken, that top-ranked Jiang Feng is none other than the Supreme Beastmaster who previously slew the 9 transformations envoy of the Seven Nations. This statement instantly injected a shot of reassurance into many professionals. Exactly. And within the Genius Tower, summoned creatures retain their full power. That gives summoners an absolute advantage here. However, many began to wonder. But isn't that Beastmaster's profession listed as Beastmaster? Why wouldn't the Tower of Geniuses detect his profession? Or could it be that this terrifying Beastmaster hasn't appeared yet? I'm not sure either. Perhaps that Beastmaster's advanced profession has reached a level beyond the Tower of Geniuses' detection capabilities. Amidst the buzzing discussions inside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, another opponent, having witnessed Jiang Feng's beast-taming prowess, immediately chose to concede defeat. After each battle concluded, the Tower of Heavenly Talents automatically restored every participant's strength to peak condition. This ensures fairness for subsequent challenges, preventing any issues. Moreover, should a battle threaten a participant's life, the tower would forcibly remove them. This restoration includes skill cooldowns, mana reserves, and all other status effects. However, one exception applies: while a summoner's creatures can be restored, their skill cooldowns cannot be reset. This serves as a limitation on a summoner's power. Yet this balance only applies to ordinary summoners. For someone like Jiang Feng, who possesses a god-tier beast taming space, he stands as an exception. Even when his beasts fought at full strength, once summoned into his beast taming space, their recovery effects were nearly identical to those of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. This series of battles proved rather uneventful, save for the encounter with that elven prodigy maiden earlier. Most professionals either surrendered immediately upon seeing an ancient tier beast. Those who still possessed fighting spirit rarely lasted beyond 2 minutes. After all, their levels were suppressed to match Jiang Feng's, yet his Beastmaster prowess was nothing short of terrifying. It felt like he was cheating. They even secretly suspected that the divine source within the Prodigy Tower had been reserved specifically for Jiang Feng. It felt like he was practically handing over his ID number. Perhaps the terrifying being who established the tower's rules couldn't have imagined someone of such a low level being able to contract an ancient great beast of terrifying power? After all, a Beastmaster's power is a double-edged sword. The advantages were obvious: greater strength to defeat formidable foes. But the downside was that if the beast grew too powerful and harbored resentment toward its master, it might resist or even defy commands. Such a situation is extremely dangerous, potentially causing damage to the Beastmaster's own primal essence. Thus, most wealthy families whose descendants awaken as Beastmasters dare not lightly contract beasts of excessive power. If a Beastmaster only at the 4th or 5th transformation level attempts to forcefully contract a primordial level beast, even under the suppression of a powerful master, the binding would be extremely difficult. Even if the contract is formed, mastering such a beast remains an immense challenge. For these beasts, acknowledging a weak Beastmaster as their master is an absolute disgrace. I wonder if there are any more formidable alien prodigies left? I hope to have a bit more fun. Jiang Feng sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to the young man from the Azure Mighty Ox clan among the alien races. Among the few elite prodigies of the alien races, only he radiated a heart-stopping aura of overwhelming power. Within the 98th level of the Prodigy Tower, Jiang Feng's eyes brightened slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering within them. For a new challenger had arrived. A fox-tailed maiden with fluffy ears appeared before Jiang Feng. Her figure was graceful and slender, her face soft and alluring. Her snow-white thighs were even fairer than those of the celestial maiden from the elf clan. Particularly, her eyes held a hint of spring water like a lure, stirring the heart. Though other worldly races were rare on Blue Star, their absence was not absolute. Rumor had it that many wealthy individuals frequented the black market, paying exorbitant sums to acquire fox-kin women as tools for their pleasure. Even a single night's indulgence commanded a price that left ordinary professionals gazing in awe. Soon, Jiang Feng used his true side eye to scan her information. Name, Lingji. Race, Celestial Fox Clan. Affiliation, Celestial Fox Star. Level, Peak 8th Transformation. Strength, 2,800,000. Agility, 1,250,000. Spirit, 1,600,000. Constitution, 1,081,000. Skills, 1000 Fox Illusion Technique, Fox Soul Shatter Strike, Celestial Fox Spirit Wave Shockwave. Combat Power, 3,600,000. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. These alien races seemed to enhance their strength by activating the power of their bloodline. Their power systems formed entirely distinct schools. Unlike humans, who awaken class abilities under the influence of supreme rules. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Lingji's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected the top-ranked contender to be such an exceptionally handsome youth, and for a moment, she was completely lost in thought. Her voice was soft and sweet as she suggested, why not just admit defeat? It would save me the trouble of fighting. Jiang Feng smiled indifferently, let's see how you fare against me first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingji flashed before him. Her face radiant with beauty, she extended a delicate finger to lightly trace the contours of his handsome features. A human as handsome as you is quite rare. I always feel a bit reluctant to strike. Yet the moment the words left her lips, her nails elongated sharply, instantly, toward Jiang Feng's throat. The strike was blindingly fast, carrying a peculiar energy fluctuation. Under normal circumstances, even if one reacted in time, this strike would inflict severe injury. Yet her claws didn't even scratch Jiang Feng's skin, leaving only faint white marks on his neck. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Jiang Feng glanced at her visibly shaken expression and smiled softly. Your nails are too long. You should trim them. The next instant, the blazing halo falcon appeared in the sky, its golden wings unfurling to obscure the sun. A powerful aura instantly filled the space, causing Lingji to recoil in apprehension. An ancient tier beast master? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lingji's beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Having reached this level, her strength was undeniable. Lingji formed hand seals, and 9 snow-white fox tails materialized behind her. Each tail entwined with peculiar runes. 1000 fox illusion technique. In an instant, nearly 1,000 figures materialized throughout the space. Each duplicate radiating the same aura as the original, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Chapter 111, it's simple, because I'm the exception. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, even if these illusory clones possessed combat prowess equal to hers. But he still posed no real threat. He barked a command at the blazing falcon, meteor fire rain. The blazing falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that rained down like hail, engulfing the entire space. The illusions dissolved under the scorching flames, but the real Lingji had already flashed behind Jiang Feng. Fox Soul Shatter Strike. A ball of blue energy coalesced in her palm, striking directly at Jiang Feng's back. If this strike connected, it would severely wound his soul, perhaps even shatter it instantly. Roar! In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. Amidst thunderous flashes, a colossal dragon head emerged from the void, unleashing a majestic, thunderous roar. A pair of cold, vertical pupils, glowing with an eerie light, fixed their gaze upon Lingji, the young fox spirit. Upon seeing the abyssal dragon king, Lingji's expression instantly changed wildly, her eyes betraying an unmistakable look of terror. This, another ancient tier beast master? Lingji's heart pounded wildly. Even a single ancient-grade flame giant bird was enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Let alone the sudden appearance of an ancient tier black dragon. It was well known that the dragon race ranked among the pinnacle of all celestial races, revered as a superior species. Yet this very black dragon had willingly become this human's mount. If word of this spread, it would cause quite a stir even across the cosmos. On one hand, it would inspire awe, on the other, it would spark envy. After all, while true dragons are considered a high-tier species, every part of a dragon is priceless. Take the dragon's essence, blood, scales, and soul, for instance, all are coveted treasures. Impossible. Lingji gasped, her form rapidly retreating. How could you possibly command 2 ancient tier beasts simultaneously? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Simple. Because I'm an exception. Facing 2 ancient grade beasts radiating an overwhelming aura. Lingji swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down her pale forehead. With a flick of her wrist, the fox soul shatter strike she had been preparing instantly retracted, the blue energy slowly dissipating from her palm. 2 ancient tier beasts this far exceeded her limits. Jiang Feng stood high above, his expression serene, his deep eyes utterly still. Your strength is no small feat, but here, you are ultimately no match for me. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, devoid of any trace of contempt or mockery. Lingji clenched her teeth, a flash of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. After all, the clan had offered considerable benefits just to secure this one chance to come to Earthstar and obtain the divine source. Yet, she never expected such an unexpected turn of events. A mere 4th transformation cultivator had managed to contract 2 ancient tier beasts. Moreover, these 2 ancient grade beasts seemed to be operating at the peak of their combat strength. Given the current situation, there was truly no room for maneuver. The Tower of Heavenly Prodigies already suppressed 50% of my power. Add to that your 2 ancient grade beasts. Lingji took a deep breath, struggling to steady her racing heart. I'm no match for you. But before I formally concede defeat, I'd like to propose a deal. What do you say? You want the divine spirit source? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice steady. After all, the only thing powerful enough to draw these alien prodigies to Earth with such relentless effort besides the divine source itself. Nothing else could possibly justify their journey. Lingji nodded, her expression no longer seductive but earnest. Indeed, the divine spirit source is of utmost importance to my celestial fox clan. If you are willing to give it to me, the celestial fox clan will regard you as our most honored guest and will spare no effort to fulfill all your requests. Yet when she saw Jiang Feng show no sign of interest, she grew anxious. She quickly added, I promise you this, if you are willing to bestow the divine spirit source upon my clan, from this moment onward, I will acknowledge you as my master and become your slave. Moreover, the Celestial Fox clan is willing to offer a priceless treasure. Finished? Jiang Feng gave her a cursory glance, yet his gaze held no trace of interest. The divine origin was a treasure capable of breaking through the limits of the 9 transformations. Its value was beyond question. Even if the entire Celestial Fox clan offered to become his slaves, he would never part with this treasure. The 9th transformation was an unattainable realm for countless beings, while the 10th transformation was a dream even the strongest 9th transformation cultivators dared not hope for. Seeing Jiang Feng's stance, Lingji gritted her teeth and said, wait. My clan possesses a treasure called the Primordial Realm, capable of replicating various artifacts including the Divine Spirit Source. Though the replicas possess less than half the power of the originals, if you're willing to accompany me to the Celestial Fox Star to replicate the Divine Spirit Source, my clan will also present you with a treasured artifact. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Feng's eyes upon hearing that the Primordial Realm could replicate the Divine Spirit Source. That this artifact could even replicate the Divine Origin? It was nothing short of an absolute treasure. However, Jiang Feng wasn't so easily swayed by her promise. He replied coolly, why should I go to the Celestial Fox Star with you? If your Celestial Fox clan has laid a trap, I might not only fail to obtain the treasure, but risk my very life. I swear on my very blood. If a single word of what I say is false, may I suffer the most vicious punishment in the world. Lingji raised her hand, forcing a drop of essence blood from her brow. This blood oath held immense binding power for both the Celestial Fox clan and other races. Should they ever break their oath, they would face punishment from the supreme laws. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng paid no heed to her oath. This divine source was far beyond what her single life could compensate for. Withdraw within 3 breaths, or don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of impatience. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blazing falcon and the abyssal dragon king simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. Since you refuse to accept my terms, then let us fight once more. As the words left her lips, Lingji's expression turned icy, her aura surging violently. The divine spirit source held the fate of her Celestial Fox clan. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes as her slender fingers swiftly formed seals before her chest. Immediately, an eerie crimson glow began emanating from her body. Strands of crimson energy surged from her body, forming a blood-red barrier around her. Celestial Fox secret art, burning essence. With a low shout, the essence blood at Lingji's brow ignited instantly, transforming into a ball of crimson flame. The flames swiftly spread across her entire body, enveloping her completely. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing the sudden surge in her aura, he raised an eyebrow. Burning your essence blood? You're courting death. Lingji sneered coldly, for the divine source, it's worth the gamble. A shrill fox cry pierced the air as boundless power surged forth, roaring like an endless tidal wave. Chapter 112, Ancient-grade Beast Masters, all revealed. The 50% power previously suppressed within Lingji surged back like a returning tide. And fueled by the burning essence blood, her power surged relentlessly, approaching the peak of the 9th transformation. 1 minute is enough. Lingji murmured to herself, her eyes turning an eerie golden hue as 9 streaks of blue light coalesced at her fingertips. By forcibly breaking through the restrictions of the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, she could buy herself 1 minute. That minute would suffice for her next move. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Jiang Feng's expression flickered with surprise. Such a trump card would be forcibly expelled by the Tower of Heavenly Pride. In the next instant, Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. 2 ancient-grade beasts roared thunderously in unison, charging toward Lingji. Yet Lingji did not engage them head-on. Instead, her figure flickered, darting past the 2 beasts at astonishing speed to target Jiang Feng herself. Simultaneously, she coldly declared, no matter how powerful the beasts, if the tamer dies, all is lost. Hearing this, no panic flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. Instead, a faint, inexplicable smile touched his lips. Another fool who underestimated the strength of a beast master. But she shouldn't be this foolish. Earlier, when she ambushed him, he remained unscathed. Could it be that in her desperation, she had simply stopped caring? At that moment, Lingji's 9 energy tails lashed out simultaneously. 6 coils wrapped around the abyssal dragon king, while the remaining 3 spiraled toward the blazing celestial falcon. Celestial Fox illusion. With her soft command, a flicker of confusion suddenly crossed the eyes of the 2 ancient-grade beasts, their movements growing sluggish. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected her to possess such a technique. She could actually affect the minds of the blazing falcon and the abyssal dragon king. Seizing the moment, Lingji gathered a slender golden light at her fingertip and shot it toward Jiang Feng's brow. Celestial Fox Mark. Successfully imprinting the Celestial Fox Mark upon Jiang Feng would grant her control over him in critical moments. Yet the next instant, the sudden appearance of the mountain-sealing black tortoise sent Lingji flying backward. 3 ancient-tier beast masters. Lingji stared in disbelief. How could this be? Had the beast tamers on Earth Star become this terrifying? Surprised, huh? What if I told you there's one more beast? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he summoned the three-headed hound of the netherworld. Faced with the overwhelming might radiating from 4 ancient great beasts, Lingji's eyes widened in utter shock and she instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Possessing 4 ancient tier beast masters was a feat even the strongest on their own Skyfox star dared not underestimate. In that instant, all 4 beasts launched their assault simultaneously. Their terrifying power surged toward her like primordial chaos. Under the overwhelming assault, Lingji was instantly engulfed by the force. Had the genius tower not forcibly expelled her, she would surely have perished right then and there. 99th floor of the genius tower. Defeat just one more opponent, and she could reach the 100th floor to face the final trial. At that moment, a burly young man from the Azurox clan strode forward, his muscles bulging prominently. He eyed the handsome youth before him and let out a cold snort. If I'm not mistaken, you're Jiang Feng, right? That's me. Jiang Feng nodded indifferently. Hearing this, the young Tianqing Magnus suddenly laughed. My name is Hetek. To have reached this point, you must be among the top prodigies of humanity. Earlier, I encountered a dual-class kid. He exhausted every last trick to defeat me, yet under the sheer disparity in power, he still fell at my feet. However, his final words left a bitter taste in my mouth. Seeing the unruffled calm in Jiang Feng's eyes, Hetuok frowned. Aren't you even curious what he said? He said I'd only be crushed before you. Ha ha ha. Isn't that laughable? As he finished speaking, Hetek clenched his fists and advanced step by step toward Jiang Feng. Very well. Let me see what you're made of. A fierce glint flashed in Hetok's eyes. In the next instant, his muscles bulged violently and a layer of blue scales emerged on his skin. His entire aura surged to terrifying heights. Then, he unleashed a punch, channeling all the explosive power of his muscles into his fist. It even sent shockwaves rippling through the air. But in the next instant, the Abyssal Dragon King appeared, unleashing a torrential dragon's breath toward Hetek. At the sight of the Abyssal Dragon King, a fleeting look of surprise flashed through Hetek's eyes. An ancient tier beast master? Impressive, but it won't carry you this far. Boy, show me all your cards, otherwise, you can still admit defeat now. As he spoke, his form swelled explosively, muscles bulging like towering mountains. His entire form transformed into a 100-foot-tall, azure colossus of a bull, its eyes glowing crimson, nostrils expelling white steam. He intended to crush this man with a single blow in his most formidable form. Then, that youngster who had dared to resist him would finally understand. When the one he deemed powerful was, in his own eyes, nothing more than an ant. The look on his face would surely be priceless. Thus, Hetuok concealed nothing of his power, revealing his mightiest form without hesitation. The true form of the Azurox clan? Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile curling his lips. Then let me show you my trump card. The blazing halo falcon materialized, immediately emitting a piercing cry as countless meteor-like flames slammed toward Hetek. 2 ancient tier beasts? A cold sneer flashed in Hetok's eyes as he scoffed, humph. What good is sheer number? My Azure Wild Bull clan's physical form is more than capable of clashing head-on with ancient tier beasts. Yet before his words faded, the mountain-shattering black tortoise, the nether prison 3-headed hound, and the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit emerged in succession. Several terrifying auras descended with a thunderous crash. The terrifying pressure made the entire 99th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses tremble. Even Hatua, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, froze in place. This kid actually possesses so many terrifying beasts. This can't be. Hatua's footsteps abruptly halted, his eyes brimming with disbelief. 4 ancient tier beast companions? What kind of monster are you? He had assumed this kid possessed at most 2 ancient grade beasts. But to have 4? And a spirit sword radiating such formidable pressure? Jiang Feng offered no reply, merely waving his hand lightly. All 4 beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of devastating assaults that swept down like a raging flood. Faced with such terrifying onslaught, even the formidable physical prowess the Tianqing Magnio clan prided themselves on struggled to withstand it. Hetek suppressed his panic and attempted to resist, but his strength proved utterly feeble against the 4 ancient great beasts. The arrogance in Hetok's eyes was finally replaced by fear. Gazing at the eerily calm human youth before him, and finally understood the meaning behind the dual-class user's words. Before absolute might, all struggle is futile. Chapter 113, Massive EXP Bonanza, Beast Away. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Everyone watched the rankings on the 99th floor with bated breath. Would that Beastmaster powerhouse truly prevail over the alien prodigy? If the Divine Spirit Source were seized, the Great Yen Empire might have to wait another century to produce a single 10th transformation expert. With the national war imminent, the Divine Spirit Source was their sole hope. Many practitioners frowned deeply, even Ouyang Yue clenched her fists unconsciously. At that moment, within the Great Yen Palace, several powerful figures stationed at the starry sky Great Wall sipped tea with leisurely expressions. The leader, his expression devoid of warmth, addressed Shi Daoming, in half a month, the war between your Great Yen and the 7 nations will commence. If your Yen Emperor surrenders that artifact, I can persuade the 7 nations to drop the matter this time. It must be noted that although these 10th tier powerhouses guarding the Starry Sky Great Wall were not permitted to participate in this war, but with a single word from them, the 7 nations could petition Great Yen for a truce. This would be the best possible outcome for Great Yen. Yet upon hearing these words, Shi Daoming's expression turned icy. You dream if you think the Yen Emperor will hand over that item. This battle, let it begin. Since Great Yen declared war on the 7 nations, it must have its own trump card. Hearing this, the leader's eyes flashed with displeasure, a hint of savagery gleaming within. Very well. When the 7 kingdoms conquer Great Yen, we shall slaughter the city to demonstrate our resolve. They say the Yen Emperor cherishes his people like his own children. I'll see how many must die before he willingly surrenders it. Shi Daoming responded with an impassive expression. The outcome of this war remains uncertain. Who knows whether it will be the 7 kingdoms or our Great Yen that perishes. With that, Shi Daoming swept his sleeves and rose to leave. All this time, these men have coveted Great Yen for one reason alone, the Emperor's most treasured artifact. At this moment, Jiang Feng had reached the 100th tier of the genius ranking. Standing at the 100th level of the genius rankings felt like reaching the end of an endless starry river. Gazing into the distance, he could even witness numerous supernovas erupting. In that moment, he felt the insignificance of humanity, the insignificance of Earth within the cosmos. Ding! You have a quest to submit. Submit? Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Feng selected submit without hesitation. Submission successful. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 5th transformation. However, this submission brought no advancement notification, leaving Jiang Feng feeling somewhat hollow. Just as he was admiring the magnificent spectacle, a strange ripple suddenly rippled through the void. A massive tentacle coalesced from the void, slowly unfurling as black as ink. Yet this colossal tentacle was merely one of its many appendages. As Jiang Feng's gaze stretched out, more tentacles appeared in the starry sky. It resembled an octopus of infinite proportions. Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he attempted to use his true sight eye to discern its information, yet all he received was the unknown. This was the first time he had encountered an existence that even the true sight eye could not decipher. A shock rippled through Jiang Feng's heart. How could this thing resemble Cthulhu so much? Suddenly, its tentacles extended, enveloping Jiang Feng in utter darkness. The surrounding starlight vanished instantly, replaced by boundless darkness. Within this darkness echoed the endless growls of ferocious beasts. Looks like this is probably the final trial of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, then summoned his beast companion. A dazzling golden light erupted within the darkness. The figure of the blazing heaven falcon shone like the sun itself, illuminating the entire darkness. What met the eye was an endless tide of black beasts. They spread across the entire space like an endless ocean. Countless monstrous beasts with bizarre appearances growled low. Though their forms varied greatly, each bore strange tentacles. Monster, dark creature. Level, 180. Description, born from the darkness, possessing formidable devouring and corrosive abilities. After glancing at the attribute panel of this monstrous tide, Jiang Feng's face showed no trace of panic. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips. It's important to note that as a profession advances, the amount of experience required for each level increase becomes astronomical. Especially after breaking through to the 5th transformation, the consumption of experience becomes immense. Under normal circumstances, a professional could only advance 2 or 3 levels in a month. And that's only if they're constantly grinding in high-level dungeons, true workhorses. However, someone like Jiang Feng, capable of summoning ancient tier beasts, possessed exceptional map-clearing abilities. This allows him to drastically shorten the time required, something others would find incredibly difficult to achieve. Of course, purchasing experience cards is another way to boost one's level. But experience cards that grant massive XP boosts come at astronomical prices and have limited uses. If used more than 3 times, experience card type items cease to grant any experience at all. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. This final trial is just handing me experience points. Jiang Feng's eyes twinkled with amusement as he surveyed the 100+ level monsters. The experience they offered far exceeded that of ordinary dungeons. If this place was hell for other adventurers, then for Jiang Feng, it was undoubtedly paradise. Immediately, the mountain-sealing black tortoise, abyssal dragon king, netherworld hound, and sword spirit were summoned once more. As the torrential attacks of these ancient tier beasts descended, the ocean-like tide of monsters before him was bombarded relentlessly. Their experience points transformed into sparkling starlight, continuously surging into Jiang Feng's body. This was like harvesting chives, a satisfyingly large haul. Not only was Jiang Feng's level rapidly climbing, but the levels of his 4 beasts were also soaring. Under the boost of Jiang Feng's skill, Divine Affinity, their attacks became even more terrifying. The dense swarm of dark creatures surging toward Jinyue Xuanwu's body were crushed into black sludge by a single stomp of his massive foot. The terrifying power fluctuations radiated outward, instantly killing a vast swath of enemies. After an unknown period of relentless purging, all of Jiang Feng's tamed beasts reached their maximum level. Jiang Feng himself had now reached the peak of the 5th transformation. Empowered by the divine affinity, the blazing heaven falcon's attack power had surged past 8 million. The abyssal dragon king possessed only around 6 million combat power, while the underworld hound's combat power had risen to over 3 million. After all, the blazing glorious falcon was now a 5th-tier beast, so its combat power was naturally much higher. The mountain anchoring black tortoise had reached 2 million combat power, an absurdly high figure. After all, it is primarily a defensive beast, and its vitality has directly surpassed 10 million. The mere aura radiating from them caused the surrounding void to ripple faintly. What a splendid opportunity, Jiang Feng murmured, a deep smile spreading across his face. This massive influx of experience points felt incredibly satisfying. If only he could experience this every time he broke through a level cap. Chapter 114, The Source of Divinity. Just as Jiang Feng dispatched the final monster, a sudden burst of light erupted from its body. Something seemed to fall from its body. Huh, so it drops items after all? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in mild surprise. After all, he had just defeated a sea of monsters without a single item dropping. Could this be the reward for completing this trial? With a thought, Jiang Feng commanded the sword spirit to retrieve the item that had fallen from the monster. With a flick of his hand, the glowing orb hovered in the palm of his hand. Talent Skill Book High Tier. Type, Skill Book. Applicable classes, any. Usable level, LV 100. Description, upon use, the practitioner may randomly comprehend one innate skill. It's actually a talent skill book usable by any class? Jiang Feng's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. After all, innate skill books were coveted by countless adventurers. This thing allows one to randomly master a talent skill, effectively granting one an extra trump card over others. Typically, after awakening a profession, one gains foundational innate skills, and advancing in a profession might also grant special innate skills. Beyond that, if one wished to comprehend a talent skill independently, aside from relying on countless hours of personal insight and training, the only other way is through talent skill books. This method is not only the simplest, but also the fastest way. Compared to countless cycles of insight and training, using a skill book for direct mastery is far quicker. However, talent skill books are extremely rare drops and carry strong class restrictions. For instance, a mage's innate skill book cannot be used by a warrior. Even so, a low-tier talent skill book can fetch an absurdly high price. Typically, low-tier talent skill books only awaken relatively weak talents. But if a warrior awakens a low-tier talent skill, even one that boosts their strength by a mere 1%, they can gain the upper hand against opponents of equal skill. After all, victory or defeat in combat hinges on such fleeting moments. And bridging that split-second gap requires an unimaginable amount of effort, perhaps an effort that can never be fully compensated. Seeing this high-tier talent skill book in his hands, one with no class restrictions, a flicker of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. After all, who would ever complain about having too many trump cards? With a gentle clench of his palm, Jiang Feng immediately chose to activate it. The talent skill book instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into Jiang Feng's body. Corresponding information appeared on the information panel before his eyes. You have successfully fused the talent skill book. Congratulations on mastering the new innate skill, teleportation. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description: the user can teleport to any location within a maximum range of 2,000 meters as far as the eye can see. Note, this talent skill can be upgraded by spending 300,000 evolution points. The moment he saw the skill, Jiang Feng paused in surprise. He never imagined he'd awaken a skill like teleportation. With teleportation, he now possessed another powerful trump card, capable of achieving a surprise effect. But when he saw the option below to spend 300,000 evolution points for an upgrade, Jiang Feng couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. If teleportation alone was already this ridiculously powerful, how mind-blowing would it become after upgrading? Upgrade. Jiang Feng silently commanded without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Teleportation upgraded to spatial leap. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description: maximum jump distance, 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Not bad. A satisfied look flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This skill would be excellent for both escaping and pursuing targets. While other scrolls or items could serve as substitutes, they were all consumables. A talent skill, however, could be used permanently. As the monsters were completely eradicated, the massive tentacle that had enveloped him within this space dispersed. Then, the tip of one tentacle moved toward Jiang Feng, bearing a fist-sized rhombic fragment that radiated a rainbow-colored glow. Source of Divinity Fragment. Grade, Divine. Usable level, LV 100. Description: a fragment containing the primordial power of deities, holding terrifying divine might. Hint: collecting the complete divine origin can grant the status of a true god. Just fragments? Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. If it were the complete divine origin, his demigod profession would transform into true divinity. To ascend to godhood in a single moment. How thrilling that prospect was. But greed leads to indigestion, and Jiang Feng wasn't one to rush things. Jiang Feng reached out and took the rhombus-shaped fragment, which radiated a rainbow-colored glow. A warm sensation spread across his palm. He drew a deep breath and swiftly integrated the divine source into his body. In the next instant, he felt an endless torrent of power surge through his body. Terrifying divine power continuously fortifying his body. An indescribable warmth rapidly spread from his dantian, traveling through his meridians to every inch of flesh and bone, each undergoing subtle transformations under this force's baptism. Is this divine power? Jiang Feng closed his eyes, feeling the surging force within him. A faint, multicolored glow began to shimmer on his skin, flickering like distant stars, making him appear like an immortal descended from myth. Fragments of the divine source gradually melted within him, transforming into the purest energy that poured through his being. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed within his mind. Jiang Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing within them. Simultaneously, he sensed a certain shackle within himself being utterly shattered. That was the very constraint preventing him from advancing from the 9th transformation to the 10th transformation realm. You have successfully fused the divine origin fragment. Strength plus 500,000, agility plus 300,000, constitution plus 400,000, spirit plus 600,000. You have acquired the passive skill, Divine Protection Basic. Description: forms a divine barrier over the body, absorbing damage equal to 20% of your maximum HP, cooldown 24 hours. Note: this skill will upgrade as more divine essence fragments are fused. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Though they're only fragments, this boost is already quite substantial. What would it be like to gather the complete divine source and truly attain godhood? Jiang Feng dared not imagine it, but for him, acquiring the fragments of the divine source was merely a matter of time. Chapter 115, The 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King. Great Yen Palace. Has he not emerged yet? Third Elder Yi Helling gazed toward the teleportation array of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, worry clouding his eyes. Half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. With only one day left until the national war commenced, Jiang Feng remained on the 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, showing no sign of movement. By this point, regardless of whether Jiang Feng had successfully obtained the divine source or not, he should have emerged by now. Yet why was there still no sign of movement? Sharing his unease was the Grand Elder, Qi Daoming, his brows furrowed as he stared intently into the distance. They no longer harbored hopes of Jiang Feng obtaining the divine spirit source. Their greatest wish now was simply for him to emerge unharmed. After all, the divine spirit source was not something easily obtained. Otherwise, over the centuries of Great Yan's history, it would have produced at least one prodigy possessing the divine spirit source. At this moment, the 7 nations had already assembled countless powerful warriors to guard the borders of Great Yan. When the war between nations commenced, the 7 nations would strike against Great Yan simultaneously. By then, the Great Yan Empire will surely fall. People of Great Yan, surrender now. Otherwise, once we set foot within your borders, rivers of blood will flow. The mighty warriors of the 7 nations sneered and taunted the practitioners within the Great Yan borders. After all, 7 nations attacking one Great Yan simply had no capacity to resist. Even if they could hold out for days, could they last a month? Or even 2? Once the defenses along the Great Yan border were breached, they could march straight to the Great Yan capital. Once the nation fell, these invading warriors would reap rich rewards. Women, gold, gear, artifacts all beckoned like temptations. You want us to surrender? You're delusional. Facing the taunts of the 7 nations' elite warriors, the Great Yan professionals glared back with fury. As the commander stationed at the Great Yan border, Shangguan Bai wore a heavy expression. To this day, the Grand Elder had yet to issue any operational directives. Tomorrow marked the start of the national war. Without any countermeasures, how could the Great Yan professionals possibly withstand the combined assault of the 7 nations' forces? Even with the Great Protective Formation activated, it would likely not hold out for long. They did not fear a bloody battle. What they dreaded was a hopeless bloodbath, one that would only lead to futile sacrifices. While awaiting developments, Shangguan Bai prepared to reinforce the border defenses with all available resources. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly sensed a heart-stopping aura. This aura was so intense that even he, a 9th transformation powerhouse, felt a pang of dread. Who's there? Show yourself. Shangguan Bai snapped his head up, blinking into the sky in an instant. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. His aura instantly expanded, a sharp energy spreading outward like a raging blade. The other practitioners present also sensed the dangerous aura, their expressions abruptly darkening. The next instant, a tall yet emaciated figure slowly emerged from the void before them. Several bone-like wings protruded from his back, and a putrid stench of decay wafted from his body. Beneath the exposed ribs on his chest, something unidentifiable writhed in a bloody mass. 2 crimson ghostly flames flickered within its eyes. This is the 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King. Shangguan Bai's heart raced with terror. The 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King possessed a terrifying combat power exceeding 7 million. Not only did it possess terrifying offensive power, but it also wielded methods capable of annihilating enemies across vast areas. But how had such a monstrous entity appeared within the borders of the Great Yan Empire? By all accounts, with Great Yan currently under lockdown, it's impossible for the Seven Kingdoms to have smuggled this corpse demon king in without warning. Act now. Shangguan Bai immediately commanded the mercenaries. If they didn't eliminate it promptly, once midnight passed, the Seven Kingdoms would exploit the chaos to breach the border defenses. Then, the Great Yan Empire would face utter catastrophe. The blade-like coalescing in Shangguan Bai's palm descended in an instant, transforming mid-air into a 100-zhang long golden blade beam, striking directly at the corpse demon king. Yet the corpse demon king merely raised a hand. A dense, grey death energy surged from his palm, rushing toward the blade like a tidal wave. Boom! The blade beam collided with the death energy, erupting in a deafening explosion. Yet the fierce blade beam shattered inch by inch before the death energy, dissolving away as if melting within moments. The corpse demon king let out a savage laugh as the bone wings on his back flapped violently, unleashing a torrential flood of death energy. This. Shangguan Bai's pupils contracted sharply as an unprecedented wave of dread surged through him. Thick, grey death energy instantly engulfed the entire border outpost. All the professionals within its grasp felt a chill surge from their souls straight to the crown of their heads. Immediately afterward, their bodies stiffened, limbs growing heavy as 1,000-pound boulders, leaving them utterly immobilized. No! Shangguan Bai's expression turned horrified as he frantically channeled his power, forming a golden protective barrier around his body that barely resisted the death energy's corrosion. But other practitioners lacked such power. Their magical energy flow slowed, their blood gradually congealed, and even their hearts began to beat more slowly. Those with weaker cultivation turned ashen, their vitality rapidly draining away. Ha 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 ha! You ants, wallow in despair. The corpse demon king emitted a bone-chilling laugh. The writhing flesh on his chest grew more active, seemingly reveling in the pleasure of devouring life force. Shangguan Bai gritted his teeth, forcing his body forward as he flew. A golden longsword coalesced in his hand, aimed straight for the corpse demon king's chest. An ant is but an ant ignorant of its own mortality. The corpse demon king dismissed him with contempt. With a flutter of its bone wings, a barrier of death energy blocked the golden blade. Simultaneously, it spread its clawed fingers and reached out to grab Shangguan Bai. Shangguan Bai instantly felt death energy coalesce around him, binding him like countless steel wires. His body froze, and the flow of his magical power became painfully restricted. Damn it! Shangguan Bai's eyes blazed crimson as he strained with all his might to break free, only to see the corpse demon king closing in step by step. At that very moment, a terrifying aura, deep as an abyss, erupted from the depths of the Great Yin Palace. Immediately after, a streak of light shot toward the Great Yin border like a meteor. The Flame Emperor has mobilized. Elder Qi Daoming snapped his eyes open, staring at the figure racing toward the border with a look of profound shock. He could sense the Emperor's power surging once more, yet the aura emanating from him grew increasingly frail. Without hesitation, Qi Daoming leapt up and followed the figure toward the border. Boom! Just as the Great Yin professionals at the border were being severely wounded by the suddenly appearing corpse ghost king, a terrifying force descended like divine wrath, crashing down upon the corpse demon king. Under the strike, the once rampaging corpse demon king instantly dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Chapter 116, The Great Serpent Yamada no Orochi, slain. As the dust settled, moonlight flowed like water. A majestic figure descended from the heavens, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns. His weathered face radiated an aura as deep as an abyss. Merely standing there, the deathly aura around him receded like a retreating tide. Emperor Yen. Shangguan Bai struggled to lift his head, his eyes blazing with excitement. At the sight of the elder radiating an unparalleled, terrifying aura, the professional warriors at the border were filled with overwhelming emotion. They cried out in unison, "We greet the Flame Emperor." With the Flame Emperor present, even if the invading forces of all 7 nations attacked together, they felt not a shred of fear. Even the gravely wounded adventurers, upon beholding the Emperor's towering figure, were filled with reverence forgetting the pain of their injuries. The Flame Emperor gave a slight nod, extending his palm as a strand of golden light coalesced within it. It then radiated outward, enveloping every professional present. The wounded professionals watched in astonishment as their injuries rapidly healed, while a gentle force dispelled the death energy within their bodies. His gaze then fell upon the allied forces of the 7 nations gathered beyond the borders, his eyes cold as frost. Just then, Qi Daoming hurriedly arrived, his expression filled with concern. "Your Majesty, revealing your power now may invite the premeditated schemes and countermeasures of the 7 nations' strongest warriors. Facing a great enemy, how could we hold back our strength?" The Yen Emperor shook his head, his voice calm as he declared. "The people and soldiers of Great Yen are all my subjects. Protecting them is my duty." The armies of the 7 nations, composed of professional warriors, saw that towering figure in the sky and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Was that the legendary Emperor of Great Yen? Now, witnessing his presence terrifying as an abyss, they felt a deep dread. Though it was said the Yen Emperor had only reached the 9th transformation, the overwhelming aura radiating from him rivaled that of a 10th transformation. Yet the high-ranking officials of the 7 nations showed no trace of fear upon the Emperor's appearance. The governor of Iglooing Nation leapt into the air, and the commanders of the other 6 nations swiftly followed suit. Emperor Yen, it's been nearly a century since we last met, hasn't it? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation addressed the Flame Emperor as if greeting an old friend. I've remained secluded within the Great Yin Palace these past 100 years. Judging by the aura emanating from you, it seems no one below the 10th transformation could possibly stand against you. Shi Daoming barked coldly, since you know my emperor's strength, withdraw your troops at once. Heh, withdraw? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation sneered coldly, then unleashed a surge of power as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing and a sea raging. But alas, I have already ascended to the 10th transformation. Hearing this, not only Shi Daoming and the Great Yin soldiers were shaken, but even the Yen Emperor furrowed his brows slightly. Who would have thought the Eagle Nation's governor had ascended to the 10th transformation? This represented the peak combat power on Earthstar utterly unmatched. With a 10th transformation expert unleashing his power, Great Yen might not survive this war. The Yen Emperor's expression remained unruffled as he spoke calmly, the 10th transformation is indeed formidable. Yet if I were to trade 1 for 1 with you, victory might still be within reach. Hearing this, the Eagle Nation governor's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated the Yen Emperor displaying such a death-defying resolve. He had assumed the Yen Emperor remained hidden deep within the Great Yin Palace merely to prolong his life. Yet the Emperor of Yen from a century ago had already foreseen today's situation. Such a century-long conspiracy was truly breathtaking. Though the Eagle Nation governor had broken through to the 10th transformation himself, he cherished his life more than anyone. Reaching the 10th transformation was an incredibly arduous feat. If he were to perish alongside the Flame Emperor, even if the Eagle Nation gained immense advantages in this war, he wouldn't gain a single benefit. Moreover, the Flame Emperor was already a spent force. To let this dying man drag him, a 10th-tier powerhouse, down with him would make this battle utterly unprofitable. Yet the Eagle Nation governor kept these thoughts hidden. Here, 6 nations' elite warriors were draining the Flame Emperor's strength for him. He didn't believe the Flame Emperor still possessed the strength to challenge him. Since that is the case, dare you step forth and face me in combat? The Eagle Nation's governor's lips curled into a smirk, his words laced with provocation. Since you challenge me, what have I to fear? The Flame Emperor's expression remained serene as he stepped beyond the Great Yin border, causing ripples to ripple through the void. Seeing the Flame Emperor actually accept the challenge, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in the Eagle Nation governor's eyes. He hadn't expected him to actually accept the challenge. He immediately signaled to the commander of Cuckoo Nation. Without hesitation, the commander of Cuckoo Nation summoned his nation's sacred artifact. The heavens above abruptly transformed, revealing the colossal form of a monstrous creature. The creature possessed 8 heads, its eyes like red-hot irons, and 8 tails swaying behind it. Its body was colossal, stretching tens of thousands of meters across, nearly obscuring the entire sky while radiating an overwhelming aura. Shadow of the 8-headed serpent. Level, 600. HP, 300 million. Combat power, 17 million. The terrifying aura of the Yamata no Orochi swept across the land. Its 8 massive heads loomed over the Dian forces, the crimson vertical pupils radiating boundless savagery. Faced with the Yamata no Orochi's terrifying presence, the Great Yin people couldn't help but fall into tension once more. Who would have thought Cuckoo Nation possessed an artifact capable of summoning mythical creatures from legend? Emperor Yen, this is merely a token of our hospitality. I wonder if you possess the strength to defeat it. The Eagle Nation's governor's smile held undisguised contempt. This trump card alone could drain more than half of the Flame Emperor's power. By then, his attempt to fight me would be nothing more than a futile struggle. It is but a projection. Were its true form to descend, perhaps I might fear it a little. The Flame Emperor spoke coldly, raising his hand. A golden edict radiating resplendent divine might shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the edict transformed into a colossal golden divine dragon. Forged from the very fortune of the Great Yen Empire, the golden dragon charged toward the Yamata no Orochi with terrifying might. Boom! 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 The golden dragon unleashed its devastating power, spewing a torrent of dragon's breath that slammed into the head of the Yamata no Orochi. 50 million. 100 million. 150 million. The staggering damage figures flashed before their eyes, sending shockwaves through the entire Great Flame Army. They never imagined the golden divine dragon's damage could be so terrifying. The Eagle Nation's governor and the 6 nations' commanders watched the scene, their eyes darkening as shock rippled through their minds. They never imagined that even with the Great Yen Empire's current national fortune, it could still manifest such a terrifying golden dragon. If the Great Yan's national fortune were still at its zenith, wouldn't the power wielded by this golden dragon be capable of slaying gods? At that moment, the projection of the Yamata no Orochi let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its form gradually faded away, its terrifying aura rapidly dissipating. The commander of Koku Nation watched in utter disbelief. That was their national treasure and it had been crushed by that golden dragon? Chapter 117, with mortal form, I battle the divine. Yet channeling the fortune of an entire nation demanded immense magical energy. The aged face of the Flame Emperor began to turn pale. The Eagle Nation's governor noticed the Emperor's change, a cold smile curling his lips. Emperor Yen, though you've borrowed the fortune of Great Yen, your own expenditure must be considerable. That was merely an appetizer. Can you withstand the onslaught to come? Though the might of the Great Yan's destiny had indeed startled him, could he withstand the moves yet to come? Once this night passed, they would lead the armies of the 7 nations to invade Great Yen. The Great Yen would then be theirs for the taking, to be divided among themselves. Bring forth whatever means you possess. I accept the challenge. Though the Yen Emperor's aura had weakened considerably, his bearing showed not a trace of cowardice. At that moment, the Eagle Nation turned to one of the commanders behind them. The commander instantly transformed into a streak of light, appearing before his own army at camp. As their combined magical power surged, countless streams of energy converged in the sky, forming a colossal vortex. Beneath the vortex, a figure emerged clad in crimson battle robes and wielding twin-bladed war axes. An aura of majesty radiated from him, commanding the reverence of all beings, while divine light flashed within his eyes. Both the 7 nations and the Great Yen forces before him seemed as insignificant as ants. This is a god. Shi Daoming's expression turned horrified as his information panel appeared before his eyes. Shadow of Ares, god of war. Level? Combat power, 40 million. Skills? Who would have thought the kingdom of Olympus would summon a mythical deity to battle? The flicker of hope that had just ignited among the Great Yen people was instantly doused, as if by a bucket of cold water. That was a god. How could a mere band of mortals possibly stand against a divine being? The flaming emperor's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the shadow of Ares, the god of war. This projection of Ares, the war god, was far more formidable than the Yamata no Orochi from Koku Kingdom. Having already expended the nation's divine power once, their strength was now severely depleted. To think of dispatching this projection of the war god with the same tactic as before was utterly impossible. To fight a god in battle, I would die without regret. A resolute expression hardened across the Yen Emperor's weathered face. In the next instant, his robes billowed violently as his aura surged, unleashing terrifying ripples that shook the very heavens and earth. Then, with a single palm strike, he lashed out at the war god Ares. In an instant, golden light surged forth, the heavens and earth trembled, and the very cosmos shifted. A terrifying power, seemingly capable of crushing half the heavens, surged forth. A mere insect dares to challenge the gods? A trace of contempt flickered in Ares' divine eyes as he raised his twin-bladed war axe, hacking at the palm strike. Boom! 2 colossal forces collided mid-air, sending terrifying energy ripples spreading outward like shockwaves. The clouds in the sky vaporized instantly under this force. And the night sky was instantly illuminated by golden and crimson light, as if daylight had descended. The Flame Emperor's form was instantly knocked back hundreds of feet by the impact, his robes torn to shreds, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the shadow of Ares, the god of war, remained utterly unmoved. An ant is but an ant. To dare challenge the gods is sheer folly. Ares' voice boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating in every ear. The commanders of the 7 nations witnessed this scene, their faces glowing with even greater delight. The Flame Emperor can barely hold on. It seems this war has lost all suspense. The Eagle Nation's governor sneered coldly. The soldiers along the Great Yen border witnessed this and felt despair welling up within them. Shi Daoming clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with frustration and urgency. Though he was a 9 transformation cultivator, he found no opening to intervene in a battle of this caliber. The shadow of the war god Ares towered above, radiating divine light. His twin-bladed battle axe spun lightly in his hands, as if he were merely playing. You are but an insect. Your struggle only prolongs your agony. The Flame Emperor wiped the blood from his lips and slowly straightened his body, his aged eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. What of it if you are a god? Today, I shall fight you as a mortal. The Flame Emperor formed seals with both hands, his magical power surging. Earth's pulse flowed into him like a tidal wave. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body, illuminating the surrounding area. Ares snorted coldly, swinging his twin-bladed battle axe with a violent swing. A blood-red axe beam sliced through the sky like a startled swan, hurtling straight toward the Flame Emperor. Instead of retreating, the Flame Emperor advanced. Clasping his palms together, he then snapped them apart. A golden wall of light materialized out of thin air, blocking the earth-shattering axe beam. Boom! The wall of light shattered, scattering into countless golden fragments. The Flame Emperor flickered and instantly appeared at Ares' side. Great Flame Emperor technique, thunderclap palm. The Flame Emperor struck out with a palm, lightning flickering from his palm like thunder descending from the heavens. Ares sneered in disdain, sweeping his battle axe horizontally. A crimson crescent-shaped blade of light met the thunderous strike. The 2 forces collided once more, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The Flame Emperor's body was once again forced back, but this time he steadied himself, unharmed. Interesting. An ant possesses an unyielding spirit?
Ares narrowed his divine eyes slightly.
Then let me show you the true power of a god.
The god of war stepped into the void, causing the entire sky to tremble. He raised his twin-bladed war axe high, blood-red divine power coalescing like solid substance upon the axe blades.
Axe of the war god.
Ares roared as the axe crashed down, a colossal crimson axe shadow descending from the heavens, as if it could cleave the earth in two.
The Flame Emperor's expression grew grave. He knew this strike could not be met head-on.
His hands swiftly formed seals, and a massive golden formation materialized upon the ground.
Great Yen Protective National Array. Activate.
Golden pillars of light shot skyward from the formation, colliding with the crimson axe shadow.
Boom!
The entire border region shook violently under the impact, sending countless soldiers tumbling haphazardly. The Great Flame Protective Array struggled to withstand this divine strike, yet countless cracks already marred its surface.
Ha 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 ha! Your defenses are nothing.
Ares roared with maniacal laughter, pouring even more divine power into the attack.
The Great National Protection Formation finally collapsed, shattering with a thunderous crash. The Crimson Axe Shadow, its momentum unabated, charged straight toward the Flame Emperor. In the critical moment, the Flame Emperor's eyes narrowed.
His last reserves of magical power surged wildly within him as he raised both hands toward the heavens.
Immortal body.
The Yen Emperor's form abruptly swelled, transforming into a golden giant 1,000-zhang tall, the very immortal body forged from the great fortune of the Yen Empire.
He extended his colossal palm, forcibly catching this earth-shattering strike. What?
Ares' expression changed, clearly not expecting the Flame Emperor to have such a trump card.
The golden giant seized the axe's shadow and crushed it with a single squeeze. The axe's shadow shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. So what if you're the god of war?
Today, I shall make you understand the destiny of the great Yen Empire must not be defiled. The golden giant strode forward, closing the distance to Ares. His fist shot out.
Simple and direct, yet it contained the full might of the great Yen dynasty's destiny.
Ares' expression grew grave as he crossed his axes to block.
Boom!
The collision of their attacks shook the very heavens and earth.
Ares was sent reeling dozens of meters back, his arms trembling slightly. Chapter 118, Within the Great Yen Realm, Gods are Forbidden. Interesting.
So this is what they call the power of national fortune. Ares' expression turned serious. But you are still merely mortal, while I am a god. The war god's divine aura blazed intensely, and raging flames ignited upon his twin-bladed battle axes. His form flickered, transforming into a crimson streak of light as he charged toward the golden giant.
1,000-blade slash.
Ares' figure sliced through the air, leaving countless afterimages in his wake.
Each phantom wielding an axe, forming a dense swarm of axe shadows that completely surrounded the golden giant.
The golden giant advanced instead of retreating, swinging his fists to clash with the countless axe shadows. Each collision erupted with earth-shattering roars. The commanders of the 7 nations watched this scene unfold, their smiles gradually freezing on their faces.
How can this Flame Emperor possess such astonishing power, actually holding his own against the war god Ares?
The commander of Olympus watched the battle above, his heart filled with profound shock. At that moment, the bells of the 7 nations' encampments began to toll. 12 deep tolls echoed across the battlefield, officially declaring the start of the nation's war. The time has come. The governor of Eagle Nation's lips curled into a smug smile. A flash of greed flickered in the eyes of the commanders of several nations. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Dian's dungeons, artifacts, resources, and women all shall be ours today.
Begin the assault on Great Yen.
At the governor of Eagle Nation's command, a vast army surged into the Great Yen territory like a tsunami, the deafening clamor of battle instantly filling the skies.
Countless assaults struck the Great Yen's protective national formation, causing the entire array to flicker and ripple with energy.
It seemed unlikely the Great Protective Array could withstand the combined assault of the 7 nations' armies for more than 10 minutes. Witnessing this, Shi Daoming's cold brow furrowed as power surged from within him like a tidal wave. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeves, his voice boomed like a thunderous roar. People of Great Yen,
follow me and swear to defend our homeland to the death.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shi Daoming soared forward. His magical power surged as he raised his hand to cast a spell. A colossal void palm materialized, reaching out to grasp the masses of the 7 nations' armies.
This single strike crushed at least thousands of enemies to death. Kill. Fight for Great Yen. Countless Great Yen soldiers roared with fury, charging like a torrent of steel toward the enemy lines. Knowing they were outmatched, they still charged headlong into the enemy lines. Fear did not cloud their eyes, only the resolve to die for their nation.
The 7 nations' troops unleashed dazzling bursts of skill within the crowd, and Great Yen soldiers fell one after another. Yet more soldiers filled the gaps, building line after line of defense with their very bodies. High above, the Yen Emperor's situation grew increasingly dire. Each strike from the war god Ares carried earth-shattering power. And though the golden giant was formidable, he was forced to retreat again and again.
Not enough. Far from enough.
Ares roared with maniacal laughter.
Is this the so-called power of national destiny you speak of?
Trivial indeed. A commander clad in silver armor chanted a spell, his scepter pointing toward the heavens. Summon Medusa, Queen of Serpents. As the words fell, a fissure tore open in the sky. A being descended, its upper half a breathtakingly beautiful woman, its lower half a colossal serpent. Her hair was a mass of writhing venomous serpents, and her eyes flashed with a chilling, heart-stopping glint. A single glance turned a charging squadron of great flame cavalry into stone statues. Goddess of war, Athena, we beseech your descent. Another commander began his invocation. Immediately after, a goddess clad in silver armor, wielding a spear and shield, stepped out of the fissure. Thor, god of thunder. A towering figure, wielding a massive hammer and enveloped in thunderbolts, appeared above the battlefield. With a single strike of his hammer, thunder and lightning instantly engulfed the land for thousands of meters around, as countless soldiers of the Great Flame Army fell screaming. Apollo, god of light. Finally, a strikingly handsome man radiating blinding golden light emerged at a measured pace. His radiance shone as brightly as the sun, transforming the night into daylight. The soldiers of the Great Yan Empire felt an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression. One by one, divine projections were summoned forth. Though mere projections, the aura they emitted still sent tremors rippling across the entire battlefield. Countless Dian citizens sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the border and looked up toward the distant horizon. The sky there was illuminated by a dazzling array of energies, as bright as day. What's happening? Why is the sky so strange? Something's happened at the border. The foreign coalition forces must have launched their attack. Can His Majesty the Emperor of Yen hold them back? Does our great Yen truly stand a chance? As Qi Daoming witnessed the successive descent of foreign deities, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shangwan Baiyi was also blasted back by an attack. A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Daoming immediately channeled a surge of healing energy into his body. Shuaiguan Baiyi wiped the blood from his lips, then looked at the Grand Elder with a pained expression. Why do foreign lands possess the means to summon deities, while our great Yen has none? Witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by those divine beings, even the sacrifice of countless Great Yen soldiers would be insufficient. Our Great Yen has suffered a generational gap in divine lineage, so no artifacts capable of summoning deities have been passed down. Qi Daoming shook his head and sighed deeply. But even if the 7 nations can summon divine projections, they won't last long, at most 5 minutes before they dissipate. 5 minutes? Shangwan Baiyi's brow furrowed, a look of unprecedented gravity flickering in his eyes. But can our Great Yen soldiers truly hold out for 5 minutes? In less than a minute, every soldier who had charged out from Great Yen had perished. Meanwhile, several divine projections began launching their assault on the Great Yan's protective national formation. An unprecedented sense of despair permeated the hearts of every soldier of the Great Yan Empire. Screech! But at that very moment, a massive golden bird streaked toward the battlefield. Look! It's the Beastmaster's mount. He's come to support us. As the piercing cry of the blazing heavenly falcon echoed across the heavens and earth, countless Great Yen soldiers saw hope reignite in their eyes. Even Qi Daoming's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. With Jiang Feng's reinforcement, they could hold out until the divine power of the gods dissipated. At that moment, Jiang Feng, standing atop the fiery falcon's back feathers, saw golden light swirling in his eyes. Merely projections of the gods? If the true forms of these deities descended, it would still pose considerable pressure for Jiang Feng. But mere projections? He felt no fear whatsoever. Several divine projections also noticed the approaching golden giant bird. Jiang Feng pressed his toes against the falcon's back feathers, hovering in the sky. Within the Great Yen realm, gods are forbidden. As his words fell, he immediately activated the divine might skill. In an instant, overwhelming divine might surged from Jiang Feng's body, its terrifying power striking fear into all beings. Chapter 119, Those who offend Great Yen shall be slain, even gods. The projections of several deities sensed Jiang Feng's aura, their expressions shifting slightly. This was the true aura of a god, there was no mistake. Yet they were merely projections descended from the divine. Their power was but a mere fraction of their true might. Yet the divine aura emanating from the youth before them was unmistakably that of a true god. A true god is one who possesses divine essence, an existence transcending the ordinary. Had their true forms descended, they would never have destroyed this unknown deity before them. Yet as mere projections, their combined strength likely falls short of a deity wielding its full power. Moreover, their existence had lasted but a mere few minutes. Witnessing the divine might radiating from Jiang Feng, the 7 nations commander and his entire army were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! When did a god emerge within the borders of Great Yen? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation's expression darkened further. He never imagined a god could exist within Great Yen. What was a god? Even the peerless 10 transformation supermasters revered by the masses. Before a god, they were but ants capable of a few feeble struggles. No, that boy was a Beast Tamer before. Even if he cleared the Great Yen Tower of heavenly prodigies and obtained the divine source, he couldn't have ascended to godhood instantly. The words came from the blonde man beside the Eagle Nation governor. When Jiang Feng had activated his domain earlier and slain the envoy of the Seven Nations, he had only cut down one of his clones. At that time, Jiang Feng could indeed wield a domain. He knew full well that Jiang Feng could never become a true god in such a short span of time. As the armies of the Seven Nations and the gods remained on high alert, the people of Great Yan erupted in cheers and excitement. Our Great Yan actually possesses a supreme deity. Could this be a hallucination before I die? Yes. It all makes sense now. That formidable beast master, so young yet commanding such terrifying beasts, he was a god all along. In that instant, the soldiers of Great Yan finally understood. Who else but a god could accomplish such an unbelievable feat? Qi Daoming stared straight up at Jiang Feng, his weathered face trembling with awe. Who would have thought that Jiang Feng, having obtained the divine source, would ascend to godhood? With a deity now presiding over Great Yan, which nation on earth would dare show disrespect? Even the Yan Emperor, still locked in fierce combat with Ares, showed a flicker of emotion across his weathered face. After so many years, Great Yan had finally produced a powerhouse capable of upholding the entire nation. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart all these years instantly lifted. What filled him with astonishment and delight was the realization that the Great Yan would henceforth be blessed by a divine protector. It would be the first nation in the history of Earthstar to give birth to a true god. How prosperous would the nation's fortune become then? Impossible. He absolutely isn't a god, he must be using some kind of special artifact. The blond man's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Feng, as if searching for some flaw in him. Upon hearing this, the governor of Eagle Nation furrowed his brow. He promptly began examining Jiang Feng's interface information. Yet he couldn't see through Jiang Feng's panel at all. But based on the blond man's earlier explanation, he naturally knew about this Beast Tamer who had suddenly risen with unmatched talent. After a moment's contemplation, he ordered, "Continue the assault. Even if he is a deity, he is but a pseudo-god." The gap between a pseudo-god and a true god was as vast as heaven and earth, as different as chalk and cheese. Moreover, the Seven Nations had now amassed millions of troops. Regardless of whether this youth was a pseudo-god. Even if he were a true god who had just attained divinity, his power would certainly not be solidified. Given their current strength, slaying a new deity was not beyond their reach. Moreover, slaying a deity yields a divine heart. And after a 10th transformation powerhouse fuses with it, they might even gain a chance at attaining godhood. At this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the Eagle Nation's governor. Surveying the assembly of gods below and the vast, ocean-like armies of the Seven Nations, Jiang Feng raised his hand, and the abyssal Dragon King extended from the void. Its colossal form, stretching countless zhang in length, obscured half the sky. Boom! The mountain-ceiling black tortoise descended from the void, crashing into the Seven Nations army. The immense shockwave instantly crushed thousands of practitioners into a pulp, even causing the ground to sink several inches. The underworld hound unleashed its skill, dark prison roar, sweeping through a vast expanse of the army composed of low-tier practitioners. The arrival of these 4 ancient-grade spirit beasts instantly annihilated over 100,000 troops charging toward the Great Yen border. Spirit Tamer God? Apollo, the god of light, watched as Jiang Feng summoned these 4 ancient-grade spirit beasts, his brows furrowing slightly. But he remembered that the Spirit Tamer god had not yet fallen. Logically, before an old god perished, it was impossible for a new deity of equal divine rank to emerge. Only by fusing with the divine essence of an old god could one ascend to godhood. Very well. Though I know not how you attained godhood on earth, if you obstruct me today, you become my enemy. Once you step into the divine realm, your fate will be stripped of your godhood and subjected to eternal punishment. Within the divine realm, numerous divine kingdoms existed, each ruled by a sovereign deity who reigned over their respective domains. Apologies, but your threats hold no sway over me. Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly, yet a chill flashed in his eyes. Those who dare offend the Great Yen shall be slain even if they are gods. A long sword radiating immense power materialized beside him. Slash! The low command boomed like a muffled thunderclap, piercing the heavens and shaking the clouds. As the sword swung down, a dazzling sword beam sliced across the heavens, cleaving the sky itself in two. Wherever the blade's glow passed, the air itself was torn apart, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. The Seven Nations warriors charging at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being swallowed by this terrifying sword energy, reduced to nothingness. Interesting. Dare to challenge me? A cold smile spread across Apollo's handsome face as he raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying divine force that collided with the sword beam. Boom! 2 forces collided, erupting in a blinding light that scattered clouds across thousands of miles. The shockwave swept outward, flinging the ground troops away like fallen leaves. Even the other deities were forced to stumble back several steps under the immense force of the impact. Interesting. Apollo stepped out from the dazzling light. As a true god, even if newly ascended, one's power should not be this feeble. If this were a true god, even a lesser one, his projection would have dissipated under that strike. The other deities also sensed the anomaly, and a flicker of anger immediately appeared on their faces. A mere pseudo-god dares to show disrespect to a true god. Chapter 120, So-called gods are nothing special. So what if I show disrespect to a god? Jiang Feng's indifferent eyes held not a trace of fear. After all, Earth stars simply lack the energy reserves to sustain the descent of a true god. Thus, Jiang Feng held no fear of their true forms descending. A faint smile then curved his lips, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Under the gaze of the gods and the armies of the 7 nations, a peculiar ripple suddenly emanated from his body.
Demigod domain, activate.
In an instant, the space within a 100-mile radius seemed enveloped by an invisible barrier.
However, Jiang Feng only drew these deities into his domain.
Apollo, the god of light, was the first to sense the anomaly. His divine power was visibly draining at a rapid pace. The other deities also sensed the peculiarity within the domain. Their gazes sharpened as they simultaneously channeled their divine power to attack Jiang Feng. Though only projections had descended, their combat power was staggering. Even the weakest among them, Medusa, possessed over 10 million points. The combined assault of these deities felt like the end of the world itself, causing even space to tremble violently, a truly terrifying sight. Yet not a trace of fear crossed Jiang Feng's face. Remember, Jingyue Xuanwu's health pool exceeded 100 million, and its defense had skyrocketed by tens of millions.
Combined with his own demigod domain, these divine projections would still lose 10% of their strength every second.
Even with combat power of 20 million, 10 seconds would erode 2 million points.
This meant that the Jingyue Xuanwu only needed to endure 20 seconds of direct assault before the divine projections would face their doom.
Facing the apocalyptic barrage, the mountain-sealing black tortoise let out a deep, furious roar. A defensive barrier instantly materialized before him, absorbing the assaults of several deities. In an instant, the barrier began to tremble violently. Cracks spread like spider webs across its surface. The other ancient tier beasts immediately launched their own assaults against the divine beings. Yet against deities whose power far exceeded their own, the Beast Tamers suffered crushing defeats. Inferior pseudo-god, is this the full extent of your power? A look of contempt flashed in the eyes of Apollo, the god of light. Still, I must thank you for making my time on Earth a little less tedious. To die by the hand of a true god is an honor for you. With that, he raised his arm. Divine light surged from his palm, coalescing into a blindingly bright beam. With a flick of his finger, the dazzling white light enveloped the entire demigod's domain in an endless blaze of radiance. Yet when this attack struck Jiang Feng, it merely caused his robes to flutter in the wind. So this is what a god is, nothing special. Jiang Feng stood with unyielding pride, a newfound composure playing at the corners of his mouth. The combat prowess of these gods had now been reduced to that of ordinary 9th transformation practitioners. And before a 9th transformation practitioner, calling Jiang Feng a true god would be no exaggeration.
Arrogant!
The war god Ares roared furiously, swinging his axe blade violently toward Jiang Feng. Yet despite the overwhelming momentum of this strike, its true destructive power could only inflict a maximum of 1 million damage.
Arrogant? Then you'll be the first to feel my wrath.
Jiang Feng raised his hand, summoning the sword spirit.
Supreme ultimate slash. A colossal blade of energy erupted in an instant, its might utterly terrifying.
Beneath the strike, the war god Ares' form was pierced clean through, his health bar instantly depleted. He then dissolved into a cluster of starlight and vanished. The other deities swiftly followed suit, reduced to starlight by the sword spirit's slash. Within the demigod's domain, Jiang Feng would allow them to run rampant for no more than 10 seconds. Without special artifacts capable of resisting the demigod realm's weakening effects, they were all mere ants before him. The only question was whether this demigod domain could weaken true gods. By the time the domain dissipated, the figures of the major deities had long vanished.
Victory! The deities of Great Yen have won. Great Yen is invincible. The Great Yen deities are invincible. People of the 7 kingdoms, now it's your turn to tremble.
The soldiers of Great Yen, seeing the projections of the most dreaded deities vanish, wore expressions of exhilaration and joy.
Meanwhile, the commanders and soldiers of the 7 kingdoms began to tremble.
The divine projections they had summoned had all been defeated by that man. Those were their greatest trump cards and pillars of reliance. Now, no matter how powerful their trump cards might be, they dared not act arrogantly before Jiang Feng.
Those willing to surrender now may still live. Resist, and you will be slaughtered without mercy. You have 2 minutes to decide. After that, even surrenderers will die.
Jiang Feng addressed the gathered armies of the 7 nations below.
This teeming mass of people, even an ant would take ages to crush them all.
Jiang Feng had no such patience. As for the commanders of the 7 nations, surrender meant death, there was no other path.
Wait! We surrender!
A large group of 7 nation soldiers chose to lay down their weapons, cowering on the ground with their heads in their hands. After all, refusing to surrender meant certain death. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng produced the life and death mystic symbol and activated it toward the fallen soldiers of the Great Yen below. As the symbol activated, points of light drifted down from the sky like a shower of white snow. They drifted down onto the motionless bodies of the fallen soldiers. As the white light merged into their bodies, their hearts began beating again within moments. Their bodies slowly regained sensation. As they abruptly opened their eyes, they stared in utter shock at the realization they had been resurrected.
What's happening? I'm not dead. The soldiers looked around in a daze. We've actually been resurrected? The soldiers revived by the life-death mystic symbols were utterly incredulous. But when they saw Jiang Feng above them, radiating an aura like a divine being, they finally understood it was a deity who had saved them. Yet this deity was none other than the former Beast Master. They knelt on one knee, grateful for Jiang Feng's life-saving grace. Thank you, Divine Lord. We shall be your most devoted followers. Simultaneously, a quest notification appeared on Jiang Feng's interface.
Triggered quest, devout followers.
Mission description: acquiring faith power will enhance your strength. Sufficient faith power can transform you into a true deity. Requirement: accept the devout worship of your followers. Duration: unlimited. Reward: fragment of divine essence 1.
Seeing this sudden task panel appear, he blinked in surprise. All I wanted was to test the power of the life and death mystic seal, yet I've triggered a hidden quest?
Can one truly become a deity by amassing sufficient faith power? In other words, as long as one has a vast number of devotees, becoming a god is just a matter of time? And the reward for this quest is a fragment of the divine source. Now that's something to covet. Chapter 121, Are you worthy? But how exactly does one receive the devout worship of believers? Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss. Could a simple nod suffice?
Then Jiang Feng nodded.
Yet the quest information showed no change.
After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng spoke solemnly.
Since you choose to become my followers, I shall protect you from any danger you may face.
At these words, the great Yan soldiers present were deeply moved, kneeling down one after another. Even the Yan Emperor and Shi Daoming bowed slightly toward Jiang Feng in respect. At that moment, the task panel emitted a sound indicating the mission's completion.
Jiang Feng gave a slight nod and opened the task panel. Triggered quest: devout believer. Mission description: acquiring the power of faith will enhance your strength. Sufficient faith energy can transform you into a true deity. Requirement: accept the devout worship of believers. Duration: unlimited. Reward: fragment of divine essence 1. Quest status: completed. Submit? Submit. Jiang Feng gladly chose to submit. Ding. Quest completed. Reward obtained: fragment of the divine source 1. Obtained divine skill: descent.
Description: you may temporarily descend using the body of a believer.
Faith power gained: 500,000.
Description: faith power can be used to shape your divine essence. With the divine source in hand, I can finally evolve the snow silver fox. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward. That contracted snow silver fox had been kept as a pet all this time, never getting a chance to prove itself, just eating for free. Now that he had obtained a fragment of the divine origin, it should be able to help it evolve, right? One by one, armies from the 7 nations knelt in submission, choosing to surrender. At this moment, the governor of Eagle Sauce Nation wore a grim expression, weighing in his mind whether to make a desperate last stand. After all, that kid had just unleashed his domain, and the power required to slay several divine projections must have been immense. His current strength was undoubtedly below his peak. If they could slay him and seize his divine heart, it could potentially aid him in ascending as a new god.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, who knew how many more years he would have to wait?
But if the young man still had hidden cards up his sleeve, then he would be in dire straits. At this thought, a sinister gleam flashed in the Eagle Nation governor's eyes. Nevertheless, he chose to submit for now, biding his time before revealing his claws for a fatal strike. I surrender. The Eagle Nation governor bowed his head to Jiang Feng. Seeing the Eagle Nation governor's surrender, the commanders of the other 6 nations had no choice but to follow suit. After all, their greatest trump card had been exhausted. Any remaining tricks they possessed were but a flea shaking a tree before the divine power. Whether you 6 commanders surrender or not, today you shall all meet your end. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Feng's indifferent expression. Hearing this, the faces of the 7 commanders darkened. Since this youth had already pronounced their death sentence, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Boy, even if we go down together, we'll show you what we're made of. The 7 commanders' auras surged violently. As 9 transformation powerhouses, they refused to believe that their combined assault couldn't severely cripple this brat. With that, they transformed into streaks of light, charging forward with overwhelming momentum.
You think you're qualified?
Jiang Feng sneered coldly. Behind him, 4 ancient great beasts coiled menacingly, radiating terrifying auras. Before they could even close in, the Abyssal Dragon King and the Blazing Falcon unleashed their skills, obliterating them in an instant.
9 transformations?
They were no different from ants. The combat power of an average 9th transformation expert hovered around 3 million.
Even slightly stronger ones rarely exceeded 5 or 6 million.
The absolute ceiling rarely surpassed 8 or 9 million, and that was only achievable with the support of various skills and artifacts. Yet in Jiang Feng's eyes, even 5 million combat power couldn't breach the defense of the mountain-ceiling Black Tortoise. The Eagle Nation governor, witnessing this, was utterly horrified. He immediately fled backward at top speed.
Simultaneously, he activated a teleportation scroll to flee. Earthstar was no longer an option. Escape into the starry void was his only path. Boom! Boom! Under the assault of the blazing falcon, the Eagle Nation governor plunged into the void, vanishing from sight. Seeing the Great Yen commander about to pursue, Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. He's nothing but a stray dog now. Not long after, once the armies of the 7 nations had fully surrendered, a notification sounded on the interface of the Great Yen soldiers. National war concluded. Great Yen, acting alone, has defeated the 7 nations and secured victory. Great Yen's national fortune increased by 10 million points. Base attributes of all Great Yen professionals increased by 10%. Great Yen has obtained the qualification to open and enter the sacred realm. The Great Yen Empire will receive. A flurry of notification messages filled the entire Great Yen populace with extraordinary joy. Who would have thought this 1 versus 7 national war would end in victory? By vanquishing these 7 nations, Great Yen would absorb their collective fortune, reaching a peak of prosperity. Across the entire Earthstar, Great Yen would witness an unprecedented golden age where nations from all corners would come to pay homage. Moreover, with a deity now born within its borders, Great Yen truly deserved the title of a divine nation. Among the flurry of notifications, Jiang Feng's sole interest lay in the sacred realm. Within it lay countless hidden treasures. Even the source of divine power had been obtained by the Great Yen's ancestors from there. Undoubtedly, great opportunities lie within. Cough. The Flame Emperor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet a faint smile flickered across his pallid face. Dian had won. They had prevailed over this unprecedented crisis. And the pivotal factor in this victory was the appearance of the youth before him, who had instantly turned the tide. With the Great Yen Empire assured of its future, his mission was complete. He could now depart with peace of mind. Emperor Yen, you. Shi Daoming's expression grew grave as he hurriedly supported the emperor. The Yen Emperor sighed. My time has come. To witness the Great Yen's fortune flourish once more before my passing is to die without shame before the hopes of all Yen emperors who came before me. Jiang Feng, before I depart, there is one final request I hope you will grant. The emperor's gaze fell upon Jiang Feng, his eyes softening with a touch of benevolence. Today, I entrust the heavy burden of Great Yen to you. From this day forward, you shall be the new emperor of Great Yen. At this point, the emperor smiled. No, you should be called the Yen God. May you protect this land and ensure its prosperity for 1,000 years. Jiang Feng could sense the emperor's vitality rapidly fading. Within a minute, he would likely depart this world forever. Emperor Yen, this life-death essence talisman in my hand might just revive you. Jiang Feng immediately produced the life-death essence talisman and addressed the emperor. But the Yen emperor waved his hand. Though the life-death essence talisman is immensely powerful, seemingly capable of reversing the cycle of life and death, it merely restores one who died untimely to their original state. He himself was already at the end of his rope, yet with the Great Yen Empire lacking a successor, he dared not simply pass away. Chapter 122, The Snow Silver Fox merges with the source of divine power. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately drew water from the fountain of life. Perhaps this life-giving water could help extend the Yen Emperor's lifespan. As the fountain of life appeared, a potent essence of vitality instantly spread throughout the area. Upon seeing the fountain of life, not only was Shi Daoming startled, but even the Flame Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the fountain of life. Where did you obtain such a precious treasure? A flicker of genuine emotion flickered across the Yen Emperor's weathered face. A stroke of luck, I suppose, Jiang Feng chuckled softly before handing the fountain of life to the Flame Emperor. The Yen Emperor accepted it, his aged fingers trembling slightly as disbelief flickered in his eyes. The fountain of life, a legendary treasure. Never did I imagine I would witness it with my own eyes. The Flame Emperor gazed at the crystal-clear water in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. In that instant, a sudden transformation occurred. A surging wave of life energy erupted from within the Yen Emperor, like a spring breeze sweeping through winter, reviving all things. A rich green glow radiated from his body. The soldiers of Great Yen stood speechless, unable to believe their eyes. The Emperor's aged features transformed at a visible pace. Sunken eye sockets gradually filled out, loose skin began to tighten, and his head of white hair even began to show hints of black. Jiang Feng watched quietly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The effects of the fountain of life were even more astonishing than he had imagined. The Yen Emperor's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze now several times sharper than before. He raised his hands, staring at his skin regaining its elasticity, too stunned to speak. His once stooped frame gradually straightened, wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. And his entire being seemed to revert to the robust vigor of his 50s. This power. I feel my lifespan has been extended by at least several decades. The Flame Emperor's voice boomed, no longer weak and frail. The green glow gradually receded inward, yet the vibrant vitality radiating from the Flame Emperor grew ever more pronounced. His aura shifted from decay to a steady, profound weight, rejuvenated with vitality. To say the Flame Emperor wasn't thrilled would be a lie. He never imagined Jiang Feng possessed such a treasure. Shi Daoming's eyes burned red.
The mighty Yan Huang of years past had returned.
This scene, how many times had he envisioned it in his mind, even believing it was merely a fantasy? Yet here it was, unfolding before his eyes. Elder Qi, you're included too.
Jiang Feng took another bottle of life spring water and handed it to Shi Daoming.
Shi Daoming's expression flickered with shock.
He hastily waved his hands.
This is simply too much. The life spring water possessed such powerful effects. Though he yearned for it deep down, how could he possibly accept Jiang Feng's gift without reason? Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Senior Elder, don't be so polite. If those foreigners saw us refusing, they'd think we couldn't afford it. I have plenty of this life spring water. When the time comes, distribute one bottle to each of our soldiers. Kidioming nearly froze at Jiang Feng's bold declaration, while the soldiers of Great Yen below erupted in ecstatic cheers. Who would have thought they'd get a share of this life spring water? This was a divine treasure capable of restoring the Emperor of Yen to his youthful vigor. Thank you, Divine Jiang. We shall devote our lives to you.
The Great Yen soldiers bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Feng. The armies of the Seven Nations watched the life spring with intense envy, yet could only stare helplessly from the sidelines. In that moment, they too wished to become followers of Jiang Feng. The reason was simple: Jiang Feng had given far too much. Even the deities worshipped daily by the people of the Seven Kingdoms for hundreds of years had never bestowed any tangible benefits upon them. But this great Yen deity before them? He truly was generous with his gifts. Divine Lord Jiang, we too wish to worship you. The armies of the Seven Kingdoms knelt before Jiang Feng in unison. Their expressions devoid of any unnecessary emotion, filled only with a yearning for the life spring.
Very well.
Since you choose to become my followers, each shall receive 3 drops of the life spring.
Jiang Feng declared with a smile.
Naturally, he could not give each soldier a full bottle. Yet these 3 drops were more than enough to extend the lifespan of an ordinary person.
As long as you worship me with sincere devotion, the benefits will be boundless. Jiang Feng declared.
A flicker of emotion flickered across the faces of the Seven Nations armies, and they quickly nodded in agreement.
They resolved to establish churches and recruit believers upon their return. After the battle concluded, the soldiers of Great Yen triumphantly returned home. As the victor of this war, the Great Yen Empire resolved to dispatch envoys to oversee the affairs of the Seven Nations. Henceforth, all sovereignty over the Seven Nations would be placed under Great Yan's authority.
And each year they would pay tribute with 100 sets of epic tier items and 50 legendary tier artifacts. This truly achieved the unprecedented feat of having all nations pay homage. The Grand Elder wished to host a grand victory banquet to celebrate this triumph in the war. Jiang Feng initially intended to decline with a wave of his hand, but the invitation was simply too gracious to refuse. After all, the victory in this war was largely due to his decisive intervention. Within the Great Yen Palace, over 1,000 tables laden with sumptuous feasts were set, inviting dignitaries from all walks of life across the Great Yen Empire. Amidst the jubilant smiles on the faces of the crowd, Jiang Feng wore only a faint smile. Standing before the palace, he raised his wine cup and offered a brief toast to the crowd below.
He then quietly withdrew, intending to first focus on enhancing Xue Yin Fox's strength.
After all, he still had a long way to go before achieving true invincibility. After immersing his consciousness into the beast taming space, Jiang Feng began examining the Snow Silver Fox's information panel.
Snow Silver Fox Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 60. Strength, 8,741. Stamina, 7,654. Agility, 9,441. Spirit, 10,154. Combat Power, 28742. Skills, Ice Spike Piercing, Ice Flame Power.
Little one, this is a fragment of the divine source. I wonder how much it will enhance your strength. Jiang Feng placed the rhombic fragment, radiating a rainbow-colored glow, before the Snow Silver Fox. Sensing the power of the divine source, the Snow Silver Fox became intensely excited.
Its glassy eyes fixed intently on the fragment. Then it leapt up and swallowed it whole. The fragment rapidly dissolved within the Snow Silver Fox's body, transforming into a pure stream of energy that coursed through its meridians.
A faint silver-blue glow began to emanate from the Snow Silver Fox's body, the light growing ever brighter, until it formed a luminous cocoon that enveloped it entirely. Jiang Feng involuntarily took a few steps back, squinting to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. He could sense a formidable aura brewing within the cocoon, a power that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the bloodline of a divine beast? Jiang Feng murmured to himself, his heart pounding with awe. Within the cocoon, the Snow Silver Fox's body underwent a profound transformation. The fragment of the divine source had awakened the dormant divine beast bloodline within it. And though only 1% of its power had been awakened, it was enough to trigger a qualitative transformation. With a crisp crackling sound, the light cocoon shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light that dispersed into the air. Chapter 123, Evolutionary Snow Fox Girl? Jiang Feng stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the sight before him. The snow silver fox, once no larger than a small kitten, had now transformed into a girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old. She possessed silvery white hair, skin as pure as snow, and eyes like translucent glass that still retained the fox's distinctive features. Most striking were the pair of fluffy silver white fox ears atop her head, trembling softly with each breath.
This is personification? Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise.
The little girl tilted her head toward Jiang Feng, her eyes sparkling with lively curiosity, seemingly fascinated by her own transformation. She tentatively took a step forward but stumbled, unaccustomed to walking on human legs. Only then did Jiang Feng notice the girl was completely naked. He quickly turned away, retrieving a set of his own clothes from the system space. After all, he wasn't some pedophile. Put these on first, Jiang Feng said, handing her the clothes while averting his gaze from her body. The little girl took the clothes and fiddled with them curiously, clearly unsure how to put them on. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and turned to face her, guiding her step by step on how to dress.
First, put your arms through the sleeves. That's right. Then the pants. After a flurry of clumsy attempts, the little girl finally managed to get dressed. Though the clothes were far too large for her, at least they covered her body. Only then did Jiang Feng turn around to carefully examine the little girl who had transformed from the snow silver fox. He opened the snow silver fox's information panel and discovered astonishing changes in the data. Snow fox maiden divine beast bloodline awakening stage. Rank, high grade gold. Level, LV 65. Strength, 1,012,541. Constitution, 2,161,254. Agility, 1,404,321. Spirit, 1,635,784. Combat power, 1,214,658. Skills, Ice Spike Piercing, Winter's Wrath, Snow God's Descent, Divine Beast Transformation Basic. My combat power just shot up to 1,000,000. Jiang Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The power of this divine source is truly terrifying. Activating just 1% of the divine beast bloodline yields such results. The little girl seemed to want to say something, but could only emit a fox-like cry. She frowned, looking somewhat disheartened. Jiang Feng ruffled her hair and smiled. Don't worry. You've just gained human form, it'll take time to adjust. With your intelligence, you'll master human language in no time. The little girl nodded, her eyes flashing with determination. From today onward, I must give you a name. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Since you're a snow silver fox and have such beautiful silver hair, I'll call you Mingyue-grade. The little girl now Mingyue lit up instantly, clearly delighted with the name. She nodded happily, a faint smile curving her lips. Jiang Feng smiled as he ruffled her hair. As Mingyue's divine beast bloodline awakened further, her strength would surely reach new heights. At the Great Yan celebration banquet, several colossal auras descended upon the void in an instant. All were 10th transformation powerhouses, guardians of the starry sky Great Wall. Their sudden appearance stirred immediate commotion. Emperor Yan and Shi Daoming immediately stepped forward, their brows furrowed as they inquired, what brings the esteemed elders to Great Yan? One of them, a golden-haired, blue-eyed 10th transformation powerhouse, swept his gaze over the two before fixing it on the Yan Emperor. A hint of surprise flashed across his features as he remarked, Tian, I never expected you to return to the world of mortals. He and the Yan Emperor were peers among the mighty, known as Weiss. Back then, he had obtained the divine source, breaking through to the 10th transformation in one fell swoop. Since then, he had guarded the starry sky Great Wall for 200 or 300 years. Nearly seized a stroke of fortune, the Yan Emperor replied flatly, his face devoid of emotion. Weiss did not elaborate, instead stating, I hear your great Yan nation triumphed in the war, and the gate to the sacred realm is about to open. So what? The Flame Emperor met his gaze with cool detachment. Do you still intend to vie for entry slots into the sacred realm? The gate to the sacred realm was opening, yet only a dozen or so could enter. It was widely known that the sacred realm held countless treasures. Such coveted things would naturally attract the covetous eyes of others. Tian, you should know what the sacred realm represents. I can forego what you previously possessed, but half of the entry qualifications to the sacred realm must be given to me. Weissi's tone was unyielding, his words carrying an air of absolute certainty. As for the outcome of the Seven Nations conflict, it held no real significance for those of their caliber masters who had already reached the 10th transformation. They had guarded the starry skies and witnessed the mightiest realms across other star domains. A powerful civilization could even dominate an entire star domain. Earthstar was but a mere speck in the vast expanse of the cosmos. And the nations within Earthstar were even more insignificant. You expect me to hand over half the spots just like that? Absolutely impossible. Emperor Yan flatly refused his demand. Each entry slot was precious beyond measure to the great Yan Empire, he could never part with them. Wisden's brow furrowed, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet as the designated landing site, the Flame Emperor held the authority to grant others entry to the sacred realm. Tian, are you aware that in 3 months, the Abyssal Demon Clan will pass through Earthstar? Given their nature, not a blade of grass will remain standing upon this planet. The abyssal demons were notorious pirates who violently plundered other planets.
Yet their brutal methods struck terror into countless races, inspiring both hatred and dread. If you persist in your course, without the guardians of the starry sky Great Wall to hold the line, you will surely face annihilation.
Do not let victory in this war inflate your arrogance. Remember, all below the 10th transformation are but ants. Hearing these threatening words, the Yen Emperor's gaze darkened as he fell into deep thought. Though he had never witnessed the abyssal demons firsthand, the cosmos abounded with tales of their existence.
Thus, the Yen Emperor was well aware of the grave threat they posed.
Honorable elder, you may be unaware that Great Yen is no longer what it once was.
Now, a god has been born within our realm.
Great Yen shall become a divine nation.
Qi Daoming met Weiss's gaze, his words tinged with pride. Yet upon hearing this, Weiss and the other 10 transformation powerhouses all snorted derisively.
Even with the divine source, one cannot ascend to godhood overnight. As those who possess the divine source, don't we know this better than anyone? Yet their smiles froze the very next second.
For from the distance, a divine-like oppressive aura surged forth, weighing upon them like countless mountains, crushing their very being. A youth of extraordinary handsomeness approached slowly, his very presence radiating divine majesty.
Chapter 124, having seen the divine, why not pay homage? This can't be possible.
Weiss stared at Jiang Feng in utter disbelief.
He strained desperately to peer into Jiang Feng's information panel. Name? Class? Level? Yet all he saw were question marks.
The 10th tier powerhouses behind Weiss were equally stunned.
As 10th tier powerhouses, they couldn't see through this kid's information panel. How could this be? Had he truly ascended to godhood overnight?
Jiang Feng remained composed.
Since you've seen the divine, why not pay homage?
The next moment, a surging divine might crashed over them like a tidal wave, nearly crushing their breath from their chests.
Their hearts trembled violently. Yet Vessa's expression darkened as he barked, "Boy, stop playing tricks here. I refuse to believe you could truly become a god just by obtaining a fragment of the divine source. If the path to godhood were truly that simple, then all of them, the 10th tier powerhouses guarding the starry sky Great Wall, would have become gods." It must be understood that while 10th tier powerhouses have no level restrictions, within the 10th tier, there exists a tiered hierarchy. The peak level for most 9th tier practitioners barely reaches 300. Those at levels 301 to 499 are known as Supreme Masters. Levels 500 to 699 are known as the Holy Realm. Levels 700 to 899 are known as the Holy King Realm. Levels 900 to 999 are the Holy Emperor Realm. Once one breaks through the 1000-level barrier, they enter the Great Emperor Realm. Absent the presence of divine beings, the Great Emperor Realm stands as the supreme, peerless superpower dominating countless star domains. After reaching the 10th transformation, the experience required to advance each level becomes truly colossal. However, experience isn't solely gained through defeating monsters or consuming experience pills. Absorbing the energy contained within spirit source stones can equally boost one's experience points. In the cosmos, spirit source stones are the universal currency. For any cultivation system, spirit source stones are indispensable. Yet spirit source stones are exceedingly rare across the cosmos. Measured by Earthstar's currency, a single spirit source stone is worth at least 100 million Federation coins. That's precisely why Weiss was so utterly certain Jiang Feng could never ascend to the divine realm. Oh? Are you questioning this god? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze betraying no emotion. Though he was indeed deliberately masquerading as a deity. With the divine skill of dominion over all living beings, he was no different from a true deity. Boy, stop playing tricks before me. Do you really need me to expose you to prove you're not a god? Wiss's face darkened with fury as he barked coldly at Jiang Feng, his divine power surging around him, ready to crush Jiang Feng's soul. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Feng murmured indifferently, "Kneel." The sovereign of all beings skill activated instantly. Wiss suddenly found his body acting as if beyond his control, his knees buckling instantly. He knelt heavily before Jiang Feng, right in front of everyone. Thud. His knees slammed into the ground, blasting a deep, gouged-out crater. This scene left every witness utterly stunned. A single sentence had caused a Supreme Realm powerhouse of over 400 levels to kneel. Emperor Yan and Qi Dao felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Damn it, what did you do to me? Wiss's eyes widened in horror. He felt as though 1,000 mountains had crushed his body, leaving him utterly immobilized. At that moment, the 10th tier powerhouse behind Weiss immediately prepared to strike Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng merely glanced at them with a sneer. Kneel before this god. In an instant, several 10th tier powerhouses were forcibly pinned to the ground by a force utterly beyond their resistance. Their bodies seemed to be controlled by an external force, crawling toward Jiang Feng on their knees. A single command could force several Supreme Realm experts to kneel. Such terrifying power sent chills down the spine. Panic gripped their hearts. The youth before them had likely truly become a god. We beseech the divine majesty to calm your wrath. We shall never again commit any presumptuous acts. The several 10th transformation experts behind Weiss spoke with trembling fear. Had they not witnessed how Weiss had knelt moments before? But after Jiang Feng's words, they could distinctly feel the terrifying, overwhelming power suppressing their bodies. And you? Jiang Feng's gaze turned coldly toward Weiss. If he still harbored any defiance, Jiang Feng would not hesitate to make him take his own life right then and there. Faced with Jiang Feng's divine might and his words carrying the force of law, even the proud and arrogant Weiss could only bow his head low. I was blind and ignorant, divine lord. I beg your forgiveness. Jiang Feng did not nod. Instead, he asked coolly, what is the origin of this abyssal demon clan you mentioned earlier? He had no intention of allowing Weiss and the others to rise just yet. He'd wait until the time for the living entity's control arrived before permitting them to rise. A few extra moments on their knees would serve as a small warning. Weiss pursed his lips and spoke, it is said the abyssal demon clan is a race cursed by the gods. Their kind angered the divine, so the gods unleashed divine punishment, destroying their homeland. Since then, the abyssal demons have rampaged across the cosmos, plundering weaker planetary civilizations. Every world they conquered was reduced to a wasteland. Judging by their movements, it won't be long before the abyssal demons pass by Earth. When they do, Earth's civilization will surely face their destruction and devastation. Upon hearing news of the abyssal demons, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a bold idea emerged in his mind. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, so, if I understand you correctly, the abyssal demons must be carrying a great deal of treasure, right? Hearing this, Weiss and the other 10 turned powerhouses all froze in surprise. After all, any other planet's powerhouse, upon learning of an impending abyssal demon invasion, would likely be frantic with worry. Yet this youth, upon learning of the abyssal demon clan's atrocities, had instead set his sights on their treasures. But if this youth truly was a god, then the abyssal demon clan would likely gain nothing on Earth. They might even tuck their tails between their legs and steer clear of Earth entirely. After all, word had it that the abyssal demon clan's leader possessed only peak Saint Realm strength. While peak Saint Realm power is terrifyingly strong, beneath the gods, it remains as weak and insignificant as an ant. Weiss, snapping back to his senses, nodded. Indeed. Many Star Realm powerhouses hunt the abyssal demon clan, but they've always been cunning and treacherous, making it difficult to wipe them out completely. Jiang Feng gave a faint nod, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I understand the situation. I can grant you 3 entry qualifications to the sacred realm. The condition is that you must faithfully guard the starry sky Great Wall. Should any of you enter Earthstar without summons, there will be only one consequence, that is? The chilling implication hung heavy in the air. Though Jiang Feng left the final word unsaid, they all understood the outcome could only be death. Chapter 125, Special Grade, Stone Monkey. Jiang Feng showed them no courtesy whatsoever. After all, the starry sky Great Wall lacked any 10 transformation powerhouses from Great Yen. So let these 10 transformation experts serve as Earthstar's watchdogs. As for the abyssal demon clan, Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't pass up such a gift delivered right to his doorstep. However, with his current strength, swallowing the abyssal demons whole would likely prove quite taxing. He could still unleash divine might to intimidate them. But at best, he could only make them avoid Earthstar. To truly devour the treasures they plundered would require careful planning. Soon, the effects of the sovereign of life faded. And the group felt an immediate sense of relief. They scrambled to their feet, each taking a deep, silent breath. Get out, Jiang Feng said, giving them a cold glance. As you command. Weiss and his companions nodded as if granted a pardon, then hurriedly departed. The great Yen people present witnessed these 10 transformation powerhouses arrive with such fierce momentum. Only to slink away like frightened rats in the end, they felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The great Yen Empire had truly risen to prominence. After the celebratory banquet concluded, Jiang Feng turned his attention to the matter at hand and inquired about the profound symbol from the Yen Emperor. Finally, the Yen Emperor handed Jiang Feng a symbol glowing with a deep blue light. This is called the Soul Profound Symbol. Its bearer can peer into others' souls, search their memories, and unleash soul attacks that inflict devastating, nearly irreparable damage. It also possesses the power to mend souls. Hearing the Yen Emperor's explanation, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Searching others' memories? Wasn't this similar to the soul-searching technique in the cultivation world? Moreover, soul-searching was merely a foundational effect of the soul essence talisman. Its most crucial function was inflicting soul-shattering damage. After all, even if a powerful being's physical form is destroyed, as long as their soul remains intact, they could potentially be reborn through impure reincarnation. But if the soul is utterly destroyed, then death becomes truly final. The Flame Emperor continued, I observed you already possess the Life-Death Essence Talisman. Combined with this Soul Essence Talisman, you now hold 2 Essence Talismans. Rumor has it that possessing 3 Essence Talismans unlocks a certain supreme treasure. Yet the Flame Emperor sighed again. Alas, rumors of this supreme treasure are scarce, so I too remain ignorant of what this legendary artifact truly is.
Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled faintly as a black orb materialized in his hand.
Gather 3 arcane symbols and you may unlock the sealed microcosm within this boundless source.
Though Jiang Feng knew not what lay within, the mere fact that 3 essence symbols were required to unlock it suggested the treasures within were far from ordinary. Emperor Yan was taken aback by this, not expecting Jiang Feng to have already found the legendary treasure.
Your Majesty, do you know the whereabouts of the remaining essence symbol? Jiang Feng inquired. The Yan Emperor pondered for a moment. From what I understand, the remaining essence symbol is no longer on Earth Star.
Long ago, it was taken by an alien race. If my memory serves me correctly, that essence symbol should now be in the hands of the Celestial Fox Clan.
The Celestial Fox Clan?
Jiang Feng was taken aback, not expecting the profound symbol to be absent from Earth Star. However, he recalled that Celestial Fox prodigy who had sought to strike a deal with him earlier, desiring to obtain the divine source. Her clan possessed a treasure called the Primordial Realm, capable of replicating the divine source. Now, Jiang Feng could obtain fragments of the divine source by exchanging his faith points. With his current faith points, he could exchange for 2 fragments of the divine origin.
Making a deal with the Celestial Fox Clan then wouldn't be out of the question. With this thought, Jiang Feng made up his mind. For now, however, he intended to first contract 2 beasts. Having fused with the divine source, Jiang Feng would no longer face class change quests. As long as he had sufficient experience, he could level up unimpeded, without any bottlenecks. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Feng opened the Great Yin treasure vault to see if any suitable beasts were available for binding. After selecting the Beast Master category from the numerous classifications, over 100 pages of beast information unfolded before him. Quite a large number, but I wonder if I can find 2 suitable beasts here. Jiang Feng scanned through the entries, which ranged from black iron to diamond-grade beasts. There were even a few purple-gold-grade beasts. He casually clicked on a few beasts, hoping to discover some rare ones. Species, Flame Bear. Grade, Silver. Skills, Flame Hammer, Flame Roar. Required merit points, 58,000. Race, Icefield Python. Grade, Gold. Skills, Frozen Breath, Ice Spikes. Required merit points, 130,000. Race, Molten Iron Rock Bull. Tier, Gold. Skills, Brute Charge, Stomp. Merit points required, 126,000. As the information panels of one beast after another appeared, none of them met his standards. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly, sighed softly, and prepared to close the pet classification interface. Rather than searching here, wouldn't it be better to directly contract a boss in a high-tier dungeon? But just then, a Beastmaster information panel suddenly caught his attention. Species, Stone Monkey Special. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, Bite, Tumble. Merit points required, 2,000. Huh, it's actually labeled as special? Jiang Feng froze in surprise. The special designation after Stone Monkey was added by the system interface. This meant the Stone Monkey possessed a special quality. Rare beasts can undergo critical evolution. What level of power could a special grade beast possibly possess? Well, let's just redeem it first. After Jiang Feng clicked to redeem it, his merit points were deducted. A monkey appeared before him, confined within a special cage. Standing less than a meter tall, it was covered in thick fur. Its eyes held a hint of intelligence as it scratched its ear and rubbed its cheek, staring intently at Jiang Feng. Soon, Jiang Feng selected the contract option. Contract successful. You have successfully contracted the Black Iron Grade Beast Master Stone Monkey. Current Beast, Stone Monkey. Level, LV2. Strength, 300. Stamina, 320. Agility, 330. Spirit, 500. Combat Power, 460. Skills, Bite, Roll. Evolution points required, 30,000. Note, evolving a special grade beast will trigger a super critical hit effect. Super critical hit effect? Jiang Feng froze upon seeing this information, then his face lit up with astonished delight. Among the Stone Monkey's stats, only its spirit was the highest. Very good, very spirited. Jiang Feng promptly stored the Stone Monkey in his beast taming space. Begin evolution. Consuming 30,000 evolution points, Stone Monkey begins evolution. Chapter 126, Stellar Grade Beast, the Mountain-Moving Sacred Ape. As 30,000 evolution points transformed into countless white specks and surged into the Stone Monkey's body, its form underwent a tremendous transformation. Enveloped by the white specks, the Stone Monkey's body rapidly swelled. Its height, previously under a meter, surged past 2 meters, then 3, finally stabilizing at around 4 meters. Its fur transformed from grayish-brown to a fiery blend of gold and crimson, glowing like flames. Its eyes, already brimming with intelligence, now shone like stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. Jiang Feng stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, utterly astonished by the transformation that far exceeded his wildest expectations. Is this the effect of a super-critical hit? Jiang Feng murmured to himself, his heart pounding with excitement. Congratulations! Your Beast Tamer Stone Monkey has triggered a super-critical effect, successfully evolving into a stellar-grade mountain-moving sacred ape. Current beast, mountain-moving sacred ape. Grade, stellar. Level, LV2. Strength, 850,000. Stamina, 630,000. Agility, 920,000. Mental strength, 720,000. Combat power, 1.2 million. Skills, tear heaven and earth, stir the seas, manifest the cosmos. Evolution points required, 1 million plus immortal peach.
Jiang Feng stared at the information on the system panel, completely dumbfounded.
120,000 combat power? But this is only level 2. Jiang Feng couldn't believe his eyes. This creature's attributes had completely surpassed his imagination. The mountain-moving sacred ape also sensed its own transformation, glancing down at its own hands before suddenly punching the air. Boom!
Something seemed to shatter in the void, sending visible ripples of air radiating outward. Jiang Feng sucked in a sharp breath and silently gave it a thumbs up. Truly worthy of a stellar-grade beast master, it was impressive.
Master! The mountain-moving sacred ape suddenly spoke, its voice booming like a bell. You can speak? Jiang Feng asked in astonishment.
After all, even when the snow-silver fox evolved into human form, its speech was stammering and halting.
Yet this mountain-moving sacred ape spoke with remarkable fluency and clarity.
After my evolution, my spiritual intelligence has fully awakened, the mountain-moving sacred ape said respectfully. From this day forward, I shall follow Master's side, cleaving mountains and splitting rocks, stirring up rivers and overturning seas for Master. Jiang Feng nodded, then handed over the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff he had obtained from that Thunder Clan expert.
This staff is a gift for you. I hope you like it.
The mountain-moving sacred ape gazed at the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff before it, its eyes immediately lighting up with intense delight. It swiftly took the staff in its hands and addressed Jiang Feng respectfully, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure." It then began swinging the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff, each strike accompanied by a deep, thunderous boom. Jiang Feng was quite satisfied, though he felt the mountain-moving sacred ape still lacked something. If he could forge a set of armor for it, its combat prowess would surely rise even further. Speaking of combat power, Jiang Feng realized his skill, Divine Affinity, didn't seem to be taking effect on it yet. It appeared that after contracting new beasts, he would need to upgrade himself first to grant them stat boosts. At that moment, the mountain-moving sacred ape turned its gaze toward the colossal mountain anchoring black tortoise in the distance, a flash of battle intent igniting in its eyes. Jiang Feng naturally sensed its intent and offered a faint smile. Go fight. After all, within the beast-taming realm, any injury could be instantly healed. He might as well let it engage in a thoroughly exhilarating battle. It would also allow him to gauge just how formidable its strength truly was. Gripping the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff tightly, the mountain-moving sacred ape tensed every muscle, its eyes blazing with combat intent. It strode toward the mountain-sealing black tortoise, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground. Come fight. The mountain-moving sacred ape's voice boomed like a great bell, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The mountain-sealing black tortoise slowly raised its massive turtle head, a heavy aura of pressure flickering in its eyes. Nearly rising from its massive frame, its posture on all fours still conveyed an unshakable, mountain-like oppressive presence. Boom! The mountain-moving sacred ape struck first, leaping forward like a cannonball toward the mountain-guarding black tortoise. Its Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff whistling through the air with a piercing sonic boom as it aimed straight for the opponent's skull. The earth-binding black tortoise remained utterly still, merely lifting its forepaw slightly. An earth-colored energy barrier instantly materialized. Crash! The sky-shattering staff collided with the energy barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, warping the surrounding space. The mountain-moving sacred ape did not pause. Twisting its body, the Thunder Dragon sky-shattering staff flashed with lightning as it unleashed a barrage of strikes, delivering dozens of consecutive strikes. Each blow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, targeting different sections of the mountain-sealing black tortoise. Fight again! The mountain-moving sacred ape roared, and the tip of the staff suddenly erupted with blinding lightning, as if a thunder dragon were roaring. It seemed to possess an innate, profound synergy with the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff. The mountain-sealing black tortoise finally moved. Its limbs plunged fiercely into the ground, and the mountain peak patterns on its carapace glowed with an earthy yellow light. Mountain might! An invisible gravitational field radiated outward from the mountain-sealing black tortoise as its center, slowing the mountain-moving sacred ape's movements as if it bore the weight of a mountain. But the mountain-moving sacred ape refused to yield. With a furious roar, every golden hair on its body stood on end, and unleashed even greater power from within, forcing its back straight against the gravitational pull. Break! The Thunder Dragon sky-shattering staff struck the mountain-anchoring black tortoise's head with devastating force, yet the latter's body showed not a single scratch. Instead, the mountain-moving sacred ape was sent flying backward by the impact. As the dust settled, the sacred mountain-moving ape lay dozens of meters away, yet the fighting spirit in its eyes only intensified. Interesting. The mountain-moving sacred ape grinned, baring its sharp fangs. Again! Gripping the Thunder Dragon sky-shattering staff with both hands, its body suddenly swelled 100-fold.
Muscles bulged like mountain ranges and its overall aura surged explosively. Emulate heaven and earth. After its transformation, the mountain-moving sacred ape soared to over 400 meters in height. The Thunder Dragon sky-shattering staff in its grasp grew larger, its thunder patterns becoming even more pronounced. Then, with a thunderous crash, it swung the staff. Boom! The energy fluctuations unleashed warped the surrounding space. Jiang Feng, observing the battle, assessed that with the Thunder Dragon sky-shattering staff, possessed a true peak combat power exceeding 2 million. However, even this formidable power couldn't breach the defense of the mountain-anchoring black tortoise. Later, Jiang Feng exchanged for some experience pills in the Great Yin treasure vault. He elevated the mountain-moving sacred ape from level 2 to level 110, causing its combat power to skyrocket to over 4 million. These experience pills alone cost Jiang Feng tens of billions of Federation coins. The Beastmaster profession truly is a money pit. And this was just leveling up a single beast. But Jiang Feng wasn't short on money, just a bit short on resources. The kind of resources that money alone couldn't buy. Chapter 127, Celestial Fox Star, Celestial Fox Holy Mountain. 2 days later, Jiang Feng obtained the coordinates for Celestial Fox Star. He immediately retrieved a palm-sized model of a flying vessel from his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, the vessel instantly grew to colossal proportions, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. This was the floating pagoda immortal vessel he had obtained from the Lan Yun Holy Master's inheritance last time. Simply inputting the coordinates would allow it to leap directly through space to reach the destination. However, Tianhu Star was still far too distant from Earth. And it would take the flying vessel about a week to arrive. Fox Star, Sacred Fox Mountain. At this moment, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan were gathered together. Before them stood Lingji, the pale-faced prodigy maiden of the Celestial Fox clan. Lingji, how did you sustain these injuries? A middle-aged woman of the Celestial Fox clan, noticing Lingji's faint aura, frowned and asked. Lingji's face darkened. She pressed her lips together and bowed her head. I'm sorry, Auntie. I failed to obtain the divine spirit source this time. She knew the clan had paid a heavy price to secure this opportunity for her. Yet this time, she had returned empty-handed, failing to meet everyone's expectations. She never imagined encountering such a terrifying beastmaster. What? The elders of the Celestial Fox clan all looked startled upon hearing this. We've heard that many prodigies from other clans also journeyed to Earthstar to obtain divine essence. Did you lose to them? An elder of the Celestial Fox clan frowned and asked. Lingji shook her head. I did not lose to them. I lost to a young beastmaster from Earthstar. A beastmaster? The Celestial Fox clan elders murmured in surprise. Does he possess numerous powerful beasts? That beastmaster possessed 4 ancient grade beasts and also had special defensive abilities. Even if my attacks landed on him, they wouldn't have the slightest effect. Even now, Lingji felt a lingering sense of dread at the memory. Even when she employed the Celestial Fox secret art, sacrificing her essence blood as fuel, she still couldn't match him. How is that possible? Could that beastmaster have used a magical artifact? The elders of the Celestial Fox clan exchanged stunned glances upon hearing this. After all, Lingji was widely acknowledged as the prodigy of their Celestial Fox clan. Even the elders present here couldn't defeat her easily without resorting to serious measures. I'm not sure either. Lingji shook her head. Though she hadn't sensed Jiang Feng using any treasure to protect himself. But she couldn't rule out the possibility of some secret treasure undetectable even by the Genius Tower. But regardless of the truth, she had now missed her chance at the divine origin. Is this the will of heaven? The Fox clan elder sighed heavily. Without the divine origin, the clan chieftain could not break through to the Saint Realm. And that would place the entire Celestial Fox clan under grave threat. Calculate the time our agreement with the lizard folk is due in 3 days. Must we truly bow our heads to those despicable lizard folk and become their slaves? At these words, the expressions of the other Celestial Fox elders grew somber. The lizard folk had once been one of the Celestial Fox clan's subordinate races. But a year ago, they obtained a strange power from an unknown meteorite. Since then, their strength has surged dramatically, and a saint-level powerhouse has emerged within their ranks. As their power surged, so did their ambition. They began gradually conquering the Celestial Fox clan's other subordinate races. Now they even seek to subjugate the Celestial Fox clan itself, aiming to unify the entire Celestial Fox star. Thus, the lizard folk's strongest warriors issued a challenge to the Celestial Fox clan. They demanded a duel with the Celestial Fox clan's supreme warrior. If defeated, they would continue their submission. If the battle ends in a draw, they would establish a permanent boundary with the Celestial Fox clan, never to encroach upon each other again. But should the Celestial Fox clan's supreme warrior lose? The Celestial Fox clan would henceforth become a subordinate race of the lizard folk. Skyfox women would be utterly degraded into playthings for the lizard folk's pleasure. The male Celestial Fox clan members would become servants to the lizard clan. The terms of this contest left the Celestial Fox clan with no room to refuse. For the lizard folk have already dispatched forces from every tribe to completely encircle the Celestial Fox clan. The delay in initiating hostilities stems from the lizard folk's apprehension that the Celestial Fox clan might still possess hidden cards. Simultaneously, the lizard clan's supreme being required time to solidify his own sacred realm strength. The Celestial Fox clan's supreme being is none other than the clan chieftain. Yet the clan chieftain had remained stagnant at the supreme realm for hundreds of years. He has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Only by obtaining the divine source can the clan chief break through to the saint realm in one decisive move, turning the current tide. Alas, despite the heavy sacrifices they made, they still fell just short of success. Elders, do not despair. I have already dispatched envoys to Sirius to request reinforcements. The speaker was the middle-aged woman from earlier Lingji's aunt. A woman whose grace and charm remained undimmed by time. But given the current situation, would the Wolf clan truly send reinforcements? The Fox clan elder's expression betrayed a hint of doubt. It must be noted that while relations between the Celestial Wolf clan and the Celestial Fox clan were relatively amicable, facing such a predicament, it might well be a strategy of pitting one against the other. There's no need to worry about that. I'm an old acquaintance of the Celestial Wolf clan's leader. He should grant me some face. The middle-aged beauty replied with unwavering certainty. Though she spoke with confidence, her heart held little assurance. After all, the lizard folk had produced a Saint Realm powerhouse. So she wasn't sure if the Celestial Wolf clan would choose to antagonize a Saint Realm powerhouse to aid the Celestial Fox clan? However, panic had gripped the entire Celestial Fox clan. If she didn't step forward to reassure them, the clan might well crumble into disarray. Moreover, the old clan chief was still in seclusion. And no one knew if he would succeed in breaking through to the Saint Realm at the last moment. If the Wolf clan were willing to come, it would at least provide the Fox clan with a sense of security. Just then, streaks of light plummeted from the heavens toward the sacred Fox Mountain. The Celestial Wolf clan has arrived. The middle-aged beauty's eyes lit up as she hurried forward with the elders to greet them. Elder Floating Light, you finally arrived. The Wolf clan elder gave a slight nod. We are aware of your situation. The clan chief has agreed to intervene, but there are several conditions. What conditions? The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brow, then added, whatever the Celestial Fox clan can offer, we shall give generously. Very well. With Elder Lingyun's assurance, we feel much more at ease. A smile flickered across Elder Fugong's face. Hand over your Celestial Fox clan's primordial realm and the profound symbol of heaven, and our clan's ancient ancestor will intervene on your behalf once. Hearing this, the expressions of the Celestial Fox clan elders darkened. These two items were the Heavenly Fox clan's most treasured possessions. Wasn't the Heavenly Wolf clan taking advantage of the situation? Moreover, handing them over would only secure a single intervention for the Celestial Fox clan, not a joint effort to defeat the lizard folk. If the lizard clan retreated only to return in force someday, would the Celestial Fox clan have to trade their treasures again? Chapter 128, Refusing the Demand. Elder Fugong, aren't the Wolf clan's demands a bit excessive? The middle-aged beauty's expression grew colder. Concerning the Celestial Fox clan's precious treasures, how could she simply give them away? Elder Lingyun, don't be hasty. These two items were specifically requested by the patriarch himself. Elder Floating Light sneered coldly. If your Celestial Fox clan refuses to hand them over, our Celestial Wolf clan may choose to sit back and watch, or we may choose to aid the Lizard Folk clan. He knew the Celestial Fox clan hadn't approached only the Celestial Wolf clan, other tribes had been sought for support as well. Yet most had chosen to remain bystanders. Now the Celestial Fox clan could only rely on them, otherwise, after clashing with the Lizard Folk clan, they would surely suffer a crushing defeat. Hearing this, the Celestial Fox elders were enraged. This was blatant extortion. In that case, please leave. The Celestial Fox clan has no need for your aid. Elder Lingyun issued the order to leave directly. Yet Elder Fugong showed no intention of leaving. Standing nearby, he offered a warning with a forced smile. Think carefully. Without the intervention of our Wolf clan's ancient ancestor, your Fox clan will become a vassal tribe to the Lizard Folk and a laughingstock across the Star Domain. But Elder Lingyun's expression remained resolute. Even without your help, I still possess the trump card to defeat the Lizard Folk's strongest warriors. Though she currently resided at the late Supreme Realm stage, once she activated the Celestial Fox secret art, sacrificing her essence blood as the cost, she could forcibly elevate her strength, briefly reaching the power of a saint. Yet attempting such a massive leap in power would likely consume all her essence blood, leading to sudden death. Compared to her own life, the Heavenly Fox clan's most precious treasure was far more important. Since Elder Lingyun speaks thus, there is nothing more to discuss. I only hope you won't regret the choice you've made today. With that, Elder Fugong snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and departed with his followers. Yet their departure led straight toward the territory of the Lizard Folk tribe. Clearly, they intended to ally with the Lizard Folk. At that moment, the earlier Celestial Fox elder frowned and inquired, Elder Lingyun, should we stop them? Allowing the Celestial Wolf Clan and Lizard Folk to unite would only worsen the Celestial Fox Clan's predicament.
Ling Yun shook her head, her expression grave.
If we rashly engage them, we risk making enemies of the Celestial Wolf Clan.
Under the current circumstances, it would be best not to act lightly.
She sighed deeply. I never imagined that sending envoys to request aid would be like inviting wolves into our home.
At this thought, a shadow of worry crossed her beautiful face. Meanwhile, Lingji stood nearby, her eyes reddened. Auntie, it's all my fault for failing to seize the divine spirit source.
Otherwise, our Celestial Fox Clan wouldn't be suffering such oppression.
As she spoke, Lingji clenched her fist so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. Lingji, you mustn't blame yourself like this.
It wasn't your fault.
Ling Yun raised her hand to gently stroke Lingji's forehead. The prodigies of other races also failed to obtain the divine spirit source. This proves just how formidable the beast masters of that planet truly are. Hearing this, Lingji suddenly conceived an idea.
If they could secure the support of that Earth Star's beast master, might it resolve the Celestial Fox Clan's current crisis?
But she quickly shook her head inwardly, setting aside whether that beast master would even agree to come. Even if they went to seek his help now, the time required for the round trip would be far too long.
Could it be, there truly is no solution at all?
Lingji wiped her flushed eyes, brushing away the tears at the corners, her voice tinged with reluctance. The elders of the Celestial Fox Clan remained silent. Meanwhile, at the Lizard Folk tribe's encampment, a man covered in emerald green scales sat cross-legged on the ground, a tail trailing behind him. Before him lay a jet-black crystal radiating in eerie power. Endless black mist surged from the crystal, pouring into his body. His skin began shifting from emerald green to jet black, the scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. After an unknown period, the energy within the black crystal was exhausted, leaving it transparent. The lizard man slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them as he murmured to himself. It took nearly 300 dark energy crystals, but I've finally solidified my strength at the Saint Realm. Once, he had been nothing more than a lowly ant among the lizard folk, tasked with mining in the dark, sunless underground levels. But a year ago, while mining, he had accidentally discovered this batch of dark energy crystals. By sheer luck, he succeeded in absorbing the energy within these crystals for himself. From that moment on, his power skyrocketed. He climbed step by step from the lowest-ranking miner to his current position. Now, however, the dark energy crystals were nearly depleted. To advance his power further, relying solely on the remaining crystals was unrealistic. He had heard that one of the Celestial Fox Clan's most treasured artifacts, the primordial mirror, also known as the ancient mirror of origin. It possessed the power to replicate any treasure. If he could seize this primordial mirror, he could continue replicating these dark energy crystals. With the primordial mirror in hand, even breaking through to the Holy King realm might not be beyond his reach. At that moment, a subordinate stood at the doorway and reported, "My lord, an elder of the Celestial Wolf Clan requests an audience." Hearing this, the lizard man furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the purpose of the Celestial Wolf Clan elder's visit. He knew the Celestial Fox Clan and Celestial Wolf Clan had always maintained good relations. Could their visit be an attempt to stop this battle? However, he had now solidified his power at the Saint Realm. Though the Celestial Wolf Clan was formidable, if it came down to a desperate fight to the death, they wouldn't gain much either. After all, the myriad races of the star domain maintained a delicate equilibrium. Should any race grow weaker or stronger by even a fraction, they risk either seizing territory or facing invasion. If the Celestial Wolf Clan were truly so reckless as to ally with the Celestial Fox Clan against the Lizard Folk, after mutual destruction, they would only invite the covetous eyes of more races. After deep contemplation, the lizard man nodded and ordered, "Have him come to see me." Shortly thereafter, Elder Fugang of the Celestial Wolf Clan arrived at the Lizard Folk man's camp. "I am Fugang." "Greetings, Your Excellency," Elder Fugang bowed respectfully. The lizard man glanced at him and asked leisurely, "What brings you here?" He could instantly gauge the Wolf Clan elder's strength to be roughly at the mid-supreme level. In the past, such a powerful figure would have been someone like him, a mere ant who could only look up to in awe. But now, having grown stronger, even Supreme Realm experts would bow respectfully and greet him upon meeting. This was the transformation brought by power. Only through formidable strength could one attain true standing. Chapter 129, "This time, I will ensure your clan's safety." "What brings you here?" the lizard man asked indifferently. Elder Floating Light suddenly smiled. "I hear you intend to wage war against the Celestial Fox Clan. My Wolf Clan is willing to offer covert assistance." The lizard man scoffed at this. "You would aid me? How laughable." Elder Floating Light explained, "We had intended to aid the Celestial Fox Clan before, but our terms were rejected. Therefore, we've decided to secretly aid you in conquering the Celestial Fox Clan. In return, we simply ask for an equal share of their most precious treasures. I imagine this deal would be quite profitable for your lizardfolk tribe, wouldn't you agree?" The lizard man paused to consider. "In that case, we can attack the Celestial Fox Clan immediately. All's fair in war." If we wait until the agreed time, there's no telling if the Celestial Fox Clan's leader might break through to the Saint Realm by then. The surging Lizardmen army marched toward the Celestial Fox Clan's territory, their thunderous advance shaking the heavens. Seeing this, panic flickered in the eyes of the Celestial Fox Clan members. They hadn't expected the lizard folk to strike so swiftly. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with coldness at the sight. She immediately darted forward, her body erupting with a powerful aura. She immediately engaged the Lizardman warrior in combat. Before Ling Yun could ignite her essence blood to boost her power, the Lizardman's strike sent her flying. The impact of her landing directly carved a crater into half of the Celestial Fox Clan's sacred mountain. "Heh, did you truly believe I'd give you the chance to forcibly enhance your strength?" A cold smile curled the Lizardman's lips. He was well aware of the Celestial Fox Clan's secret arts, and his sudden attack was precisely to catch them off guard. "Ant!" Seeing Ling Yun sent flying by the strike, Lingji's pupils contracted sharply. She immediately rushed forward to check her injuries. Quite the beauty in the making. The Lizardman man was instantly captivated by Lingji's beauty the moment he saw her. With a swift movement, he blocked her path, raising his hand as if grasping at air. Lingji found her throat clamped in an unyielding grip. She could barely catch her breath. "If you're willing to become my woman and serve me, I might let you rule the Celestial Fox Clan." The Lizardman's words carried an undeniable sneer. "You're dreaming." Lingji's face flushed crimson as the tail on her back instantly swelled, lashing out at him. Crash! A thunderous impact echoed as Lingji's tail was instantly crushed into a bloody mist by terrifying force. "Ah!" Lingji let out a piercing scream, spewing a mouthful of blood as her face turned as white as paper. "Since you refuse to submit to me, then perish alongside your entire clan." With that, the Lizardman unleashed a torrent of overwhelming might. Countless black energy blades instantly surged toward the Skyfox tribe. To those below the Saint Realm, they were mere ants. These Celestial Fox Clan members were no match for him. Yet at that very moment, a colossal immortal vessel soared across the void, descending with a presence that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Seeing the fierce battle below, Jiang Feng's gaze flickered in surprise. How could they still be fighting? Both sides engaged in the battle below also spotted the enormous flying vessel, astonishment flitting across their eyes. The Lizardman and the Celestial Wolf Elders' gazes darkened. Could this be reinforcements summoned by the Celestial Fox Clan? The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly grew tense, and both sides halted their fighting. The elders of the Celestial Fox Clan gazed at the airship with expressions of shock and uncertainty. Their hearts were filled with unease, for they too could not discern whether the arrivals were friend or foe. Soon, a strikingly handsome youth descended from the flying vessel. A unique aura emanated from the youth's body. As Lingji, gravely wounded nearby, caught sight of the youth's figure, her eyes widened in shock. She murmured, How did he get here?" But the urgency of the moment left her no time for reflection. She immediately turned to Jiang Feng and pleaded, "Please save my clan, sir. Whatever the conditions, the Celestial Fox Clan will agree to them." The elders of the Celestial Fox Clan also immediately pleaded with Jiang Feng for aid. For now, clinging to Jiang Feng was their only lifeline. Though they knew little of his strength, that divine vessel alone proved his background was no ordinary one. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the lizard folk man, though unable to gauge his strength, he sensed this man's background was far from ordinary. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to make such an enemy. He spoke slowly, "Though I know not who you are, I advise you to stay out of this. It's best not to get burned. If you choose to stand aside, once the Celestial Fox Clan is eradicated, the treasures recovered will be shared among all present." Elder Floating Light spoke slowly, his lips curled into a grimace. Though unclear what connection this youth had to the Celestial Fox Clan, his background demanded caution. Under the words of the Lizard Man and Elder Floating Light, the Celestial Fox Clan elders' eyes grew even more desperate. They hurriedly spoke up, "Sir, if you are willing to save the Celestial Fox Clan from this crisis, we pledge to become your vassal clan." Hearing this offer, Elder Floating Light and the Lizard Man cursed inwardly. The Celestial Fox Clan actually chose to surrender at this moment? Wouldn't that render the surprise attack completely useless? Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. He had only intended to borrow the Great Mystery Talisman temporarily. But now the Celestial Fox Clan was practically offering themselves up to him? While such an offer might be tempting to others, for Jiang Feng, it still couldn't compare to the allure of the Great Mystery Symbol. Jiang Feng spoke calmly, "If you are willing to hand over the Great Mystery Symbol to me, I will ensure your entire clan remains unharmed this time." Hearing this, the elders of the Celestial Fox Clan all lit up with excitement and hastily agreed. Without hesitation, they cast their spells, transferring the heavenly symbol of profound meaning. As the heavenly symbols drifted toward Jiang Feng, a fiery gleam flashed in Elder Floating Light's eyes. He instantly darted forward, intent on snatching the heavenly symbol of supreme art. "You're courting death." Jiang Feng barked coldly, summoning the Abyssal Dragon King in an instant. In an instant, the sky darkened with gathering storm clouds. A colossal black dragon, its length impossible to gauge, loomed within the swirling mists, its presence radiating overwhelming dragon might. A devastating dragon's breath, capable of shattering everything in its path, erupted forth, striking Elder Floating Light with devastating force. Had he not reacted in time, not even his corpse would remain? Yet even after dodging, half his body was blown away. Now, Elder Floating Light appeared utterly wretched and pitiful. While channeling his magic to heal himself, his eyes fixed in horror upon the abyssal dragon king looming above. That's a true dragon. It was well known that among the myriad races of the cosmos, the dragon clan stood as a superior existence. And this youngster before him could actually command a true dragon. What on earth was his background? Upon seeing the black dragon soaring above the heavens, the elders of the celestial fox clan couldn't help but tremble inwardly. At the same moment, after a flicker of astonishment, the lizard man probed with his psychic senses to detect any powerful presence aboard the flying vessel. If none were present, this young man would never leave alive today. For the essence blood of a true dragon was sufficient to elevate his bloodline. Chapter 130, question? Asking counts as time, you know. After absorbing the true dragon's essence blood, who knew how high his potential ceiling would soar? He might even break through to become a mighty emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Moreover, the dragon's soul could be forged into weapons, multiplying their effects and power several-fold. At this thought, a cold, sinister gleam flashed in the lizardman's eyes. This time, the heavens had truly bestowed a great gift upon him. Even if the forces behind that brat sought revenge, he could seize all the treasures in Fleet Tianhu Star. After scanning the area over 10 times, the lizard man finally confirmed that the divine vessel contained only this youth. Boy, surrender the true dragon to me, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall perish alongside the celestial fox clan today. With that, the lizard man unleashed his full aura, filling the entire world with an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the awe-inspiring pressure emanating from a Saint Realm powerhouse, a force utterly unbearable for anyone below that realm. No wonder you kept probing my flying vessel so many times. So you were just confirming whether to attack me. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile, his words tinged with amusement. Heh, you won't be leaving today. The lizard man let out a savage laugh before lunging toward Jiang Feng. His palm transformed into a sharp, monstrous claw, intent on obliterating Jiang Feng with a single strike. Who knows what other treasures this brat might be hiding? Boom! Yet in the next instant, before the lizard man could react, his entire body slammed into something. The immense impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. After wiping the blood trickling from his nose, the lizard man stared at the colossal, mountain-like Jingyue Xuanwu before him and froze in shock. This kid actually had a black tortoise too. The shell of a black tortoise could also serve as a top-tier defensive weapon. But if he could master this black tortoise, his power would skyrocket to an entirely new level. For a moment, greed consumed the lizardman's heart. You seem quite interested in my beast mount? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, addressing him. Ha! True dragon essence blood, the true form of the black tortoise, which of these isn't something to drool over? The lizard man laughed wildly, flipping over. I wonder what kind of power stands behind you, to grant you so many treasures to accompany you. But alas, after today, they will all become mine. Mountain-moving sacred ape, come out and entertain him. Jiang Feng couldn't care less about the lizardman's words, just some delusional fool. In the next instant, the surrounding space warped, pulling the lizard man directly into the demigod's domain. Though the lizard man possessed combat strength of roughly 17 million. Within his demigod domain, his power would diminish by 10% every single second. If he couldn't escape within 10 seconds, he would perish inside. Domain? The lizard man was taken aback, never expecting this kid to wield a domain. It seemed he had at least reached the supreme realm. Such formidable power at such a young age, he must be a dazzling prodigy. Now that enmity had been forged, this youth could not be spared. Therefore, he must be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Demon Heaven Claw. With a thunderous roar from the lizard man, his magical power surged instantly, coalescing into a colossal claw imprint hurtling toward Jiang Feng. A move like this was impossible to react to for anyone below the Saint Realm. Of course, Jiang Feng wasn't at the Saint Realm either, so evasion was impossible. Boom! The monstrous claw pierced through Jiang Feng's body, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. The lizardman's lips curled into a smirk. This kid was as good as dead. Yet after this strike, Jiang Feng remained unscathed, merely his robe fluttering wildly. Impossible. The lizardman's cold, vertical pupils trembled violently. Such a blow should have severely wounded even a Saint Realm powerhouse. What else have you got? Bring it on. Remember, I'm giving you exactly 10 seconds. Jiang Feng remained calm. After 10 seconds, he would casually slaughter this lizard man. You brat, you're too arrogant. The lizardman's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to launch another surprise attack on Jiang Feng. Yet he was stunned to discover his power steadily draining away within this domain. He roared in fury, damn it. Why is your domain so damn strange?
Fields could have all sorts of effects, but one that weakened him so noticeably?
This made him feel an intense sense of unease welling up in his heart.
Ask?
Asking counts as time too, Jiang Feng said, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
You're asking for death.
The lizard man lunged at Jiang Feng once more. If he could eliminate this brat, he could regain his full strength.
He must slay him before his own power weakened too much. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of attacks struck Jiang Feng's body, yet they failed to inflict even a scratch.
The lizard man grew increasingly panicked with each strike. This defied all his expectations.
Even unleashing his ultimate skill couldn't kill this damn kid.
His pupils dilated as he gasped for breath, nearly overwhelmed by terror.
Tired of fighting, huh? Now it's my turn.
In the next instant, Jiang Feng summoned the mountain-moving sacred ape.
Gripping the sky-shattering thunder dragon staff,
wielded the staff without hesitation, unleashing a brutal beating upon the lizard man.
The first strike left the lizard man defiant, vowing to crush him into mincemeat.
By the second strike, his tone had softened slightly, though he still tried to intimidate. By the third strike, however, the lizard man had become docile, frantically dodging blows while pleading for mercy. After who knows how many blows, the lizard man lay crippled, half paralyzed. Jiang Feng then implanted a life and death talisman into him, securing the lizardman's complete submission. After all, he still possessed the strength of a Saint Realm cultivator.
Killing him outright would be a waste.
For now, he would keep him under control. Later, he would find a way to refine him into a puppet, making full use of his potential.
When the domain dispersed, the elders of the Celestial Fox Clan, Lizard Clan, and Celestial Wolf Clan all watched with tense expressions. To their astonishment, the Lizard Clan a Saint Realm powerhouse lay utterly defeated.
They never imagined that even a Saint Realm powerhouse could be utterly crushed before that young man. However, when the Celestial Wolf Clan elder, Floating Light, caught sight of the mountain-moving sacred ape, his heart trembled once more.
Just how terrifying was this youth, capable of commanding so many formidable beings?
But when he focused his gaze and saw the mountain-moving sacred ape clutching a staff that flickered with lightning, his heart skipped a beat.
That was one of the Thunder Clan's most treasured artifacts. How had it fallen into this youth's hands?
We deeply thank you for resolving our crisis, Celestial Fox Clan. We shall honor our pledge and become your vassal clan. The Celestial Fox Clan elder immediately proclaimed.
Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. Since I've given you the profound symbol as repayment, we're even. Yet the Celestial Fox Clan elder remained resolute in his desire to become Jiang Feng's vassal clan.
After all, this youth possessed such terrifying prowess at such a young age. He had actually defeated a Saint Realm expert. The power behind him was beyond imagination.
Becoming his vassal tribe would not only honor the Celestial Fox Clan but also bring immense benefits. Chapter 131, The Contract, A Million Beasts.
Seeing their unwavering resolve, Jiang Feng no longer refused. After all, he had now gathered 3 great principal talismans, enough to open the boundless source's microcosm.
He was intensely curious about what lay within.
Jiang Feng sought out a forbidden area of the Celestial Fox Clan and began devising a way to fuse and activate it. As the 3 great principal talismans floated before him, Jiang Feng retrieved the boundless source. The boundless source seemed to sense the power of the 3 great principal talismans, then began to violently tremble. In an instant, the 3 profound symbol talismans were sucked into the boundless source. The next moment, a blinding white light flashed, and Jiang Feng felt as though he were suspended in nothingness. When his vision finally cleared, he was utterly stunned. Before him stretched an endless expanse of colossal beasts. These beasts were colossal in size. Even those standing a kilometer tall were unremarkable among them. The tallest stretched beyond the horizon, their peaks invisible to the eye. Moreover, they belonged to countless different species, too numerous to count. All these beasts stood motionless in place, yet they bore no trace of life. In this small world, they formed a vast, dark mass, at the very least, hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
Just what kind of powerhouse could have imprisoned so many beasts here? Jiang Feng's mind was already churning with thoughts. If he could contract them all, he could dominate the entire starry sky. The thought made Jiang Feng swallow involuntarily, his heart pounding with excitement. Could the power of the life spring revive them? Jiang Feng drew forth some life spring water and poured it over the massive beast. The water was quickly absorbed by the beast, and its toes began to twitch slightly. It seems the life spring water does have an effect. Jiang Feng's heart leapt with joy as he increased the flow. Under the deluge of life spring water, the colossal beast actually came back to life. However, the beast showed no hostility toward him, which still surprised Jiang Feng a little. Soon after, he spotted a palace in the distance. The palace floated mid-air. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng chose to step inside. Inside, a complete divine source floated before him. Divine Core. Grade, unknown. Usable level, LV 100. Description, upon use, instantly ascends the user to godhood. Grants infinite experience to practitioners. Divine Core? Jiang Feng's pupils dilated.
His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling. He swiftly retrieved it. If consumed, wouldn't his level reach infinity? Just enough to bind all these densely packed colossal beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng chose to absorb the divine core. An indescribable surge of energy erupted instantly, engulfing Jiang Feng's entire body like a volcanic explosion. His body became a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the divine core's power, every cell rejoicing. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. The notification sounds exploded in his mind like popping corn, while the experience bar surged at a speed too rapid for the naked eye to track. His level skyrocketed wildly 180, 200, 320. Soon he broke through level 400, then 600, and was about to breach the 1000 level threshold. Simultaneously, not only was he bolstered by experience, but his body underwent a transformation. Frenzied energy surged violently through his veins, threatening to tear his meridians apart. The intense agony made him groan involuntarily. Accompanying this agony was an unprecedented sense of power. As if a mere clenched fist could shatter stars. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a mere instant. His body felt as though it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His flesh and blood began to radiate a dazzling golden light, as if forged from pure energy itself. His senses were heightened to extraordinary levels. Every detail within his field of vision became crystal clear. He clenched his fist lightly, and the surrounding space seemed to vibrate in response, emitting a humming sound. Is this the power of the divine? Jiang Feng's eyes brimmed with excitement and awe. The sheer power in his every gesture could shake the heavens and earth. But what was most thrilling was that Jiang Feng's level had now reached 9,999. The combat power of the Abyssal Dragon King, the mountain-anchoring Black Tortoise, the Hellhound, the Blazing Falcon, Silver Snow, and the mountain-moving Sacred Ape had skyrocketed to terrifying levels. Moreover, under the effect of divine favor, the Blazing Sky Falcon underwent a massive enhancement, evolving directly into a mythic tier beast, the Great Sun Golden Crow. The Hellhound also evolved into the 9 Netherworld Imperial Hound. The Abyssal Dragon King evolved into the Black Misty Dragon Emperor. Silver Snow's once petite frame suddenly became exquisitely graceful, boasting an enviable figure with 9 tails that moved without wind. Though she belonged to the Fox clan, she possessed none of their allure, her expression cold and distant. The mountain-sealing Black Tortoise evolved into the Black Tortoise Emperor. The mountain-moving Sacred Ape evolved into the battle-wielding Sacred Buddha. Witnessing his beast's extraordinary evolutions, Jiang Feng could only utter 2 words, invincible. His level had now reached infinity. Even the tens or hundreds of millions of colossal beasts within this small world could now be contracted. Jiang Feng then directly produced the life spring water. Under the surge of his magical power, the life spring transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading down toward the teeming mass of colossal beasts below. The barren ground swiftly transformed into a lush green carpet, and the colossal beasts began to stir one after another. A relentless tide of terrifying auras surged forth from their bodies. Earth-shaking roars erupted from their throats. Jiang Feng immediately employed his evolved divine spirit control art, initiating mass contracts. A single contract could bind hundreds of thousands of beasts at once. Thus, Jiang Feng performed the ritual 3 times, successfully binding 1,000,000 colossal beasts to his will. Swish, swish, swish. Countless colossal beasts knelt and prostrated themselves before Jiang Feng. At that moment, even the earth itself trembled violently. Even though Jiang Feng had mentally prepared himself, he was still stunned by the scene before him. Under his continuously rising level, these beasts gained nearly 100,000 combat power per second. In 1 minute, they gained 600,000 combat power. A single strike could easily obliterate an entire planet. What earth-shattering impact would unleashing these colossal beasts have? But with so many beasts, Jiang Feng also pondered whether his beast taming space could even hold them all. Perhaps it would be better to place them within the boundless miniature world. After all, the miniature world could be carried anywhere. Surveying the boundless microcosm covered in verdant grass, Jiang Feng decided to plant the tree of life here. This place was different from his beast taming space. His beast taming space only permitted beasts and beast taming materials to enter. But here, others could enter as long as he granted them permission. Next, Jiang Feng began examining his interface. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Spirit Tamer Emperor God. Level? Strength? Spirit? Agility? Combat power? Chapter 132, the fastest clan annihilation in stellar history. Afterward, Jiang Feng closed the information panel with seemingly casual indifference. But within, a storm was brewing. What exactly is this primordial spirit-taming emperor god? Who placed it within my profession? Now that I've found what I sought, it's time to head home. Jiang Feng slowly stepped out of the boundless miniature world. At that moment, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan all sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Feng. Their hearts trembled violently, for the youth who had emerged from the Celestial Fox clan's forbidden grounds now felt 10,000 times more powerful than before. If they had to describe the feeling in their hearts, it was akin to the insignificance of an ant confronting the heavens. Could it be that the Celestial Fox clan's forbidden territory held some unknown treasure? Yet they had sensed no fluctuations whatsoever just moments ago? Seeing the unmistakable shock etched on their faces, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Now that matters here are settled, I should be on my way. My lord, will you not stay a few more days? The Celestial Fox clan elder cautiously inquired. At that moment, Lingji stepped forward, gathering her courage to say, My lord, if you are willing, I wish to become your concubine. This time, Jiang Feng had intervened to resolve the Celestial Fox clan's crisis. She had no way to repay such a debt of gratitude. The only way to repay it was to offer herself. It is unnecessary. If this decision stems from my intervention against the Celestial Fox clan's enemies, it truly serves no purpose. A faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips. For you have already paid your debt. With that, Jiang Feng vanished instantly, without the slightest warning. This ability sent a chill through the elders of the Celestial Fox clan. Yet barely moments after Jiang Feng departed, hundreds of Thunder Clan warriors had already encircled the Celestial Fox Star. We detected our clan's treasure manifesting on Skyfox Star. Hand it over peacefully if you know what's good for you. It was well known that the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff had been taken by the Thunder Clan's holy son long ago. The sacred son of the Thunder Clan had vanished centuries ago. Now that their treasure had resurfaced, it was clear someone had stolen it. They could not stand idly by. They must be executed to uphold the Thunder Clan's prestige. The Celestial Fox Clan elders' brows immediately furrowed. With so many Thunder Clan experts arriving in such a fierce manner, this matter clearly wasn't as simple as it seemed. Had that noble lord not departed earlier, these Thunder Clan scoundrels would never dare act so brazenly now. Lingji stepped forward, her expression icy. Your clan's supreme treasure has indeed appeared on our Skyfox Star. But I advise you not to pursue this matter further. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan will be erased from the annals of all races. Humph. What a bold claim from a little girl. Not even a Star Domain Lord would dare speak so recklessly. The Thunder Clan elder spoke coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, a bolt of heavenly thunder slammed toward Lingji. Yet in the next instant, a devastating impact erupted from the Celestial Fox forbidden ground, carrying the force of a storm. A colossal beast, towering thousands of meters high, emerged slowly from the Celestial Fox sanctuary. Each step it took made the heavens and earth tremble. Not only was the heavenly thunderbolt annihilated, but the majority of the Thunder Clan's elite warriors were obliterated outright. When did your Celestial Fox clan acquire such a trump card? The elder of the Thunder Clan stared in horror as death approached. In truth, the Celestial Fox clan elders were equally bewildered. They had no idea how such a terrifying colossus could exist within the forbidden grounds. But soon, they realized it must have been left behind by that great being who had departed earlier. Assemble every Thunder Clan warrior. Surround the Celestial Fox clan. We will annihilate this colossal beast. The Thunder Clan elder roared in fury, issuing orders to the remaining Thunder Clan warriors. In the next instant, the Thunder Clan's warriors joined hands, performing intricate hand seals to forcibly open a spatial portal. Countless Thunder Clan warriors surged forth from within. Yet another colossal beast emerged from the Celestial Fox sanctuary. Its immense form resembled a spiny dragon, charging toward the Thunder Clan warriors. Boom! 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 Spikes erupted from the spiny-backed earth dragon, shooting skyward and piercing the arriving Thunder Clan reinforcements clean through. This is bad. That beast is far too terrifying, we must flee. The Thunder Clan warriors panicked and hurriedly retreated into the teleportation gate. However, a giant poisonous bee darted toward the portal like lightning. It was the War Peak King, capable of spawning over 100 billion venomous bees to attack. Though each born venomous wasp possessed only supreme realm strength, it was more than enough to annihilate the entire Thunder Clan. At this moment, those outside the portal rushed to enter, while those inside desperately tried to escape. This chaotic process lasted only a few minutes before settling into stillness. Because every member of the Thunder Clan was dead. The elders of the Celestial Fox clan stood gaping, having witnessed the annihilation of an entire race in less than 5 minutes. This was arguably the fastest extinction of a race in the history of the Star Domain. Divine Realm. Apollo, the god of light, stood within the temple. Bowing before Zeus seated upon the throne, he declared, God King, upon earth, there exists a human who dares to defy the gods. I wish to journey to earth personally to deliver divine punishment. Zeus, king of the gods, was slightly taken aback. A mere mortal? Is he truly worth your wrath? Humans, fragile creatures as pitiful as ants, could actually provoke such fury in his son? He is no mere mortal, Apollo declared coldly. He is a false god. Being mocked by a false god left him deeply displeased. He must personally cast him into the most brutal dungeon. Go then. Since he is but a mere pseudo-god, let him taste your true power. Zeus said indifferently, opening a spatial portal within the grand hall. Crossing through it would lead directly to Earth Star, where the false god could be apprehended. Upon returning to Earth, Jiang Feng naturally sensed an unusual fluctuation appearing in the starry sky beyond the planet. It seemed an unwelcome guest had arrived. Immediately after, the spatial gate opened. Apollo led his 8 winged angels into the starry sky, preparing to capture Jiang Feng personally. Faced with such formidable foes, the inhabitants of Earthstar were filled with dread. The spatial gate stabilized, radiating a blinding golden light. Apollo, clad in golden battle armor and wielding a flaming longbow, stepped forward first. The true fire of the sun blazed around him, its scorching aura warping the starry sky as if a star itself had descended. 8 winged angels with wingspans that obscured the heavens followed closely behind. Their sacred radiance intertwined with an aura of grim resolve, forming an oppressive divine pressure that threatened to suffocate all. On Earth, countless humans observing this scene through various devices felt their hearts nearly stop. That was the sun god of myth. That was the legendary Angelic Legion. Merely the aura they emitted caused the Earthstar's defense satellite system to sound an overwhelmed alarm, its energy shields flickering erratically. Fear spread like a cold tide, permeating every corner. Apollo's gaze burned like a torch, locked onto the figure suspended in the starry void. Small, yet radiating an unsettling calm. False god, your very existence desecrates the sanctity of the divine realm. Chapter 133, God King, Destroyed. Final chapter. Apollo's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the cosmos, each word carrying the weight of judgment. By the command of the God King, you are to be captured and cast into Tartarus. He raised his longbow high, golden divine power gathering. A beam of light, imbued with destructive energy, gradually took shape, its tip pointing directly at Jiang Feng. 8 winged angels spread out, subtly forming an encircling formation. Holy light coalesced, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Facing this power capable of obliterating stars, the smile on Jiang Feng's face only deepened. I hope you'll give my beasts a chance to stretch their legs. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the void behind him suddenly ripped open, unleashing the colossal beasts from the boundless microcosm. Roar! A deafening roar burst forth first. Then came shadows darkening the sky. A Kuanping, its size rivaling the moon, spread its wings and soared forth. Its wings like clouds hanging from the heavens, each flap unleashing a spatial tempest. Then came a colossal dragon, its body covered in chaotic scales, its eyes burning with flames of annihilation. A tortoise as vast as mountains, its aura steady as the earth itself. A qilin, its body swirling with thunder of destruction, charged forth. A colossal serpent swallowing and spitting out the Milky Way. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. A million. Countless colossal beasts, each unique in form yet all radiating terror beyond measure. Like a bursting flood, surged madly from the boundless microcosm, instantly filling this star domain. The overwhelming pressure emanating from each colossal beast far surpassed that of ordinary deities. They coalesced into a torrent of terrifying power capable of making the universe tremble. The sacredness and majesty frozen on Apollo's face instantly solidified. The divine power he had channeled into his light arrows began to show signs of instability. The 8 winged angels, their faces shifting from grim resolve to sheer terror, saw their sacred radiance dim considerably. What is this? These, what are they? Monsters? Demons? So many, so powerful? Paltry pseudo-gods? Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of derision, clearly reaching Apollo's ears amidst the roar of a million colossal beasts. Now, who is the false god? Apollo's pupils contracted sharply as boundless terror instantly devoured his pride and divine might. He didn't even have time to order an attack. Roar! The closest chaos dragon to him suddenly opened its massive jaws, bristling with fangs. It did not breathe dragon fire. Instead, it generated a terrifying suction force. Apollo felt his body tearing apart as the surrounding space collapsed toward that gaping maw. He frantically channeled his divine power, unleashing the true fire of the sun in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet the pull was so brutal, so utterly unreasonable. The light arrows he hated instantly disintegrated, drawn away as pure energy. His golden battle armor groaned under the strain, its sacred radiance steadily eroded by the chaotic aura. No! Apollo roared in terror. He was the sun god. The son of Zeus, king of the gods. How could he be so easily subdued by a mere beast? He tried to draw his bowstring, but his arms were bound by an invisible spatial force, leaving him utterly immobilized. The other beasts stirred. A hideous beast covered in bone spines lashed out with a clawed and 8 winged angel. The angel reacted with lightning speed, coalescing holy light into a shield. Crack! The holy light shield shattered like thin ice. Before the angel could even cry out in agony, the bone claw smashed it into a shower of golden sparks. Sacred feathers drifted down, only to be instantly obliterated by the aura emanating from the other beasts. Crush! This was a complete, utterly one-sided crushing defeat. 8 winged angels are elite combatants even in the divine realms, each possessing the power to shatter stars. Yet before this million-strong horde of beasts, they were like leaves tossed in a raging storm swallowed whole in an instant. Screams echoed in succession, only to fade into silence.
Holy light was swallowed by darkness. Sacredness was torn apart by savagery.
Apollo watched helplessly as the elite angelic legions he had brought were slaughtered to the last in mere breaths. Not even their divine souls could escape, devoured whole by those beasts radiating a stench of greed. His heart bled and trembled.
Fear, unprecedented fear, gripped his soul. He finally understood the meaning behind Jiang Feng's words. Stretching his limbs? This wasn't stretching his limbs, it was a feast. A feast where gods were the meal. Stop! Just as Apollo was about to be completely swallowed by the Chaos Dragon. A roar resounding with supreme authority and overwhelming fury. Like a billion thunderclaps exploding simultaneously, shook the entire galaxy. Space itself tore apart as a figure even more majestic and awe-inspiring emerged from the rift, a thunderous scepter in hand. His gaze was like eternal ice, filled with fury and murderous intent. It was Zeus, king of the gods. Sensing Apollo's peril, he had forced his descent. Even with Zeus's composure, his pupils contracted sharply at the sight before him. A million colossal beasts. Each exuded an aura no less formidable than that of a mighty deity. And a few even made his own heart skip a beat. Apollo and his angelic legions had been defeated so swiftly, so utterly? How dare you! Zeus roared, his thunderstaff raised high. In an instant, endless golden lightning bolts erupted from the void, forming a sea of thunder. Slamming into the Chaos Dragon poised to devour Apollo and the surrounding colossal beasts. This was the wrath of the God King. A destructive force imbued with the supreme authority of the gods. Powerful enough to cleave an ordinary divine realm in two. Yet the Chaos Dragon merely lifted an eyelid. Facing the world-shattering sea of thunder, it suddenly opened its maw and sucked it in. The golden thunder capable of obliterating entire star systems flowed into its maw like a stream into the sea, swallowed whole. It even belched, expelling a wisp of black smoke carrying a burnt scent. Zeus's face froze in fury. His pride and joy, the thunder of the God King, had been devoured like a snack? Roar! Woof! Hiss! More colossal beasts, drawn by Zeus's attack, turned their heads one after another. Their crimson or icy gazes locking onto the king of the gods. An indescribable, terrifying pressure squeezed in on Zeus from all sides. Even Zeus felt his heart leap in his chest, his divine form throbbing with pain. He finally realized he had underestimated this false god before him. Zeus hesitated no longer. His divine majesty erupted as he attempted to command these raging beasts with the authority of a god. Yet, the only response was an even more frenzied surge of beasts. With a single flap of its wings, the cuamping spatial turbulence swept Zeus's attack away, even turning it back upon him. No, boy. If you spare my life, I'll hand over the throne of the king of gods to you. Zeus, utterly panicked, cried out to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's expression remained cold. You dare call yourself the king of all beings? Those gods are nothing but the hybrid creations you spawned. In the next instant, Zeus was torn to shreds by a million colossal beasts amidst his agonized screams. Even the God King proved utterly insignificant in Jiang Feng's eyes. In the boundless star domains, none could stand against him. And the book concludes. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More popular long-form novels recommended. Find short stories on Jihu, Toshio, Fanshe, and more monthly subscriptions available.